Good morning or good afternoon, depending on where you find yourself in the world right now. We are live here from Singapore, ready with the Blast Fall Finals. That's not true. Actually, it's the World Finals because it's the conclusion of the year, Maui. You're looking at the trophy you can win. You're looking at what the entire season has been building up to. And we're now here in Singapore to find out who is, in fact, the best team at the Blast circuit.
Yeah, it's great to be here in Singapore, the culmination of the Blast circuit for the year. Obviously, we have the major before us, but I feel like a lot of narratives are going to be furthered given the results of this year's tournament.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see how the tournament is going to transpire and how it's going to be playing out. As we spoke about, some of the best teams in the world is taking on this beautiful, beautiful city, and it is the conclusion of what has been a long, long season. We had the spring season taking place, we had the fall season, and now we're here at the World Finals to find out who we can crown as the last Blast tournament winner of the year. You have 8 of the best teams in the world, the World Finals 2024, and as you said, Maui, there's not a bad team inside right here.
Well, you could say that. You could say that, Pimp. I don't know. At the tail end there, Astralis, who let them in? You know, it's like that meme of the soldiers, and then suddenly there's a clown standing right there. How did Astralis?
Let's see if they make a clown out of themselves. There's a possibility of that. They are placed in Group A, which is the first group we have the overview of right here. NAVI, Astralis, MOUZ, and FaZe. And I guess there's one team that in particular is a little bit interesting, and that's MOUZ coming into this tournament after a good performance in Rio.
Obviously, yeah. No, the fact that they had a grand final appearance, took down FaZe in the group stage at that, and MOUZ, at this point, they just need to show a proof of concept that this 5-man lineup can take down an elite tournament like this with an arena component.
Especially considering that the silly season is upon us after the major, and I think there's a lot of teams out there who would like to poach some of those players to their teams. A couple of those teams are in this group as well. G2, Liquid, Vitality, and Spirit, and I guess the tip of the tongue and the most interesting team, like always, is G2 heading into a tournament.
Absolutely, Pimp. Every single tournament, you have no idea which G2 is going to be showing up, and that's kind of the fun of it. You just don't know. Is m0NESY going to hard carry them all the way to a grand finals? Are they going to win a whole tournament with a stand-in? At least in this one, they're obviously playing with their 5-man lineup, and I feel like after the disaster that was Rio, but the success that was the fall finals, they need to show that at least they have a little bit more consistency than what we just saw.
Always a bit of a wild card when they're coming into a tournament. Speaking of wild cards, you guys can join the action as well by creating your own fantasy team over at Blast TV. You can compete against me, you can compete against Maui, and you can compete against each other out there in the chat to see who can make the best team out of all of you guys. Now, we have a lot of games at hand. We have a lot of teams that needs to face it out, duke it out, so we can find a winner. And we're starting off, obviously, with the Astralis NAVI game, but Spirit taking on Vitality. We have G2 versus Liquid, FaZe, MOUZ, and then, as I said, to start off the day, Astralis taking on NAVI.
We're fired up and we're ready to go. We're not letting anyone walk over us.
Oh, welcome to Wonderland!
We're gonna hit the ground running and set the tone early.
Couple of headshots for Astralis' next win.
Today we turn the tables. Pressure only fuels us to perform better.
Well, I guess we are about to find out who let these guys inside the building. As Maui said, there's maybe one team that on paper is not really a fit, not really a match for the rest of the world-class teams we have in the building, and that one team is Astralis. A big question mark coming into this tournament. However, they are at the tournament and they have shown up. Cadian, rumors are surrounding him that he's not feeling too well, so we'll have to wait and see about that as well. But the problem for Astralis is they're taking on the best team in the world right now. The team that is arguably dominating the circuit in a circuit that was, praised to be open, where everyone could win tournaments. NAVI had laid their foot down and they have claimed the title as the best team in the world as of right now.
The era of parity that we have been in prior to Navi's recent dominance is now just being taken over. They're rewriting the story. The entire scene is now taking note of how consistent they are. The fact that they have reached 7 grand finals, including the PGL Major Copenhagen ones, everything after that. They are, at this point, they're a force to be reckoned with. They are on a tour de force as it stands right now, given the results that they've had lately. And again, I just have to highlight the fact they've won 3 tournaments in total. They've been in 3 other grand finals, and with a couple slip-ups here and there in Dallas and Pro League, I think those are far in the rearview mirrors.
There's one thing, though, that stands out on that graphic, and that's they haven't had a win at the Blast circuit so far, right? They've been in finals, they've been getting close, but they haven't been able to nail that one win here at the Blast circuit. So maybe that's an extra motivation for the Navi boys. Instead of us talking about Navi, because there's been said a lot of words, we may as well hear from Alexi B as James caught up with him heading into the first game.
What were you able to learn from the past events? Because obviously you went deep so much in so many tournaments, there's been back-to-back events. How was that for you as a leader, seeing the team and keeping the energy going?
I mean, we obviously had a lot of games under our belts, a lot of mistakes, obviously good things as well, considering that we won the last tournament. But still, you know, map loss here and there, and some mistakes we tried to go through this past week. And yeah, yesterday as well, had a good team talk and went through a couple games as well. And yeah, for me, it's I'm feeling confident. I see that the others are enjoying their time. We might go tournament to tournament where one individual might perform better than the last one. And it's always nice to see different people stepping up. And yeah, now it's a new tournament, new opening match, and it's always important to, you know, come out with a good mood.
I'm glad you said about like different players stepping up. How is that for you, and how do you manage that? Because you have someone that can pop off at any point. How do you kind of make a game plan around that? Do you have to change things on the fly to suit a player if they're feeling it, to give them more space, give them what they want?
I don't think that's the case. I think it's just, you know, us doing the things we've done countless times. I think that brings a lot of comfortability to the players. Having a good plan before the game, so they already visualize some of the situations, and just the overall, you know, team aspect we have, that we trust each other, and they know the moves they can make on their positions, and some game it might be another player stepping up, some game it might be another guy, and for me it's a good atmosphere to be in because everyone can shine.
Now this question is a real serious one I'm worried for you. Chewing gum is banned in Singapore. What are you going to do?
I think they have some of their brands that they allow, just like you can't import them. But yeah, once I got the news, I crawled into my bag and took everything out before I traveled here. But I'm pretty sure that someone hooked me up with something, so let's see how it goes.
Someone hooked him up with something. That's very interesting, and that could be interpreted in a lot of different ways.
I don't know if you should say that on broadcast.
I mean, he said it, not us. Anyway, he also did say that, you know, and that's something I very much agree with, and I think that's a big point of conversation as well, that any given player for this team can show up at any given moment, any given tournament. Just look at the 4 players right there. Bit at a 120, JL at a 120, Imma at a 120, and Wonderful at a 118. If that's not homogeneous, I don't know what is.
Oh my goodness. I mean, Navi have been as clean as the streets of Singapore. It's so consistent how clinical they are in nature when they're all working together to put together the picture, which Blade so masterfully crafts every single pregame, and the fact that Alexi B is able to execute it along with Blade's vision. This team at this point, this is a huge test for Astralis, and it's obviously going to be a massive uphill battle. And frankly, I just don't think they even stand close.
Listen, we brought you out of retirement for a reason, Maui, and that is to pressure you a little bit. So if you were to give me a weakness within this Navi camp right now, is there anything that Astralis potentially can exploit when you look at Navi?
God, I mean, I think at this point we've had to just kind of talk about just how unlucky they are with BO5s, the fact that you brought up the fact they don't win blast events. Like, we're looking for these random jinxes at this point. That's how far we have to reach to find weaknesses for Navi. I guess the thing you can say in terms of their individual performance is that maybe because there isn't that consistent star, you're not always sure who's going to be popping up game to game, and that can make people have to adjust on the fly a little bit more. But in reality, I think the thing is that everybody at this point is looking at Navi demos, and that's probably the only saving grace for Astralis, that everyone is basing how they play T sides, the way they work off of each other on CT side, off of this team here. So they are the most studied team in World Counter-Strike.
And yet they've been able to perform at a consistently high level anyway. You're right when you're saying Astralis is going to have a big task ahead of them, especially when you consider where Astralis is at the moment. We do know that Cadian has been reintroduced, or introduced, I guess, into the Astralis camp once more. He's now the in-game leader of the team, but it hasn't been a great start for Astralis at all, has it?
No, they've only won 2 maps out of the 10 that they've played thus far, and that is, and one of those, by the way, was a 13-0 loss. So they are in no condition right now to be taking down the world champions. I feel like Navi right now are going to be licking their chops, looking to farm some rating right here. And on the other side for Astralis, I mean, they're clearly a work in progress. Cadian's talked about it. The best version of Astralis is not going to be here in 2024. On top of that, he has an arm injury. His mouse hand is messed up right now. What's going on there?
I don't know, but I guess we can find out. I never thought I would say that Astralis would struggle for such a long time, and I never thought that I was going to be hosting anyway, and I sure as hell never thought that I was going to introduce a device interview as the former in-game leader of Astralis.
What does that day-to-day life look like for you guys of working on it? Like, where is the key focuses for this Astralis to be what we expect it to be because of the names you have?
I think, first of all, as a team, you need to get on the same page, understand the game on the same way, and discuss different situations so you are more aligned. That's one thing, and then another key factor is just getting a good map pool, understanding like what our strengths are with the players we have right now, and working on that and making sure that we are comfortable picking the maps we want to going into tournaments. I think that's also one of the key elements.
Do you feel that you guys are on the same page now? Like, have you come to that agreement?
We've only been playing together for a month, so it's hard to say that we're on the same page completely. It takes a lot of time. I think for national teams like us, I think you tend to see more results further into the future rather than just in the beginning. But yeah, I think that we're working. So.
And coming into this game against Navi, yes, they're the best team in the world right now. It's obviously a tough challenge, but how do you guys view it in terms of getting an advantage, getting ahead against them? Is there something you've been able to notice?
I mean, we've known our matchup for some time now, so it's about having good prep and using that for the practice from home. And other than that, I mean, everyone here is also focusing on a major, so Navi is doing the same, and it's sort of a free tournament to test out where you're at right now. And yeah, I think we're ready. We'll see.
There's a couple of interesting talking points when it comes to this interview from the Wise. The first one I want to bring up to you, Maui, is for how long can we allow Astralis to continue down the trend of saying we're preparing for the future? I feel like when you're struggling that much, when you've been in such a rough period, when you've been changing your in-game leaders in and out, when you sign Cadian as well, it makes sense to say that it's going to take some time before they're firing on all cylinders. But for how long can they keep saying that before we start to question it?
It needs to start now. I mean, I don't even really buy the line that he said there. He said that national teams take longer to get up to speed. That's actually quite the opposite.
Yeah.
It's always been international teams where we say, okay, give them a little bit more time, make sure they're on the same page. If you're speaking the same language, if you're speaking Danish, I feel like we've talked about that's a Danish buff. You know, when Magisk and Dupree are in a 2vx, it's like, oh, they can switch to Danish. That's going to help them out. But Device, I think he was just kind of struggling for words there, trying to find some excuse for why there hasn't been any success just yet.
Yeah, and that's, you know, I would argue that's the case for Astralis. There has been little success or no success at all. One of the reasons for that, I think, is Stavn and Yabi haven't really brought what was supposed to be, you know, firepower to a lineup, what was supposed to be a certain know-how of how you win Counter-Strike games. They came in from Heroic. We all know the drama that transpired back in the day when that happened. Astralis also paid an awful lot of money for these two, and they were world-class players, but we haven't seen that in Astralis. So how much is that Stavn and Yabi not living up to those expectations? And how much are they hindered by the fact that Astralis has been a bit of a mess?
They're system players. Stavn is a system player.
Yep.
He's not by any means going to blow you away with his mechanics. He's a guy that needs to work in the Cadian system. And let's not forget the fact that Stavn was playing on Heroic with Cadian for years leading up to him joining Astralis. It wasn't just that little swap that Yabi was introduced to the system for refresh. It was an upgrade because the firepower was there. He was able to make his lurks look really strong. But no, for Stavn, I will say this. There is a slight silver lining. There is a little bit of a saving grace. I do think that Stavn has actually looked better individually with Cadian than he did at any point playing under Device, let alone Blame F.
And I think that's one of the main points that sometimes goes a bit missing in the community. I don't think Astralis necessarily signed Cadian because they believe that he's coming in and he's making all of the difference. I think he's being signed in order to activate two of your biggest investments within Astralis.
Absolutely. I feel like Cadian right now has to be the Stown Whisperer, the Yabby Whisperer. He has to allow Device to flourish and become the Opera that he once was again. I just feel like at this point, I've seen a clashing of philosophies. The way that Device still wants to play Counter-Strike, the way he wants to be active and mobile and be the focal point of a defense, that isn't really the Cadian system. Cadian would he would go for an opening pick, do something aggressive early on, but most of the mid-round was focused around the riflers being active, looking for new picks, while the Opera just holds a line and more or less is just supporting them. And I think Device is trying to reel in himself and realize that he's more now just a cog in a system versus being the focal point of what I thought was a stellar Astralis defense back in the day. But that was 2018.
I was just about to say, back in the day, it's been a long, long time since we've seen that from Astralis. Now, we kind of set the scene for you pretty well. You're looking at the best team in the world right now, having the huddle, having the final talks, coming into this Astralis game. You're looking at an Astralis team who, by Device's words, you know, maybe they're ready. I think he's ready. Maybe we're using this as a bit of a practice. So, silver lining here for us, Maui, if we want a competitive game, if we want to believe that Astralis can potentially win against NAVI, let alone take a map off NAVI, what needs to happen on the server?
Well, they changed up their veto. During Rio, they were picking every single time Ancient. This time around, they're going to be going for Nuke. And I feel like they have to just have been cooking something. I feel like the surprise here is in the veto for me. And I feel like in many cases, Navi themselves maybe weren't expecting it. There's a chance there. And so that surprise factor, the fact that they probably went to the drawing board with Rugga, Cadian coming up with some new strategies, that is the one way that they can get off to a hot start here, which they're going to need to do, because if Navi's rolling, they ain't coming back, Astralis.
I'll buy that argument. My only issue with it is that now Navi finally have had a bit of a break. You know, that's been one of the biggest talking points with Navi, that even LXCB addressed it a couple of times, that maybe we're getting a bit burned out. You know, we're constantly getting to the grand finals. We never get time off. We never get time to practice. Now they finally had time to practice. So you're saying maybe Astralis have been home cooking because they leave the tournaments early, but Navi have in fact been home and they have been cooking. So do you think that's going to even out that playing field a bit?
Suffering from success, Navi are. The fact that they just keep ending up in all of these grand finals and everybody's looking at what they're doing. But the fact that they've had a week off, that they've been able to go back to the drawing board. I know that Blade relishes time away from playing officials, the way he can go back to the drawing board, look at what's been going wrong, because Blade's a perfectionist. He's not a guy that's going to say, hey, we won the tournament, everybody relax. I'm looking at you, Taz. I'm saying Blade's going to say, no, we lost 5 rounds this map. Why did we lose these 5 rounds? He's not going to be all hunky-dory with them. He's not going to pat them on the back for winning. He's going to say that we need to make sure that it is 13-0 next time.
And I think that's one of the reasons, one of the many reasons why we think he is the best coach in the game as of right now. Do you think that Navi, after this little break, after having had some time preparing for this tournament, preparing for the RMR, the major as well, do you think they could potentially come out and look even better than what we've seen the past couple of months?
I feel like for whatever reason, Navi is continuing to exceed expectations with the level that they've stabilized at, which is at the world #1. It feels like the distance between them and whoever is #2 is growing every single tournament I watch them at. Even if they're sometimes just getting to the grand finals, it's that every other team in this space is showing inconsistencies. They're showing that there's somehow some kind of counters for them. I'm thinking teams like, say, Vitality, who look like a team that every time they face off against Navi, they're looking like they can beat them, but it's always about getting there. They don't always get to the finish line. They don't get to the final 10 meters of the race. They're sometimes tripping up halfway through it.
And I think that's one of my concerns when it comes to everyone else besides Navi. I think we've seen plenty of times now, we even saw it in Rio, where Navi ended up winning the entire tournament, that even when Navi is performing at their C level, their B level, they still find a way to win the games. They still find a way to claw their way back into the game. And to me, that's probably one of the biggest compliments you can give to Navi, that even when you're not playing at your best, even when you're maybe having a day off, you're still able to win games, because that's not the case for Vitality. That's not the case for G2. We saw that in Rio, but Navi arguably is the only team in the world who can afford to play at 70, 80% and still win.
I mean, just to characterize the players on this team and why they're so complementary, it's so hard to pick flaws in Navi as a whole, because they all cover the mistakes of each other. Sure, Wonderful doesn't always play the best in grand finals, but JL is a big stage player. Sure, Ema sometimes is a little bit better in the early part of a tournament, but Bit shows up in those really pivotal matches. And even LXCB is good for a good game here or there, a good map here and there when he's in the zone, when he's locked in. And on top of that, you have the best tactician standing right behind you. So every single game, you're coming in with a better game plan. And whereas other teams are trying to to play catch up in the mid game with their timeouts, they're just letting Blade talk more. They're actually shooting themselves in the foot every single time they decide to call a timeout.
So there we go. Maybe that's a suggestion. Don't take timeouts against Navi because it actually benefits them more than it benefits yourself, which in itself is a little bit crazy to say. The game was supposed to start now. We have a little bit of a technical issue. I'm sure that some of the best people in the world when it comes to this are working on the case right now, so it should be a few more minutes before we're ready with this game. We set the scene for Navi. We complimented them. We argued that they're the best team in the world. I don't think there's any counter argument to that. So let's try to set
I want to ask you one question, Pep.
Okay,
I want to ask you one question.
okay.
Who do you think's the best player on Navi?
Damn, that's a tough question. I think from having listened into some of the voice comments, well, I think Immer arguably is the most influential player within Navi. And then you look at JL, you look at how well he's been playing, and you'd argue that JL could definitely be the best player within Navi as well. But I think from the way Immer is communicating, from his positions on the map, from how he's constantly in the center of all actions, you look at the T side of Mirage, you look at Ancient, great example. I think he's arguably the most influential player within Navi, and he doesn't get the recognition for it.
His secondary calling has been stellar. Every time we're patched in at any of the events that show off the voice comms, it has been Ima in the mid rounds who has come up with these masterful plans, devising them on the fly, using the information he's getting on Extremity or Lurk plays, and finding ways to put together the picture which Blade and Alexi B should be. But for whatever reason, the fact that the finishing blows, the finishing calls are so frequently put together by Ima, I think that's a great case, Pimp. I do think that if you say on a given map, on a given day, who's going to be the best player, who's going to have the most output, statistical output, I've really liked Wonderful a lot, but for whatever reason, in those huge big stage games, I have felt him lacking a little bit.
Yeah, I think there's a fair argument, and I guess the counterpart to that is JL. You know, his clutching ability, he's always stepping up. He seems unfazed by the pressure, and I think he's also one of those guys within the team that alleviates some of the pressure that sometimes build up upon Navi. It is interesting. We saw the statistics for the team. You have 3 players at a joint 1.20 rating for the past 3 months. You're Wonderful at 118, and then you have Alexi B doing the calling. You know, he's also contributing. You know, he's also part of the team.
I give him a pass.
So that's fair enough. Before you so rudely interrupted me, Maui, I was about to talk a little bit about my Danish friends over from the Astralis camp, and I say friends. I don't really make friends in this industry. Anyway,
you're my friend, Tim. You're my
friend. There we go. I want to set the expectations for these guys. Device was trying to give us a little bit of a loopsy-whoopsy answer, you know, saying that maybe it's a bit of a practice event, and maybe we're ready, maybe we're not. If you're looking at Astralis right now, you're ranked number 16, 17 in the world. You've been struggling. You brought in Cadian. So what is the expectations for this tournament? Are we okay with Astralis coming in, losing both their games, and stay competitive, or do we need to see some W's before we can start taking them seriously?
Oh, win some maps. Win some maps. You've won
enough?
2 out of 10 with Cadian. Well, I'll just put it like this. I don't think they're beating Navi. I don't know if they're going to beat either FaZe or MOUZ in the lower bracket game as well. So do I have expectations that they're going to be winning a series here? No, but I need to see that there is something that's being put together, because I usually give a team about 3 events before I really start to grade them. It doesn't matter, domestic, international. Sure. I usually feel like I can get a great grasp of what's going on. And I will say, the quality of events, the caliber of events that that is, Astralis have played are quite high. They played the fall finals. They're playing the world final. These are the best teams in the world. These events are totally stacked. So it's difficult, but you should at least be winning maps, because it has been 4 majors in a row where Astralis have yet to find even sticker money. And that is unacceptable for a storied organization such as themselves, and for a player of Device's caliber, of Stound's caliber, Yabby's caliber. It's honestly gotten to a point where it is flat out embarrassing. It has been by no means the glorious road that they've taken to get here. It has been a tragic fall from grace that Cadian needs to uplift his team at this point, or there will be the heads gotta roll. Heads gotta roll.
Which begs the question, for me at least, when I look at Astralis and when I look at the trajectory they're on right now, and when I look at some of the decisions they've made in terms of bringing in Cadian, signing Yabby and Stound, I feel like you're running out of options if you're Astralis right now. You look at the Danish scene as well. I'll be the first to say that I think we're in probably the worst place we've been in for quite some time in terms of the talents coming up the ranks, in terms of having the domestic competition where Astralis was always able to pick the best parts from all sorts of teams. Those teams doesn't exist anymore. So if you're Astralis right now, if you're the GM, if you're looking at this project, and for some reason this is not working out, then what on earth are you supposed to do? Are we just entering a timeline where we have to be okay with the fact that Astralis, unless they go international, is just going to be a tier 2 team?
Oh my goodness. A tier 2 Astralis.
That's what they are right now.
Because in terms of the I mean, what would I call a team that hasn't been to 4 consecutive majors? What would I call an organization that did make it to 4 consecutive majors?
Tier 2 team.
I'd call them tier 2. So is that already the definition that's in place? Because usually we're saying, oh, how are these tier 2 teams getting to the major? How are they going deep at the major? Such as the Blast Paris major. How did that happen? But those teams at least made it. Astralis didn't even get the stickers at that. And I feel like at this point, the organization is got to be looking at what's going on here and say, who are the people in charge of making these roster changes, these swaps, and do they need to be examined at this point? Because I'm not going to look at any single person on this roster and say they are not capable of playing just major qualifying Counter-Strike. So what's going on in terms of all of the fits that we are clearly not getting?
And that's the most frustrating part. I think if the Danish fans right now are listening, if the Astralis fans are sitting out there thinking we are a bit harsh on Astralis, I think they have the same sentiment. You look at the lineup, you look at the quality of the players, you look at the history as well. There's not a single reason on paper why Astralis shouldn't be able to deliver decent results. There's not a single reason on paper why Astralis wouldn't be able to be competitive at a tournament of this caliber as well. But I agree with you. You know, maybe you heard it here first, but Astralis have been conducting themselves as they were a tier 2 team. Now, they are in Group A at this tournament, Mao. You said it yourself, we only have some of the best teams in the world attending this tournament, and they're in a stacked group with FaZe and MOUZ as well. So, you were prefacing it a little bit. You're saying you don't think they're going to beat NAVI, which I think is a very fair statement. It's a very fair thing to say. Now, they are going to face either MOUZ or FaZe. Whether that's going to be a winner's game, loser's game, we'll have to find out. But do you see Astralis realistically having a chance in Group A?
I will say that on the other side of the bracket here, FaZe has not been in the situation or state that they would want to be in. And so if there's anyone to pick on, it would be FaZe, who themselves seem like they need some kind of roster swap in order to find the success that they were having at the very beginning of CS2, because in some ways it really does feel like if they don't find success at the World Final, if they don't find success at the Major, they need to make changes. And I feel like there is a huge lottery afoot here in terms of finding new talent in the tier 1.5, tier 2 space, or maybe even another team in the tier 1. Yeah, I'm talking about FaZe Academy, I'm talking about MOUZ. I feel like right now there is a sweepstakes afoot. If MOUZ doesn't do well, if FaZe doesn't do well, I know who's going to be picking on who.
I know where I would go if I were FaZe right now, that's for sure. Be careful calling for roster changes within FaZe though, because it may be the most obvious thing ever said. At least that's what Reddit is trying to tell us every single day. You're looking at MOUZ, right? You're looking at a team that could be potentially picked apart if the big boys like FaZe, Vitality are coming for your players. So I think the interesting conversation for me is that had MOUZ not done so well at IM Rio, I would almost bank a lot of money on saying that this team will be picked apart. There's so much talent, there's so much quality, but there's so many player types that some of the bigger boys out there could need. Jimfat, great example. If you were to join Vitality or FaZe, it would make an awful lot of sense. You look at your Exertion as well. There's a lot of teams who could use that player on their lineup as well. Shuhei as an in-game leader. I think everyone out there is looking towards Shuhei. What happens if, you know, Karrigan is saying, I'm done with FaZe, then who's the next guy you bring in as a cult bearer in that regard? That would be Shuhei. So do you think MOUZ and arguably this tournament, but also the major coming up, if they don't perform or if they don't do well, could that be a team that is just going to completely being picked apart?
I mean, every top team is salivating at the prospect of getting one of their players. Imagine Shuhei for G2. Imagine Exertion for Rain. Oh my gosh. Imagine Yimpat for practically, for like a Vitality. Are you kidding me? Like, all of these players would fit in so perfectly because they're so role defined. That's another thing. They're so strong in all of their positions that you could easily go 1-for-1 on players that are not looking as sharp on these other big dogs. And I know someone in a MOUZ office right now is cringing. They're thinking, come on, we got to keep them together. But hey, if there aren't any results and those contracts are expiring, people are going to look around for what is there on other greener pastures.
I'm not gonna lie, if I were the MOUZ GM, you know, I'd be a little bit stressed right now. Obviously, we don't know the contractual situation of the players. Some could be signed for years to come. Some could be running out. We don't know, but I think it's an interesting prospect right now, looking at this MOUZ lineup, thinking that there's so many players that could go elsewhere. Now, I think this group as a whole is very interesting. So we have NAVI obviously as a favorite to win the group, win both their games and move directly into it. Now, who would you say is the second favorite of this group? Who could be the one team that could potentially do the dirty stuff to NAVI? Would that be MOUZ after the Rio final?
Yeah, I'd have to say so. The fact that they didn't really put up necessarily the strongest fight, but they got comfortable against them. And I always feel like if you're a team like MOUZ, comfort comes first. You need to make sure that you're first comfortable with the arena stage. Then you got to be comfortable with the pressure of a grand final. There's so many moments where you need to level up in your career in terms of experience that at this point, MOUZ are getting reps. That's what everybody else should be scared about. The fact that MOUZ have been on a grand final stage, that they didn't just bomb out immediately once they reached the playoffs like they have in the past. They aren't just getting nervous because of a crowd rushing on the stage or anything like that. Like, they've seen it all at this point. Like, they're gaining experience. They're definitely wiser beyond their years at this point. And so you give them enough chances, they're not going to miss every single time.
They are maturing as we speak right now. So are we. So we will be shutting up very soon. Before we jump on a break, we have to see the predictions for the tournament, which is and could be very interesting. Now, one thing sticks out as always, Maui, and you'll have your chance to nag at him. Why is Anders still part of this game?
I feel like Anders is just on a live mission every single time. What is the Astralis pick there? I know, like, there is an aspect to this game where you want to pick the underdog. That's how the points work on this thing, that you can steal lives here and there, but maybe go with FaZe. Like, I feel like all of us went for the quote-unquote underdog in FaZe just because if there's one coin flip that you think can go tails, that's going to be the one.
That's going to be the one. I have one question for you, though, and I'm a bit surprised to see that many of us picking FaZe. I thought to myself when I did my predictions that was a bit of a coin toss, but everyone seems to agree that FaZe is beating MOUZ.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, also, the last BO3, and we're going to talk about it when we get to that one, is FaZe, they just lost to them. They're going to look back at it, and I just don't have it within me to think that Kerrigan's going to take that lion down. He's not going to just sit there and say, oh, that was too bad. like they're gonna rethink the veto, they're gonna rethink their own strategy book, and the things that I was praising FaZe for so much early on in CS2, the fact that they were bringing so many strats to the table. They were telling us that Neo was coming up with all these ideas, really updating their playbook. That needs to happen already. Like, that needs to be happening at a tournament like this because they had a little bit of a break after Rio. They were able to go back to the drawing board, and if Neo isn't helping out and Kerrigan's not there too, I also think that they're clearly on the chopping block if it is a continued slew of bad results.
We got plenty of stuff to talk about throughout this week, throughout this tournament, but we are ready with the first game of the day, first game of the tournament. Astralis will take on the big boys, the best team in the world, NAVI, right now, right here, after a short little break. Well, turns out I'm a liar. We're back, me and Maui. We have a couple of interesting things that we want to dive into just before we start the game. The technical issues has been solved, so we are just about ready. But we're just listening into Navi right here, heading into Nuke. You said that maybe that could be a bit of a surprise pick from Navi. I was listening into Blade right here. He knew everything that's coming at them. He was walking through different pistol rounds, different ideas that Astralis wanted to do. He was preparing LXB for a lot of different scenarios. So it does sound like Navi are well prepared when it comes to Nuke.
It's over. It's over. Just call it. Yeah, we've been hearing everything that he's been saying, and he knows every single strat that they could possibly run, all the things that they need to look out for. He is so ready for this one. There's no shock. There's no awe. And I feel like Astralis are going to be humbled.
They are going to be humbled. It's going to be a tough game, regardless of what's going to happen on Nuke. Do you think they have a chance on Nuke? Is that the way into this series for Astralis, or is it unlikely that they even get a map?
The only chance. That's all they've got.
Okay.
If there's no Nuke, you think you're going to beat Navi on Mirage? Dude, their Mirage is crazy. It's almost an era-defining map. If there is a Navi era, it's because of what is going to be happening on map number 2. The only way that Astralis have a chance in this series is if they make miracles happen here on Nuke.
Okay, they're currently having their huddle right now, the Astralis boys. They are about ready to start the game as well. You're saying Nuke is the only way into this series, so tell me, who from Astralis needs to step it up an extra notch for them to have a chance stealing away Nuke?
I feel like Yabi. I feel like Yabi on Lurks for this map has done a lot of heavy lifting for Cadian-led lineups in the past. And so if there's any guy that I feel like needs to be the X factor here, because I just feel like in terms of game planning, in terms of overall teamwork, strategizing, Navi are going to come out ahead. You need some of the players who have a little bit more individual autonomy, like Yabi, to actually make something happen, create openings, find kills that he's not supposed to. Take down Ima at door. Take that fight at door. Yabi, you're supposed to be mechanically stronger than him. People talked about how you had the best aim in all of Denmark for such a long time. Ima's going to be right there on the other side of that squeaky door. If you're able to get some kills on him, you can open up the map for everybody.
It's been enjoyable to have you back, Maui, but I'm going to have to cut you off now. I don't want to listen to you. However, I do want to listen to the two casters taking on into this game. It's Astralis taking on Navi. We have two wonderful casters to direct you through the game.
Wondering what vibe he's going for there. Seems like he likes us. Yeah, Anders, the headline is Astralis need more time, and thankfully, due to the tech pause, they've got some. Maybe they have a chance here today.
They do have some, Henry. I'm raw dogging this intro, trying to connect with the younger audience. So go on, tell me about the game. You excited?
We have got quite a game coming up here. It is going to be Astralis versus Navi, the opener World Finals here. You can see the live odds coming through. I think it's fair to say Navi are the favorites, Anders. I'm not really sure what you mean by raw dogging it. I mean, you're just going to stare into the abyss while we do the cast?
Yeah, you don't know about this?
I mean, I'm aware of it on planes. I'm not sure if it really translates into a live broadcast necessarily.
I think it could. Like, you know, you got to expand the horizon a little bit.
Okay.
Listen, somebody told me this is what the kids are into. I thought, you know, I'd make it topical for...
I like it. I like the fact you're kind of still managing to kind of bring new ideas to the table and to the tournaments. But we've got a couple more tournaments to close things out before the 2024 season's over. This is one of the big ones with the major around the corner as well. Astralis, they have not played Nuke under Cadian as of yet. They haven't played many maps. We've had Mirage, Ancient, Dust 2, and Inferno from them. 2 wins in total, Anders, out of 10 outings. Doesn't look good, but the fact they've thrown in a curveball like Nuke, maybe there's a chance here today.
Yeah, if it is a curveball at all, we don't really know yet because, as the desk was just saying, maybe Navi are already going to be prepared. We'll find out right now. It's Navi going to be starting on the CT side. It's Astralis going to be on that T side and already trying to make a bit of a run at it out of the yard. They're going to run it into down. It's Alexi going down early. I like the attempted info there, but I wish there would have been more of a grenade to set him up for that swing, and it just wasn't really the case. Down below, somehow Yabi's found his way in, and he's going to get the headshot on Bit. A long fight there against JL, who's feeling the pressure. Yeah, he's about to get sandwiched in here. Cadian knows he hears everything, and he should be winning this fight already. I can't believe that JL is still alive. Finally goes down, and this round looks like it's on lockdown. They should never lose this.
I think you're probably onto something there. It's a 5 versus 2, but Ima, the gunslinger, with those Julies, finding nothing but headshots there. Beautiful work to bring the round back to life here. Device, bear in mind he's low, and Anders, he's been found as well. Back to a 2-on-2. This will be an absolute blunder to give this round up a 5-on-2 scenario, and now finally Ima dealt with. It's wonderful. The last play on the upper bottom side gives it a good crack, but it will be a 1v1 victory for Astralis. They almost give it up.
Yeah, from a 2-on-5 into a 1 versus 1, that is pretty scary. I'm not going to lie, but I guess that's kind of the nature of the USP. Could be pretty quick. So still a good job, Astralis. They win the pistol, and they managed to make it awkward enough there for Navi. They looked like they didn't know exactly what was going on. So maybe the pick of Nuke, at least for the beginning here, looking pretty decent.
I mean, had they lost that round, you probably called the GG there. It's not, but they managed to win it. That's awesome. And will be Astralis up against the MP9s here. Upper rush, though, as Yabi leads the way with a Galil. Beautiful shots. Alexi will find him through the smoke, but it looks like the upper bomb site's under their remit. They have got an M4 in the hands of JL, but I think that's round done. It's going to be Bit and Alexi B holding on to the little they have and starting to peel off already. Nice work from Astralis. Upper rush managing to find in the second round, no problem.
Yeah, I like it. You want to see Astralis look a bit more confident. I think that's one of the things that people have been talking about a lot. It's just they just don't seem like they are feeling the game right now, and individually it's just a little bit all over the place. So some quick rounds early on.
Yeah.
A bit of I mean, I like it. I don't want to see this lineup of players look scared or look like they don't like. They should have the firepower, right?
I mean, at this stage, it's kind of weird. Like, we've kind of lost hope for Astralis at this point. We've had so many exciting changes and
I know
different ideas and blockbuster roster moves, but it just doesn't seem to be coming together. So we're just happy that they had a good start here, you know. I was a little bit disappointed from Device's interview. Like, the fact he had the audacity to come out and say national teams need more time than international ones. It's like, bro, that is got to be the worst take. Surely, if you've got 5 Danes on the server, that's where you can actually hit the ground running and actually have a decent start here. It's been a bit of a wasted year for Astralis. Lots of different ideas in terms of Device being the in-game leader for 6 months. Now bringing in Cadian, who has not looked good in CS2 whatsoever. He's now the rifler. It seems like a bit of a mess, but let's see what they can do. See where they can close out 2024 in a positive fashion, as we have got another upper rush for the looks of things here. No nonsense Counter-Strike as Cadian leading the way with the MAC-10 creeping out of the huts. Utility deployed, and bear in mind this is an eco. NAVI didn't save anything in the previous round, so should be a foregone conclusion. They picked this one up. It's just a question of how clean is it going to be?
I mean, obviously, if they were to somehow win this map or even the series against Na'Vi, that would be one hell of a headline. So I guess there's that going on. You know, a chance for Astralis here right at the end of the year to really prove something. But I agree. The more time meme anyway is a little bit played out, whether they are national rosters or not. It feels like at some point we have to say there's not going to be more time for things to really work out. So you want to see them really put this team together right here. It looks like it's going to be a fairly easy 3-0 lead for Astralis. We're all celebrating that. We're all happy. Question for Na'Vi now is, how do they want to play this first round? They've got rifles picked up. It's going to be interesting to see how aggressive they want to be at the start. Time will tell.
I think there are going to be some major concessions being made here, considering they did force buy in the second. They've got the wonderful AWP. You can see most of the players, though, without helmets. The M4 in the hands of Device, Katie on the MAC-10, there's a Galil there for Stare. Helmets will be a talking point going into this first gun round. We'll see what kind of stance Na'Vi bring to the table. Will be wonderful playing towards credit card, looking for any opening picks available. But the nice quick smokes from Astralis do make things a lot more uncomfortable for him. They seem to be aware of his tendencies as well. Nice grenade. Smack on him there. Takes him to 75, and could be going towards ramp as well. Bit under a lot of pressure. Flashbang's going to hit him perfectly. A nice double peek here coming from Astralis to get the opening frag, but now JL trying to bring the round back to life. Brings it back to a 4-4.
And that trade is still going to be worth it for Astralis. I think they'll definitely take that 1-for-1, even if Stown drops a bit low.
Yeah.
Immer's down here. He's going to get smoked off towards the control room, so nice little line up, but unable to do any damage between. I think it's a little bit too steep for the angle. Stare walking around outside, and even with the Galil, he's actually able to win that fight. I don't think there was any helmet there on Alexi, so he's just dead almost immediately.
Okay, this is looking very good for Astralis. They have got a few players that are very low HP. They no longer have Stare. Nice positioning from Immer as well, but Cadian, beautiful shot, the run and gun of the M4. JL now needs to deliver the goods and can't do it. Device will find him. 3 versus 1, wonderful in the AWP, almost zero chance of even attempting this one, Anders, considering the bomb's down towards lower. To Astralis, this is the best possible start they could have hoped for. They win that first gun round, they've won the bonus round, which is this one. You've got like the MAC-10, M4s, Galils going into this, and Stare managing to find those players without the helmets towards outside. Wonderful will save the AWP. The lost bonus will be accumulating at this point. We'll see whether he can hold on to the sniper. But yeah, Astralis, they have yet to play this map under the leadership of Cadian. And so far, so good. 4 rounds in a row and 0 for Na'Vi. Oh, he's dead, surely.
Yeah, he's in a bit of trouble back here, isn't he?
Oh, that smoke makes things so uncomfortable. Now they can get super. He's dead for sure. He can't survive this.
Yeah, they're going to find him. There's no reason for them not to run him down here. It's going to be one of the kills, and you're absolutely right. Device to find him right at the end. And the lack of helmets, I think, really having an impact there. Obviously, the Galil outside, but even down below, there was like the M4 was picked up there by Cadian, and he absolutely wrecked them. So great stuff. And the flashbang to set it all off towards the ramp was a thing of beauty. So this is exactly what we want to see.
Really nice shot there for Cadian. Nice to see them with a good start here. A fighting chance on a map for once. We'll see whether it can be converted as we get into a bit of a partial buy situation. Lost bonus certainly getting there now, as we will see some 5.7s, some Deagles, and an MP9. I have a chance for Astralis to put another one on the board here, but that's a massive grenade deployed early on, so some damage inflicted towards Device and Cadian. Still not dissuaded. We'll send a lot of numbers down towards the lower bomb site here. We've got the bomb there as well on the back of Stown. With this sort of map control, and it's their map to lose now. And in terms of the lower control for the CTs, we've got Imma. Sure, he's down towards lower preemptively, but with the 5.7 only and no utility, it's unlikely he finds more than maybe one kill.
Yeah. Again, I'm really enjoying the assertiveness from Astralis, even if it's not, a rush, but just, they're not waiting around scared at the back of lobby.
I think when you're like in this sort of mindset right now, everything's going well, the rushes are working, people are hitting their shots, it makes Cadian's job a lot easier. No one's struggling, they haven't had any massive disasters yet. You can call confidently, and everyone's believing. It's until you hit a few bumps in the road that could change things here. We'll see if this is one of those rounds as Stair goes down with nothing. Like we said, that 5.7 probably good for one. He does upgrade to a rifle now. It's down. 35 seconds on the clock. He needs to find Imma quickly. This kill could decide the round, and it's huge. Yabi goes down to the 5.7s as well. 3 versus 2.
It's a bit awkward, isn't it? Device, though, he may have recaptured the round with that kill because Alexi was about to try and escape through the hut. If he had it, the bomb plant would have been very difficult, but 2 AKs picked up here from Bit and Imma, and they're going to get... Ooh, nearly spotted. I don't know how much he saw there, Cadian, but got to be careful he doesn't go down if he goes back to check.
You know they won't have kits here.
Yeah.
And the fact they've got 2 AK-47s here, sure, it's a round that's possible, but very unlikely. I don't think they're going for it. But we're going to see AK's actually vaulting up towards air conditioning right now. Cadian should be good for one if they do fancy this. Like, you can't win the round anymore. But you can make it expensive, that's for sure. Trying to take every single one down with them. Good try.
Okay.
Maybe there was like a world where the 10-second defuse could come in. Like it would have been down to milliseconds there, but still decent effort. No AK saved. Not the end of the world. You keep your position very weak. Like bear in mind if they just lose one round, they're down to $1,400 lost bonus. So if you can make sure they're reinvesting fully into that next round, win it, you could bring this half back to life. But this is not the start we expected here. Astralis up 5-0, winning their clutches. Everyone seems to be delivering. No one's choking. And we got the first real gun round now. This is where Astralis actually have rifles across the board. An AWP for Device. There's no MAC-10, there's no Galils. 5-0. 5 is already pretty much a done deal in terms of a decent half for the T-side on Nuke, but we'll see what they can do with this going forward. We're going to have one player down towards Secret. Decent map control once again. Little to no resistance. They don't take any damage on routes. CT's not sure how many players made it down. On the top towards main to allow his teammates over as well.
Yeah, they're doing so much work at the beginning of these rounds once again. I feel like in modern day Counter-Strike and Nuke, out of that yard, you end up spending so many resources going back and forth and, trying to sneak your way past, but they're actually getting so much map control at the beginning of these rounds. NAVI struggling a little bit to keep the Danes back. It's wonderful here, just towards the window. When that disappears, the smoke, he's got to be a bit careful, but it does seem like he's well aware. So falling back to secondary position. He's a bit nervous because there's nobody else out there with him. I think they're walking up now. They're doubling down in the lower bomb site. I think they're going to go up the stairs eventually if they keep going like this.
This is a great call because you've been conditioning that lower bomb site time and time again in these gun rounds, but we're going to go towards upper this time. Alexi will find Yabi. JL in a strong position. Looks like he's guaranteed to get at least one kill here. Flashbang's very effective though. Stown will convert and Imma keeps the man advantage alive. 25 seconds afterwards.
Yeah, great work from Imma, just at the right spot. And the desk, we're talking about it, how good he is at those positional plays. Going to get Cadian as well. Yeah, I think having Imma out there as a security policy really, really helped out. But I like the idea from Astralis anyway. You're absolutely right. They have been going down lower quite a bit. And the flashbang to set them up for the heaven position was almost good enough to set up for the round, but maybe not quite. Oh, that's awkward. That was an awkward way to die. So Yabi getting killed from Alexi at the start of the round.
Alexi B coming to life. Bit of a nuke specialist himself. Cheeky kills in the back there. As we mentioned before, the 5-7s taking down all 5 players in the previous round will have some ramifications here. So we do have one more strong buy for Astralis, but they'll only be getting $1,900 into that next round. So this one has to be converted. They want to keep this streak going, applying that pressure. And Device will best wonderful towards outside. That credit card position has been a bit of a nuisance for him. It seems like they're aware of his tendencies, and it will be a 5-on-4 early. Alexi B, not known to be a sniper, will recover the weapon and is bit. Playing on the front foot here, trying to answer back towards the ramp room.
Wow, just ice cold as the smoke fades.
He's done well there.
Yeah, that's really all you need, isn't it? I'm actually surprised he goes back to check, but I guess he was trying to beat them to the punch there. He will find the kill. Oh my god.
Oh no, it's awkward. Image blocked JL on the retreat. They were in 2 different mindsets there. Let's take lobby control. Let's fall back with the man advantage. Comms get a bit messy.
Oh.
And now it's down to Alexi B. Anders with the AWP on the A bomb side. What's he got?
Well, it's a great start as he takes down Stown, but there's more to come. 50 seconds on the side. Takes down Device as well. And he might have had a chance here to get back in the round, even though Bit is very low on health. Got to be careful. He definitely knows what's going on. He's hearing the footsteps here, so there's no surprises now. But can he actually get the bomb planted here? Stare faking it once. He's definitely hearing all the running on the other side here. So close, isn't it? 30 seconds left now. And Stare going to go for a bomb plant this time. He's going to commit to it. It's a good read right now on the younger player. Bit opening the door. The headshot. That is unbelievable. How did he do that?
Okay, huge round there and massive performance from Bit. It looked like he had so much confidence going into that 1v1 inside the head of Stare. Gets the bomb planted short and plays it well, but couldn't land a bullet. As this is the opening pick as well. Nice little boost towards outside to get Device in that advantageous position, but MVP of that round's got to be Bit. Shout out to Alexi B as well, recovering the sniper Anders, making it work, bringing it down to that 1v1. And what a shot from Bit. Had no business winning that 1v1 with 18 points of health, but it's a huge round. Bomb planted, though. I'm guessing it's going to be a sort of Tech 9 round here for Astralis going forward. But these are the sort of rounds that get you going here. Opening game of World Finals here in Singapore. Hope you're enjoying the show. It is going to be a force buy from Astralis here. Galil's Tech 9s, the last of the gold being deployed. And we'll see whether they can answer back. Managed to get 5 rounds in a row. But can still lose this half, 7-5. NAVI started to warm up. Lurk smoke towards up. Alexi B being brought in to deal with it.
Yeah, he's someone who's really been, I feel like, steadily gaining his confidence back a bit, just as an individual. Back when he was sort of
he's been a beast
man,
recently.
he was so sick, wasn't he? But with this new NAVI lineup, say new, but with the modern configuration of it, it feels like he was suffering a little bit at one point, like had a hard time finding his position in the team. I would say that that time is over now. There are so many maps where he does so much work, and yeah, the confidence to kick open the doors down there and just get the instant headshots, pretty sickening.
Interesting position from Cadian, but nice response from Immer as well. Didn't preempt the positioning of Device, so trying to get some lobby control, some information. They know a player's down towards lower, so just trying to reclaim territory across the map. But it will be another opening frag here for Astralis. They found a lot of them. Cadian up the vents. They've got no idea. Alexi B will have to deliver once again. Finds 1 kill, but it's a 4 versus 3 for the Danes.
Yeah, and I think Alexi's been sandwiched. I don't know if he realizes, but there is a player out here. Stare's got him locked in, and he should win this fight, but
wow,
it's Alexi coming out on top instead once again. Captain of the team trying to bring it back a little bit, see if he could do anything more. 30 seconds left in this one.
He's done very well to reposition here as well, giving himself a one-and-done position, which is absolutely fine. He's on for the hat-trick here. They are going to be making their way towards Squeaky Door and down the vents, but I don't think he can win this round. Bit's position is way too strong.
It absolutely is. He's got the Molotov as well, so if he can get even just 1 kill here, it's going to be huge for him. Already setting it up, but the spray is good. Picking up a quick double. I like the fact that Astralis is trying to leave Device here, because if they get the bomb plant, his position is so good, but obviously that never happens. So Bit and Alexi saving the day once again. That duo for the last couple of rounds has really brought NAVI back in the half a little bit.
Yeah, like I said, Alexi B, I consider him to be a bit of a nuke specialist, especially on the CT side. He's so good at like this, being a bit of a nuisance, ducking and weaving around smokes down the vent. And JL got unfortunate there. Cadian, nice timing from the vent. But Alexi B saves the day once more, funnels him down towards lower. As I mentioned, as soon as Bit gets his position, you're not going to win this round. You got Tech 9s and Galil's, no time. And Bit absolutely destroys them. And now we're starting to feel that pressure. The flying start from Astralis, we didn't expect it. It was almost a classic Astralis start. They had a 5-on-2 in the pistol, almost gave that up.
Yeah, you're
They
right.
didn't. Came down to the 1 versus 1, and they got the 5-0 lead. But now, NAVI getting stronger and stronger, as you might expect.
Yeah, they are warming up a little bit, which is probably bad news for Astralis. I still think 5 is pretty decent, but as we always say...
Well, the thing is, if you end up losing 7-5 now,
yeah,
that's going to be a real problem for the mental.
Yeah, you won't enjoy that the same way, will you? So I think you're right. That is kind of the downside here. Still haven't really got jail activated, just noticing, but he's in one kill, 8 deaths. So I'm sure that's going to change. We expect that he's going to be able to perform a little bit more. Again, aggressive at the start of the round. He was Device looking for a kill outside. He's got the hero AK. And so hadn't really had a chance to find anything yet. So a bit awkward. I like, again, the pace set in some of these early rounds here for Astralis. Going to try and see if they can run down Bit, but he's going to be quick with the headshot. And
just well played as well.
Yeah,
like some players would get greedy there. They're like, oh, there's P250s, no Kevlar. Maybe there's a chance for me to do something here. Oh, it's getting awkward now. They've got a couple of rifles. It was looking so good. They had multiple pieces of information there towards the ramp, and now a couple of cheeky Tech 9 kills just put them on the back foot. NAVI, 3 versus 2, but Device there are low. It's down. AWP, beautiful shot. I think that's enough to win the round here.
Yeah, I think they might have even heard where Bit is, so they can probably guess anyway, but Train on that corner with the scope up. The bomb not being planted yet because that is on the AWP or down, so right now they're just waiting, giving a lot of space for Bit to make the next move. Still about 40 seconds. Finally, they're going to go for the bomb plant here, but that is a bit of a shocking scenario. They don't even go for Bit, who's running away, because you're right, that is a great move for him to just escape once he gets the first one. But it's wonderful that got caught out a little bit.
I don't know what happened after that, but the wheels fell off. It was, wonderful going down, and as soon as he did, everyone joined him in the grave. Just Bit to survive here. Money's not fantastic on the CT side, and Astralis back to their winning ways, breaking the streak of NAVI 6-3. Technically can't lose the half anymore. And a nice cash injection as well. That was pretty much an eco. The saved AK for Device. Some P250s, some Tech 9s. See, Stown doesn't even have Kevlar.
That's really cool. That's, talking about Device and how he's playing in this team right now. These are the kind of rounds you think. That's what I want to see out of someone of his caliber. Taps away this headshot, though, I think definitely seals the deal.
That was the kill we didn't catch, and it's a very influential one as well. JL looking for that swing, looking for that trade towards main. As soon as he goes down, it all falls apart, and now we've got a tactical timeout. It's going to be NAVI working out their financial situation. I believe they saved one weapon there, but overall, cash was low. Even with 3 rounds in a row, there have been some close ones. And it's down to Astralis now to convert this advantage. Pretty sure they can't buy the AWP on the CT side, so it'll be interesting to see how they make that work, what the protocols are. Blade, it's from what our analyst told us from the studio. He was ready for this idea of nuke to be floated by Astralis. Bear in mind, it's a new squad with Cadian at the helm. They are yet to play this map, and so far, so good. As we will see them in a very interesting position here. 6 rounds on the T side. NAVI feeling a bit of financial pain. JL goes down to the MP9. It's wonderful on the M4. So more than enough to win around Anders, just not their ideal setup. And well read though. We got the Mac 10 for Cadian, knowing that their money's low. Very good call.
Yeah, no helmet on 3 players. So that Mac 10 definitely can
a real
shoot them
nuisance.
up pretty quickly. We'll see if it's going to be a thing or not here. Wonderful, actually, in a very awkward position right now. He's going to surely be traded out right now. Great headshot. And doesn't even reload. Just throws away that M4. Picks up the AK instead. It's a 4 versus 3. How did he do that?
That's kind of ridiculous. I don't know how he pulls that one off. It looked like he's out-positioned, outgunned, but he gives him the man advantage and fighting chance here. JL would love to get one of those rifles as possible. We'll have to make do on the MP9 for now. Ramp control gifted towards Astralis. They are going to head down towards lower. We do have some positional control from the CTs, but it's the aforementioned JL. He's got an incendiary and the MP9. He can't really challenge until they commit down towards our window or the bomb site itself, which is absolutely fine. There's 1 kill and staying alive if a JL. Even a 1 undone would be acceptable.
Yeah, I mean, he really had a hard time at the beginning of Nuke here, so I bet he'd love to have a bit of a round here, even if it is with the SMG.
That will do nicely.
That's actually sick timing. Stops the bomb from getting planted. 40 seconds, and it puts so much pressure on the rest of Astralis here. Device and Yabi left in a 2 versus 3. They actually do get the bomb planted, and a bit of a late peek, perhaps. Yeah, you got to be careful here, Bit. You don't want to die before the rest of the team is showing up.
We have got kits on the CT side. Device willing to take this battle, but to his demise, as Bit finds him, is going to take something quite special here from Yabi. Dinked early on, though, Anders. And it will be Navi back to their winning ways. Wonderful. With a stunning sequence of the M4A1S towards outside. They lost that first pick once again. He gets the double kill, funnels him down towards lower, and they work very well. And the retake there, nothing that Yabi and co could do. This was the double kill that saved the day. Alexi B goes down early. What a kill from JL, though. Milliseconds in it, as he denies the plant and pretty much secures the round. If they got a clean kill there and got the bomb down, I don't think they can go for this retake. Ridiculous from JL at range of the MP9. And that's a much-needed round here. We haven't seen many ecos in this first half, as we've got a couple more to go. Penultimate round here. Nice strong buy. As we see that upper rush, I think, being deployed once again, Anders.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. The flashbang's looking pretty good right now. Immer having a bit of a struggle here. JL goes down, and it's the Mac 10 again to open up that A-bomb side with. The speed behind Astralis at the start of this game has been absolutely fascinating. Not something that we see from them all the time, but I'm really enjoying it. 4 versus 3.
Going in.
Trying to go right in the smoke. It's Alexi almost having a full 360 battle there. Leaving Wonderful on his own. He's going to look for it here. Comes right through the smoke. I mean, if anyone could, it might be him on the AWP, but he's going to be in a really exposed position. It's too much at the end, and Device will take him down.
He actually hits down there as well. Yeah. Interesting idea, dropping the pistol, trying to give away some awkward sound cues to his opposition. But the upper rush, Anders, you've got to say, it's been working out time and time again. And great flashbangs as well. You can see the player on top of the hut completely destroyed by the bounce flashes. And Cadian gets herself an absolute freebie towards that hub. This is the moment here. The flashbang is so effective. Like, had all the time in the world to find Immer at the top there. So it's going to be 7 rounds on the board for Astralis. Final round of this first half. And they are in a prime position here. Job's not done by any stretch of the imagination, but another upper rush leads Yabi to his demise.
No one's picked up the bomb. It's further back, so even if they were to make it through right now, it would be a bit awkward. Not sure what the plan was here for the side of Astralis, but it's not working out in this one. Looks like a 5th round for Navi's very likely here. The bomb's way back, so what I mean, like, what's going on?
The bomb's in T-spawn. You've lost 3 players, but there is a lot of time, and that's what Astralis have always saying they need more of. So
you are correct in that, yes.
Let's see if they can make this time work.
How awkward would it have been if they actually, you know, traded evenly and got onto the site and nobody's got the bomb? Like, that's, you don't ever want to see that.
It's a bit lost in the sauce of the upper rushes, but JL found. And maybe a chance here for Astralis. Under 1 minute. Device with the bomb towards T-spawn. Stare. Making his way down towards Secret. Time really is of the essence now, though. Need to get Device across safely with the bomb, thankfully. No one looking towards that position, so he should be absolutely fine. We have no CT presence whatsoever down towards that B-bomb side.
They're on the T roof. I think Immer is walking around out there, so sure, they're kind of closing behind him. It's such a long distance to run, right? Like, he's not going to be there anytime soon.
Okay, stairs down towards lower at least. He's got some nice control. Wonderful. We'll have to rotate in. He knows they're down towards lower here. Next kill could decide the round. The reload gives us so much intel. And now it looks like we've done enough here. Device, we need something quite special here. Can he roll back the years in a 3 versus 1? Hasn't looked himself as of late, but this is the prime position for one of the world's best snipers to show us he can do it. It's not going to happen, Anders. And it will be a NAVI finding 5 rounds on the board. Decent showing from Astralis, though. A map we haven't seen them play under the reins of Cadian. They've managed to put 8 on the board and give themselves a fighting chance here on Nuke. What's up, gamers? You are back. We are ready. It's the first game of World Finals here, live and direct from Singapore. Beautiful place, very clean, Anders. As it's a very clean first half from Astralis as well. 8-4 on that T-side campaign. Not bad at all.
No, actually, we're really impressed. I think it's caught us a little bit off guard because we're just used to Astralis, not really, necessarily doing.
Wrecked.
I know, like that's kind of the theme, isn't it? So we're just all happy right now. We'll see if it comes to an end sooner rather than later because Navi, even if it wasn't great, like they're still good enough right now, right? They're playing well enough that they can come back. Alexi's doing really well at the moment, like you said, bit of a nuke specialist. He got 13 kills in the first half.
Yeah,
we're lacking JL. But we'll see if we can do something here with the pistol to get it back. It's wonderful outside with the P250. Looking to see if we can find an opening. And actually, they're just hunting it down here. The Glock's going to be finding Stair at the end. And a very aggressive maneuver to try and get out in the yard. So 4-on-4 now. As Stown will just manage to clip a bit as he tries to get away.
Well, here we go. This round is wide open. Some very promising ramp control found by NAVI. It's going to be wonderful. Waiting for the reaction here for the CTs. He's read it very well. Shows some presence. There's two players here. If he can get one of them cleanly, he's really onto something. But bear in mind, he has no Kevlar, Anders, so very squishy. Cadian sets up camp towards up. Spots a dope. Free B for JL. Looks like I could have got out of control, but he's absolutely fine. Reload required from Stout here, being surrounded. He gets one. That is massive. He should be finding absolutely nothing from this position, but he gets the hat trick and saves the day. It was looking so good for Navi, and they give it all up. He somehow gets the reload in and finds a hat trick.
I just have no idea. You're absolutely right. Like he, getting even one there was probably more than you could have hoped for. I don't know how he turned that into a quad kill overall, because he got the first one here, but he should be dead even in this moment. This is so absurd. Look at him down to what, like 4 bullets here at the end?
It's just a little bit awkward on the timing there, the spacing. Very fortunate for Stown, but he converts the shots presented to him. Had no business winning that one, and it's a huge pistol. Both of them now in the back for Astralis. 8-5, and with no plant as well. Navi, the ones in the back foot here, they've lost an XCB. Now have to go on about their captain, only with the Glocks and a Deagle. Could Astralis actually do this and pick up the first map? No one believes in them coming into this series.
Yeah, I mean, even with the map pick being a bit of a surprise, I don't think it necessarily converted that many people into believers either. But this is looking really good. Device is doing a good job as well. He's up to 18 kills, adding to the stats a little bit in this round. But you're right, no bomb plant, which means Navi have to have a bit of a slow start here to the second half. Wow, they're being put under a little bit of pressure at the beginning here. We'll see if Blade has got something really prepped for this, if they're going to be ready for the second half here on the T side.
Anders, do you consider yourself a gamer?
I would say so.
Well, I've got a product for you.
Go on, tell me about it.
Something that might be interesting. If you are a gamer, it's time you upgraded your browser. It's time you got yourself a gaming browser. Opera GX is the browser specifically built for gamers, designed to be faster, customizable, and performance-friendly. They are doing a skin raffle right now. All you have to do is get it installed, and you're automatically entered into a $50,000 skin raffle here for Blast World Finals. They've got Dragon Lords, they've got Howls, they've got Fades, wow. AK-47 Fire Serpents, and yeah, go check them out. I've been using it at home for a while. It has got a lot of impressive features, and it doesn't impact your gaming whatsoever, Anders, which I know is what you're all about.
Yeah,
high frame rates.
I thought you just made yourself. I've been using it as well, but that's because for streaming, I just found that it's a little bit more smooth.
Yeah, I don't know. Like they are right. Like for gamers, like some people are a bit more tech savvy. It does just seem to have a few more features and stuff you didn't expect from other browsers. And you're just like, oh, okay. I didn't know this was possible. Didn't know this was actually being offered by other browsers.
Skins to convert the rest of the people, which is always
exactly. Yeah, we've got skins coming out the wazoo here. 9-5, and we do have guns available. Alexi B and Co. will have rifles. The in-game leader, though, will have to make do with the Galil. Bit of a bonus situation here for Astralis with the MP9s being brought out. And we'll see if they can make it work. Stair, not messing around whatsoever. Going to be trying to get some lobby control. Nice grenade towards the entrance. And good conversion from JO. I don't know how he wins that fight. Looks like Cadian had his number.
Yeah, with the grenade on top, that looked like it was going to be very awkward. Device scrambling to exit the smoke. He knew that he was going to get shot eventually there, so he just trying to make it to the corner, but never really succeeded. So 4 versus 3. If Astralis could win this round too, I mean, that'd be quite something. Jail's already tagged up. They've got Stare down below, so he's going to be the insurance policy. If anything comes his way, he's going to be able to call it out. And the rest of them going to be working together up at the A-bomb site. Curious to see how this one will play out. Minute on the clock, so I think NAVI just calling for a bit of a freeze. And in fact, I said that Stare was down below, but he's sort of he's actually in the vent, just climbing up the ladder there, trying to make sure he can get a little bit closer. So kind of, I would say, rolling the dice a bit here, Astralis, putting most of their defense towards this A-bomb site, but it looks like they might actually be honest. I mean, this might be a genius call coming out from the Danish squad. Yabi up close and personal with the MP9, and JL was already low. He's going to be dead here. 30 seconds left. It's not looking too good at the moment. Headshot to bring down Alexi, and they know what's coming next. They could see the rest of it. 28 seconds. Wonderful. Trying to run a bit closer here, but there's still 2 people at the bomb site.
20 seconds, Anders. I don't think NAVI can pull this one off. Yabi is making them so uncomfortable. They've lost track of him. Stown has looked good, and with 15 seconds, they're just going to actually dive down towards lower. Probably the best call they could have made there. Well played. Imma, though, segregated. He's allowed Yabi to go down. The plan will be successful, and they have no idea where the CTs are coming from. I think there's a free kill on Wonderful here.
I think the fact that Imma is still upstairs. Oh, he runs right into him.
Well
you would never guess that Imma is up there, so...
No kit.
Yeah, that's the really big issue, isn't it? If he had the kit, at least he could put a little bit more pressure on. They might not know that, so they're going to have to go and check it out. Nice headshot, and Wonderful is kind of low on health, so there might be a way. He's actually already walked out here. Wonderful. He goes down. I can't believe it. Stown gets away with one there, even with the 10-second defuse.
He's absolutely owned them. That is unreal. 2 versus 1, no kits. You think they would be able to come out on top there, but they offer up 2 1v1s. He converts it, and bear in mind as well, he's kept their head above water here as well, getting those 3 kills on the pistol to convert that, and now keeping the streak alive in a 2 versus 1. A very awkward one. That kill, you thought that was enough, but like I said, the spacing a little bit off. They're segregated and leaving Wonderful with 20 HP to try and win out there. He gets bested. Nice down, and it's a huge round. Cadian's loving it. And now, even with the bomb planted, it'll be interesting to see what they can bring to the table. JL's gone for the AK-47, a partial buy here, 10-5, double digits for the Danes. Device.
Stown almost looked like he was a bit intimidated by Cadian shouting in his face. He's like, oh God, I forgot how loud you were.
Dude, Device got 19 kills, by the way.
No, he's been playing really well.
Cadian, what have you got for us? Nice defensive position. Always going to get a little bit caught off guard, but thankfully the Tech-9 doesn't connect too much. So they'll sacrifice some ramp control. That's absolutely fine. The rotation should come through quickly. Yabi arriving at the scene of the crime, and this first kill, this pretty much decides the round. And he will be finding a clean one on JL. Should be the double as well. Bomb planted, and Yabi.
Okay, then.
Everyone on Astralis looking pretty sharp.
Didn't even bother to reload after the first couple of kills. They had 5 bullets left. It's Wonderful. Flexing with the deal. We do appreciate some good deagle headshots, but it was only going to be the 1 this time. So Astralis up to 11-5. Maybe they finally had enough time.
Yeah, maybe.
This was it.
It's a great start. Bear in mind, this is the literal first map of the tournament. I know everyone's a little bit jet-lagged. Slow start expected from either side of the coin, but can't argue with what Astralis are putting down right now. They are not choking. They are converting advantages. They are stealing rounds away. And so far, so good. Now in touching distance of the first map pickup. Bear in mind, with 10 outings, 10 maps played with Cadian, they've only managed to pick up 2 so far. It's like we said, since he joined the roster, they've had to make a lot of concessions, a lot of changes. Cadian now a full-time rifler. Device no longer in-game leader. Definitely some moving parts there, but hasn't been the stuff they were looking for.
Obviously, it was a rough start last go-around with all the drama of getting Cadian into the tournament, and then they got 13-0.
This team loves drama, don't they?
Like, I don't know how they do it.
Every single tournament, there seems to be some sort of drama with them.
But I think the worst part was, like, that got them so much spotlight, and then they got 13-0'd, right? So
yeah.
Just think, like, well, that's great. Like, all eyes on us.
Yep.
Here we are. Oh, it's not working. Great.
Okay.
This is pretty cool.
This should be a done deal. On the CT side, 11-5 up on your pick.
Right.
It is against NAVI, though, the literal best team in the world right now.
Yeah.
And Device, he finds his 20th kill. That's not bad. Bit goes down. Imma trying to pick up the piece of jail. Nice positioning towards the CT Ven here, but we'll see whether it's going to be enough. First kill for him in the round. Finds Device, but Stag brings it back in their favor. 4 versus 3. 1 minute 20 on the clock. Yabi, aggressive, assertive, making sure he has full control on the squeaky door. Stag will join him as well. Stair has been playing very well for this roster, but it's a double kill for Imma. And now they've got a difficult round ahead of them. Might not be finding map point just yet.
Well, we'll see. Stown is close by.
Wow.
That is a pretty stunning headshot. Cadian finding a kill rather quickly instead. Well, Stown just trying to get up. He's actually going to be able to do it, and wonderful. He couldn't get the rifle out in time. He was busy planting the bomb.
Okay, they've done it.
It's a 2v3 conversion.
That should be enough.
Sick.
I'm going to say it, Anders. I can't see a world where Astralis lose this map now.
Oh, okay.
I've said it. I'm happy to say it. They're looking great.
If they do anyway, the Astralis fan base, they are going to find you, Henry.
That's fine. If anything, they can blame me all they like. If you give this one up now, I don't think there's anyone to blame but themselves. But yeah, this is looking too good. Everyone's turning up. The comms are looking nice. The clutches are coming through. Stown and Device looking red hot. That should be enough now. Let's see, though.
I can't remember the last time I've seen Astralis look. I mean, just also
look good in general.
The mood, yeah, it's like everything has changed.
Everything looks nice. You're right.
Well, let's see.
They've got AKs here on the CT side. They've got the AWP Device. This should be the round that comes crashing down. The utility's pretty low. Another opening pick for Device. He didn't quite spot him.
Yeah, but it must have been close right there. I think there might have been a pixel showing. We'll see. Setting up his teammate instead. Oh, a little bit awkward.
It's all right. It's under control. Good
Yeah.
response. Delaying the takedown towards Secret. Has to be the perfect game now for NAVI. 7 rounds required in a row, and it all starts with a spam from Stown. 5 on 4.
Yeah,
It should be a...
He's got no chance to answer back, did he?
The 5-0 start on their T side. They've also replicated that now on their CT campaign. Both pistols in the bag. All rounds converted. 5-0 up on the CT side here. And now a 5 versus 4 as well. All the 5s. Although it should be Astralis winning this now.
Oh, did he see that?
Yeah, hello?
I don't think his brain registered.
Okay.
He did see it, but I don't think he realized. He thought that must have
I'm
been
not sure how the X-ray looks there. Yeah, it's a bit awkward now. He definitely could see him, you're right.
Yeah, I think it's just one of those things like you're expecting for that to be a CT, so your brain doesn't even tell you.
Oh, no. It's costing the rounds.
Yeah,
most certainly will. Well, that's unfortunate.
Well, that right there is one of my... That's exactly why I think Nuke is such a cool map, because once you get even one T pass like that, the whole defense can just get completely blown out. I really enjoy that, but yeah, nice move from Bit. Definitely did get spotted, but you're not thinking about it at that moment. Okay.
Yeah, I didn't bring my glasses with me today. Didn't want to categorically say, but yeah, you're right. He definitely could see him from that angle. Now we look at him upon review, but well, NAVI will take that all day long. A 5 on 4 won't be converted this time for Astralis. Still on map point, of course, but now it's 6 rounds in a row. Surely, this is not how they lose it. We won't even start that conversation. Still, I'm still there, Anders. I'm still ready for Astralis to convert this cleanly. Job done. Take us to the second map, which is Mirage.
I appreciate your optimism, Henry. It's a rare thing.
I'm like this. Like everything's got in their favor today. There hasn't been any disastrous rounds. Device is looking very good. He's got away with his life here. He gets a leg shot on Bit. Sacrifices ram control, but that's okay. It's on a bomb site. It's a portal towards lower, sure. But you can give it up as long as you keep the player alive down towards lower.
You're right. That's kind of a good point, though. There really haven't been those disasters. Like that has been a hallmark of some of the Astralis Counter-Strike recently, where you say, wow, this is a 5 on 3, and then they lose it anyway, and that's just really depressing.
Like it almost happened. Bear in mind, we go back to the first round of this map, the 5 on 2 favor. Had they lost that, like I said, I think they probably would be in a very different position now, but they managed to convert, so they didn't give up a guaranteed round. A bit of a wake-up call, nice and early. And yeah, 5-0 starts on either side of the coin here. T-side and CT.
That's a really well-timed smoke, actually.
Yeah, with 35 seconds, that is really difficult to deal with. Well played from Cadian. Looking decent today as well.
They still have a Molotov. Actually, 2 Molotovs left. With Stair being up here. Now, he is going to get Molotov out himself, so we'll see how he repositions. Oh, no, it actually lands on the hut instead. I thought it was going to be a little bit higher up, but it's down. Going for the kill there. And Stair, nice spray, continuing to take down Wonderful. Jail and Alexi left here. It looks like it might be done almost. 10 seconds left. And Device, it's scary to try and get up, but he is trying to get that no-scope while on the ladder. It should be an impossible shot, and I think that might not be enough. Oh, I can't believe it. JL feeling hungry to try and get back into it. He's only had 7 kills in the game so far.
Are they going for it? Do they save?
They have the kit. I mean, they could. We'll see if they are feeling really hungry. Yabby's certainly thinking about it. Looks like he's actually being allowed to get in here with his Alexi alone versus 2. They line up for him. He's very nearly dead, trying to make it back around the corner. Device has picked up the kid in the meantime, and Alexi
He's done it.
Goes down with the USP. It's Device to spin around for the defuse, and another crazy win here for Astralis. A 13-6, Henry.
Excellent work. Their map pick, 5-0 either side. Very impressive. We weren't expecting much from Astralis, but that is a statement.
Wonderful start for Astralis, who surprisingly take the first map off Navi after a rather dominating performance on Nuke. We came into the game prefacing the fact, Maui, that Navi were heavy favorites, that the only way into this series for Astralis would be for them to surprise on Nuke, and oh my, did they surprise. Oh my goodness.
I gotta acknowledge it. Okay, what just happened in the last round there, though? Before we break down the game or even have wider thoughts here, JL just threw that last round. Like, he just jumped down the vent in a 2-on-2 thinking they were going to save. Like, that's disastrous. He had a bad game. He was trying to get himself going there. That needs to be studied. That was a ridiculous move by him. Dare I say it, Thorin was right. Thorin was right about that.
Okay, a bit rough to start off with. He did have a horrible game for his own standards as well, and so did Navi as a team. I think round 7 is the first one I want to bring to the card right here. You see Astralis getting off to a good start. They're winning pistol. They're converting on it as well. The Navi have a streak of 3 rounds, but you may think to yourself, okay, Navi, you're coming back into the game, but round 7 wasn't pretty at all. You're in a 5v1 scenario. Device is finding the opening kill on Wonderful, and it does feel like Navi is on the back foot throughout the entirety of the round. It comes down to Bit, man on your screen right here, having to save Navi, but that's sort of like my impression for the first half, that despite Navi getting some rounds on the board, you see it right here, clowning on the door, getting a multi-kill, it didn't feel like they were in control at any point in the first half.
This round is a great demonstration of how, there is some individual talent on the side of Navi. Bit winning this 1v1 in spectacular fashion. Like, the way he was able to kill Stair here, we need to see this. Like, the way he just clotheslines him with this shot, just opens the door, doesn't try to outbrain him, just flat out headshots him. That was the saving grace for Navi in this game, was the individuals, because they were lost. They didn't know what was happening. I know I threw Jail under the bus for what happened in the last round, but some of the ways that he was anchoring A, he just looked so clueless, and that's what happens on Nuke if you don't know what the other team is going to throw at you in terms of playbook. We heard a little bit of Blade in the pregame there. We kind of heard him over our ears that he had some ideas of what sort of strategies that they would run, but really they were flying blind there, and you could see it in some of the individuals like JL.
Speaking of JL having a troublesome time, I think it's only fair we bring in round 11, which showcases Astralis and their whole idea behind their own T side. They were focusing a lot on the inner bomb side. They were focusing a lot on pacing and playing fast Counter-Strike. Round 11 is a great example of that. It's another inside rush that works out for Astralis.
And the thing is that in an era of refrag, yes, I'm shouting out your stuff.
There we go.
I am shouting it out. People like JL, people like Ema, a lot of the ways that they're able to withstand these honed and refined executes is because they see them in dry runs in refrag-like programs. They're able to play against what the opponents are going to throw. But if a team is coming in and you have no idea how their A exec is going to look, you are going to get blind. You are going to eat a Molotov. You're going to stand on one. You don't know how to throw your counter utility. And yeah, Astralis, they feasted on that whole premise, the fact that it's so hard to beat a great A execute. And yeah, JL and Ema, they did not know what hit him in that half.
No, good calling coming out from KDN. Individually speaking, he didn't have the best game. He was struggling on a couple of occasions, but his counterpart in Device and Stown finally showed up to the level that we wanted them to. We spoke about it coming into the game. Now, with Device no longer being an in-game leader, we were hoping that he was going to rediscover some of that form. Same could be said for Stown as well, coming in, having been a little bit underwhelming so far in Astralis. Those two had a magnificent game.
Right, and they went for the right amount of openings with Device on the op. He was doing so much work as well on the rifle with the duels towards outside. I feel like Device right now that he has been unleashed as an individual, he doesn't have to worry about putting together the great macro picture to try to finish the round off, which led to so many times these poor performances as he was the in-game leader. Well, now we're seeing what the potential is and why Device is such a world-class player that despite the roster changes, the break away from the game, everything, that at the end of the day, he is so cerebral, and there's never going to be a time that he is not a relevant player. He is purely timeless.
Even when Device is maybe not feeling at his best, he's still a player to be reckoned with. There's no doubt about that. Enough with the praises for Astralis. I really do think they deserved it, but how disappointed are we in this Navi performance? You're looking at a Navi who couldn't really get it going. We thought to ourselves, okay, when they move over to the T side, maybe they can do a bit of an LXCB masterclass, but nothing really transpired. The pistol, they arguably should have won, but from that moment onwards, it was just Astralis dominating on the CT side as well. So, for your money, how disappointing was that of a performance from Navi?
I just feel like Navi, when they aren't sure what's coming, if they're going to play a brand new team, that is the best time to strike if you're a team like Astralis. And so, once again, I feel like this is why when we characterize Navi as a team, it's more about the tactics, the strategizing, the synergy between the players. But when they don't know what's coming, and there's a team with the player quality as a team like Astralis does have, well, then there is actually a room for an upset, which is why I think Mirage is going to be such an interesting test for them moving forward.
It's also a bit abnormal when you look at these player stats, right? We came into the game, you had Bit at 120 rating, JL 120, Emma 120, Wonderful 118, but it's the guy with a, I think, 0.98 rating showing up and doing the job. Alexi B had a good individual display, but usually that's not a good sign for Navi, is it?
No, it's just not generally the win condition. Alexi B was so active in this game, I can't even... The fact that he gets kills with the op actually just seems absurd. Actually, that's crazy that he was even able to do that. But no, the way he was playing outside for the majority of this one, the way he was able to maneuver around the executes, I feel like in a way, Alexi B showed a lot in terms of just live reads on what it was that Astralis were doing. And for some of the teammates behind him who aren't necessarily perceived as the most on-the-fly cerebral, more so just cogs in a machine, it was unfortunately Alexi B who came out on top when really it needs to be his soldiers before him that are paving the way.
It's a good idea right now that Navi is outside having a conversation, probably having a huddle as we have Mirage coming up. Before we dive into that conversation, we're going to jump on a quick break, but once we are back, it's with the second map and some Mirage talk between Astralis and Navi. We are well on the way with the first game here at the Blast World Finals, and we're also teasing a bit for the second one coming up. MOUZ have entered the building. They're getting ready to face FaZe Clan in the second game of the day. But before we can start that game, Maui, we have to conclude and find a winner of our very own first game. Astralis surprisingly leading this series 1-0. Now we're heading into the second map. That's going to be the map pick of NAVI Mirage. You preface coming into this game and coming into the tournament that NAVI and their whole era perhaps is built a little bit around Mirage. So why is it that NAVI are so good on that specific map?
They just have such a devastating T-side. The amount of misdirection that they throw round to round, the fact that they have such clean map control procedures towards the middle of the side of the map, and the fact that every single game, you can guarantee it, Bit will swing out of Palace and clock somebody in the side of the head. He doesn't even have to win an aim duel. Someone's going to be looking the wrong way, and that sort of setup makes Navi such a ferocious beast to play against, and one that, despite the fact that in the last few months, Astralis have a couple wins, they actually have 0 wins with Cadian at the helm as the in-game leader, and so there is a lot of catching up to do when you are Astralis and you're 0-3 on Mirage right now.
We know for a fact that NAVI, as you said, is arguably one of the best teams in the world on this specific map of Mirage, and it's a map they really have been playing a lot, and it's a map they, even in certain best-of-3 series, in the best-of-5 finals, they not often are they picking it themselves. They allow themselves to have it as a third deciding map in most of the series. Now, you said it yourself right here, for Astralis, it's a different conversation, it's a different talk, especially when you consider the roles within the team. One of the biggest question marks we had with Cadian coming into it is he's playing with the rifle. So, CT side for Astralis, lay out the work for me right here. You have Astralis, having to almost mask the fact that you have Cadian on a rifle. So do you just put him on the B bomb side and hope he does all right, or how do you activate that guy?
I feel like right now, Cadian is trying to figure out his place as an individual, whether he wants to be that kind of proactive B anchor where he's going to just be jumping into the apartments, trying to go for some kind of play, throw a molly, throw a flash, be a little bit proactive, or if he's going to try to play to set up the other people on his team. And right now, I feel like there has been a lot of confusion for CT side roles. It is Yabi, Stown, and Device that are responsible for middle. And surprisingly, of all the people that are on Astralis, thankfully, Device showed up in map number 1 because he has been awful at Mirage. He's got like a 0.75 rating ever since Cadian became the in-game leader once he started playing Mirage. And so for me right now, I'm not actually too concerned about Cadian as the losing factor in this one. Okay. It's can Device have any momentum carried with him moving forward into this map, which has been historically troublesome for him.
One of the things that we've seen from Astralis early on in the first couple of tournaments they played with Cadian was that he was quickly heading into the secondary op. He wanted to play a double op setup to feel maybe more comfortable, to feel that he had an impact on the game. Do you think now that Astralis have had more time to practice and more time to refine their game and refine their game plan, that we're seeing less and less of the double op setup, or do you think it's a good thing that you have the ability to bring it out often on a map like Mirage?
I feel like against a team like Navi, you actually don't want to double op. They are so dynamic. They're going for so many different plays that if you're just stationary with 2 ops, they're not walking into angles very often, Navi. They're getting really strong map control through great grenade protocols. And if you're just going to have an op posted up on an angle, you're not going to get multiple chances to fire that op off unless you're putting yourself in really risky positions, ones that you're being proactive. And I think that of all the people that need to step up, it's one, it just has to be the primary opper, not the secondary. If anything, I think that Cadian, because he's just relegated to playing that anchor position on this map, I feel like he is just kind of hoping, wishing, waiting that things go well towards the middle. And that's why I've actually been kind of glad that Stown's had a bit of a resurgence for Astralis, both for on this tournament and at Rio as an individual, because I think he's gaining some confidence calling the shots when Cadian isn't the guy that's managing every aspect of the map.
I was just about to say, you prefaced it as saying that Navi and their whole era perhaps is built a bit around Mirage, and it's a map where they really get to showcase their best version of themselves. If you think of Cadian and the old version of Heroic with Jaun and Stabi and not Stabi, Jesus, Yabi and Stown, it's becoming a thing, right? That was also manifested on Mirage. That was also a map where they were constantly moving around, constantly being proactive. So do you think that style of play that they used to do in Heroic, is that something he's trying to integrate within Astralis as well?
I just feel like some of the people that are new to the Cadian side of things are looking like fish out of water. Stair, a Device as well. He's still integrating, figuring out what it takes to work around a more active CT side system, which Cadian loves to call. And so that's where I feel like their growing pains are there. But that's what's so cool. Like, this is is the third tournament. Like I say, I always try to wait maybe 3 tournaments or 3 events to see how is a team gelling together before I really make hard conclusions. And well, if that map has anything to show for what's coming for Astralis, maybe there is an aligning of philosophies that is happening right now, a gelling.
Should we be worried on behalf of Navi, or do you think it was a one-off? You know, the performance we saw on Nuke arguably wasn't the best, you know, a little bit under par. Do you think that Navi has it in them to just shake it off and come in and play the normal level that we normally see from Navi?
If there's any team this year where I don't care if they get blown on map 1 or second map or anything like that and bouncing back into the next one, it has been Navi. They have looked horrendous in so many big moments, and then the map right after that, they clean their opponent up 13-3. Doesn't really seem to phase them. They've got a great support staff behind them. They've got people that have proven to be champions at this point, and so at this stage in a tournament, maybe a little jet lag's coming up to them. Maybe jet lag hit JL just a little bit right there, but overall, they're going to feel much more in their comfort zone at this point.
Much more in the comfort zone. Speaking on behalf of Astralis as well, being one up in this series, do you think they have it in them to potentially take it 2-0? Do you think that some of the stuff that works so well on Nuke, with Device playing well, with obviously Stown having a great performance as well, do you think that's enough for them to remain competitive on Mirage, or do you think it's up to Navi whether or not they want to play well and move into a third map?
Hard score pred here. I actually think that Astralis are going to be competitive, but I think they will fall short. I think this is going to be looking more like...
That's already giving them more credit than coming into the game, right?
Exactly. That was the third map that they won as a 5-man lineup out of now 11 that they've played. And so if there's ever going to be an uptick, now is a great time, right before the RMR, right before the major, in terms of as a warm-up for the tournament as a whole. They're playing with house money now, in my eyes. They're starting to look like a team that we wanted to see, and it's in little glimpses here and there, but what better way to do it than to taking a scalp like Navi right here, right now?
It does feel like Astralis already have exceeded the expectations. Whether or not they're going to be able to win this series, we are just about ready to find out. We have 2 commentators with you, Anders and Henry, to bring you through what's going to be some actionful Counter-Strike on Mirage.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Pim. 2 of the commentators available in the Counter-Strike scene. My name's Henry. This is Anders. Second map coming up between Navi and Astralis. Astralis winning the first map, though, but I think they might be onto something. A bit of jet lag, bit of a slow start there, and I feel like Mirage will be a very different story. Navi normally bounce back in these situations.
Yeah, I think everyone is kind of expecting that, but then again, I think everyone's expecting Navi probably going to win the first map as well, so I'm excited. I don't know what's going to happen here, but I just want to see more of the same passion, more of the same speed from Astralis. Like, I don't want to see them back down and start playing, you know, the scared and weird Counter-Strike that we're used to seeing. Like, Device was just running out there, and like they really looked like they were fired up. So more of the same. Win or lose, I'm going to be super excited if it goes that way.
There are a few caveats there. Like, JL didn't really show up in that first map whatsoever. He got 7 and 18 and 0.56 rating. You don't see that very often. Alexi B was actually top of the charts with 17 kills. Great news for him, but need to see some of the other names. Imma, Bits, have some of those star-studded moments. But bear in mind, Anders, they did lose both pistols, 5-0 starts either side of the equation. So I definitely agree with Maui. There's a very strong likelihood Navi bounce back here and take the series.
That is what should happen, but you know, well, let's just see. I mean, Astralis, I walked past them out of the hallway between maps here, and they just looked. They were really excited. They were talking about
locked in,
basically saying like we outplay them every round. You know, like you're coming out of that feeling so good.
Pretty like the rounds where they had all the advantages. Navi, that was. So you think of that pistol round in the second half. Stown gets a hat trick. Timings were a little bit off. It seemed that the comms weren't quite there. JL on that last round as well. Bear in mind, if the 2-on-2 where both CTs were isolated down the vents, I even said they've got to save their Anders. They can't even come up. JL jumped down the vent for no reason, like trying to get the kill, assuming they were saving. And obviously that was the round that lost them the game. Like Alexi B couldn't pull it off. And we're getting ready now, ladies and gents. This is the opening series here at World Finals, live and direct from Singapore. Anders, have you enjoyed yourself? I'm quite sweaty most of the time here, but I'm loving it.
Honestly, I think that's just part of the experience. Like, I accepted it the minute I stepped out of the airplane. I was like, all right, this is what we're in for.
This is gonna be a problem.
But I think it's great. I've been having a great time so far. Slowly adjusting to the jet like myself as we get into map number 2. It's Mirage coming up now, and surprisingly, Astralis with a 1-round lead over Navi. What an amazing headline to start the tournament with if they were able to defeat Navi here early on. I mean, that would be unbelievable.
If ever there was a chance to do it, day 1 of the tournament, they don't have much intel on your map pick. Like, we saw Nuke come through. It's a map we haven't even seen Astralis play with KD as of yet. And very important pistol. CT start for the Danes here. It's their opponent's pick now. It's down. It's been very good on these pistol rounds. Yabi It's the intel. They're coming in towards short. It will be a B finish by the looks of things here. 5 players ready and waiting to make their assault in towards B. Yavi with 1 device. He'll be dinged. If he can find 1 more kill here, that'd be fantastic, but it will be an over-round B bomb site here.
So much damage on the Stown as well. The bomb a little bit delayed, but it is finally being planted here by Bit. So in a 3-on-3 after plant, you've got to say, looking pretty decent for them. There is a smoke and a flash on the Astralis side, but I don't know, retaining this bomb site should be very, very difficult to do. The smoke, trying to set it up, just create a bit of space, but Hima already getting that one, and even flashed and blind, it doesn't even matter. Stown still goes down, and Stair is on his own, 1 versus 2. Hima's got the triple kill so far, and they can play hide and seek all day. He's got 10 seconds to try and defuse. He has to try and run them down, but you can already hear that bomb is ticking so far in the back line. It's not going to be working out. It's Ima to win the pistol round with a quad kill, so that's the thing that they really were lacking on Nuke, wasn't it?
It certainly was. It's their first pistol of the series. It's their map pick. They're on the T side now. That's just what the doctor ordered. Begs the question, though. Will Astralis fancy the force buy in the second round? They've got a couple of kills here. Yabi with the opener, but JL brought things back to an even kill where Ima completely destroyed him with the Glock. Blind, of course, and then getting that final kill as well. Hey! Good job. Needed that. Bouncing back early. And it will be a force buy in response here. The bomb site completely open, Anders.
Wow. Yeah, this is going to be a quick round. Like, you're absolutely right. There's nobody here. Cadian just out of the short, but he alone can't really hold back the tide.
Yeah.
He's got a Deagle trying to do a bit of damage, but the backup is... Oh, all right.
Hang on.
No.
I mean, there's a lot more to be done. Cadian needs another ridiculous kill here. They don't necessarily... Even the 5-on-4, if they can just find some picks here...
Why is the bomb in there?
I was going to say, why is the bomb not being planted? I might actually change my impression of this round with the bomb not being planted here. Everyone's on the scene of the crime, and it's man advantage of no further utility from Na'Vi here.
I mean, they still should have this on lockdown, right?
Yes.
They've got 3 Galils. It really should be the case, but one more awkward kill like the first one, it might be happening right here as JL going down.
Still advantage Na'Vi, unfortunately, for Astralis.
Yeah, you're right. And that bomb is ticking. Even if it was a late bomb plant here, the time is really running against them all of a sudden. And yeah, here come the kills. Wonderful with 3, and with the Galil in his hand, he's just got so many bullets left, and they will clean it up. So, I mean, still good effort from Astralis.
That's why I was trying to make that point before we saw the bomb was delayed there. Even in that 5-on-3, it's massive advantage. You've got to try and retake with Deagles, no util, no kits. And yeah, you might have been... It's an idea, perhaps, just to say, like, let's just lock them in the bomb site here, keep our 5 players up, and take these guns forward. Seemed like a crazy call to make, but for this reason, even with the man advantage, you can see this didn't have the grounds to really do anything with this. And the Eagles running through, it's wonderful, mowing them down, and it has to be the eco here. So 2-0 for Na'Vi, presumably 3, unless something diabolical occurs with these USPs.
Yeah, even less of a chance. I like the little boost there. You know, you got to try something, but it's already been discovered, and I think Na'Vi pretty much on track here to make it a fairly fast 3-0 in their favor. So, much brighter start for them. We'll see if Astralis have it in them to, you know, get a little bit of a rust off here at the start of the map. We've had a little bit of a break in between the 2 maps, and you're not off to a bit, you know, the best start possible here. Hopefully that doesn't affect the team too much. We did have a sick win at the start on Nuke, so that should be able to power them forward a little bit longer. They seem to be well aware that the device is in here somewhere, and eventually they're going to be able to find him as well. So it's all going according to plan for Na'Vi at the beginning.
Yeah, this is exactly what we saw from Astralis in that first map of Nuke as well. The flying starts, the 3-0 converted into 5-0 quickly. Astralis now, first time in the back foot in this series, up against the world's best team. 6 grand finals in a row, Anders. Haven't necessarily won them all, but we'll see whether they can keep that streak going here. Certainly the favorites at the Tournament of World Finals.
Oh, yeah. I feel like, especially in modern Counter-Strike, it's so hard to find that level of consistency, because there just are so many teams that, on a good day, are going to be very dangerous. So, I don't know how they've done it, but it is impressive. Bit of a trade in the middle. And they made their escape there on the CT side, but maybe not for long. They're still in a bit of danger here. Cadian missing a couple of chances. Not that they were really in necessarily good positions there, but...
Him mentioned it. It seems like Cadian really wants to be on that secondary AWP, especially on maps like Barrage. I haven't really seen him make a convincing case for it. His AWPs haven't been amazing in CS2, but that's a really nice little shot there. This kill could decide the round, though. Bit keeping the dream alive, taking considerable damage from the incendiary. 3 versus 2, and no kits currently in play.
I don't think the bomb is planted for Alexi either, is it? So could be a bit awkward here, bit going down, and now Alexi kind of has to move forward a little bit more, perhaps. They're already on the defuse, but it's a 10-second defuse with the Molotov on top. Oh my god! That should be enough to win the round. Yep. If they had a smoke or a kit there, I think that's it. They just outright win it, but he had that deep Molotov in his back pocket, and that'll win it. NAVI up to a 4-0.
Excellent work there. It looked like that was a done deal, right? But as we mentioned, no kits in play. Made things very awkward on that retake. He didn't even hit a very nice shot. Device, we didn't see it from his POV, but the trade towards short-handers, it looked like it was a locked-in kill. I think it was a straight-up miss from him. Alexi B manages to avoid death and then gets the Molotov on towards the wall. This moment here, I feel like that's when Cadian should have been traded out by Device. I don't think he just straight-up missed the shot. And then as soon as that Molotov goes down, it's a guaranteed round. They had no kits, no utility to extinguish or respond. And that's a massive one. Device to save the AWP. They'll partially buy into this one, but it's 4-0. And NAVI starting to wake up here in Singapore. The jet lag being shook off.
Oh, that's one of those frustrating rounds for Astralis where you feel like you've kind of won it, and we've seen them crumble behind these rounds in the past. Gotta hope that's not the case here, but it's hard to deal with because, especially on that CT side, we know how much it can mean if you can't make that early round. So it's the first buy round that they had, and it's a double AWP. So you save one of them, sure, but it is a big investment.
That's the thing. Like, it's a really expensive setup to have, and they're normally only deployed by if things are going really wrong for you, or like you've got such a strong position, you're trying to mix things up. To have that as your default like setup, though, I'm not a massive fan of it. But that wasn't the reason they lost that particular round. Got a bit unfortunate with no kits in play, but had they had the rifle instead of the secondary AWP, there would have been a kit at least. There's the concessions you have to make if you want to bring that out so early. But here we go. Round not necessarily decided yet. Deagles in the hands of the Danes can be deadly and dastardly, and as you can see, there's nothing but headshots so far. Device will find his with the AWP, looking for the second, picks it up, and now they are on the board, surely. Nice work, Astralis bounce back.
That's really surprising to me because NAVI had snuck all the way in the connector, and normally when you get that deep in with nobody even knows you're there on the T side, that's almost job done. Like, you're so close to the bomb side. I can't believe that didn't work out. But you did say it. I mean, those Deagles making the difference.
Yeah, in the hands of these players, they always seem to find a lot. Yavi, especially known for his Deagle throughout the years. Beautiful shot there towards JL, frustrating death to concede. As we will see Device coming in from short as well, hitting the shots that really count and secure the round here. Early days here still. Great start from NAVI, but Astralis on the board. Not the best spray down there from Stair. Barely inflicts any damage. Didn't expect JL to be there. And it's opening advantage now. Should be the frag 4. Wonderful as well. Narrowly misses out on the 5-on-3 situation. Stown put on high alert. Repositioning now with the AK.
I'm surprised to see Stown actually stick around for that fight. It looked like he really wanted to take it against the AWP at the ramp, so a bit scary perhaps. The bomb is back in T-spawn now. So just NAVI a little bit nervous that someone could be sneaking up behind them. In fact, it's the middle they have to worry about. Surprise for Yavi. We'll trade it out, and Device still good for more. He's really come alive in this series so far. One of the best performances yet. He will go down eventually as the madness continues. Down to take down Wonderful and Immer on his own. 1 versus 2.
All right, Cadian.
Quick work of it here. 1 versus 1. And this is one of those rounds where you want to see Cadian really step it up. Oh, he's going to swing for it. No fear at all. Taking down Immer. Again, they are playing some really confident Counter-Strike on the Danish side.
Nice shot from Cadian. Didn't choke the shot. It was a guaranteed kill if he lands the bullet, and he gets it on the first one. Excellent work there. Astralis lived to fight another day, and he thought it might be done after Alexi B's strong position there towards middle, and then Device going down for some awkward movement there from JL, but Stown kept the round alive. Cadian converts. Huge round. And I'd like to fire beneath Astralis here. They are fired up as we see the Deagles now deployed. No Kevlar, I believe, though, and no JL. And Device will find him. Beautiful shot from Wonderful, it has to be said, but still massive advantage for Astralis now as they try to recover that orb.
Yeah, that was kind of badass, wasn't it? He just stood his ground. He said, yeah, I know you're going to repeat me, but I'm ready. Chance maybe for Alexi, but...
It's not going to be a blowout, Anders. It looks like Astralis have found their footing here on Mirage. I think it's fair to say, like, now they're considered to be one of the best teams in the world on this map.
It's also just, I mean, all else being equal, just seeing Astralis, losing some rounds here, but kind of bringing it back in a nice way, surviving on 4 health, but doesn't matter. He's going to get the bomb plant. I just enjoy the fact that they're playing, again, with the kind of confidence that you really expect to see out of this kind of a lineup, but that's been true for Astralis for a while. Like, they've certainly had the players to be more impressive, and they've just been... It's been timid Counter-Strike, which is the thing that I probably hate the most in the world.
That's the thing you hate most in the world.
It is.
Out of all the things out there available, that's number one.
That's what I'm telling you. Like,
all right,
it's not a good time. You gotta go all in, Henry.
Yeah, apparently so. I didn't know you were that all in, but yeah, he lives and breathes Counter-Strike. That is the worst thing in the entire world. It's not a popular opinion, but it's what it stands by.
Yeah, we should invest more resources globally into trying to figure that out.
Tactical timeout blade being deployed here. Bear in mind, opening game of the tournament. Not the start we expected, that's for sure. 8 teams, some of the best teams in the world we have here at World Finals. You wouldn't expect anything less. Got NAVI, Astralis in its opening game. We have MOUZ, FaZe coming up today as well. G2 Liquid, Vitality Spirit.
There should be no bad games.
We said that at full finals, but I think even at world finals, that point resonates even more.
Yeah,
literally no bad games. We've got a dream bracket here to open up the tournament as well. Every game looks like exciting. The only one you could say potentially not was NAVI Astralis, and we've got Astralis winning the first map. So
yeah, you're right. That actually probably was the weak link in some sense.
Absolutely. So this is great. What a way to kick things off here in Singapore. Astralis bouncing back, ladies and gentlemen. They were 4-0 down, posting 3 in a row themselves. And that's Yabi, out positioning him up. Another opening frag, make it a couple. Device now. Really looking quite good today. Top frags on Nuke. Difficult to do with the AWP. Cadian back to the rifle, which is probably what we want to see. The double AWP certainly has its place. I don't think Cadian has impressed many people with his AWP in CS2.
No.
Get him on the rifle, get him playing with the team, and allow Device to work with this AWP. I think that's the formula in terms of the money, in terms of like keeping things in sync and not having 2 players like trying to dictate the pace of the round.
Also because he's a player that sometimes likes to take a couple of more risks, right? And
exactly.
It just makes more sense if you've got the M4 or the AK.
They're different play styles. They don't necessarily synergize. You should let Device do his thing, work the defensive picks, hit the shots that really count.
Well, obviously, it's sick when you do it with the AWP, but it's just such a devastating blow to the team when you're pushing up and dying with it. JL, the timing seems to be eluding him.
What's happening there?
I just can't believe he's still alive, to be honest.
Didn't even do any damage, really.
But it still doesn't matter. Look at the time here. 35 seconds. The bomb is back in T-spawn right now.
It could actually matter.
Oh, Stown, I have no idea of how any of this is happening. We're down to under 30 seconds. The bomb now being brought over to the B hallways. Device trying to reposition. He's hearing them in the middle. He certainly knows they're right on the corner there. And a surprise for Wonderful.
Okay. Following
it up. JL goes down. It's just 17 seconds of a bit in a 1 versus 4. A bomb plant right now would be a bit of a miracle. And doesn't look like it's in the card with the boost up in the corner there. You're not expecting it in this kind of a round.
Does he want to go for this? Apparently he does. At least doesn't die after time. Got a little bit awkward for a second there. But overall, ladies and gents, that's a very convincing round and a very convincing Astralis thus far. No one believes in them. I was one of them. We've been a little bit tired of Astralis in CS2 especially. The last couple of years, perhaps. Yeah. So many roster changes, so many like excuses and weird drama coming in.
I think the criticism was justified. I'm not going to say that, we're wrong about it because it was really upsetting, right? They put together what should have been a much better lineup and it just looked like it just wasn't working for
like when Device came in as the in-game leader, we had some glimmers of hope. They had Chengdu, they got to the semi-finals. They had a few semi-finals in a row, then it just dropped off completely.
Yeah.
And you're just like, okay, so now we got to change the in-game leader. We've wasted, 6 months now? But still.
Oh, this could be one hell of a grenade.
It's going to have to be. Cadian, AK-47 in hand. The grenade is very successful. And in there you go. He's got backup from Yabi. Should be no way they lose this round now. The damage has already been done. They see the trade off each other. Good comms required, good spacing. And there it is. Like a hinge, Anders. Working off each other in unison. Don't take any damage for their troubles. And that is going to be a huge streak of rounds here. Astralis looking comfortable. Here on Mirage up against NAVI. That's going to be 5 in a row now.
Wow. That's one of those rounds that, it can slip out of your hands a little bit. If the grenade falls behind them, if they rush you down.
Oh, it definitely didn't. That was an absolute nuke of a grenade.
Yeah, it worked so well.
And yeah, this is really just nicely played. That's what I'm talking about. If he had that secondary orb there, he'd be like ducking and weaving, trying to get involved. And when you can actually play off your teammates and have rifles and actually have good comms, I think this is where we want to see Astralis set themselves up. They've got 5 in a row. Unreal scenes here. We're going for an A attack early on, a contact play, Anders, and in we go.
Yeah, Yappy in a great position. Well, they are going to be checking it, but not with the Molotov, so he's able to get the first kill in there. Will slow down Jail, actually kill him all the way. So 4 versus 4 now. There, they look like they kind of know that he's in the position, but what a flashbang to set it up. He swings so wide. That was Cadian setting up his teammate.
That's thwarted their attempts here. There was a contact play, and with those plays, you do need traded kills. They only find 1. It's a 4 versus 3. They do have to reset the round. They don't have many resources to actually make that one possible. You can see, Anders, they've got no follow-up smokes. Great idea from Stown. Not so clean on the interaction with Wonderful there. He does some damage, but ultimately we're back to 3 versus 3. Sub 1 minute. Cadian in towards the B bomb side. No utility. And how is he positioned? He's going to sit behind the van. Don't mind this, but he could be Molotov'd out. There's 2 Molotovs available. That's probably one of the ones you're going to throw, though.
Yeah, it's likely. Oh, but they might change their mind. Look at this. They're going back through the underpass instead. They want to connect with Bit, who's on the other side.
You're right.
35 seconds. I mean, but this could be really interesting. If Bit loses the fight here against Stare,
there is a shadow advantage for Stare.
It's going to be so awkward for them coming up the connector. So I think a lot of this is going to hinge on the fact that Bit needs to win this fight. Otherwise, I think Stare could just, you know, stay alive. He doesn't need... Oh, that is what he's so good at. The time to kill there for Bit. Pretty much an instantaneous shot. The device is hunting him now with an eagle, and he's going to be taking him down. Cadian from the behind.
Holy.
Shooting him right on top of Device head. I can't believe it. How aggressive is he?
That's some old school Device right there. Looking confident, knowing he's got the skill to back up that Desert Eagle. The AWP wouldn't have worked out there. Hunts down his opponent. You can see that lack of smoke, and is really hurting Na'Vi.
Yeah.
They managed to find a couple of trades, but can't knock off those choke points. And then hunted down by Device and his deadly Desert Eagle. What a shot! Secures the round, ice cold. One of the best to ever do it. As they continue their streak here, 6 rounds in a row, recovering the deficit of 0-4. Partial buy. Na'Vi looking desperate now. Galil's, Tech9's, and Device in another prime position. Might have spotted one there. Bit doesn't get anything for his inquisitive play towards that A ramp.
Definitely wasn't on the bingo card to imagine, you know, a Device resurgence to this extent. But how sick is that? Very hard to do when you've already, like Device, you've already been to the top of the mountain multiple times, right? You have to reinvent your game again. You have to sort of summon all that strength to become one of the best players one more time. If you could do it, I mean, that would be remarkable. Round number 11 here. There's a real chance that Astralis could walk away with 8 rounds at the end. Na'Vi lacking the economy. Everything is a bit of a struggle right now. They do have a Galil and Tech9s mostly in this round, so not the most impressive buy, but with a bit of timing and one good entry, it is doable. Although I will say this, Astralis have pretty much every one of this A-bomb side. Look at how close they are. The setup here for the Danes is absolutely sickening.
Couple of misses, but it looks like it's being handled, he says, as it starts to fall apart here. The pistol's making things uncomfortable, but Cadian has been pretty handy in these do-or-die situations. 25 seconds, bomb recover for him up. No utility, but he has got the AK-47. He's had a great season for Na'Vi. Looked fantastic and all these sort of key moments, but now 7 rounds in a row. Astralis in the lead and then some. Wow. Could they really do it? Could they really 2-0 the world's #1 team in the opening game here at World Finals? Live and direct from Singapore. No one expected Na'Vi to be in this position. As the analyst said, Anders, you expect Na'Vi, sure they might lose the first map, sure they might not look themselves in the opening game of the tournament, but they always find a way, especially on maps like Mirage. Even if they get blown out the water in the first map, they always seem to do well. But now, after they get the pistol, they get the first gun round, they've given up 7 in a row to Astralis, and we've got that double orb set up to close things down. I would assume Cadian maybe juggled a rifle over with him to change things up or for the rotation, but we'll see if they can close things out for the 8 in a row on the CT campaign. Final round of this first half.
What a way to start the day. So many games still to come, but I'm really shocked by what I'm seeing. If they get one more round here, Astralis, I mean, you might as well, because even at 4 rounds, it's not like Na'Vi just straight lose the map. They're not completely dead and out of it, but it's going to put them under a lot of pressure. If they get up to 5, you know, they probably shake it off.
5 feels a lot better than 8.
Oh, yeah.
That's for sure. And they've got some decent map control here. Wonderful covering the access towards connector. It's a very common angle for snipers to peek from the ticket booth. You can see that coming through now. They've got a lot of territory into that remit, though. Opening kill for Imma will find Stown. Wasn't expecting that sort of advancement from Imma. And now Device dropped as well. Wonderful to find him. Can Jabby do anything about it? Apparently not. 4 versus 2, Anders.
Yeah, just stare here. He's going to get set up with a flash. It might be a little bit too late, but he swings just as they're rolling. Oh, and the spray is magnificent. Looking for one more headshot, but he couldn't quite get it. And now the bomb is out there. 35 seconds. I don't know. Cadian, he's got some clutches in the past. It's been a bit rough for him with the AWP, like you said, here in CS2, and he's going to be found right through. Nice shot from Bit at the end. So 5 for NAVI. It might be enough to win this map. We'll find out after this.
And I'm sure Astralis are enjoying their performance so far in the opening game of World Finals. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are live and direct from Singapore, and Astralis are in the driving seats right now. 7-5. It was NAVI that stole away that last round, but Astralis have been delivering in the pistols here. They are in a position to potentially find a 2-0 win over the #1 team in the world. Captain Cadian leading the charge here as they move towards the T side, and in towards that A side we go.
Yeah, this is going to be brutally fast, isn't it? Imma trying to get that shot, but instead...
No way.
Practically stabbed in the back. If they win this round, Henry, it is on. There's a real chance here for the Danes to actually write a stunning headline for themselves. 4 versus 5. Bomb being planted. Bit's position up in the palace is really sick, but he needs some teammates to set him up.
They seem to be aware of it. They're looking towards that position, but they're not looking comfortable at all, and that's going to be nice work from Yabi. Nice and disciplined on the shot. Made sure it was guaranteed in terms of the kill. Wonderful in an awkward spot, but Stair will find him, and now that strong position, as you mentioned, from Bit, there's nothing, and that's a very convincing pistol from Astralis. Great communication there, great timings, getting towards that connector, backstabbing from the window as well, just when it looked like Navi has a couple of guaranteed kills. Bomb down, had nothing in response here.
I think you're absolutely right, Henry. They knew about that Palace position.
Yep.
That's pretty sick. I mean, I guess it's one of those things where you're sort of, almost by just deductive reasoning, you're sort of realizing, well, there's only one player towards jungle. Where could they be? And you have to think about the ramp, which I think they checked, and the Palace to follow it up. Wow.
Okay, that is a huge pistol. I can't stress that enough. It's going to guarantee pretty much 2 rounds here. As you can see, they're full eco on the second. It's got a deagle for JL, no Kevlar. This is the round for Astralis to give up. And if they did, they've got no one to blame but themselves. They're up against just USPs. What a moment. Like we said, this was expected to be the blowout game of the day. Astralis have been weak in CS2, especially with all the changes, the drama.
Yeah.
Didn't expect much against NAVI, but it's been very impressive. The vibes look nice. Seems like everyone's turning up. It's not just... The problem is, it's been like Stair's been their best performing player since Cadian's joined, which is great for him. But you've got like Down and Yabi situation. You've got Device. You know, you want to see those big names popping off. Stair's supposed to be the rookie, but now everyone delivering. And speaking of which, that Deagle delivers. They could get a second for the smoke. It would be real cheeky, but it's certainly a chance. Bomb to be planted, and with that bomb planted, there's pretty much no chance of winning the round, but still, that's all we could really hope for. That one Deagle, no Kevlar. They'll try and get some exits if possible.
Yeah, you might as well. Maybe rush in there last second with the USPs and try and keep the T's on the bomb side. Just to make it more expensive in that sense.
I can't imagine a world where this falls apart, and it looks like it's absolutely fine. More expensive they might have liked with 2 kills, potentially 3 coming through here. Deagle JL, there it is, there's the third.
Yeah, very expensive.
Can't win the round, but yeah, 3 kills is actually a little bit of a nightmare there for Astralis if they lose this first gun round, which is coming up next. Resources will be low, to say the least. But they win the round. Timeout. Yeah, good call from Rugged there. A little bit sloppy on the finish, and just take the timeout. Make sure we understand what we're up against here. We know this is an important one. The rushes on Nuke were working very nicely for them. When they had control on the T-side campaign on Nuke, going in as a 5-man unit, keeping it simple, using momentum, was looking quite nice for them. Navi aren't looking as sharp as usual, and we'll see whether they've got that same sort of play. Yes, Andrew's got the same sort of approach here. 5-man attack towards A. A set piece called out of spawn. Trying to catch the CTs where they're weak. This third round buy, sure, it's viable, but you don't have everything you need.
Yeah, good call back to Nuke. You're absolutely right, Henry. You've called it already, and it is a similar pace here. They are looking to set it up. The smoke might have slowed them down a little bit here, and Stair will go down, but the trade is instantaneous. Stown will get Bit killed immediately, and with the health here on Imma, dangerous for him to take this peek. Even dangerous for him just to stick around. He could get grenaded at any second here, but the time is sick, and he will somehow get the kill. The trades go back and forth, favoring Navi for just a second. It's Yabi with the double instead, and Alexi with the FAMAS in the middle.
You know he's your B player.
Yeah, they absolutely know that. And they have so much time. They don't have to do much here.
Oh, this is
walk
brave,
for the smoke, but as soon as he fires this gun, he's surely going to be dead. Stown is checking CT spawn at the moment. I think Alexi, he should be in a worse position right now.
He's actually very handy in these moments. He's got the bomb under his remit. He had to take some risks to get advantageous positioning, but we'll see if he can finish things out here. Sure, it's Astralis with the man advantage. In terms of the firepower, certainly true as well, but they've used a lot of time to investigate every area of the bomb site. CT spawn as well. The comms are good. They didn't panic. No one rushed towards the bomb to get it planted, and they nailed the shot. Alexi B can do nothing, and that's double digits now for Astralis with a potential partial buy coming in next. And like we said, it was looking good for Navi for a second until Yabi started finding absolutely everyone on the bomb side floor. Wonderful gets dropped, and Yabi to close things out as well. Hat-trick for him. 2-0 looking likely now.
Yeah, I mean, this is unbelievable.
Great timeout from Rugger. Give him his credit there. Like, he knew it was going to be a difficult round for Navi. Like, it's that first gun round. They won't have the AWP. They won't have the defuse kits. If we can get the bomb planted, if we can find some trades, get ourselves in a 5-on-3 situation potentially in that A bomb site, we can convert the kills. And it's going to be pistols and a bit of a B stack here for Navi.
Is that Alexi dropping the M4 for Bit?
I think
down to $50.
Right. Yeah, I think you're right.
So pretty selfless for the captain of the team to say, you know what, Bit, like, you're playing pretty well at the moment, and he is. go out there and find us a couple of kills. He's going to get the one and a great follow-up. He should have been dead in that corner, but somehow he makes a lot out of it. The 5-7 to try and pick up where a bit left off, and suddenly it's a 2 versus 3 here. But the bomb just on Cadian, and you've got to be careful here. If he dies in the middle, the round is probably going to be over because of where that bomb is.
Has to win this round. He knows all the guns are there towards middle. He's trying to funnel them and create chaos, and he's certainly delivering on that promise. This kill could decide it. Cadian doesn't overcommit here. He knows if he gets traded out, the 1v1 will be awkward. Stay alive, though. Keep this advantage. They should be able to win the round, no problem. Wonderful has no Kevlar. He has no kit, but he has got the HE in his smoke, an AK-47 in hand. But I dare say he might just be saving this gun now. As soon as that bomb planted, his chances go to pretty much nil, but still in the round for now. We'll take a couple of mistakes here. As soon as that bomb's planted, he's in a lot of trouble.
So far, it's a sick 2v3 for Astralis. The timing for them to peek, alternating the peaks there from mid and top mid, it's been very hard to deal with. Yeah, grenade on top here. And wonderful. His position already known. Has to try and find a quick way to make it a one-on-one. And out in the open, Yabi not missing a beat here.
As soon as he hears that smoke bounce, he knows he's got some open runway there to go for the kill.
Wow. This is unbelievable.
What a performance.
Best team in the world in NAVI, running up against what probably is the weakest, or should be one of the weaker teams in the tournament. And Astralis, they look anything like it here.
That's a huge recovery as well. They lose the first couple of kills, courtesy a bit, as you mentioned. He gets the opening couple of frags, a 5-7. Gives him a real fighting chance. There's a 4 versus 2 at one stage.
You know, just to return to the point that you made about Cadian getting the kill and escaping, that's exactly the kind of play where I'm always a bit worried about Cadian. You know, double dipping and just getting a little bit too high on his own supply, but that was sick.
As soon as he gets that kill, he knows, okay, my teammate's in a strong position. I can fall back. I have lots of space here to go join up with him instead of going for the glory. Instead of trying to force the issue, I'm going to fall back here. It was a perfect call. And Astralis made a lot of those. That's now going to be 11-5, a 4-0 start once again for the Great Danes. And bear in mind, LXV dropping that M4 means he has to go MP9 here. And what could be map and series point for Astralis. Smoke down towards window, CT zone, not dissuaded. Jumping down towards the underpass. Huge shot from Wonderful. Gives them the man advantage here towards middle.
Yeah, they need Wonderful to hit more shots like that. Alexi's been struggling so far on the map. The flashes are everywhere. He needs backup, and he's just trying to stay alive in here. He's just inside of the smoke. Eventually, they're going to be able to find him. And the backup was a little bit too far away. Oh, my God! What is happening?
No assist, Seba. Straight up Mac 10 kills through the smoke. 3 versus 2. Is that enough to find series points here on Mirage against the #1 team in the world? Imma doesn't seem to think so. He's going to give this one a go. He'll be dropped, and now Bits in an unenviable position. He's got a 3 versus 1 to deal with here. Orbs available. Players towards the bench. Surely there's no chance here. HE will do a lot of damage towards that house position, but it looks like it's done enough here on the Astralis side. Down, taken down, and now with no kid Anders, I don't think there's a chance to even defuse the bomb.
Yeah, unfortunately. I mean, it's a really nice attempt with the kit. Maybe it would have been different here, but the bomb is going to go up either way. Wow. I'm going to see a replay of the Mac 10 kills. I don't even know how that happened.
I'm assuming they had no helmets, and it said body shots, but I assume he just dinked them on the first spray. Let's have a look. He got no assists there, so there were 2 clean kills. They pop the smoke open. Yeah, he gets a dink on the first couple of shots. He gets double dinks. Whoa. Very nice. That's unexpected, but very well done. His teammates must have called popping the smoke open. Mac 10 against those unarmored heads is the perfect weapon for the job. And I dare say that's it. That should be a done deal here. 12-5.
You're just not expecting for that particular smoke to get popped open, are you? Like, if you know the CTs, you might do it yourself, but for the Ts to do it, that's shocking.
A long road back to glory here for Navi. It all starts with this mid-interaction. Imma dropped by Stown. They're winning out in every single duel right now here on Mirage. No kits in play. MP9s are plenty. A Famous for Wonderful. And the in-game leader to be tested here towards B. He knows they're coming in. He's got smokes down to buy him a bit of time. Can he find the first kill? Yabi now just needs to stay alive. He knows he's going to be overexposed and taken down eventually. Bit still alive and fighting back.
Yeah, getting a chance to reload here. They don't have any more Molotovs, but it was a sick one, the one behind the van there. 3 versus 3 and a nice run and gun. JL to take down Stown. The bomb is on the site here, so they are committed no matter what, Astralis. They have to go for it. And Cadian, he's low on health. I mean,
he can do.
Yeah, unfortunately not that much. Yeah, like you said, long road back here for Navi, but it almost was done in this round. bit with the triple is what it took to keep the dream alive. They should be able to recover a couple of AKs. I guess that's a bit of a positive. But yeah, a little bit of a wait here for the round to expire. KD just going to try and save the M4, and fair play to him.
That's all he really can do, but keeping the dream alive for now. Overtime, the long way away. It's going to take 6 rounds in a row as Cadian. He's got a long old save here, I'm afraid. 20 seconds as we'll have a look at the cash. The rounds have been very close, Anders, in terms of manpower. So even with this like 5-0 start they found, they are going to be in a pretty uncomfortable spot financially.
How does Jabby got 25 kills?
I actually don't know. It's kind of insane, isn't it? 25 kills, 10 deaths. What we down with 15, Device with 14, Cadian 12, and Stare with 8. But Cadian saving a weapon at the very least. Money's kind of busted though.
Well, it's a bit unfortunate for Navi because on the first map it was JL that was struggling to get into the game. This time it's Alexi. Alexi was playing well on Nuke.
He's 3-16 right now.
Yeah, he's having a really hard time with it. So both maps right now, Navi have had the scenario where they're sort of almost playing 4-on-5. Like one of their players just having a real hard time getting into it. And that it's not making it any easier.
This one's still possible though. Given the financial peril we're seeing for Astralis here, they have to force buy. It's not the greatest one. They focus more on the utility with the Tech 9 Cities. Normally suggests set-piece gameplay. Immo, though, looking to sabotage their efforts here early on. Goes for the early grenade towards middle. No one at home, though. Bomb down in T-spawn. They are spread out across the map. They want to try and expend some of the CT resources. See if there's any aggression at the start before they make their final commitment in towards the site. But where they end up is yet to be seen. Falling back from B. So they'll go recover the bomb Anders and just go for a set piece in towards A. They still have the majority of their smokes. I'm assuming that's what they'll go for. Yeah, everyone's starting to set up now and make sure they give the utility to the correct players. This will be a pretty standard A execution, hoping for that run and gun approach from the Tech 9 to find momentum and sabotage the defense. And you can see they've got quite a defensive setup here. So this is actually a bit of a dream core. You got players in towards connector and middle and CT spawn. Bit can play in front of the smokes when he sees them come through. He can reposition, but there's a very good chance of a bomb plant, and maybe they can close things out here with the pistols.
I agree, especially because the bomb is up on Palace, so they're going to be really quick down there. Just make the jump down, get the bomb planted right away. Don't waste any time through the smoke to begin with. JL going down and Bit reloading. Oh, they're hunting for his down. He knew exactly what he had in front of him. 5 versus 3 with the bomb already planted. Henry, this is looking brilliant for Astralis. Looking to shock the world and take down the #1 team. Immer and Alexi here, 2-on-5. I don't think they can recover this one. They said Danish Counter-Strike is dead and gone, but they're starting to come back a little bit here. A 13-6 once again as Astralis make headlines.
Unbelievable performance. Yabi ends up dropping 25 kills. It's the Tech 9 to close things out as Astralis go 2-0.
It didn't take us long before we had the first big surprise of the Blast World Finals. Astralis taking down Navi in a convincing fashion, 2-0, and by all means, Maui, shocking us right now, shocking all the viewers at home, potentially even shocking themselves.
Man, that was a dominant performance from Astralis throughout the series. I didn't know that they had it in them, and I'm glad that they were given the time to ramp up into this, because when a KDM system is flowing, it is just beautiful Counter-Strike. The amount of team play that we're seeing from them here, it is... If you took the nameplates away and you just told me that the fall final team versus this team, that they're the same roster, I just wouldn't even believe it. Like, that's just unbelievable, okay? The way that they're able to take down a team like Navi, that's just unprecedented. Huge upset to kick off the tournament.
I was standing and listening into the communication as well, and you're spot on when you're saying that it was fluent, it was very vocal. You heard Cadian constantly communicate. When he was dead, he was constantly dictating, he was constantly telling players to push, to stay alive, to peak, not to peak, etc., etc. He was leading by example even when dead. It felt like the good old Cadian was back on the server.
The way that he was able to manage their team, and like, yeah, I can't hear them when I can't understand them. So I know that you're getting a little bit more in terms of details, but like the way in the mid-late round situations where Cadian is still just being the vocal leader, saying, I'm flashing for you here, it's going to be a double flash. Yeah. The way that they're able to always set up so well in post plants and play off of each other, playing off of timings and everything, it is just Navi on their other hand, they just didn't even look like themselves one bit. I guess honestly, JL, I guess it stands for jet lag, because this team right now, Navi, I mean, whatever happened to them when they got to this tournament, they need to rethink things, and they need to rethink them very quickly, because that lower bracket is going to be a gauntlet.
Stown had a fantastic showing today, dropping a 40 bomb, and we have James standing ready with him.
a huge statement victory here for Astralis, and one I'm sure you're going to be very happy with. But I want to touch on your individual performance, especially coming into that nuke. This looked like the old style. This looked like you were back and loving life. Anything specific changed? Something changed in the flow state you feel?
No, I mean, I don't think anything specific changed. I think it's just keep like working hard, you know, and like, yeah, today just felt good. It was a good day.
And in terms of it feeling good, obviously you got Kaden next to you when he's shouting and cheering on. Do you feel like you guys are getting back to like what you used to know and love?
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I think like he's bringing so much passion, you know, and it just fires up the whole team, and it's a pleasure to play with him again.
Now, obviously, you knew matchups in advance, right? You had a lot of time to prepare for this. Going for this nuke pick against NAVI, it kind of surprised a lot of people that you'd go for it. Obviously, it was not a strong map for them. So just what was the idea behind it? Had you noticed some stuff? Had you seen some gaps?
I mean, I think for us it was either between Nuke or Inferno. I think we haven't played, it was the first Nuke game with this team, you know, and we felt good on it in practice, so we just went for it, you know, and they didn't have anything on us, so yeah, it was good.
And can you explain the Mirage, though? Because it's supposed to be the tried and tested pick, the one that no one can take away from NAVI, and you guys just seem to have an ability to steamroll them here. Obviously, very important rounds as well going your way.
Yeah, I think like Device and Yabi had a really good CT side there. I think having Device on short with Orb was really good against like the way they played, and I mean Yabi was just really good on that CT side. So yeah, it was good.
Confidence high for the rest of the tournament now?
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
For sure, and I expect it to be very good for us.
It's a massive result for Astralis. As you said, no one expected him coming in against NAVI to be able to pick up a win, let alone a 2-0 win. So confidence should be high in the Astralis camp.
This is a statement game. The first serious BO3 that they've won as a roster, and doing it against the world #1. I feel like Astralis, all of the time that they've put in after what was pretty much a series of disasters for them against all forms and shapes of teams, to find a victory like this, they've got to right now be feeling like they are powering up into the most competitive part of the year.
Especially considering the strength of Group A, you know, they now guarantee themselves another shot at potentially winning the group, but also guarantee themselves a shot in the playoffs. So for Astralis to win 2-0, that's a massive result. We have NAVI dropping down to the lower bracket. That's a massive surprise, but we gotta move on with the show, Maui, because we have plenty of more Counter-Strike coming your way today. We have FaZe taking on MOUZ in the opening game of their tournament in Group A, and it's a cool matchup for many, many reasons. FaZe have been dominating MOUZ time and time again, but this time around, MOUZ come in fresh after a win in IM Rio. We're jumping on a quick break, and then we'll be back with match number 2.
Today, we're looking for victory. Underestimating us was their first mistake.
What a magnificent display of skill.
FaZe Clan thrives under pressure. We're about to show them what you're made of.
And it is one of the sickest clutches yet.
We're ready to run the gauntlet of the World Finals.
This is a matchup that I've been looking forward to ever since we knew they were going to face off against each other here in Singapore at the Blast World Finals. FaZe taking on MOUZ, and for many good reasons, for many good storylines, this should be interesting. One of them being, of course, that FaZe have been dominating MOUZ time and time again in Counter-Strike 2. We know the beginning of CS2, they were constantly beating them in grand finals, but MOUZ finally got the better of FaZe back in Rio. So we're heading into this matchup, Mari, with a new, perhaps, dynamic to this matchup. Do you think MOUZ are walking in as the favorites, turning up against FaZe?
Man, the team in Counter-Strike with probably the most aura in FaZe, losing some of that shine in Rio. That's a good question, Pimp. I will say that I picked FaZe to win this one. I feel like they're going to come back to this rematch with a little bit of, they have a little vengeance. They really want to show MOUZ that they want to sun them once again, show that they are still the big bros overall. But when it comes to how MOUZ has been playing lately, they are a team that seems like they're right there on the precipice of being championship contenders every single time they join a tournament. And now for the first time since the previous Blast World Finals, they might be able to capture a deep run at a Blast event.
It would be a statement in itself if they were able to beat FaZe 2 times in a row. In the final in Rio, you know, they were doing great for themselves, they were looking good, but it has been a bit of a roller coaster as of late for MOUZ. We had James Banks catching up with Shuhei coming into the matchup to learn a little more about where they're at.
Outside of EPL, Shuhei, you guys have had very good run recently in terms of top 4 grand finals at Rio. I want to ask you, do you guys as a team know where the blocker is for you guys to actually go the step further, go to where you want to be?
It's a good question. I'm not sure, and not something we looked at. We're still a young team. We have a lot of potential, and nothing is stopping us for now. So we just want to continue forward and progress forward.
In terms of that progress forward, I saw a new mentality for you guys recently. Every interview I did, not with you, with other players as well. We want to improve game after game. We want to see that. Is this something that you guys have spoke about, like outside of the team and say, okay, this is what we want to say, this is what we want to keep going? Is it something like you're trying to talk into existence?
A little bit no. It comes kind of natural to us right now that we want to take it game by game. It's just very important for us to not get lost and disappoint ourselves with maybe a goal that we set that would be too high. I don't know, reaching the final, and suddenly we don't do it, and then we are more disappointed. We went through a tough time, so having a game-by-game focus is just more important for us than having a higher goal, which we could also reach by doing game-by-game.
Now looking at goals, you finally took down FaZe when it came to Rio as well. Did you understand the change or something you've done that was able to make that possible?
We changed a lot, so we knew that coming into the game we would play a different style and it would be a different team from us. So we knew that honestly the last games that we played against them, they wouldn't matter that much if you have a new system now. Also, they have been going through a rough time, so they're constantly working about a lot of stuff. They're still trying to find a lot of stuff that fits them now. So I'm sure that even coming into this game, they will have something new prepared compared to last time. So it's all about working and finding new stuff.
Do you feel like you've got over like the block that was against them though? Do you feel like you're ready to say, okay, look, we did it this time, we can do it again?
I don't think the team took it as a block. I mean, obviously we were, what, 7-0 against them or whatever it is, or 0-7. But I don't think people took it too hard that much, the losses. We won, it felt good. Whenever it's going to be a more important win, maybe in a final, that's what's going to matter, and not the 7-0 or the 6-0.
Game by game, Shuhei is saying that's probably a pretty good idea, you know, to take it game by game, considering the history going up against FaZe Clan. Now, FaZe have been dominating MOUZ for quite some time. They did lose in Rio, but do you think, as you said, that Kerrigan would have changed something coming into that game and now feeling slightly more confident again refacing MOUZ?
He has to. He has to. Everybody on the team has to. They have to respond to the way that MOUZ played in that one, getting in their faces, showing them a lack of respect. And FaZe, they got to hold their ground this time around, because this is a matchup that they have dominated for over a year, and for Rio to suddenly change the tides, I think FaZe want to take it right back right away.
Luckily for us, we had the opportunity to catch up with Kerrigan coming into the game.
Do you feel the difference though is still there in like what you want to see from the team in the positive way?
Yeah, I mean, obviously best of one is rough against Fury in Rio. I think we could have performed better on the day against MOUZ, but also believe there was small things to change the outcome of the game. They really wanted to win way more than us, and it is hard to constantly beat the same team over and over again. They adjusted really good, right? And fair play to them. But I think the way we beat Liquid really showed that we are where we need to be, but not where we want to be. I think that's the best way to describe it. We are still in a good situation. I know it's the first time we didn't make a playoff, but it's not a shame to lose to a team like MOUZ. I don't think what I saw earlier this year after summer break, that was some very hard losses that shouldn't happen even on a bad day.
In terms of that, you said, right, you're losing to MOUZ and Rio, they're playing good, they're looking very well. Did you notice a change in them when you played them, because they had struggled against you in the past?
Yeah, obviously I went back and looked which matches we played against MOUZ, and there's no lie, the 7 times we beat them was all playoffs. Studio environment, we never played them before. It was the first time we played them in CS2 studio environment. And they showed up with real heart and real passion, and they played super aggressive, no respect. And we have to make sure they have to respect us. It's simple as that. We can't expect to have enemies to have respect for us just because we have a good matchup. We have to constantly earn it, constantly fight for it. And I think it's just as simple as that. Now we lost the game. We could have won it, but in the end we didn't. And I think coming into this game, we need to win today. We need to win this group stage, and we need to win the whole goddamn tournament.
It's an interesting narrative from Kerrigan right here, saying that they usually play them in playoff, you know, and not in studio environments. Do you think there's still some sort of, I guess, stigma to that? Is MOUZ still a team that performs better in a studio environment, or do you think that's died down?
I feel like Rio showed that MOUZ have a little bit more in them in terms of that stage experience. Beating Fury on stage, for example, was dominating. So impressive against that hostile crowd. And on top of that, I just feel like this is another studio environment. So that point doesn't actually matter today to me. I get it. I get it. It's a little bit, it seems like sour grapes a little bit from Kerrigan there, if I'm not going to lie to you. But at the same time, I do feel like you got to just beat them with better Counter-Strike today. It doesn't matter about the stage or about the experience when this is an environment that MOUZ is completely comfortable in.
It's been a fun matchup to watch, FaZe versus MOUZ, and especially considering that MOUZ did take the win in IM Rio. Now, I asked you before, and I'll ask you again. You have FaZe winning the game, but what does it take for MOUZ to get the W here?
If they play the same way that they played in Rio, that's what's gonna impress me the most. So frequently they were getting aggressive on them. So frequently they were trying to just take these proactive positions on the CT side, which FaZe weren't always ready for in all of these moments. And so for both sides, I feel like you just got to be ready to fight in the first 10 seconds, which is probably something that FaZe thought was allotted to them in terms of the respect that would have been given, but that needs to be earned.
And I was just about to say, Kerrigan saying that they were being very aggressive, showing no respect on the server, and usually that's part of the FaZe DNA. Do you think they still have the confidence to do that? Do you think FaZe is at a state right now, or a state of mind, so to speak, where they can allow themselves to be a little more careless on the server, or do you think they're overthinking it a bit?
I just feel like when I'm watching FaZe right now, it's not the same kind of star-studded where every single person, with the exception of Kerrigan, is going to always hold their mouse and just make sure that they win every single gunfight. I feel like I just get more of the individual pop-offs, and for whatever reason, it's been difficult for 2 or more players to click at the same time. You'll get the odd map of Rops carrying, of Rain doing well, Frozen obviously having some consistency. Brokey is such a big stage player, but man, for whatever reason, I don't know if it's just motivation, tournament to tournament, or just some kind of overarching picture that we're not privy to that is actually troubling FaZe in these kinds of moments. And so I just think that They need to make sure that they come to the World Finals with a serious goal, and Kerrigan in that interview sounded like he wanted to win the whole thing.
Yeah, I like that statement from Kerrigan. I like the fact that the focus for FaZe Clan is not to do well, it's not to get to the playoff, it's to win the entire thing. Now, one player that has been stable, one player that has been showing up time and time again for FaZe Clan is Frozen, and he has a history with MOUZ. We know that. He used to be the star of that team. So for MOUZ, and I guess for Frozen as well, do you think there's a little bit of an extra pressure on him right now to do well against his former team once more?
Oh yeah, absolutely. You don't want to feel like you made a bad decision by leaving those guys. I mean, you lost last time. He felt pretty good about it for Chengdu, for so many tournaments before where Frozen got the better of his old team, but now it feels like somehow the apprentices are passing the masters, and that's where Frozen got to step up, and he's got to make sure that he shows everybody this wasn't a mistake to join the more storied organization.
Speaking of stepping up, two guys that could use a bit of that, I guess, from time to time, is our lovely casters, is Anders and Henry. Take it away, please. We have MOUZ taking on FaZe Clan.
Pim, don't even know what that means, but I appreciate it. I think he was trying to be nice. Either way, we've got the second game of the day. It is going to be a bit of a banger. FaZe taking on MOUZ here. And I have to say, MOUZ actually looking like the favorites. FaZe, a team that's been sparring. You can see the live odds coming in as well. It looks like our partners agree, Anders. What are your thoughts?
That is interesting. Yeah, I mean, people were impressed by the Rio results, and I guess for good reason. And FaZe have been in a weird state where we don't always know what we're going to get with them. They're obviously great in a comeback, but yeah, it's been a team in flux. So perhaps it does make sense, although I think in our predictions game, almost everybody picked FaZe for some reason.
Listen to this, Anders.
Okay,
now, we've had CS2 for about a year now, right? First half of the year, it was 8 events for FaZe. It got 8 finals with 4 events won. Second half of the year, 8 events, lots of playoffs, but no grand finals, and of course, no events won as well. This team is spiraling in CS2. They were the undisputed best team in the world for the first 6 months of the game. That title's gone over towards NAVI now, and we're surprised if we see more than a quarterfinal from FaZe. They don't seem to get very deep in these tournaments at this stage, but it's still impressive. But you have to say, like, as Kerrigan mentioned, they want to start winning some trophies now. They want to start winning goddamn tournaments and show us this is a team that can still do damage. A lot of roster speculation going on now for FaZe. Whether this team will continue into 2025, yet to be seen. I think the major will be a deciding factor there. But yeah, a team you expect to be lifting at least a few trophies in the second half of the season, yet to really make any finals.
Wow, you bring up a really good point there. You've actually brought facts and logic.
I've bought some research today.
Yeah,
I've been in the lab.
That's it. It's hard. That's really compelling evidence, though. That's hard to scout, isn't it? How do you get past that if you're FaZe? How do you explain? I mean, Kerrigan did say they don't just want to beat MOUZ, they want to win the whole thing.
They listening to my notes or what?
They are. They actually
What's going on here?
Cheating off.
Taking my homework. Well, either way, I still think FaZe, like, it's technically the studio part of the tournament, Anders, MOUZ. Normally thriving in those environments. It's normally FaZe taking them down in the playoffs.
Sure.
Over the years, like in terms of the historic matchups here, like it's always FaZe that seem to get the win since like the late stages of 2023 and the majority of 2024. But their last outing, of course, in Rio, MOUZ finally managed to best them. They're a team on an upward trajectory right now, and FaZe kind of not spiraling necessarily, but not looking their usual selves. They seem to be fumbling the really important games. And Kerrigan, he knows his team and the roster. It's the right recipe. They know they can lift trophies with this lineup, but hasn't been coming together. Robs has been looking pretty good recently. I'm hoping to see him and Frozen working in tandem to step up. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you for bearing with us. The second game of the day here, live and direct from Singapore. You're watching Blast Premier World Finals 2024. It's MOUZ taking on FaZe.
And we're starting on Inferno. It's a best of 3 game, and it will be FaZe starting on that T side with MOUZ on the CT side already. So let's see what we get. A little bit of a jump there for Jimmy. I'm not sure how many people, if any, that he really saw. That's kind of the purpose of doing that jump, but I'm not sure if he actually spotted that many of them. So it might be still a surprise, to be honest. Torshi's in the middle, trying to see if he could find a couple of shots down towards the T ramp, and they have fallen a bit further back. So good job on MOUZ here. But the real stack is happening on the other side. If they just pull the trigger on this one, FaZe, there's not going to be that much of a defense. They don't want to go through with it. And they're still holding the B stack right now.
True. They've still got their utility as well. They've got smokes, assertion, flashes available, no kits. But still, same story for FaZe as well. They still have enough for a full B execution. They're making their way back there, Anders. They've got smokes of coffins and CT spawn, Molotov for new boxes or first oranges, flashbang to give them basic control of banana. And now MOUZ are in a very promising position. Xerxon, bear in mind, he's got that smoke. He's in CT spawn. As soon as he feels the utility come through, he's going to deploy his, and he's holding on to it for dear life. He doesn't want to deploy that, and they are falling back, to be fair, so it won't be that B finish. They actually pulled over another player in the form of Jimfat as well, but Torji, an excellent shot with the P2000. He knows there's more players en route. Can Jimfat deliver the same sort of performance?
He might have just saved the team, to be honest. That's going to give him a little bit of time to rotate on over. Nice shot from Frozen, though. Xerxon looking to try to make his way through. Only 20 seconds left to duel. The headshots already, and it's Rain to go down last. That is an insane sequence coming out. He looked like he missed the first 3 or 4 bullets there. Yep. And once he picked it up, it was wild.
He was like a double agent. I think they even looked back at him and assumed it was a teammate. It was such a wild maneuver there through the smoke, thrusting through the library position. Torji opened things up with a fantastic shot from that P2000. But as you can see, they're like, what the hell's going on? Didn't we smoke the library? And it's 4 kills for Xerxon, mowing them down. He's got the hot hand. What a way to kick things off in their CT campaign here. 1-0 for MOUZ, no bomb planted. Disastrous scenes there for FaZe. And now, no force by Anders, and a massive grenade to kick things off. Brolan looking to mow them down. He gets the hat trick, farms all that money, taking his total up to $2,000. And now Rain, just looking for 1 kill ideally. In the smoke, sure. But spotted and taken down. Brolan with 4 kills. He's just farmed so much cash. Problem is now you got that first gun round coming in. And yeah, that's great, but you actually might have wanted 1 player to go down there just so you could bring out an early AWP for Torji perhaps up against these AKs. Brolan can certainly drop in now, but they might still upgrade. They might consider that a viable option. And there it is. Okay, Torji does get the AWP.
Okay then, yeah.
I was scared when I said that. I was worried. Maybe I got it wrong, but the AWP is out. And that's a great little call. We'll see whether this is where Torji... This is where you wanted to see aggressive play from him. Try and get that opening pick, knowing there's literally no chance they have the AWP on the T side.
Yeah, I do like it.
There it is.
Might be surprising them as well. They look like they did want to take a look there. Oh, they're not ready for it. Frozen. He nearly got himself killed for absolutely nothing.
Takes 1 in the thigh. Yeah, they just didn't expect the AWP so early on. It's a really interesting play there from MOUZ. Unfortunate not to get the first kill, but can they get the round under their control? Another dink, and they'll hear it. Oh, the MP9 doesn't have the bullets. Brolan, after getting 4 kills in the previous, we'll have to make do with 0. It is converted in the end. Brokey looking for the double, though, as Shui looking to set up the blockade here. Wants to get that M4 ideally as well. Just be very careful. Spots 1. There's the M4. Needs to reload as well. Actually got 20 bullets. All good.
Brokey, I think, nearly walked into the Molotov there and died. He really wanted to stop him from picking up that M4, but...
So now they know there's some dinks out there as well, Anders. They're trying to reclaim territory. They're going to leave Jimfat, one of the more stable anchors in the game. Shui goes down here, and here we go. That MP9 going to town, and so many low HP players on the server right now. Jimmy down to 18, Frozen at 6, Robs at 8. Torji, though, got the AWP. HP not really a factor. Rain finding a lot of territory over towards A. And Torji realizing this could be a problem.
And with that smoke in front, you could see he was not really thinking about it. He doesn't realize that Rain is that close. That smoke really sells it. Rain obviously knows everything, so that's a very, very nice grenade to have thrown down. Good setup and good work from Rain. It's just a 1 kill there, but getting that much map position late in the round. Like you said, everyone being so low, that fight on Banana it kept on going forever and ever. I actually thought maybe at one point there, MOUZ were going to come out on top, but instead it's FaZe to pick it up. So we want a competitive game anyway, so it's kind of good to see FaZe on the board early here.
Oh, absolutely. That one was on a knife's edge. So many dinks, so many kills that could have been, but will be FaZe holding on to the round, posting their first. Jimmy to hold on to the AK-47. The money should be quite strong. Bear in mind, Rain saving the AWP as well, so they are posting a decent amount of damage early on here. Carrick, God, it's one of the most awkward battles we've seen all day, but he comes out on top. Jimmy certainly had a chance to get a double kill here. It was so unfortunate. So many low HP players, but this is a master stroke from Rain, dropping that smoke down towards the library side. As you mentioned, Torji has to assume they're behind the smoke and on the A side, but it will be Rain to find him. And the first round on the board for FaZe. We have got a tactical timeout. Discuss their options. Money's absolutely fine for MOUZ. And we'll be getting into round number 4 here. It's going to be the pick of FaZe, bear in mind.
Maybe another talking point that we love bringing up is just the resurgence of Brolan as a player. Obviously, it looked like
he seemed like his career was done, right? Yeah. I don't think many people have expected him to be actually a world-class team again, getting MVPs.
Oh, yeah.
And as you show in the wild, he can keep up in Tier 1 CS. Yeah, amazing resurgence to this young man's career.
Good flash to the corner. Forces out the AWP shot, reveals where that player is. Very low here is Frozen, and this time it's on the MP9 on the other side. He is going to be dead. So pretty good stuff. Crossbro and a lot of health, but don't get the kill anyway. Oh, look at Session actually pushing through. This is crazy. Kerrigan was thinking about it, but he got away with so much. That's a rare play. At one point on Inferno, back when Stewie was running wild, that kind of a move was way more popular, but it's risky to do it.
Yeah. Well, this is looking very promising, Anders, if you don't mind me saying. 5-on-3. Low HP players, though, and a lurk smoke towards the apartments deployed by FaZe. Round not done yet. Rob's known to lurking towards his apartments, and Rain, he'll be trying to find some basic control of middle. Tucks himself in towards Cubby. Spotted, though. Shui get that knife away. Aware of each other's presence now. 35 seconds. Execution potential low, but there's Rain being removed early on. So a 5 versus 2. I don't even know if it's worth going for it at this stage. Try and get the bomb planted. If it broken, get a couple of key frags. They've got a smoke to throw in spawn. It looks like they are going to give it a good go. Need a very clean kill here. 20 seconds remaining. I don't think you go for this. Doesn't seem worth it.
Yeah, he might have been hoping for the timing there, for somebody to peek up from the coffins, and that never really happened, so the round is going to expire. MOUZ will find a third here. Have really, really good work. Fun to see both teams fighting for Banana early on. I feel like sometimes you'll see the CT side just kind of surrender that part of the map early on because it just requires typically so many grenades to try and secure it on the CT side that it could be a bit rough, but MOUZ are absolutely battling. You can see them pushing down.
Xerxian, I'm loving these maneuvers. What a 2024 he's had. In terms of individual form, one of the best riflers in the game right now, in the entirety of CS2. An absolute monster on the server. Let's get into it. 3-1, MOUZ on their opponent's pick. Got AK-47s.
Wow.
Ready to go, 3 of them in hand for Shui, Xerxian, and Jimfab. Yeah, I'm going to see the AWP for Brokey safe in the previous round. But only 1 round to their name so far. Broadon got the pop flash towards the banana area. Trying to set up Xerxian, who's ready and waiting with the aforementioned AK. Spam's coming through.
That is a bit scary, isn't it? But doesn't look like Jimfat's too worried. Just sitting crouched all the way back there. Again, the battle continues for that banana control. It is such a pivotal part of the map, obviously, as you guys know. They have to try and at least push the CTs back, just so that it's not too obvious what's coming next here. A minute on the clock, and Sue looked like he was actually almost looking the wrong way there. Look, he was sort of looking off into the distance, but good reaction. Gets the kill. Bomb is down on T-Ramp, but there's about 50 seconds left here. They are starting to get back from Banana and in towards the middle here, but this is already shaping up to be an awkward round. Down a man, 40 seconds. They have some utility, but...
And there's so much mid-control for the CTs here, Anders. How do they break through?
I don't know. You need a pop flash, and you've got 1 on Brokey, so he's going to try and set him up, but they need something like that. There we go. It is one hell of a flashbang. Jimmy's on the other side, and he's going to go down. That is exactly what they needed.
All right. The round's actually going in favor of FaZe here. 3-on-3. The pop flash was spectacular. The retake now going to be very difficult. One you might consider saving on. It's Inferno. You're smoked off. You've got an AWP here. You'll definitely give it a look in. But with Brokey's position, I don't think there's a way he loses this duel. The AWP is just way too strong looking towards the library. It's going to be Xerxian who's going to be activated first. If he gets a quick kill, maybe there's a chance. Not going to be quick, though. Detected. And that's probably it with that Molotov in. I think they probably save. Xerxian still fancies it, though, and that's the fight I was talking about. Brokey with a huge advantage.
That's also the kit is down there in the library, so like there's no way. He'd have to run back. The AWP on Torch, had the defuse kit, unfortunately. Yeah, I mean, that was probably a bit risky, maybe pushing it a bit too far, trying to retake that. Tempting a 3-on-3, but it didn't work out in their favor. Wow, that one flashbang just completely changed the round.
Oh, you said it had to be a hell of a pop flash. They had all the control they could ever ask for. That there is an argument to be made, Anders, that once you have this man advantage and the 20 seconds left on the clock, you might just want to play the crossfires and play the bomb sites and dig in deep towards the bomb site. They opted for The up-close and personal maneuver and get caught up by one single flash, and FaZe will capitalize, of course, as we get their second on the board here. The AWP is saved, but now this is a bit of a problem. We've got FAMUS, MP9 in the hands of Shui and Zershin, respectively, and we'll see whether this rush from Karrigan will gain some control here towards the top of Banana. It's the MP9 to find him.
Oh, no.
And it's a pretty clean kill from Karrigan there. He's actually found the opener. Zershin didn't see that coming whatsoever.
That's so rare. You're right. He is a spectacular player, but he got caught completely. He just didn't expect it. He thought the Molotov that they had thrown down would have held anyone back. And to be honest, this is kind of the kind of play that makes Karrigan such a hard player to play up against sometimes. He kind of can be the unknown quantity when you're playing FaZe, because he'll take the extra risk. He doesn't mind sometimes dying, because the rest of his team will probably pick up the slack anyway. Yeah, just way further up than I think he realized. What do you do now? Roland, he's still hanging out near the B bomb site. So yeah, he can throw some grenades here and really try and slow them down, but if he's playing alone, he should never be able to win this one. His team could try and go through the middle if they want to sort of turn this top mid defense into more of an offense, but right now, it is just the Swede alone at the bomb site here. It's not looking good at the moment. Yeah, all right, they are pushing down the middle, so they're going to try and get there, but he still has to stay alive and at least get a kill, and that's not going to happen.
Certainly not, Anders. Torji will find one for the smoke. We'll need a second one, though. My God. Tantalizingly close. Could have happened, but they'll probably have to give this one up. There's no further utility, no kits. FAMUS for Shui, and the money is busted as well. It will be Brokey holding towards Banana, but Karrigan finding an opening kill on Zershin. Wasn't the prettiest kill, but overlooked. Zershin didn't see Karrigan coming in that quickly and gets in the 5-on-4, finishing towards the bomb site. And they have no choice but to save. The only kill they find here in this particular round is the Torji shot through smoke at CT spawn. Trying to lock them in towards Banana. Sure, some exits here would be nice to keep FaZe modest, but you need to make sure you hold on to that rifle, Jimmy.
Yeah, kind of a critical position right here. It doesn't look like necessarily FaZe want to be fighting too much either. They're happy to just stick around at the bottom of Banana.
Yeah.
Okay, bit of a truce.
We've got to get a bit of a game on our hands here. This is looking like will not be a blowout. These two teams have duked it out plenty of times this year. FaZe taking majority of the victories. Here was in Rio, where finally MOUZ took them down in a best of 3. After FaZe lost the best of 1 to Furia on home soil. Not their best tournament, not their best run, but looking to take another victory here, FaZe, as they grind their way back into the game. Tying things up, a 3-gun save for MOUZ there.
It really feels like so far the main predictor of who's been winning these rounds is down to the Banana fight. Both teams still really engaged with it. This time it was Karrigan, but we've seen just as much Zershin on the other side pushing down and trying to find those kills. So that is kind of the hot spot on the map at the moment. Nobody's really surprised about that, I guess, but yeah, both teams willing to struggle for it. Tied up game at 3-3 as we head into round number 7 here. What do we have for the CT side? 1 FAMAS, 1 M4, 1 AWP, and then pistols for the rest. So really a tough round to win here if you're on the MOUZ side of things, but definitely not impossible. Let's try and see if they can set up that AWP while some pressure is being applied already to the top mid position. So they're going to try and boost on over. It's a bit awkward with the failed jump. That gives away the noise, and I think Frozen definitely heard that, so they don't want to recommit to it.
Wow. A difficult round for MOUZ, but one that's possible. USPs for Zershin and Brolan trying to keep the money uniform here. See the saved rifles hold on to $2,000 as well. Going through the motions. Yeah, I'm going to see the Molotov towards the quad side, flushing out these key positions before they go for mid control. Smoke down towards Arch still. Jimmy, though, yet to have his moment here on Inferno. Could save these rounds single-handedly. He's that good. One of the best anchors in CS2 right now. And Shui tucked in towards the cubby. Baited him by the USP towards Arch side. Brokey patrolling quad. It will be an A finish here. CT's lacking information. Going to send in the USP first. Taken down by Rain. FAMUS in a strong position. Oh, nice off angle, but can't find the kill. Rain, Zershin, and Jimmy all chiming in for some kills here. Man advantage for MOUZ. They scramble back towards the bomb site. It's Karrigan that finds a bit of space and time here. Smoke down towards the Moto position. And now a bomb plant looking likely. It's going to be Torji and Zershin in the 2-on-2.
Pretty impressive work, to be honest, there for the CT side to even get into this far. That double kill for Jimmy really going a long way, but the timing to help Kerrigan out, not have to take that fight, is probably really important. They can stick around and try and see if they do something. Again, they don't have the kit right now, so it's doubtful whether they can actually easily retake this, but double pit position, you never really know. Molotov goes in towards that default, and now Kerrigan's frozen as well. It's just such a strong double setup in the pit here when they don't have the grenades to deal with it. And Torshi realizes it is time to leave. Kerrigan will have to try and make a run for it.
Yeah.
To stay in the pit here, but still, great work for FaZe right now.
Yeah, that's going to be them taking the lead there, Anders. These have been some cutthroat moments as well. It looks like where MOUZ have found some footing in the round. They get 3 kills out of nowhere, but Kerrigan actually saves the day. He actually hears them trying to get back and towards the bomb site and tuck themselves in. He comes out the apartment, finds the opening frag that does lead into the victory. This one right here. As soon as he gets that one on Jimmy, that's when the round feels like a secure bit. The smoke coming in towards the Moto side as well. And yeah, they even go for that retake there with the AWP and the FAMAS. Thankfully, they do save the FAMAS there, but bear in mind, that was a bit of an eco. They did save plenty of cash, as MOUZ will have another gun round available to them. M4's available, and we're getting into...
I mean, maybe something else to point out is that so many FaZe games start with like a really terrible beginning, and then FaZe...
Yeah, that's a good point. It's one of their calling cards, isn't it?
It really is what they're known for. So the fact that like, it's 4-3, they're on the
like,
side, I mean, this is actually pretty sick.
Kerrigan, like, earlier in the year, like, would even recognize it when they're winning tournaments. It seemed to be the case. They'd like, drop a series, have a rough start in pretty much every single map at the start of tournament. But this is a good recovery. But Shui looking to answer back here. We'll find Rain 5 versus 3 in favor of MOUZ. Trying to get themselves out of dodge here. You can see Shui knew he was about to be Molotov. The flashback from his teammate. Good shot, though, with the AWP. Takes Frozen down to 17 points of health. And they have to enter through the quad. There's literally no chance, Anders.
Yeah.
With such low HP, 2 players here, very aware of this prospect. Should be a completely done deal. And there it is, Zershin mowing them down, working in tandem with Jimmy. And that's more like it. That's a convincing one there from MOUZ, as they will be tying things up.
Yeah, I think they needed a round like that one.
Yeah.
Just to secure the economy just a little bit more.
Because there's been some frustrating moments, right? I think they have looked at the better team. There's been some unlucky situations where certain positions overlooked, or that advantage they had towards middle with that one flashbang completely destroyed them, unraveled their money. But this is more like it. Yo.
Nice story. Nice boy. Sick on A.
Very nice on A.
Okay, yeah.
And
I like it.
Concessions now for FaZe Clan. We go 4-4. Deagle for Brokey. Tech 9 for Robs, but AK's otherwise. Torji ready for the fight towards middle. The flashbangs have been a bit of a problem. Gets away with his life narrowly, and Jimmy now can hear footsteps aplenty towards that quad side. Smoked off for now. Hoping he can find a kill towards that boiler room. Here's the utility deployed, and another missed shot from Torji here. We'll have to pull back.
It's Kerrigan again. He just sometimes will play like this.
He's been very oppressive, isn't he? Getting in there, stuck in.
It's one of the reasons why you see him with the Mac 10 so often, because it might be an even better weapon for that kind of run where you're really pushing them back. So he does go down at the end, but I kind of like the style anyway. Again, another flank coming in from Exertion. He did this earlier and it worked, and this time he's in an even stronger position. This should be nearly unlosable when you're pushed this. I said that, but if they can slip their way past back somehow...
They're going to check it, but the way they're positioned with that Deagle towards the bedroom, I think they're going to check this spot.
No way. Rops is walking back there. I mean, there is a
They
chance.
know that flank is coming in, like you said. Does Brokey just pre-fire the bench? It doesn't look like to be the case.
I mean, Rops could shoot him in the back of the head in 5 more seconds, so let's just wait and see if they actually are going to do it or not. Oh, Frozen, not quite aware. Rops is behind him there, so he's going to be able to get the kill at the very least, or it will be Rain instead.
30 seconds. B is open. They're making the right call, but lots of sound cues given over, so there will be rotations in time. Nice work from Brolan. Doesn't need to overcommit to this one, but a beautiful secondary headshot. Jimfat confirms that he's low. He knows he's done significant damage. The round is definitely going in their favor. Bombs down, and Shui. Nice little shot to close things out. Beautiful sequence there from Brolan as well, as they keep the dream alive here on the CT side.
Okay, then. I mean, this is the kind of game that we're looking for here. Weirdly, the Astralis game almost turned out to be a bit one-sided, but in favor of Astralis. You know, they just never really got up and running, Navi, unfortunately. But this is delivering close to begin with. Everyone, more or less, is turning up for the game.
That was the difficult buy, though, from FaZe. It leads them to the pretty much full eco, Anders. So 6 rounds, pretty much locked in. Torji, a couple of misses. This one is dead on, as they will find Carrigan, who's been a bit of a thorn in his side. Nice grenade towards Boiler. Pushes them back multiple times here. They take damage en route. It's Rain down to 56, now 0. Torji gets a second of the round. He's not done yet. He wants every single player of FaZe. He's on for the ace. Can't convert it. And now getting a little bit messy, but a clean round overall. 2 kills given over as we get into the closing stages of this first half. And now starting to pull away.
Little smile on Torji there. Kind of like it. He probably knew that it wasn't really
overzealous.
Yeah, it's like, I don't need to keep doing this, but at the same time, like, I'm getting warmed up, so.
Yeah, they're not going to save that orb. The money's fine going forward. And they'll recover the sniper itself. So yeah, go for the ace.
First time out here for FaZe. Chance for Neo to get in the mix. Yeah, this is a perfect start to the series, I've got to say. Good to see Inferno. I feel like it's still one of these maps that's not picked as much as, you know, I would have expected with the remake and everything.
And all the outings they've had between MOUZ and FaZe, they have not actually played Inferno ever against each other.
Wow.
It's been lots of Mirage, Nuke, Ancients, Dust 2s, never Inferno.
Okay, well.
Never got any stats there for you, Anders.
This is going to be our first real test. How exciting. Round number 11. Sue deciding to try and switch things up, keep it a bit interesting. Oh, they're not ready for it either.
Damn,
it's a brilliant move. Brolan all the way from the back, able to get the headshot with the AK-47.
The incendiary now, like they've won the round if they can just get away.
Yeah.
So they're trying to deploy the defensive grenades, but they're sticking around longer than you might like. I think they've overlooked the position. What a disaster. They should have got out of there, Anders. They were going for absolute glory there. Thankfully, it's not too bad, only a double kill. But still, the round's back on now.
Oh, the bomb is back here. Sershin, he's got it at the bottom of the T-ramp, so we'll see if Rops is going to be able to sneak it away. If he makes any more moves, yeah, there's just no way For Rops to have seen that, he would have had to guess that Sershin walked through the smoke on the ramp to get into T-spawn, and that's just so unlikely.
Sershin's has been absolutely everywhere.
Yeah.
Constant backstabs, constant flanks, and now a 3 versus 1. Little bump in the road with that overlooked underpass position, but no harm, no fouls, we like to say around here. Should be round over. Torji not going to miss that one. Nails it. And it's another aggressive maneuver from the CT side. Not allowing FaZe to run their defaults, not allowing them to get comfortable, nailing the shots and shutting down the round before it even gets going. A chance to get back into it with a double kill, but ultimately it was done after this. Gambit down towards the bottom of middle. Brokey times it well. You can see it. It's a little bit messy.
Yeah.
Could have just. I thought they dropped that incendiary. He fall back with the 5-on-3. But still, they stick around and it all works out. Yes, Zershin saving the day there. Until he finds the bomb towards T-spawn. Good positioning. And final round of this first half, Anders, and they got to make do with MAC-10s and pistols. It's not looking good for FaZe.
No, it's a bit awkward, and just like in the first series, like the difference between 4 and 5 here, I think is pretty huge. Yeah, they're not going to slow it down. They're going to be rushing down. Sue and Jimmy inside of the bomb site, and actually the counter grenades are pretty good. They're trying to really slow them down. Good spray at the beginning, but it'll not be Sue alone, and he's going to get traded out too. So pretty much a success so far for the T side, at least on the side, to try and get the bomb planted.
Yeah, Zershin locked out for now, trying to jump, duck and weave. Trying to get an advantage here. The CT retake utility is stifling, but Frozen continues to frag here. Looks like FaZe are good to steal away around here in the closing stages this first half. This kill will decide it. 8-4 would have been a disaster. 7-5, not so bad. And Torji, nothing he can do with this one, I'm afraid, Anders. He is surrounded, and FaZe showing some signs of life still. It's their map pick. It got a little bit awkward, but they post the last round to post a 7-5 score. What's up, ladies and gentlemen? You are watching a World Finals, second game of the day. We find ourselves with MOUZ versus FaZe Clan. It was looking like a very one-sided affair. MOUZ were running away with the opening stages and closing of Inferno, but a MAC-10 victory with a couple of pistols in the mix, Anders, has given FaZe a fighting chance. 7-5 is looking a lot better than 8-4.
Yeah, I think this is absolutely on. I wouldn't call any team right now. It's gonna be a lot of it down to the pistol round here, I assume. If MOUZ can pick this one up on the T side, they're gonna be in a really strong position. But like we said, FaZe just a team you can never really count out. So even if they're a bit behind, don't get too panicked. They usually find a way back. Rops with a similar jump for info to look if anyone is down in that second mid position.
Yeah, it's a nice idea. You can spot a few players and get an understanding of what they're bringing to the table. It was Zersh that got 4 kills on the CT-sided pistol. We'll see if he can replicate that sort of form. It's going to be an apartments pop here. I assume one smoke towards Moto. A flash over. And the Julies of Robs looking to stand and deliver. He gets himself 3 kills. Round done. Nothing Torgy can do. Maybe the bomb plant would be something, but that's going to be a difficult situation in itself. Looking for that bomb plant, but needs to recover the C4 first.
Oh, it's awkward, isn't it? If it was down below or he already had it, he could have been really quick with the bomb plant, but has to spend a lot more time. I don't know, though. That first shot was pretty clean. If he can win the 1 versus 4, I mean, that would certainly get the team fired up a little bit.
They've spotted the bomb now, though.
Yeah.
So no further doubts. Can triangulate around this C4. Torgy hoping some flanking players will be coming through, but not going to be the case. No one here for him to find. He's looking to thin out the herd here. Bring it to a 2 versus 1. That would be great. He's got the gun for the job. But bear in mind, he's got that P250, no Kevlar. He's very squishy. Carrigan does leave.
Yeah.
But I guess he's looking just towards for a potential flank, like the long con.
That is what he's thinking about. That's not happening. We can tell. Ooh, what a shot that is. Still one more on the site. He's running up close. And no, he wasn't ready. That is almost cruel. Froze him. It's like he gave him an extra second. He just waited for him to look up.
Yeah, I wanted to jump scare him. And denying the plant. Much needed pistol there. Beautiful spray down from Rops.
It was. But I mean, honestly, the laser precision with the P250 on the T side was also pretty sickening. But yeah, that's kind of the dream when you've got the dualies here, and the flashbang's behind him.
True. A flashbang designed to cover every part of the bomb site apart from the close range position. And we will find ourselves 1-round game, 7-6. Gonna be the eco now for MOUZ. Didn't really bring much to the table. No bomb plant found. And a bit of aggression here. FaZe can hear those Glocks firing off. You can assume it's an eco at this stage, which it certainly is.
Hunting with the SMGs. I don't really hate it. Just, don't get too carried away. But at this stage, it's looking pretty good. 3 so far, a 4th one there coming in. So 4 kills with the MP9s on the CT side. Making a bit of cash. Just really enjoying life for the moment here. Well, this game is really delivering at the moment. FaZe right back into it. Let's see what MOUZ can do once they start to pick up the rifles here. So been Surgeon really leading the map for MOUZ. 15 kills on him right now. That was on the CT side though. T side, it could be hard to find some of these early kills on Banana. Sometimes you just end up starting all the rounds with 50% health because you're entering. It's not going to be necessarily that much of a good time, although he's very nearly there. That's actually pretty sick, and somehow it doesn't work out. I love that for him.
Dude, this is the bonus round from Carrigan and co as well. He's got the opening kill. He has been a real nuisance today, Carrigan. Finding those annoying kills to get under your skin. That one's no different. He gets himself another through the smoke of the MP9. Working with Frozen as well as a 5-on-3 round. Still open to some extent with this little log play in towards the quad, but you can see Robs is ready for it. And they've been locked out by utility as well, so I'm not even sure what you do with this 5-on-3. Bonus round looking very good for FaZe. They're looking to recover some more rifles towards the end. They have got a bit of a focus towards B, but started to peel players off back towards A now. Carrigan surely not off with a hat trick. He gets a dink, Anders. Roll on down to 57. 27, I should say. Did 57 damage.
You're right. and, you know, just getting the information, knowing that they're there. I mean, like, even if he doesn't get the kill, it's still really valuable. They've got 3 people defending the bomb site, although Robs has gone down already. Range is hiding his Brawl and running onto the site. I don't know how they turned this around, but that is remarkable for MOUZ. They're going to get the bomb planted here. 25 seconds now, and for everything that Kerrigan did, very nearly a triple. And they had 3 people defending the bomb site, but it doesn't make a difference when Brolan rolls onto the site. 3 kills for him in the round here. And Frozen, no kit, just a single grenade here. He needs, I think, a mistake maybe for MOUZ, but they look like they're pretty much locked in on the other side. All right,
I don't think he can win the round, but if he can take both of them down, or at least lock them into the bomb side, that is something at the very least. 19 Incendiary flushes one of them out, but it looks like Torji's going to be fine. Takes a bit of damage, tanks the Incendiary. They're going to win the round here. That's a 5-on-3. Draw back in their favor. That is an absolute gut punch, but bear in mind, majority of the players that were FAMAS or MP9. Still excellent work. It's Brolan with a brutal double kill there towards the A side. Completely shuts down the pit setup at a round that looked like it was going to be locked in. Started here with Kerrigan, long range to the MP9. Double kill as he gets one through the smoke as well. Then Brolan gets that kill in towards the arch position, gets the double in towards the pit. Jimmy to close things out. It's a bonus round, and sure, it's disappointing to lose a 5-on-3, but it can happen when you've got those MP9s. Kerrigan looks like he's holding it together. No tilt just yet. Still a 1-round game. Yeah. And he's actually, with all those kills, he got the majority of the utility, the money there. He's dropped, I think he's only dropped the AWP for Brokey as well. So, selfless is Kerrigan.
It makes sense, right? He is a good player with the MP9 anyway.
Well, yeah, he's got the double kill, right? He's feeling it. Make sure your star players have what they need.
And Brokey, we haven't really mentioned, but obviously the kind of warfare on a close range map like Inferno that can
normally does his most devastating work in Inferno, right? It suits his playstyle. Lots of no scopes available, lots of smoke pushes that come towards you.
It's definitely one of my favorite things to watch
in the world.
In the world, you're right, Ham. Glad you added that. Just as long as you don't play timid, because then it becomes the worst.
Yes.
You know, very all or nothing personality, but round number 16, and this is still absolutely anybody's game. FaZe, if they lose this one, they're going to be out of money, and that could start a bit of a run for MOUZ. They're all grouped up onto Banana. Now, remember when MOUZ were on the CT side, MOUZ really fought a lot to stop FaZe from having this kind of control, but FaZe have kind of let them do it a little bit here. They don't have the grenades maybe at the start to really fight for it, so it's going to be a clean execute with only 2 people on the site. It's down to the first couple of kills here. If Brokey get the first one, they can defend this bomb site, but if it goes the other way, I'm not so sure. There's one to start with, but straight headshots coming through. It's once again the Swede stepping up and entering onto that site.
You're right there. That is beautiful from Brolan. Stunning shots of that AK-47. Back-to-back rounds. He saves the day. It was an opening kill from Brokey. They had a nice setup. He was baiting at his teammate who was on first oranges as well, but no. Brolan's not having any of it. Double kill on entry. Round over. Frozen, if he gets one more, they can maybe consider the retake. Not going to happen. And it will be MOUZ finding a very convincing round here. Kerrigan. He probably gets a kill or 2 here. There's the first. Not going to get that second, and Robs looking to contain, excuse me, and we'll see whether he gets another one. They will survive, though. Doesn't really want to go down here. Bear in mind, they lost that 5-3 before. Money is not in an amazing spot, but Brolan certainly is. Really leading the way here on the T side. Winning ridiculous moments, hitting insane shots, and that round was no different. Double entry here on the B bomb side. Let's check it out again. Takes out the orb. Adjusts for the second, and that's already round over. Those 2 kills with no response, nothing you can do, and just Torji through the smoke for good measure.
Almost feels like ancient history at this point, but, you know, this is the player that Get Right of all people.
Oh my God, where are you going with this?
I'm just going to say, Get Right is the guy who said, this guy's the future of Swedish Counter-Strike. Like, you can't really get more of a pat on the back. Like, that's a huge thing for someone like Get Right to say. And then, obviously, like we said, it looked like that was a bit of a miss. You think, oh, I don't know about that, because he just kind of did disappear. You know, swallowed up in some of those Swedish lineups. Didn't look like he wanted it.
Hang on.
Team kill is not ideal.
Okay, we're good.
Take it a moment.
You have to bear in mind, he exploded on the scene at a weird time in CS. When he joined Fnatic, he was coming into their young star, but it was the Krieg mess up.
Yeah.
So he was using the Krieg most of the time, right? So it's very difficult to gauge like how good he was. Like, definitely had some amazing moments and showed us he's a great Counter-Strike player, but since then, he was just like, okay, he became more of a journeyman. He wasn't really a star player once the meta shifted. But yeah, that's why no one really expected him to really bounce back in this sort of way and make his way back to a tier 1 team. At least the majority of us didn't, but what a resurgence to his career. Great scouting from MOUZ to pick him up.
Yeah.
And think he's got a lot more to offer in his career. Speaking of which, looking for another double kill, and he'll deliver on that.
Good cleanup, good round. MOUZ continuing towards a victory here on Inferno. It is looking pretty good for them at the moment. It's really hard to slow them down right now. And I think I think part of the problem here for FaZe is that they don't have the money right now to defend Banana a lot with, but what you can tell is that it's giving so much real estate to MOUZ to do these kind of executes onto the bomb side. Obviously, this round was a lot easier. Total lack of weapons and equipment there on the CT side. And even in this round, look at they just don't have that much to work with. So MOUZ, they could do it again. If you get Banana, why not just keep executing on that side?
Huge rounds here, and an important first map, Anders. It was at Rio where it was Nuke was the third and deciding map. MOUZ managed to win that 13-7. That's what they've opted for their pick going forward as well. So in terms of the veto overall, really had to win this first map phase. Not a done deal just yet. They're going for some Banana retake utility. Gonna be looking for these fights here, but that Molotov locks a player in. And taken down is Frozen. Locked in Resurgence, not a good place to be. Smoke down towards CT spawn. And in they go. Flashbang will have to be very, very effective. CT still have a fighting chance here as they get one through the smoke. It's Rain. Chewy and Brolan feeling the pressure now. AWP not going to work out. It's a scrappy round.
It's still on. It might still be. Oh, maybe not. Jimmy goes down as well. I was going to say, Chewy's actually managed to sneak his way somehow. Nobody caught him in the smoke, so if his teammate had stayed alive for a little while longer, it might have been doable. But Carrigan picking up the AWP.
Needed that.
They did need that.
Lost the first pick. It was the MP9s who needed kills through the smoke, and of course, Rain finds them.
Great entry work from Surgeon there on the T side. Like, hats off to him. That's, I think, one of the most thankless jobs you can have on Inferno is to be the first guy in on Banana.
Yeah, right.
It's real tough. There are a couple of players obviously that are notoriously unbelievable at playing that position. Good work for Surgeon, but for most players, it sucks to be the first one running into all the grenades.
Well, there we go. A spam from Rain keeps FaZe in the game. 10-8. Money available though. Utility low. They've opted for the firepower over the grenades here. Rob's aware of a potential sneak out of the apartments. He'll have an easy kill on Brolan. Same story for Brokey, who looks like he's guaranteed the round here with that shot. Banana under their remits. Spamming off some shots to allow his rifle to push down. There's going to be Frozen tucking himself in towards the barrels. I can't see a world, Anders, where this one falls apart. Looks like we could have a tied game as well. This will be 10-9 with no further cash available for MOUZ.
Yeah, you're right. They shouldn't never be losing this one.
Good.
Surgeon is alive. I guess we don't know yet. Rops is in the pit, and Carrigan's falling quite far away. So really, for the minute here, it's down to Rops.
Goes back to the discussion, like, should players be patrolling middle by themselves when you've got a 5-on-3 advantage? Should you be giving them those fights? Should they commit towards bomb sites before they get them? Looks like it might not be an issue here. Still a 3-on-2. Significant damage inflicted towards Shuey. 30 seconds remaining. Rops, it's going to be very difficult to shake him out of this pit position, as Jim Fat will find out, and that's going to be the round. So a little bit scary when Rain goes down, but ultimately under control. And Rops, great round from him, 3 kills in total, and the money is completely broken now for MOUZ. 1-round game.
Explain it to me, Henry. They're walking towards that pit from the apartments with no smokes, no flashes, no nothing. They're just walking in like there's nothing to set
They're
them
just
up.
trying to change up the pace. Like, they've been focusing towards middle a lot on the CT side. So if you can just walk out of the apartments, it's the unexpected play. You just don't necessarily think players are going to do that. And unfortunately, Robs is very aware of that prospect and was ready.
Nice!
A lot of players, though, wouldn't be so aware and allow a kill or two to come out of those apartments. I think that's a pretty interesting idea, considering we said MOUZ went for the firepower of the utility. They didn't actually have all the grenades they needed.
Oh, yeah.
They went for AKs across the board, right? So trying to just subvert expectations.
I mean, Maybe they could do it again later. It'd be really fun to see if it works out. If nobody's looking there and they just turn up, that could be a fun round.
This is a tied game, as you mentioned.
Oh, yeah.
Just Glocks and P250s. No chance of winning it.
Everybody's playing well on this game. There's nobody, like on the first game for NAVI, we had a couple of players on different maps that weren't really showing up. I think Jail and Alexi on different maps. But for this one, they're all here and playing.
Well, bear in mind, this tournament is time to put your money where your mouth is. Everyone says they need more time, but we've had a bit of a break now.
They can't
since
have more
Rio,
time.
we've had some respite. We've had some moments to gather yourselves and work out how you're gonna position yourself for the major, especially. Like, these are the last two big events of the year.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I guess that could be a real blow to the confidence if things just aren't working the way that you want. Like, you don't have a lot of runway to fix anything, so it could be real important in that sense, too. Timeout called here.
I can get it at an event like Rio, where it's been a stacked year, you know, especially a team like FaZe, back-to-back events, and like maybe the killer instinct wasn't there. They said in the interview, MOUZ wanted that victory more than we did. Well, you're going to have to be ravenous for the win right now. You're right. If you like go crashing out last place at a tournament like this, where the best teams of the world are present, then this is an issue for your confidence going into the major. So, yeah, this is the moment to show what you've been working on and that this team can still make deep runs. FaZe said they won the trophy here. They're yet to make a final since the player break. 8 tournaments in total, no grand finals. Very different scenes in the first half of the year where they managed to get 4 grand finals into their belts.
Yeah, I think Pimp was tweeting about it at one point, saying, you know, if this doesn't work out for FaZe here, then surely the roster changes are on the horizon.
I would say that the major will be the deciding factor there, but I think you're absolutely right. Those conversations are already happening behind closed doors. But will they be a reality? Yeah, these 2 events will decide it.
You got to assume that's probably where this is heading. But right now, tied up game against MOUZ. Bit of a jump there. Sertion gonna respond with a grenade. Unfortunately, just catches the corner. Otherwise, I think that would have been a really nice grenade on the Frozen. And FaZe, again, they're not really fighting down the bottom of Banana the way that MOUZ were. So giving a bit more space right now for the T side to potentially use that as a platform to execute onto the B side with. And I think they realize MOUZ. I think they have a bit of a read on how FaZe like to play this defense. So they're gonna say, all right, if you're gonna let us have Banana, then we'll definitely take it.
Good recovery here from FaZe. Took a couple of awkward rounds. They managed to make them work. They broke the money at MOUZ. Now we've got a 10-10 game. Awkward sound cue given over, not the end of the world. And we've got a pretty decent setup here from FaZe as well. They're ready for a potential B finish here. Spam through the smoke does significant damage towards Rain. Brodan applying pressure here. Actually gets himself in towards Arch. This is the most vulnerable part of the map. You can see they've got no control here whatsoever. Having to bring a player back from the B bomb side to control CT spawn.
Oh, he's going to get shot in the back. Unfortunately, the timing is... Oh, wait. How is he still alive? Okay, now the fight is on. Frozen. I thought maybe there was a chance there. That could have been really sick. Flash goes over, and Carrigan wants to take a bit of a peek, but he's under a lot of pressure right now. Frozen through the smoke will get Torshi somehow. And finally, they bring down Carrigan, and they were ready for Frozen as well. So somehow we're back into a 3 versus 3. And make that 2 on... Or maybe not. The grenade, actually... I thought it was going to be enough to catch one of those 2 players, but... Still a chance here. The bomb is planted. Everyone, except for Sertion and Rops, are a bit low on health here. And all he has to do is stand up at the right time. There we go. The spray. Good for the 1. And I think they've cleaned it up here. Brokey goes down last. What an intense round that was. But it's MOUZ to come out on top.
Back and forth, just the way we like it. It wasn't clear who will be picking that round up, but it will be MOUZ to come out on top. Carrigan needed one there, Anders. He certainly had the time and space to get it. He did damage, but unfortunately unable to find the kill. If he gets one, makes the retake a lot more possible there. And you can see they were completely locked out by the utility. Man advantage for FaZe to kick that round off, but couldn't hold on to it. As now the timeout is called. MOUZ are in touching distance of winning their opponent's map pick of Inferno. They can feel it. They're looking very calm today, but both teams, you're right, have turned up. This is a bit of a thriller. Bit of a classic matchup, FaZe versus MOUZ. Historically, FaZe win this outing time and time again, but it's in Rio where MOUZ finally bested them in the best of 3 and knocked them out of the tournament. So, Zershan gets the intel, all 3 players coming in from Banana. Shui starts to mow them down, and that's a huge round to pick up. Calls a timeout to calm everyone down. And we'll see what kind of buy we've got available here for FaZe. Pretty decent one.
Yeah.
Not bad at all. All for Brokey. But if he loses this, the gold will be diminished. And I'll have to make do with the SMGs and pistols for potentially the last round here.
I think we're long overdue a real Brokey round. Like, he's been there, but we haven't seen the close range, the combat AWP style that is just so enjoyable. So would love to get a sense of that. Easily could be what wins them a couple of rounds here. Again, full banana control early on here. I feel like FaZe are running the risk. I think MOUZ have kind of proven that when they have this position, they can take that B bomb side more often than not. Like, if you feel like you can win the round 60, 70% of the time by getting this, why not just do that all the time? Like, why even roll the dice and do too much different? And they're getting that control most of these rounds without FaZe really putting up a fight. So, yeah, they're going to start to slowly push back. Kerrigan is rotating in and might just get there in time.
Oh, it's going to be another barn burner of a round here. 40 seconds. No real damage done yet. I say that as an absolute atomic bomb of a nade is dropped towards Banana, doing over 100 damage there, Anders. 5 players, though, not dissuaded from the B bomb site, will make their way through. We've got Frozen and Kerrigan to deal with. The latter on first oranges. You can hear them coming now. Rotations are a long way away. Kerrigan this time good for a frag. Sets up Frozen. This is looking very good now. 5 versus 3. Can't afford to lose this round. Roland. Looks like they've done enough.
Oh, he missed the shot. Still got 8 seconds left. Torshi gonna go straight for the bomb plant here, and the grenade right. There is no bomb even being allowed for. Oh, that's... I don't know how that round ended up so close. They actually had all the entries there. Good defense. FaZe. I like that. Proving me wrong a little bit. I was worried about them being that far back in the site. They had no grenades between Frozen and Kerrigan. They had 0 nades to hold them back.
They actually naded each other there in that awkward moment as well.
Oh, no.
As we will see a valiant attempt here from Torji, but a perfectly placed grenade. Brokey denies the plan, which is a very important factor, and as you can see what it's done. It's now an 11-11 game, and they will be making a wish here as the money is broken. A bomb plan would have actually got them at least a purchase, I would say, but looks like Frozen's having a field day here. Jimmy does give them something. You cannot afford to lose this round, lads, but I don't think there's a world where they can. 20 HP on these last remaining players. Rain will find both of them. No problem whatsoever. And they will be posting map point first. Well done, FaZe. Battling back in this second half. It's been a lot of compromised rounds with SMGs and pistols, but they've made it work, and now they have the advantage.
Yeah, this is absolutely sick, isn't it? We wanted a game like this one, especially off the drama in Rio, where, like you said, MOUZ ended up knocking FaZe out. So this is exactly what we were hoping for.
All right.
Revenge, perhaps.
FaZe do not want to go to overtime here. They've got everything they need for a clean regulation win. Not going to be tucking themselves in the bomb sides. They're going for Broke. And Brokey will be playing towards the boiler room. Aggressive. You said you wanted to see some of that flamboyant AWP work.
Yeah, I was expecting him to push up while still scoped into the apartments just because of who he is, but he thought better of it, decided to go back a little bit. And this time they are more forward on Banana. So we'll see if Sershin can actually find a way through. I'm assuming at some point he's going to try and push that top Banana position. But the rest of them, they're clearing out top mid instead. Good flash, but Rain can't quite find it. They're a missed shot as well. Looking more and more like overtime now as Brokey is on his own, shut down, and they completely overwhelm the bomb site here. This is the cleanest round, I think, of the half yet.
You might be onto something there, and just when they needed it most, it will be MOUZ guaranteeing overtime here. Frozen and Kerrigan left in a 5 versus 2, but one that won't be converted. There's no way now as Torji with a nice sequence with the AWP to close things down. They reset here on the T side of Inferno. Still a chance then to take their opponent's pick here. Felt like they were in the driving seat for so long, losing one key round towards that B bomb site, reset their economy, allow FaZe to pull out the lead. Rain got unfortunate there. You can see Shuey was trying to bait him out with the sound cues. He got flashed in, but they were ready for the peak and the swing. And Torji, lovely couple of kills here to finish things off.
Fucking see. Good flash come in? Yeah.
Good flash indeed.
Yeah. Wow, the atmosphere is really there on MOUZ. I'm enjoying this game so much. Let's go. Overtime is in effect, ladies and gentlemen. It's only the second map of the second match of the day. First map in this best of 3. Nuke will be the second, and Dust 2 if we need it. I hope we do on a third, because this has been real entertaining here. Nice return. Robs, I don't know how, but managed to get a double. One of them sprayed down, and Brolan, I think, is trying to get in on the action, but got taken down.
Well, there we go. Huge opening sequence. Man advantage, though, for FaZe. Plenty of time on the clock as they show aggression towards middle. Trying to funnel him in towards B. It's Brokey here, but bear in mind, Anders, he is alone. I'm assuming he gets at least one. Oh, he is not alone. He's going to play behind the sandbags.
And this is obviously such a sick double setup because you're never checking it. If the orb is in that position...
If the commentators don't even know, how can the opposition?
Yeah, we actually have the minimap and everything. So, Now, that is such a sick mind game. You can even tell for the incoming T players. As soon as they get the WP, they just pull out the knife and start running because they're like, oh, okay, let's go. We're ready to run it down. Well... They needed that round. They did need it a little bit earlier before we got into overtime, but that wasn't available, so... You do get another timeout in overtime, as people probably know at this point, so they are going to have a chance to get everyone in on the conversation here.
Well, well, well.
I think there's only one... Is it Scrawny that picked MOUZ to win? I think everyone else picked FaZe.
I don't know. I haven't been keeping up with the... Pick'em's meta.
Well, I picked Astralis on the last one, I just want to say.
You did. And I believe... Did you pick... Oh, no, you just said it. It was just Scrawny to believe the MOUZ, which is weird. Like, I think you're right. Now I think about it, everyone did have FaZe across the board, didn't they? Pretty much.
That's odd to me. I thought I'd be one of the only ones, but I guess not. I was hoping, you know. It's kind of that's my jam.
All right, well, it was Robs with a nice little spray down towards top of middle after losing that first pick. He saves the day. And gets in the first round of the board here. 1-0 for FaZe on their CT side of their map pick. Or for Brokey. You would have thought that would be one of his who pick up, but not quite. And found on the retreat as well. Brolan playing him like a fiddle here as he gets another double kill on entry. This is huge as he converts the hat trick as well. Job done. And he's on for the ace. This is absolutely stunning from Brolan. What can you say about that one, Anders? Didn't see that one coming, I'll be honest.
I'm not saying, I'm just enjoying it. I don't even have to say anything. I'm just literally watching beautiful Counter-Strike being played. Like, how cool is that?
He's done that so many times today on Inferno. Single-handedly taking matters into his own hands. His teammates get the call out. The orb's in the apartment. He'll be scrambling away after missing his shot. And Brolan goes, right, well, say less. I'll go deal with them, boys. And 4 kills. No chance of a response there. Carrigan eviscerated towards the library as the young Swede mows them down. Coach loving that. And we go 1-1. Final round of play here in the first half. Zershan dishing out damage himself.
So well played.
Carrigan didn't stand a chance. Got a nice dink off, I believe, for the corner. But Brolan, oh, the old battle here. Finds Rops once again, unsuspecting in towards that boiler room. That's what Brokey.
Yeah, that'll get them a kill, but there's still a man down. I think Zershan had like 14, 15 kills in regulation on the CT side, so it's been a lot harder for him to get the kills on the T side, but when he gets them entering on Banana like that, it's just worth so much. So I'm not really worried about there being less kills for him on this T side. It's more about getting those kind of entries, and he's actually been doing a really fine job. B is empty. Rosen and Rain decided to roll the dice and hope that they could group up, take a fight over here by the library, but that's not going to happen.
2-1 looking likely, Anders. Frozen and Rain. 2 very capable veterans of CS. Now giving you their position. 1 player in towards CT spawn, the M4A4. Firing off a lot of bullets here and a lot of damage as well. The bomb will be planted. I don't know how MOUZ would manage to lose this round, but we'll see if it's possible.
Especially not with Jimmy walking up behind them. Without that, maybe you could get real... What a headshot. Okay, there we go. You called it. 2-1 in the overtime in favor of MOUZ.
Yeah, not bad after losing the first round as well. They go 2-1 in their T side. Not a great feeling if you're FaZe. A lot of pressure for them now to perform on the more difficult side of the server. Zershan, what a shot this was.
Yeah.
So ready for it. Carrigan didn't stand a chance, and Brolan has been unbelievably good today. After getting that 4K in the previous round, he just pushes through the smoke in the apartments, finds Rops, who had no idea that was even a possibility. One more will do it for Map points again. It's first to 16 if you're not aware.
Yes.
Overtime meta in CS2. I think overtimes will have to change eventually, Anders. It feels like it's getting a little bit silly these days. With the fact that we can have like 60 rounds in one map.
Yeah.
I think that'll be a change for next year, after this major perhaps.
It does make it very, very hard to predict the length of games as well, which from a forecast view could
we need to work something else out for sure.
Well,
the fact it can be indefinite and actually just go on technically forever is not good.
No, it is a challenge. You're probably right. Yeah, you're right. Somebody has to change that. Well, here we are. A little bit more forward. MOUZ defending that top banana position. Not pushing all the way down like they were earlier, but still just trying to keep it honest on that side. FaZe, what have they got for us? They're around down. They'd love to win this first one here just to feel a little bit more comfortable, but nice timing for Torshi. Going to be picking up the kill on Carrigan.
It's Carrigan that's suffered a few unfortunate deaths in the last few rounds. Torshi, though, dishing out some serious damage with the AWP once again. Considered a top 5 AWP at this stage in his career, and rightly so. He is an absolute beast. Broke in that conversation as well, and he'll be alive for now. 5 versus 3. Torshi doesn't seem necessarily aware they can come out towards the quad, but that bit of utility should confirm that factor. And now Brokey coming to life. Is this that moment where he saves the day?
I mean, he's got the skill for it. We know that, but he has been missing on that front. This would be beautiful if he can actually pick it up here. Yeah, they got to be real careful. You're right. He's pushing up close. He does miss a shot, and running out of bullets. But Jimmy's on the other side, so they're going to be able to secure it here. That's MOUZ getting to map point.
Torshi double kill. Pretty much secures it, and you're right. 2 opportunities now to take us to nuke cleanly.
I think both those kills from Torshi is exploiting that same grenade dynamic. Like they blow open their own or the smoke, and then they're just ready to peek it. So it's really sick. Yep, that's the second smoke being blown open. Really, really good job.
Yeah, nice work from Shuey as well. Got a little bit dicey there for Brokey, completely blind. Yeah, you can see a wide smile there. There was no way of losing it, but certainly got a little bit uncomfortable. And one more will do it here. MOUZ, 2 opportunities to get this one over the line. They've got AK-47s out in spades. The Royal Flush set up on the CT side, Anders. 4 AKs, the AWP, everything they need to close this one out. All for Torshi as well. 20 kills to his name, and aggressive, of course, is Exertion. Everyone turning up on the MOUZ side. You can see everyone's hovering around 20 kills.
Yeah, it's very consistent across the board for them. It's actually so sick, isn't it? Oh, they're ready to fight here. Already doing a little bit of damage. Molotov is down, trying to slow them. They are running low on grenades a little bit, though, on the CT side, so they're going to have to win this fight. I think the old-fashioned way. 3 people pushing down. They're looking to just battle straight up. A little bit on the fork with the grenade, but it doesn't matter. Surge for a big double. And we're down into a 2-on-3.
Shuey's going into like stealth mode now. They're assuming B will be open at this stage. You would at this point. You'd think there's no way they've rotated in. Shuey should be overlooked. And he sort of is. It's an awkward fight, but still a possible round for Rops here. 2 versus 1. Taking damage through the smoke. 64 points to fell. This one is for the map. On their opponent's pick. 2 versus 1. Need to be careful here, Torge. You need Jimfat to turn up. But Rops, always fantastic in these clutches. More than capable of winning this one.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. This is what he's known to do. He's absolutely ice cold at the back of the bomb site. He was ice cold planted the bomb. He didn't even worry about the 5-7 on the other side, and they're wasting a lot of time here. They have kits, of course, but they need to spend time finding him. If he gets 1 kill, he could stay alive for a real long time. All right, they spotted him out. Oh, and Torshi, nice connection on that one. MOUZ to go straight for the defuse, and they pick it up in overtime, taking down FaZe. What a way to begin.
What a way to begin indeed. An excellent matchup. It sets the tone here for this series. It's MOUZ taking the first map, and we got Nuke coming up next.
A very, very competitive map between MOUZ and FaZe ends up with MOUZ winning it in overtime, but it took them quite a lot of fighting to get into that position. Maui, a game that was going back and forth from almost the beginning to the end. Do you think we saw the better team win here?
I feel like some of the individuals made MOUZ the better team. We saw some incredible individual performances on aggressive plays from people like Exertion, people like Brolin, Torzi to close it out as well. And I do feel like MOUZ through and through, by the end of it, after all of overtime was said and done, I feel like that overtime definitely proved it to me.
I think we should go back and revisit what kind of happened to lead us into the overtime, and it starts with round 21. At that point, you feel like FaZe is having a pretty good idea and a pretty good possibility of winning winning this game straight out without going into overtime. They find themselves in what ends up being a 5v3 scenario. Kerrigan does a good job at staying alive. Frozen is also finding a kill. Obviously, Kerrigan in this position, tough for him to get more out of it. And then Frozen is rushing the smoke, giving up the advantage. Unfortunately for Brokey, his timing is a little bit off, and MOUZ gets to convert what was for a brief moment a 5v3 into a round.
A very difficult retake for FaZe, and it probably goes without saying that people have been, they've been calling out Inferno for the fact that if you take that B bomb site, it doesn't almost even matter what the man deficit, man disadvantage is. And so that it looks a little ridiculous for Frozen to jump through the smoke right there. But at the same time, playing at any point, if you lost that B bomb site, just feels so arduous that I understand the desperation in that moment. And I will say that overall, in terms of calling, I do feel like MOUZ focused on that B side a little bit more than FaZe, who kept trying to go for these little A splits.
I think the only argument to that would be that Brokey and the boys from Banana was so close to the action that had Frozen stayed alive, they could have reapplied the pressure together in a way. But as you said, had Frozen gotten a kill, then the round probably would have gone the way of FaZe anyway. That was, leading into overtime. One of the reasons why MOUZ were able to push it all the way into overtime. And then in overtime, we saw some of those individuals stand out quite brilliantly, especially in the second half on the T side. Brolan had a big say in pushing it into overtime. And when we got into the overtime, he had a massive round right here, round 26, where he just took over the show.
You know what they say? It's never B-roll with Brolin. That's what they say. I don't know who said that. I don't know who said that, but that guy, he had something cooking. Maybe wasn't used at the best time, Scrawny. But either way, Brolin in this one showed why he is Sweden's best player. He showed how he can take over those kinds of moments. His Halls controls in general were so powerful, and it's such a stark difference from, say, like Rops, who plays it for FaZe, where, he's so calculated, so slow oftentimes, but Brolin, he can be, at the drop of a hat, explosive. And that was an X-factor moment in what was becoming a little bit of a sort of messier game between the two of these teams, where people were just looking for those individual fights, and Brolin showing that he's got a little bit of star power on the MOUZ side.
You speak of aggression, and you're right, Brolin had an aggressive moment right here, but when it comes to aggression within the MOUZ camp, we're always looking towards Exertion, and he is the most aggressive player on the, I would argue, on the MOUZ team, but perhaps also on the server. Getting off to a great start with the dual elites, having a great game overall, finding a lot of impact, finding a lot of openings. He does seem to thrive in these opening stages of games where he just, plays a bit more freed up and finds a little bit more impact on the server.
Exertion has been, to me, the best player for MOUZ in group stages.
Yeah.
He's so good, like you said, in these earlier moments. When it comes to higher pressure games, we do start to see a different type of Exertion where it feels like he might just exercise a little bit less caution. But in these games where it's a calmer studio environment, he's able to collect himself round to round in a much more concentrated fashion. I see the best Exertion. And when we do, this is why MOUZ are such an exciting team, because he is one of the strongest entry fraggers in the world, with just fast plays, great mechanics, and good decision making.
And I think what balances out Exertion, and his sometimes being a little bit too aggressive and sometimes, coming in and looking too much for the duels, is the likes of Brolin within MOUZ. I think they found a good balance of players that can be, obviously we saw Brolin be aggressive in this one round, but normally he's a little bit more tempered, he's a little bit more cautious about his moves and about the fights that he's taking. So do you think they make each other better, when you have both Brolin and Exertion playing well together? There's a great balance to the fracking output of MOUZ?
Oh yeah, it's two fangs to the MOUZ for sure. The one that is obviously a little bit more in your face is Exertion, but Brolin, I would say, can be a little bit more cerebral. He's always kind of looking for his moments. That's why he can have these individual pace changes, these tempo changes, where he'll just decide to call his own number. Exertion is the focal point of a MOUZ offense, but Brolin is that X factor on any given round. He can be a guy too.
He can be the guy too. He had an excellent showing, especially in the second half, especially on the T side. Now, we have praised MOUZ for playing well. We praised MOUZ for coming back into the game and winning the map. Now for FaZe Clan, I know the sentiment around them right now is that they're struggling a little bit. They can't really find their footing. I know it's just the first map of what potentially could be a long tournament for them still, but are we starting to get to a point where we see more and more worrying signs coming out of FaZe? Because I feel that way. I feel FaZe is nowhere near the level that we saw 3-4 months ago.
The worst part about it is that you look at it and there's just no obvious answer. There's no obvious answer. Like, everybody fragged out at a very similar level on this FaZe lineup, and it's not that there's one guy that's just dragging this team behind. Like, for Kerrigan, he got 16 kills, Frozen 19. Like, it felt like a team effort. And in some ways, we planned this segment to just be a couple of the players on FaZe that we thought we were going to highlight. But then obviously MOUZ came back into it, winning the overtime, and it makes our job very difficult. It's definitely not an enviable task to look at FaZe after what was an unsuccessful season thus far and say, what was the problem here? What needs to change?
It's kind of crazy that none of the players outside of Frozen had an ADR of more than 60. I know it's Inferno, there's a lot of saving going on, but not a lot of that damage dealt. And I think the reason why MOUZ ended up winning as well is we had those moments from Exertion. We had the brilliant moments coming in from Brawler, and even Torsi had a couple of times as well where he found impact, where for FaZe Clan, there's no players popping off. And my question to you next time is that the DNA of FaZe have always been the individual firepower. It's always been those individuals who in clutch moment could step it up, who when Trish was still on the lineup, who could really make the difference on the server. That magic kind of has gone away from FaZe, and now we're left with a team that perhaps, have been masking the fact that fundamentally they're not as strong as we thought. Do you think that's a Kerrigan problem? Do you think that's a victim of their own success? What do you think it is with FaZe right now that doesn't make them able to win stuff despite maybe not playing at 100%?
Well, yeah, I feel like you've already characterized it quite well. The fact that it has been frequently the individuals who have had pop-off moments, because when FaZe lose advantages, even when they were in what you would consider their era a year and a half ago, it was more due to the fact that it would just be throwing in a little advantage, one extra peak than they should have, getting a little bit too hot-headed in the moment. Frequently we call that overheating, where you're in a moment and you just take that one extra peak. It's like, you didn't need to do that. You could have played off your team, and that's why it was so impressive when they kept winning all those tournaments repeatedly, reaching grand finals repeatedly in CS2. But now it just feels like every player is about 5% worse than that, and that is all it takes. That's because now those fundamentals that weren't in place, the tactics which weren't actually the best in the world, and the fact that they thrive because individuals had those little pop-offs round to round, those aren't there anymore. We're not seeing the 3K out of Frozen or the 4K out of Brokey until, for whatever reason, they summon those moments on big stages more frequently than not.
And it's kind of frustrating, because I think you're right saying that it's a small percentage. It's like you're missing 5%, and who knows, coming with the major, the armor, maybe they could restart that engine and get going again. For now, though, we need to take a little break before we can serve the second map in this series for you. You have FaZe taking on MOUZ, and FaZe is under pressure right now. It's the opening game for them in Group A. MOUZ is leading 1-0. We're jumping on a quick break, and when we're back, it's going to be with some nuke action. We are looking at a close matchup between MOUZ and FaZe. MOUZ taking the first map between them. Now we're heading into Nuke, a map that they've played against each other quite recently at IM Rio. And Maui, what did we learn from that matchup?
Well, that was off the back of some sensational performances from both Torzy and from Brolin, in my eyes. And if Torzy is going to perform as well as he did then, well, then it's going to be lights out. But the one thing I really do worry about here for FaZe is that the inability to stop Torzy from popping off in the way that he did, and the lack of just clean map control where he's able to have so much efficacy with the op is something that they have to go back to the drawing board to. And for my money, they had to have done that. Like, they had to have looked at why is an op tearing us apart in that sort of fashion. And if they don't have any sort of different openers, or even maybe just greater focus onto the A site in general, then it's going to be a clean 2-0 here.
One of the trademarks when it comes to Nuke for FaZe Clan has always been Rain. We talk about him and his impact in Yard. We talk about his impact on the T side as well. He's very much, you know, still taking all the duels. Do you think it's still one of those scenarios where it comes down to how much impact can Rain find as a rifle on this map, or has that gone back a little bit in the background and it's more about the team of FaZe now trying to avoid Torzy and avoid getting picked apart from the beginning?
I definitely feel like the just general meta of Nuke has gone away from just that solo outside rifler.
It used to be like the Nikos of the world dominating the range, you know, electronic for that matter.
All of these players that are just so famous for that position. Now it's about just getting across and the kind of misdirection that you're creating when you throw the cross smokes. Are you getting one guy into the garage? Are you pushing one through towards the outside CT wall? Like, where's that going to happen? And I mean, Astralis showed us a great example earlier today of how you can really mess with the brains of even a world-class team like that. And that's what I really just hope. Like, can we see some more misdirection from FaZe? Can they create a little bit of uncertainty where MOUZ make the wrong move? Because last time, that just really wasn't the case.
It also applies a lot of pressure on the lurk players or the soul players. Rob's in this case on the T side, you know, playing a lot for himself in that door area, in the lobby area, as per se. So do you think you've seen enough from Robs as of late to say that he's back to his best, or are we still lacking a bit from this guy? Because in Rio, it was trending upwards, but I feel like it's a little bit of a cold start here.
Unfortunately, I feel like Robs is probably at 85% of his potential power.
Okay, so not only just 5%, a little more here.
Yeah, no, I feel like, I mean, come on. In the beginning of CS2, we were saying for the first 5 months, is this guy the best player in the world? That was a serious conversation. Now, I don't even know, in terms of a top 20 for the year, he's on the cusp for me. Yeah. He definitely is nowhere near the top 10. That's a big concern.
That is a big concern, and hopefully a player that can turn it around, because I think FaZe will need him. Now, if we focus our attention a little bit towards MOUZ, we already phrased it. Torzy usually have a very great showing, especially CT side with the AWP. Exertion as well, very aggressive. Brolin, I think, is a very interesting player to highlight here as well.
Yes.
He likes the door play as well. He's sort of the counterpart to Robs on the other side. So Brolin getting off to a good start on Inferno. Brolin having a great tournament in Rio as well. How much of an impact is this guy starting to have on the MOUZ lineup?
When Brolin's in a flow state, it's actually just such a strategic luxury for Shuhei. I mean, you don't need to worry about calling that final stroke in the round in terms of where we're going to finish if he's able to do what he did there on Inferno. And of course, yeah, on the CT side here, if he's gonna be able to dominate door in the way that he did last time too, then once again, if they are able to thwart Torzy opping outside, I don't know if they're going to be able to also deal with the fact that Brolin was such a menace at door last time too. It's like, pick your poison at this point if you're FaZe.
And it's kind of crazy when you think about the storyline and the timeline of this move of Brolin. If I'm not mistaken, the first time we saw him stand in for MOUZ in the beginning was at the Blast World Finals Abu Dhabi last year.
Yes.
Exactly a year ago. And the conversation back then was, that doesn't make an awful lot of sense. If you're MOUZ, you should be able to attract a better talent or a better player. But Brolin really has come alive once more inside this lineup.
Yeah.
One may even argue that he wasn't signed, he was just a stand-in, right? And he was only just signed in 2024. Arguably one of the best signings of the year.
Oh yeah, I feel like Brolin at this point has proven to me at least that this year he's a top 20 player. I would easily put him on my list right now. And for MOUZ in general, I just feel like there weren't that many options for frozen replacements back then, and so role for role, position for position, it did make a lot of sense, and so I have been thoroughly impressed, and I feel like he's going to be instrumental in what could be a 2-0 victory.
What could be a 2-0 victory? There's only one way to find out, and that's by starting the game. I'll leave it to you in the safe hands of Anders and Henry.
Cheers, chaps. Great segment as usual. We move on to the second map here between FaZe and MOUZ. It is going to be Nuke, and it looks like, to me at least, Anders, MOUZ might have this one tied up. They managed to break the curse going into Rio last time, managing to win their first best of 3 against FaZe in CS2. It was 13-7 on the Nuke map of the third and final decider, but Yeah, it was a close game to open things up. FaZe still look quite jovial. They look quite happy. Do you feel like we can go to third here?
I think we can, yeah. I can't count FaZe out really ever. I think they've just proven so many times that they are always able to make a comeback, but it is a bit concerning. You're not wrong, and it must be frustrating as well, getting into overtime and then not being able to finish their job there for FaZe. So let's see how this one plays out. It's Nuke up second here for the World Finals. We're just getting started, ladies and gentlemen, so, you know, mark it in your calendar. Get up early if you're in Europe. You know, I know the time zone's a bit different, but, you know, gotta set that alarm clock and be ready for these games. It's gonna be MOUZ starting on the T side, FaZe on that CT side.
I don't like the look of this, Anders. I don't like it one bit. Reel yourself in. You're gonna have to do that again, I'm afraid.
Oh, they've absolutely tricked me, haven't they?
Yeah.
Well, I'll remember. I'll get them one day.
The main problem we've got is, because we're in like a kind of underground bunker here, we're like 10 stories deep in the ground. When the players go outside for fresh air in between maps, it takes like 10 minutes to get there.
Yeah.
So when they come back in, it's a bit of a scramble to get everything set up. So first game of the day, or second, I suppose, but first day of the tournament, yeah, we're going to have a couple of technical issues while we work that out.
Yeah, it is a longer trek than you realize.
It's very impressive building. I've never seen anything like it. We're so like deep in the ground, like generally speaking, it feels like we're in a bit of a bunker.
Yeah, no, it's very nice, isn't it? But that is maybe the one downside. You're right. All right.
Yeah, the one downside.
The one
downside. Oh, thankfully the tech pause happens before any damage is inflicted, before anyone goes down, so it's no problem at all. Headset is off though. What could it be? What is the issue? It looks like Jimmy will be the one affected by it as he puts his headphones back in. Plenty of games to come today, ladies and gentlemen. We said there were no bad games at full finals. The same is true for World Finals, as we've got G2 versus Liquid coming up next, and then Vitality Spirit. Doesn't get much better than that, Anders. That's quite tantalizing.
Yeah, some of those teams with so much to prove, right? I feel like Spirit
with the major around the corner. Yes.
Yeah. They need to, because obviously they started out so hot with Donk. Like, that was the most absurd, you know, entry onto Tier 1 Counter-Strike we've really ever seen, I think.
Yeah.
From being more or less unknown to...
Well, he set the bar so high when he doesn't have those sort of moments, and he has quieter or more average performances. Like, it's a huge talking point.
Yeah. That'll happen. But I guess for Liquid as well, you know, they want to have a good start to the tournament, no doubt. We'll see if they're going to be able to do that or not. G2 on the other side of that match. Yeah, I think both those games are going to be remarkable. It'll be Scrawny and Launders taking you through that one later on, so...
They always get most hyped as well for those Liquid games.
Obviously.
They love their countrymen on the server. They always bring the hype.
Bias.
Yeah, Liquid haven't looked their best the last few tournaments. In terms of, like, they came out, like, much hotter than we expected with a new roster.
Yeah.
Kind of more expected results in the last few tournaments, but always very exciting. Always a dangerous team, and up against G2 as well. A lot of speculation about them and their roster going forward into next year. I think they're technically the #2 team in the world right now as well, but certainly got their weaknesses. But still, with like the likes of Nico and m0NESY up against Liquid, that's going to be a lot of fun. And then, of course, Vitality Spirit to close out the day as well. That's just day one here at World Finals. It's going to be unreal, as we did see Astralis managing to actually win a game earlier as well against NAVI. Who would have thought?
Yeah, that was really shocking. Even as they were winning the first map, we were saying, well, you know, it's only map #1. We kind of expect that probably it's
yeah,
gonna be a
slow start. It's Mirage next. NAVI should be bouncing back and dumpstering them 13-4. Wasn't the case though.
No.
Astralis actually looked like a world-class team for the first time in some time.
Yeah. In recent memory, most of the people who remember Astralis being good are, you know, they're like well into their 50s now.
It's true. And looks like they are getting locked back into the server. We've got the headsets on, it's always a good sign.
Guess it is.
People using the mouse and keyboards are in their gaming stance as well.
Yeah, that's what we want. Headsets off, that's usually where we get a bit concerned, but I'm sure they'll get right back into the swing of things here and get the game underway. We did only just get into the pistol, so yeah, there we go. Fist bumps coming out. That is the classic sign. I think it means we're probably ready to go here. Who did you pick for this one, Henry? You picked. I
picked FaZe.
Picked FaZe.
I don't know. I was a bit delirious this morning. The jet lag has affected me quite disastrously. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I can't even remember filling in the form.
You've adopted the Swedish pronunciation as well.
Yes, I think it is. Cheers. I think it's a bit of fun. Jet lag.
It is.
It's just a bit of fun.
Makes you smile. I appreciate that. Here we go. Deep grenade. Rain.
Oh, is it a smoke? Where's the second smoke?
It's not where it's supposed to be if it ever was. I don't think that they had one. I think they just had the one smoke to try and get across. That's very dangerous. So it comes out. They might be able to recover it here. The Glocks return onto the A-bomb site. I don't know how they brought it back, but they did.
Okay, let's lock in. I need to understand what happened there. Where was the second smoke? Did it just miss?
I don't think they had one.
But like, why would you have deployed the further one then? It doesn't compute and it doesn't make sense.
That is a good question, Henry. You bring up an excellent point. Oh, hold on. They brought the bomb back up. It's not going to make a difference. Sue with a beautiful round. 3 kills. I could be wrong, but I didn't see it on the minimap either. So I don't think it missed. They just didn't throw one.
Okay.
I think.
All right. Well, I was yapping a bit. I will lock in and make sure we keep track of those details as to what's going on there. It looked like FaZe had that one locked in. They got the first couple of kills. A weird smoke sequence towards outside. But ultimately, Shui and co just go absolutely berserk on the pistols here, recovering the jewelries. Yeah, you take those kills. You take them all day long. AKs, Galils, and now a force fight from FaZe. Very important round here. Getting that 3-0 starts will be a nightmare as Shui, Xertion mowing them down. Brawlan will chime in the MAC-10 as well. He's got intel as to where the penultimate player might be.
Yeah.
Himself in towards lockers.
No helmet or armor.
There it is.
He's going to go down. Rob's actually the only one with the helmet, so he might have a chance against one of the MAC-10s out there, but he's going to be alone for now. Great opening. Great work. Just, you know, they got so close to the flashbangs. Were a little bit late there for FaZe. And the force-up not really working out. MOUZ being on the T side to begin with, if they can have this kind of a start, I mean, that's really promising. Robs, even though he's alone, they are playing very respectful. They really don't want to give anything up here.
That's the aim of the game. Every kill has a knock-on effect, Anders, and if you can set yourself up for the SMGs especially, to farm that money, it's the most efficient way to approach that situation, to give nothing away, and the MP9 to get that final kill as well. So Xertion is looking deadly. He's looking assertive and confident, whatever you want to call it. He's looking good. Nice smoke down towards main to isolate those fight CTs, try and push through. Not going to happen, though. And like I said, that's a very important round because it's full eco coming up next. 3-0 on your map. T side doesn't get much better than this.
1 HE, 1 smoke as well, already been thrown out, I think, from the FaZe side, just to create a little bit of pressure. Oh, there we go. That is a lot more efficient. Frozen with the Deagle. 1 kill, probably not going to save them in the round. If you get 1 more, though, it does make it a bit more interesting. So we'll see if he's going to be ready for it here. Xertion certainly saw that coming. Wasn't able to find the kill on him in return. So a couple of Deagles still out there to potentially be dangerous.
Yeah, there's a chance here.
You never know.
That's going to flush 1 player out. Needs that stunning shot. Carrigan unable to deliver it. 4 and 4. Things coming through. And taken down his Xertion. Still huge advantage for MOUZ. Going to make their way in towards upper. Considering they spotted a couple of players towards outside. Not the cleanest round, but like we said, 3-0. It's absolutely fine. They've got residual cash. And you're probably going to be looking to save the AK rather than go for this retake.
Honestly, pretty impressive work for Xertion getting 1 of those kills, because he was about to get peeked by 3 players. So if he dies without that, they probably go for it a lot harder, and it could have been a really weird round here. Saving the AK, though, you're right, is kind of a critical thing for Rain. Going to be setting up just a bit of a grenade to try and put some pressure on, see if you can do some more damage right at the end. So Galil up on the silo. Don't think it's going to be easy to pick that one up. Maybe it'll blow down towards Frozen, but otherwise, it's MOUZ with a 3rd round on the board. So pretty good start, all things considered here.
Frozen probably gets 1 here. It's not going to happen. Robs is dropped as well, but more importantly, Rain will hold on to the AK-47. 3-0, but FaZe now with the AWP potential here on their CT star. Beautiful shot from Frozen to open things up, but pretty much all they got.
He got dinked, and then he still managed to find it. I mean, it's pretty good.
It's pretty good. Pretty good.
Yeah, but the real test is coming up here for FaZe as well. I mean, we've said traditionally they have slow starts. It really wasn't the case on the first map. Like, it was very even all throughout. I've got to say on Inferno. But I'm sure FaZe would love to get back on the board right away. Don't have a lot of kills going either, which is understandable. But I'm sure at some point soon we're going to want to see more of these players really getting into the swing of things. Still feel like I'd love to see more Brokey action now that he's got the AWP.
Not the best map for it, I'll be honest with you, Anders. CT side of Nuke, difficult to have one of those massive games. But he is, again, those sort of rules don't apply to Brokey.
Yeah, he is the kind of player that can break it wide open.
Oh, they've left the bomb site pretty much open. Karrigan's done very well against the red hot Roland to even get that opening kill. Good swinging from Rain as well. It looked like they were done for with all that control taken towards upper, but all of a sudden it's a 5 versus 2. Xerxes and Shui now just the former, and it's the cleanest round yet. That's unreal. They had full upper bomb site control. Rain popping open the smoke, getting himself a drive-by kill with the AK-47. Karrigan taking down Brolan as well. It looked like the round was already over, but not even a single kill picked up. No bomb planted either.
I know that's
bizarre.
That's really hard to explain, isn't it? Playing essentially retake on the A-bomb side of Nuke. I mean, it could be done, but I feel like up against the kind of weaponry they had there from MOUZ, that's super risky. Great work. That first kill for Karrigan really set them up nicely. Good flashes thrown in from Robs as well. You can see he was assisted on both those last kills.
It's so wild. They don't even get a single kill there.
Yeah, I don't really know how to explain that. That's an AWP and 3 AKs picked up, and then 1 M4 there on Robs. So instantly, FaZe a lot richer, a lot more firepower on that side.
Well, they have lost Frozen in all the chaos here. A lot of utility exchanged. Great stuff, great position from Rain, though. Xerxes didn't expect him to be there. They bring it back to a 4-4, but it's not going to dissuade MOUZ. They continue their push. Just didn't think they'd continue. Rain will be found out, and Shui lurking in the T-vent smoke. Molotov to remove vision from Robs as well, trying to find any sort of footing he can, any gap in the Molotov. Nothing there, though. Round's still alive, don't get me wrong. Robs locked him out, maybe funnels him towards upper, and Karrigan is looking at the vent, ready for this prospect. Gets one, he actually does quite well there, but they know Robs down towards lower. And Brokey, you've been waiting for it, Anders, he's yet to frag. And might just have to hold on to the AWP here. Molotov down, time and time again. They've got another incendiary available, I think, as well.
Great work, just doubling up that position. He was going to go for it. You could tell he wanted to, but it's been called off now. So MOUZ with a 4th round. Really great work here. They're kind of all over the place. Like, it's very hard, I think, for FaZe to read what's going on. Like, you know, with, I think it was Xerxes rushing down below to try and win that fight against Rain. So they have some information at the start of the round that it might be a sort of a lower push coming. And then it just doesn't work out that way for them at all. Good turnaround. They find Karrigan out here. They're all just ready to battle him. That's a hard fight. I mean, you're right. It's a good job that Karrigan at least got one of those kills.
Yeah.
But they could never really get onto the retake. So good work, MOUZ.
Good work, MOUZ. T side looking very good, but bear in mind, it should not be an eco. Didn't connect to GoTV today, but we do know they had a clean round before of all 5 players surviving, so you'd assume the money is not bad. And indeed, that rings true. All for Brokey, M4s otherwise, and yeah, Brokey needs to really get into this series now, Anders. He needs to show us that he can save the day. They're investing a lot into him by buying these orbs over and over. Yet to find a kill, and this is the play he is known for. Leaping over the Molotov of the hub. Tucks himself in towards the T-vent.
Yeah, I love it.
He's going to go a little bit further as well.
I think they heard him drop down, so I kind of wonder if they're going to be able to guess what's going on, but I still like the aggression. It's risky, but player of his caliber, that's what you want to see. That's what we're here for, really. Rain out in the yard. It's a bit of an awkward spray, but he will get the job done eventually. So a 4-on-5, even as Rain did get dropped a little bit low here. Brokey with the forward position, and I think Jimmy had he kind of knew. That was him hearing the drop earlier, but still wasn't quite ready.
He goes to that wide swing, one that doesn't work out for him. Out-positioned by Brokey, but Torji has found a bit of a gap here. He's tucked in towards main entrance. His teammates trying to find kills in other locations. They spot a player towards the lockers. Waiting for their moment to strike. Brokey still with the AWP towards Squeaky here. Needs to be very careful. They are watching main. Play it on towards Zfo. Checking that out. Trying to find Brokey if possible. It's Carrigan that gets dropped first. It opens up the air bomb site somewhat. Brolan should check. CT Vent, huge kill coming in over Frozen. That's enough to win the round here. No damage done, as only one player is dropped to FaZe get their second round here. 4-2, and I believe that's where the money starts to become a bit of a problem now for MOUZ. Early days here on Nuke, on the best start for FaZe, but a very convincing round there. And Brokey showing up and showing some confidence there with a big kill on Jimfab.
I think low-key, that's actually a much harder round to win than it seemed for FaZe, because MOUZ, they call a freeze towards the end of the round, and it's just so hard on the CT side to sit and wait for that long. When you see the clock running down low, you don't really have control of main like that, and it could have gone wrong, I think, a couple of different ways. So good job on FaZe, I think, holding their cool, even though you're right, Torshi was in a killer position. Like, if he gets the kill on Carrigan as he turns the corner there, it's absolutely on. Timeout being called. And we'll see what MOUZ can come up with, even in spite of the money here. Maybe they could do a little bit of damage. Don't want to let FaZe start to build too much of an economy. That's usually where things go a little bit wrong when you're playing Nuke and the CT side just starts to accumulate way too much cash. Still, I've got the one AK. The rest have kind of got lost there on FaZe, but for MOUZ, you could tell it's not ideal. 0 AK on Torshi, but the rest... Actually, Jimmy has one as well, so a little bit better than I thought.
Okay. Like we said, the money running low here. That's reflected on the current setup of MOUZ, Tech9s, and Galils. Outside control has been pretty good for them, but this time Rops is one step ahead of the curve. Won't be 3 kills straight away. Broken needs to be careful. If he gets dropped and gives up that AWP, that's a real problem, but he's aware of the prospect of them leaping towards him, but he should better get one more, I reckon. Not quite. Brolan will actually get him here. He got a leg off, I think, so Brolan goes down to 19 points of health. Carrigan's doing very well to tuck himself in. I don't think you'll expect this position, Anders.
It's so unlikely, isn't it?
Goes for the quick kill, though.
Yeah, you're right. Maybe could have waited for the double kill, but he's got teammates coming in for him. Good shot from Brolan. Looks, should have been a clean up there, I think, for Rops.
Problem is now you've given Torji the AWP.
Yeah. It's only 40 seconds here, but...
Doesn't fancy it. Goes for the M4 instead.
He actually got the dink off on Rain. That's pretty sickening. If he would have had that kill, who knows? That's probably a more expensive round than FaZe would have really liked there. But they are winning some of these rounds. They're starting to wake up a little bit.
Should be an eco or a partial for MOUZ going forward. Rob's sick of these outside smokes. Takes matters into his own hands now. Carrigan, almost a bit of a disaster there, but Rob's to save the day. And it was Torji who got that nice little ding towards CT spawn, like you mentioned, but yeah, Glocks, no armor. A chance for FaZe to tie things up 4-4.
Yeah, starting to really get there. Brokey with an MP9 in this round, so obviously guessing the economy and probably looking to farm a little bit here, see if he's going to be out hunting. He already is out by the silo in the yard, so yeah, he's definitely looking for something. They're quite far away. But yeah, by the looks of things, it'll be FaZe to even out the game, make it a 4-4 scoreline. Robs just stay alive is really the only thing that we require here. Get a kill, fall back, but don't have to go for the hard spray down at all. Bit of a dink. It was a little bit slow, but looks like it's going to be fine regardless.
I think you're right. It looks like it's all under control, ladies and gentlemen, as FaZe starting to come back to life here. It was a ropey start, 3-0 down, but grinding their way back in, so they've built a nice reservoir of cash going forward as well. And you might expect a tactical timeout here from MOUZ, considering they're losing a bit of momentum and gusto. We'll see whether they can bounce back themselves. 4-4. And a buy available. You can see absolute minimal utility on the T side here. Just opting for those smokes. Molotovs, a couple of flashes in the mix. 1 HE for Jimfat to blow off the door.
Yeah.
Doesn't come through.
No, didn't want to apparently. I'd say Brokey's back on the AWP now, but we still haven't seen too much. Some more aggression this time towards that trophy room, just hoping that there's a bit of a mistake. He caught Jimfat earlier in the half in a nice position. See if he could do it again just to start with. It's probably worth a try here. They're just waiting for it. There might be even a jump for him if he's really...
Jump scare, potentially.
Yeah, that could happen. Back up. Not really anywhere nearby. He misses the opportunity, falls back into the corner. Now he's locked in. He can't really escape this one. I don't know where the bullet went, but Roland able to find the shot, and Carrigan a couple of seconds too late to help out.
Not done yet. There is a player down towards lower, and what a player it is. Rob's in an interesting position. Frozen will thin out the herd, but it's going to be Brolan. What an absolute beast he has been today. Yeah, unreal shots. Fantastic openers. And in clutch scenarios, stepping up time and time again. Rob's could have got multiple kills there.
Oh, yeah.
But shut down before it even got going. Brolan saves the day with a double kill. Got the opener towards the ramp as well. And they'll continue with the lead, 5-4.
Look at Brolan and the rest of his team. He's double the amount of kills of either Sui or Exertion at the moment. So, and he was lights out on Inferno. So you're right. He's having a fantastic day right now. Looking to see if they can make it expensive. They're pushing towards the ramp. They really want to take some of these rifles away. Oh, they're going to get absolutely none of them. That's a bit risky, perhaps. Losing every single weapon here on the FaZe side. And MOUZ, one step in the right direction. They're actually doing pretty well on the T side right now. I think this is so far a success for them. If they can take all the money away from FaZe in the next round here, who knows what's going to happen.
Who knows, indeed.
Wow, this is a very unlikely fight for him to win.
Yeah, very impressive. Torji and Shui to shut it down, but as we mentioned, there was so much in terms of resources available for FaZe. They had some very clean rounds in the mix. Will be blown off this time in the same stifling smokes deployed at the start of each and every round here. That smoke towards main makes things very uncomfortable to keep popping them open. Rotation's already coming through. 2 players down towards lower. Gonna be Frozen and Rain. Brokey, a lot of control towards ramp. When you can hit the smokes going towards outside, you can guarantee like this at most be like 1 towards ramp right, get some intel. Oh, Arrogant dead. Absolutely done for. The flashes are just brutal. And bear in mind that they focus towards lower.
Yeah. They have to peek.
Someone has to make a play here. I think it has to be Rain.
Yeah, but Torshi's so ready for it. He's expecting it. He wants that to happen. Nice from Jimmy. He knows. Flick not quite connecting, but again, there's so much information to work with.
Yep. Brokey's still alive. Oh, no, he's not. That's a huge miss.
I feel like the bullets just I don't know where they're going. I feel like his crosshairs
having a rough day.
Yeah, and they can't afford that, right? Like he's a big part of the team.
He can't, like, if he gets that shot, maybe even a double kill, which you would expect from Brokey.
Absolutely.
It's a different round. Now it's just a guaranteed one.
There's another round where there's nobody from FaZe on the A-bomb side to begin with.
Yeah.
Carrigan was outside. They had a double push towards lobby, and they had 2 people downstairs.
Those smokes that they're throwing every single round are just taking so much of their attention because it's just been so brutal for them. If Brokey can't hold on, he's taking away all his vision at the very start of the round. He's having no impact towards outside. They're trying to set him up towards the ramp room. Have one player there, focus manpower towards outside. This time they opted for a lower defense, and it didn't work out for them. Brolan's going to be defending this AWP. He knows they're going to be scrambling to find it. Finds Rain. Oh, didn't have the bullets to find the final kill. Very Frozen. Frozen will be trying to get the AWP. Let's see if he can find it. Oh, Rain and co taken down in this particular round as Carrigan. There was flash beyond belief towards Unbreakable. Yeah, and Brokey missing that shot.
Yeah.
He shouldn't have gone for the re-peek. I guess he needed to find something, but if he gets a clean one there, he had all the advantages you could ask for. Would have been a big deal. Now, it does beg the question, did they save the AWP? Because we know the money's going to be rather tight now.
Ironically, the only player who isn't yet lagged is actually the Swede, Henry.
It's true.
Roland's, he's cracked right now.
He is looking locked in, ready, hitting absolutely everything, continuing that strong form we saw in Inferno. Overtime affair, it was 16-13 in favor of MOUZ. A team historically in CS2, they rarely beat, only managed to overcome that nemesis at IEM Rio. It was a best of 3 affair to knock out FaZe. It was Nuke to close things out in that series, a 13-7 victory for MOUZ. And so far, the stats suggest this could be happening once again, this time in a 2-0 fashion for MOUZ.
Yeah, even an improvement over last time. I'm sure FaZe are coming in is hoping to prove it was just a fluke last time. You know, we have the upper hand usually. Last time, you know, wasn't really our
I think the
our
quote
day.
was last time with Chewy, like, no one beats MOUZ 8 times.
Yeah, you're right. That's pretty cool. I like that. Here we go. We're in round number 11, and the finances for FaZe definitely becoming a bit of an issue here. They've got one M4, one MP9. They saved the M4 in the last round, but that's about it. So they didn't get to save the AWP. They are in a lot of trouble right now. Likely to be a 7th round here for the MOUZ side of things, as Roland finding more multi-kills.
That's a shame. Could have got a double kill there. 5-7, normally good at those close range interactions. Or apparently not bad either.
Like, that was the bomb stocked by T-Spawn, so I was going to maybe that's a problem, but it obviously isn't, because they're getting every single kill across the rest of the map here. Very smooth, very clean work.
Very demure.
Yeah, exactly. You're dead on.
Yeah, very controlled as well, especially with the last kill. Zershan just making sure he's patrolling the extremities, looking for that rotation down the vent. Another double kill from Roland. Jimfat taking down the Carrigan factor. Then Zershan, like I said, clean kill towards the end. I think the money is in a stronger position now for this final round. Bit of a partial buy in the previous. We've got the M4s on the AWP here. Brokey. 2 kills on this CT half.
Oh, I really hate it. It's not what they need right now.
No,
it's not like Torchi has a ton more, but they've got Roland running wild.
Well, it's the fact that it's getting so much outside control every single time. They're having to put him in towards ramp now.
Yeah.
To try and activate him.
Well, and how many rounds ago did you bring up that the first time? And FaZe still haven't really found a solution. They're like, you're right, it's still a problem.
So upper execution potentially here. 2 players on the roof setting up utility. You can send this in waves. So you send out the original bit of utility to see whether you can actually find a reaction, a rebuttal. And we'll see now if Brokey and Co can hold on Anders.
Yeah, looking good right now. Bit of a scope coming up from Brokey and Carrigan. Going to be taking down Torchi, so now Suhei alone. 1 versus 5 to try and do something, really anything. It's unlikely, obviously. FaZe would have to lose their minds right now and just forget how to play Counter-Strike. Otherwise, this is just not going to be working out. So 45 seconds here. Brokey on the other side. All right, that's a very nice shot. Very clean.
Could it be done?
It can be done. Like, get 3 more of those, and we'll pick up the conversation once again. But they know exactly where he is, and I think they've got the bomb on the other side too. So in every way, this is unlikely to be working out. Suhei goes down at the end, and it's a 7-5 at the end of it for MOUZ. Still a brilliant first half for them. here we go. We're back now. It's the second map, second half, and FaZe honestly struggling a little bit. They lost the first map in overtime. Now they really have to summon some strength here, Henry. If they can win the pistol round, they could get back into it. But if it's MOUZ instead, this could be a 2-0 victory for the, the potential underdog team in MOUZ Sports. But they've found out how to beat FaZe, it looks like.
On the T side now, they managed to post that last round. Brokey managed to get a couple of kills as well, double his total up to 4.
Yeah.
And yeah, you're absolutely right. They win this pistol. This game is certainly back on, but you're up against these Julies. You're up against Brolan. He's been dealt with. Can the P2000 save the day? It's going to be difficult for Torgy as he's ran over by Rain, and it looks like they've done enough here. I don't think there's a world where MOUZ can consider going for this one, as it's a clean one. Upper rush, split from outside is very effective, and the game is right back on there. Does beg the question with your force buy in the second round. Can be quite viable on you, going for these MP9s and 5.7s. But we'll have a look as to whether they want to bring that forward. Brokey, another double kill, Anders. He's coming to life slowly but surely.
Gotta ask the question, like, were these peaks from Frozen necessary? Probably not, but damn, it looks sick. Like, he absolutely slaughtered
They need
them.
someone to step up.
Yeah, they do. They do need somebody to start feeling a bit better.
They need to win this round, though. Lose this one. The morale's going to be in the bin.
Yeah.
MP9s, 5.7s. Scout for Torgy. Brolan at 15 kills. We'll have the SMG as well. Jim Fap, in my opinion, one of the best ramp players in the game right now.
Okay.
Joined by Torgy, looking to soften them up with the Scout. If he gets a couple of tags here, could be enough.
And they jump past, they jump to avoid the Scout. That could have been so sick. That's close to being 3 kills going the way of MOUZ there, but it'll remain the 1. Rain and Rops a little bit tagged up, a little bit worse for wear. Roland looking to see if he turn the corner here. He does realize there could have been someone there, and he's not wrong about it either, but the aim punch, I think he got dinked there and just instantly goes down. Suing exertion. Even though FaZe, they're a little bit bruised in this round, they should be good. They should be in a good position.
Yeah, it was looking interesting with that ramp setup. The Scout and MP9 working in tandem, but Jimmy only good for the 1. There's been damage done. There's been a lot of awkward interactions for FaZe, but ultimately in this 4 versus 2, there shouldn't be much more to say. Carrigan's found a timing towards the hut. He gets out. Frozen just kind of giving some fake sound cues there to bait in Shuey. And they're actually going through the hub.
There's a guy right behind him. This is really funny. Yeah, Rops has just let him sneak past. I don't think it's going to make a big difference here. That is the bomb down, but again, he has no idea that Rops was waiting. There's no way that he could have known. Like, he just went through there. So, I don't know. Bit of a weird round. I think that actually could have gone wrong a couple of ways, but it's all in the past. They win the round, and that's exactly what they needed to do. FaZe are fighting to get us onto a 3rd map, which... Is it Dust 2? Am I making that up?
It is Dust 2.
Nice.
An old classic.
Yeah, I really enjoy Dust 2 at the moment, so wouldn't be opposed to getting a 3rd map there.
Okay, full eco. Couple of pistols in the mix, but no Kevlar. Single flashbang for Shuey, so expect some antics, I suppose. Where they can make this work, I don't know. Carrigan been pretty handy in these key rounds against the pistols. Gets the opening kill this time. And a double for his troubles as well. Brolan finds Brokey. Carrigan will be getting his hat trick and pretty much guaranteeing the round here. Rain confirms it, and we've got an actual lead for FaZe now. On the T side, they needed this 3-0 start, and they certainly got it. But still advantage for MOUZ in the grand scheme of things on the CT side. Now it's their map pick. Still an uphill battle here for FaZe.
Yeah, but it's such an uneasy advantage, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, you already said it. This is the other side of the coin. When you go for that second round force-up and it doesn't work out, suddenly it's a whole string of rounds going the way of your opponent, and I'm kind of feeling that, I think, a little bit now. We'll see if they can pick up this first round, then it's probably going to be fine, and I think they'll regain a lot of that lost confidence almost immediately. But a lot of the work has been down to Brolan, and that's easier when he's on the T side and he can go for so many of those fights. But on the CT side, right, he's just going to be in one position, and it'll be up to the rest of the team to really try and make up for it. You just see, again, the kill difference between Brolan and the rest of MOUZ is ridiculous. They do need somebody else to try and match him.
Here we go then. Outside play. Similar approach that we saw from MOUZ. The wall of smoke's delivered early on in the round. They'll slowly but surely try and make their way out there. It's going to be an awkward start, though. 2 kills in favor of MOUZ. We have got 3 healthy players otherwise. Carrigan, Frozen, and Robs. All three of them towards outside, though, and now with limited resources, one smoke remaining. Flashbangs are plenty. Will there be anything given over? Sub 1 minute now. That smoke being dropped towards Unbreakable. Allow them to get towards main entrance if possible.
I mean, if you're MOUZ right now, you're just hoping to set up trades, right? Just don't be in a position where you're fighting too much alone. Make sure that there's always a way to get the kill back.
Exactly.
Frozen shot in the knees, trying to get through is not ideal. All the way down to 49. Good job. And that should really seal the everyone's sealed already. Should be now. They get the information that they could be coming towards the B bomb site. Jimmy back here. They do have a Molotov, so maybe they could set up a fight towards him, but it's actually going to be used elsewhere. As Rops will get 1 kill finally. 18 seconds left on the clock. It feels like an unwinnable round, and it has for a while, trying to get up out of the vent here, and it's UA just ready to receive and absolutely shutting it down.
Good round there from MOUZ, their first of the second half. 3-0 down. First gun round is a convincing one, as the outside wall of smoke leads them to a 5-3 deficit. FaZe is losing the first 2 players pretty comfortably, as MOUZ will close things out with a Shui double spray down. This is how it all starts. Red Brolan popping the smoke open, working with Zershin as well. They had the AWP of Torji, I believe, towards top of ladder as well. He goes on to hit a beautiful shot on Frozen. And here we go, 8-8. It's all tied up. The game's still wide open. Resources low on either side. A very important round number 17 coming forward here, as Torji, aggressive, of course, towards outside. Trying to take that aggro Zershin. And he will. Frozen, though, ready and waiting, gets a double kill. This time a 5-on-3 in favor of MOUZ.
Couple of really close calls there. I thought for sure Torshi was going to have at least one of those kills, but...
It was a lovely idea there from MOUZ. You get one player boosted up on the garage roof, taking all the aggro for the AWPer,
right,
who's setting up towards the T-Red box, but unable to land their shots. Round is still on, though. That key kill from Shui. Bought Brolan a little bit of time to rotate in, and he hasn't missed many shots today. Brokey, I don't think he can afford to take this dual landers. He's got the bomb on his back.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Without it, maybe it's an interesting proposition, but...
Oh, with smoke. It's such a nice little play from Jimfa, using their own smoke against them.
Yeah, you could tell Carrigan wasn't ready, and suddenly it's turned around. It's actually MOUZ in the lead now. Brolan...
Brokey has to go for it now, even with the bomb.
Yeah, but it's so hard. Brolan's been absolutely lights out. They're going to try and double up on him, and that's a nice shot from Brokey. He was ready. I think the crosshair must have been more or less right on him, so job done for now. 35 seconds. Bomb
huge round
planted.
here.
Yeah, you are absolutely right. If they get this one here, FaZe is again, but a stunning shot from Sue, taking down Brokey, and it leaves Rops alone. And the shot, a triple instead for the captain of MOUZ, and that's setting them up nicely. This could be a 2-0.
Leading by example. I can't stress enough how big that is from Shui. A captain's performance delivered in the lower bomb side. They took down Brolan, and it all started here, Anders, with a 5-on-3 advantage for FaZe. Comes down to a 2 versus 1 in favor of MOUZ. A stroke of genius there from Jimmy. Jumping up and Unbreakable, finding the kill above, and Shui. Such a big moment there to close things down. We said that was a very, very important round, and you'll see why now, Anders. They're going to have to purchase with Tech 9s.
Oh, yeah.
A few flashes as MOUZ looking for double digits here and looking for 2-0 in their opening game here at World Finals, live and direct from Singapore.
What a victory for MOUZ if they could do it back-to-back, taking them down in a Rio and then doing it again here. That would be a bit of a statement. Torshi's taking out Frozen already. The Tech 9 slowed down. It's very awkward, but he's got the job done anyway. He actually found that.
I don't know what happened there.
I think it's when you look too far down, you obviously you can't pivot the axis that far down with the mouse. So some return kills,
what
but
the hell?
Brain, I don't actually know how that got into a one-on-one. What just happened?
I don't know. I don't want to know. We should just move on, because it looked like that round was awkward in so many different ways. But you're right, it comes down to the 1 versus 1. You know, Jimmy thankfully rotating it from ramp and getting it.
The command is blocked by SV cheats, but there is a command that will allow you to keep looking down or up, so that there's like never a point where you sort of like hit the ceiling of your look. It's actually harder to play.
So you can do like a 360 all the way around. Okay, I see what you mean.
It's actually deceptively hard to play with, because you just like if you suddenly are looking like too far, you're like, oh, I've lost my camera.
I've never seen that before. It is an interesting idea.
Maybe that's future content right there. It's a timeout for MOUZ here after a bit of a win. calming the, getting the troops all.
And that was a scrappy round. The fact they win it, they'll be having a sigh of relief there, but resources will be low. 4 players going down against a partial buy is far from ideal. But still, it is going to be double digits now for MOUZ. That was a partial buy, as I mentioned, so this should be a nice full investment now from FaZe, but running out of time and indeed space here in the series. A team they normally dominate, and they have done throughout the entirety of CS2. Lost the streak back in Rio, and now looking likely to get 2-0'd here. MOUZ getting stronger and stronger as the months roll by.
Yeah, like you said, now is not the time for FaZe to lose the grip on how to defeat MOUZ. If FaZe come back and win this one, right, you can all say, oh, it's a bit of a fluke. FaZe still, they are the more dominant team in this matchup, but if they lose that grip now, it's on land. It's a huge tournament. It's right at the dawn of the major.
They've changed things up nicely as well. They've gone for a different setup. It's going to be Jimmy towards the secret area, Torji towards the ramp of the AWP, knowing that these outside smokes have been problematic for them as well. And that's a narrow miss there. Unfortunate for Torji, he has to get out. Like, if you see the AWP towards ramp, you can pretty much guarantee there's just one player there. So he misses that shot, take control. And now, what happens next? MOUZ need to reposition. Sound cue given over from Carrigan. They'll notice some outside presence here.
Oh, he actually wall-banged it. I don't think you saw that. I think he went for the attempt. Well. That's pretty sick. But Carrigan still goes down. Broland, oh, from Rain. That is ice cold. The Norwegian versus the Swede out there, but it's still on.
Yeah, very difficult retake here. You got the AWP in the vents. Jimmy was down towards lower as well, and I think Shui, he's got to do the heavy lifting here. Nice incendiary to get him a bit of space. Speaking of which, though, the AWP coming out the vents will have to do the same. It's Broken that goes down. 2 versus 1. Frozen, we need you to clutch here. The game might depend on it. It's a huge headshot. 1 versus 1 now, and he can't do it. It is going to be Shui. He needs to be careful.
He was low on health.
He's 1 health. Did he make it? Okay, it's fine. Yeah, you could see a sigh of relief there. Like, if he fell off and died, there were flames on the floor as well. That would have been a disaster. But he does get the defuse, I can confirm.
I'd love to see that kill from Rain onto Broland. It looked like it was just so lightning fast. And he set up, yeah, so this is so sick. He's just testing it. He doesn't know.
I have not seen a clean kill like that before. I know you can do damage through that, but I've never seen like a clean, very impactful kill like that. That's pretty cool.
It's so sick as well because Carrigan is up on the roof.
Oh, jeez. Damn, bro.
Well, listen, we've got new desks.
Rob's is just there like, yeah, you cool, man? You cool? That was, that's Rage of the Day.
Just to point out, these are new desks that we're playing with, so you can't punch through them anymore. Like, that's not going to be a feature.
True, you're right. These are high-quality desks.
They're rock solid. Like, it's not going to happen, so we appreciate that.
Oh, my God. That kind of got me a little bit riled up. Rob's is just like, bro, chill. It's all good. It's the opening game.
Yeah,
good effort.
Right. Oh, the timing here is pretty sick, actually. Could have been more than that in Rain. Still would find a kill on Sue. This is actually on. This round could really work. Bomb surely going to get planted here.
Close again, but it might be no cigar, Anders. Planting behind the bomb site. Thankfully, that grenade does nothing for them. Misthrown, but the flashbang, anything but. Good shot from Jim Fats, and it's the Tech-9s that could steal things away. Deny series point at the very least. 2-on-2 retake now. Torji coming in from the heaven position with the AWP. Xertion's low. They need the AWP to step up here. Can't find the shot, and it's a Tech-9 upper rush that saves the day here. Grenade won't do anything. And that's surely the round. And indeed, Rops will confirm it. Back on their feet. Well done to FaZe.
Great round to illustrate, I think, the difficulty of handling those upper rushes, even if you just miss the timing a little bit. It's just a Tech-9 coming through the smoke, and it's not like Carrigan even got a huge amount of kills, but it's just so off-putting. Just the one there.
Okay, you're right. It's discombobulating, right? As soon as someone runs through the smoke and is willing to that sort of play, you're assuming those smokes are going to be respected. Okay. That's actually massive. You can see what it's done to the finances there. That should have been a MOUZ round and given them series point. Can they hold on now? Rain looking for the double kill. Can't find it. Kills all over the map. Difficult to keep track of it. 3 versus 3. Brokey needs to stay alive, but found by the 5-7. Double kill comes through. Unbelievable scenes as Frozen left in another unenviable position. The lobby crunch sends FaZe packing as MOUZ find map and series point, Anders. Unreal.
It is an absolute classic, isn't it? So,
Frozen, he got very frustrated before, but he has every opportunity to win this round, Anders. It's not done
He's been playing sick. He's got 20 kills. I mean, this could be done. You're right. It's still on here. That lobby crunch. I'm almost surprised that FaZe don't have that conversation about, like, that could be the case. Because I think we heard Kerrigan say that they'd broken the economy. And it's a classic move when the CTs are low on money that they are going to go for that kind of a crunch. But it didn't look like FaZe were quite ready for it. 50 seconds now for Frozen.
This will be ultimate redemption.
Oh, yeah.
If he can find this after the failed 3v1 before, if he can now convert this round, and he's got the time to do it, and he has slowed things right down to the point where they have no idea where Frozen is positioned. 30 seconds, he's potentially going for a Heaven play. I suppose Ramp is an option as well, but Heaven seems to be the most likely point of access.
We'll see how close that MP9 of Torshi is going to be. 20 seconds. If he's close enough by towards the hut, I mean, he could maybe do it.
The thing is, getting that 4-second plant, you probably just have to stick the plant on the get-go and hope they're going to play together. If you go for a fake plant here, you will lose the round.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. He's checking as much as he can.
You just have to
the timing is absurd, isn't it? Already spotted. He can't do anything. Even if he gets the kill now, he can't plant the bomb.
That's the
position for Torshi was outrageous.
Yeah, very well played. A difficult scenario there for MOUZ, considering against Frozen, who's got the hot hand. He is fired up as well, and with the lack of time there, he did well to get towards the bomb site floor, but as soon as he was spotted, you can't mess around with the bomb. Just had to try and go for that quick plant if possible. Didn't happen. It certainly did for Brolan though, and there's a double kill in the 5-7. It's a long old round, but it started that lobby crunch. And that's going to be series point now with no bomb plant as well, bear in mind. And Frozen won't be able to drop much. He did not get any loss bonus there because he outlived the timer with no plant, so...
Oh, what a world.
Rough round.
Back-to-back losses to MOUZ is kind of what they're staring down the barrel of here. FaZe. They found a new nemesis. They've had such a great run against them, but that was put into question in Rio, and now it looks like MOUZ are about to reaffirm that it wasn't. It's no fluke win. Playing really great Counter-Strike here. 12-9. They got a couple of chances here, MOUZ, to get the job done. Now, it's a decent buy coming in from the FaZe side at the very least. They're going to be able to do something with this.
3 rounds in a row required. A tall order. FaZe historically love a comeback. And it's an awkward first shot from Xerxes. Rain will take him down, no problem. Good damage from Rops as well. We'll find Shui down but not out here. The money is in a terrible spot for MOUZ.
Yeah.
Lose this round, they'll have a full eco. There's definitely another chance of overtime here, even with 3 rounds required.
Almost make a strong case that you just try and stack these 3 people somewhere and save. You know, go A or B if you want to, just to try and get a chance of winning the round. But
baiting in Jimfat here. They might not see this coming.
Molotov will
certainly did
put some pressure on. Yeah, that's very good work though. 2 M4s left, and they seem to be aware. Torshi's out here. He'll spot the entire army coming his way. I think he was always going to get traded one way or another there. So just Brolan to save the M4, and that'll make it 10-12. And with the money being what it is, I mean, this has every chance of going to overtime. We had that on the first map with FaZe actually getting to 12 rounds before MOUZ on that one, and then MOUZ having to make a bit of a comeback. So could be the reverse here, with MOUZ potentially giving up the lead and surrendering overtime.
Bottom of the barrel loss bonus, Anders.
Yeah.
So that's $1,400 into this round, where FaZe have just found double digits, where you're going to be forced by. You kind of have to. The book suggests
sure.
With $1,400 per player, you're only going to get $1,900 into the next round. So, like I said, the book suggests you do force by this round, and then technically you lose that one, and then you're going to have an eco coming up next, and then you're going to have to play for overtime in the final round. So there's the force buy.
Oh, this is so tricky, isn't it?
So you got 5-7s and scouts. Like, we've seen them win with less before, but
yeah, but that was the lobby crunch, right?
That was the lobby crunch.
And you're not going to be doing that again because that's too obvious. FaZe are definitely going to be ready for it this time. Scout outside. I mean, that would be a sick way to do it. Certainly setting it up, but Frozen, He's a bit of a machine right now.
Yeah, Torji, like, he has a scout short, but he had no Kevlar.
Yeah.
So you're always going to be squishy, and Brolan's being an absolute beast again. He gets himself a rifle. Oh, Anders, not like this, please. Say it ain't so. Down towards lower we go.
Brolan's down there. He's already ready. He's got the AK picked up. Like you said, he stole it from earlier. Goes for the swing. Gets the headshot. Takes down Brokey. I don't know how they've done this. They had no business. They had no money at all. But MOUZ
Open plan.
back in the round.
There's a real chance to close things out right here, right now. Carrigan keeps the dream alive. A beautiful shot towards the round, but he has been tagged up, down to 20 points of health. Bomb ticking. No kits available. They open up the door. Carrigan's painted into the corner.
Yes, he is low on health already, but a good shot to begin with here. He's got Rain on the other side. He's dead and gone, and now it's a 1 versus 1.
Yep.
Obviously not going to be any defuse kit. You're absolutely right about that, Exertion.
He can't win.
Yeah, he's out of time, unfortunately. With the kit, he would have had a real crack at it here, but I think Rain has played it pretty much perfectly. Buying time. Every single second counts here. And Rain saving FaZe and getting one step closer to overtime. I mean, that should have never been that close. What a round.
God damn. Carrigan actually saving the day there.
Yeah.
Thriving in the chaos.
But again, it's Brolan. Like, he's a menace in this game.
Dude, that was wild. That kill he got him towards the back fence as well. That kill from main entrance at the same time. Unreal. Carrigan, though, like I said, without the kit there, Rain was like, he would do well to lose that 1v1.
Nice, man!
You know they haven't got a kit there. You're going to take that risk, and it's the final round of regulation. As mentioned, it was 3 rounds in a row, but with a bottom of the barrel loss bonus and 0 cash. It was very likely that this overtime would be coming through. And now, looks like it's locked in, but we'll see if the SMGs have anything to say about it. Every time they go up against the Brolan 5-7, he seems to find multiple kills. This time he's got the SMG.
Yeah, they're being very careful. Again, they're watching that lobby position. They're making absolutely sure that no one's sneaking through. Rops is on guard duty over on that side, and the rest of them working like a giant squad out here in the yard. So I like this from FaZe. They should be favored in this round, but nothing is sure right now. Nothing is certain, and it's...
Brokey needs a quick scope.
Yep, taking down Frozen. Does he see it? I think he's got the idea for it. They finally run him down here, but Brolan this time couldn't get the multi. Good save from Rain.
He was looking all sorts of awkward there. Torji flirting with the idea of pushing that smoke, thinks better of it as it dissipates, holds ball behind the unbreakable box now. Looks like FaZe had done enough for overtime. They've got a 4-on-3. Crisis averted towards main entrance. Only 1 kill found, and Torji has no idea where to look. You can see head on a swivel.
Bomb. I'm just saying that if he misses a shot right here and it dies, it could get really weird.
With the bomb going down in 30 seconds. Okay, that's a big kill.
Yeah. That probably seals it right then and there. Although they are pushing onto the A site where they are holding Jimmy's getting a couple of kills. Another disaster here for FaZe. They're so close to the overtime. With the 5 kills are wrecking the team. Another unbelievable round for MOUZ.
It looked like it was done. There was no chance of winning that round, but the 5-7, the weapon of the day for MOUZ as they take the series 2-0.
Whoa, what an ending to this game. MOUZ edging it out, taking the victory, winning the series 2-0 after a heroic effort by Jimfat in the very last round with the pistols. FaZe once again coming super, super close, and MOUZ once again walking away with it.
That's going to sting. To lose in that fashion, played so well, playing to punish, found some map control early on, and then just suddenly walking into the waiting arms of Yimpat, who wasn't, by the way, even having a good map. That was the best round probably we saw from him in that entire nuke game, and yet, I gotta say, MOUZ doing it even better this time. It surprised me. 2-0 this time over FaZe, who were before their demons.
2 very, very close matches, though. You know, you could argue that on Inferno, it could have gone both ways. You could argue that Nuke overtime was on the horizon, and who knows what would have happened right there. But it does feel like we're edging into an era right now where FaZe are just lacking, as we spoke about, the last 5%. We get the last round right here. It starts off well, you know, so to speak, for MOUZ. Exertion getting a nice kill. Nice trading coming in for Brokey right here. He's finding the kill together with a teammate. Brolan can't get it done. And from this point and onwards, FaZe are doing a lot of things right. They get it to a 4v2, and then Jimfat is hitting you.
It's not even that bad of spacing between Brokey and Rain right there. They're peeking it all together. Rops is there as well. I mean, if you want to nitpick it, maybe you want Kerrigan up a little faster, but like that was overall, that was converting very nicely for them. And the fact that they even played to punish, Torzy tried to go for that outside peek where Brokey was holding the angle. Yeah. I actually really thought they had it right there to take it to overtime. And I mean, man, I mean, MOUZ beat him before on Nuke. It was a little bit closer. FaZe actually got a little bit closer this time, but I mean, Brolin, man, I was so impressed in this series with this guy. Like, he was just filthy on this map.
He was consistent from start to finish. We praised him on Inferno, especially his second half on Inferno. Found an awful lot of impact. Here in Nuke, it was on both sides that he found impact, topping the scoreboard for MOUZ as well. And that does, you know, make it a new case and kind of creates a new narrative now that MOUZ have beat FaZe 2 times in a row. Yep. Used to be the story about FaZe always beating MOUZ, even when they weren't on the best. No longer the case here. MOUZ are having the upper hand.
I really think that one thing I loved about Brolin in this one, especially on Nuke, is that when he was defending with Exertion towards outside, they would always more or less swing together. And sometimes Exertion, of course, he's going to peek a little bit. He's the outside rifler. He has to. But so frequently, if they got pushed back, Brolin would go for a peek with Exertion at the same time. They'd fight through the smokes, go for spams together, or with Torzy even on top of that. And you could just see, again, the cohesion from MOUZ here. It feels like they're this close from being just this championship contender every single tournament. And I feel like we had a little sample of it here to open off the World Finals.
Yeah, it was a great performance from MOUZ. So let's hear from the winners. James caught up with him.
Not once, but now twice, MOUZ have done it against FaZe, and it's got to be feeling pretty damn good. And I'm going to start with just this last few rounds on Nuke. The force is working out for you. What were the calls here? Was there like a plan behind it? Was it something you noticed, or was it just a call on the fly?
Yeah, I mean, I think that we are a super good team in these force buys. Our coach brought up a statistic that we're winning a lot of those rounds on practice, so and officials as well. So yeah, we are super confident on this buy on this specific map. And yeah, I mean, I think Camel Shui is always super creative. And yeah, I think that we're just playing really freely, and we do it well.
And you have the confidence to do it as well, and you've been playing very confident at the same time. I look at that Inferno game for you was lights out. Do you feel like you guys are getting back into what we expect to see from MOUZ? Are you happy with what you're seeing from the team?
Well, I mean, of course, I'm happy. We've had a couple of rough events before Rio, so yeah, I'm happy with our progress, but I'm not satisfied. I think that I'm still super inconsistent individually as well. I think that yeah, I need to figure out a way that I can be as consistent as I was before the season, basically, and yeah, I'm sure that it will help the team. And yeah, I mean, about the team, I think that we are slowly getting into it. Obviously, Major is close. First is RMR, super important, but also this event for us, it's a big test. So yeah, I'm just looking forward to see if we can improve game by game again.
Are you trying some new things out here?
Yeah, sure. We are always trying new things out with this team. You know, we have really creative people. Staff, our IGL is amazing. Camel, I love him. So yeah, I mean, I think that everyone is just doing a super good job now.
Nice, well, good start here for you. Well done, man. Thank you very much.
Yeah, they're looking super solid. A nice 2-0 victory from MOUZ, which gives us this updated Group A, which of course is a bit surprising. Astralis beating NAVI in that opening game now sets them up against MOUZ, and I guess we have a clear favorite despite Astralis looking great today.
Right. Astralis definitely blindsided all of us by defeating NAVI here, but on the other hand, MOUZ is just kind of continuing the course that they had set for themselves at Rio by taking down FaZe, and in that winner's match, I think it's very clear who's going to be the favorites.
And the losers match as well. We saw FaZe Clan right here behind us. They were super frustrated. They were smashing.
Are they all gone? Okay,
they're all gone now, so we can speak about it, you know, but they were not feeling happy.
Oh no, that was, yeah, I don't want to say this in front of them, but honestly, that was, those were close games. Those were close games, but if you play to that level and Navi regains the form that they normally have at tournaments, this is not going to be pretty for them tomorrow.
It is looking rough for FaZe as they will take on Navi tomorrow. But before all that, we still have more action coming your way. We have 2 more games today. G2 and Nico will take on the server to see if they can right their wrongs from IEM Rio and their opponents. Well, they're ready to put them down once more. MOUZ and the boys, Hunter and everyone from G2 is ready to take on a team that I think have a realistic chance of making it tough for them. Liquid have also been struggling, but you'll have to wait and see after a little break.
winning is the goal. I hope they are ready.
Your Blast Fall Finals champions, G2!
We're going to hit the ground running and set the tone early.
Nasty ass NAV!
Today, we are going to turn the tables, so underestimating us, that would be a mistake.
It is time to dive on into Group B at the Blast Premier World Finals, where G2 and Liquid will be making their debuts here in Singapore. Now, for Liquid, it's been a battle for them simply to make it to playoffs, where for G2, they surprised us all by lifting the trophy back in Copenhagen just a couple of weeks ago. My name is FaZe, joined by Stiko to be diving into this evening's entertainment. Stiko, you're back. I love that I'm back with you. How are you dealing with the jet lag, first of all?
Thank you for having me, of course, and likewise, happy to see you. And the jet lag, yeah, it's brutal, but yeah, I'm not the one playing and I have to perform and I have to put up performance on the server, so I am kind of leaning towards that it's fine. I definitely struggled with it as a player.
Yeah, no, I mean, undoubtedly, we've seen some of the other players, I mean, namely from NAVI earlier, cannot believe that they, lost out in their opening game. I did bait everybody a little bit, though, saying G2, oh yeah, they won in Copenhagen, but let's play a game of what happened next, Stiko. What happened after G2 lifted that trophy back at full finals?
So right after lifting the trophy, they flew obviously for IEM Rio, and that was where kind of disaster happened. It was something unusual. It felt like an anomaly in their gameplay where they just bomb out last plays of the tournament, and it just seemed nothing to work. And it's not only from the standpoint of the team, it was mainly individuals, especially when it comes to Nico and Hunter. That was for them. I think they were two lowest rated players at the event, and for Cousins of that caliber, obviously this is just not going to cut it for G2. The performance needs to be higher and they need to bring it back here.
Simply, particularly coming off of that performance in Copenhagen, right? I think we had super high expectations for them, and particularly for Nico. That was, I think, his worst ever rating ever at a LAN, period, in his whole career. That's how uncharacteristic form it was back in Rio.
And it may be attributed to the fact they actually won the Copenhagen. You're exhausted, you pulled off incredible final, best of 5 final, where you were not really a favorite, but it happened, and I don't simply see Nico happening it twice in a row here, and I think this is just pure perfect playground for him to come back, actually.
Yeah, surely not. I mean, just look at the numbers to illustrate the ill feelings we had after witnessing them in Brazil. Obviously, this was kind of a small sample size because they bombed out last place of the tournament, but I think we should check in with Nico to see exactly how he's feeling here in Singapore.
Nico, you guys had a 5-day boot camp before coming into a World Final. For you guys, where were the focuses? Like, what did you need to look at there?
Well, I mean, we just tried to add a couple of things. Obviously, this bootcamp was more meant to be for the major than for the World Final. Obviously, that was our main focus, to get ready for the major, and we just want to implement some of the new things that we can use for the major, maybe even this event. But I think most importantly, we had to refocus after IEM Rio. Obviously, that was a disaster from us, and I think it was good that we actually planned the bootcamp before that. Obviously, we didn't know how the Rio will go, but I think it was a good timing to have it. Yeah, it was in advance, so I think it was a good timing in the end that we had to do a bootcamp right after Rio just to reset and work on some things as a team, because it's always easier to do it from the bootcamp than from at home. So I think we used those 5 days pretty wisely.
In terms of that, right, you win full finals, then you bomb out of Rio, which you didn't want. But was this one that was frustrating, or was it one that was easy to shake off? Could you understand why?
I mean, every event, if you lose in that way, it's pretty frustrating, and it's not the easiest way to shake out. I was pretty frustrated as well with the way I played as well. It was not good. It's never good to go out to the event, but it's way worse to go out in the way that we did. So it was pretty embarrassing, and I think it was a good lesson, and obviously it's something that we can use as a motivation and just make sure to never happen again. But yeah, I mean, it cannot go much worse than that.
You're smiling through it all, at least, Nico. That's a positive. Was it hard, though, now for you guys to understand what the current level of G2 is?
I mean, I don't think we are gonna be less confident now. I think, as I said, we had productive bootcamp, and I think we grew some confidence in us again. And we just have to
we just have to kind of go back to what we were building ever since we got this lineup together and not focus too much on what happened in Rio, because we were progressing, we were learning a lot as a team, and I think IM Rio was just one event where we kind of dropped our level way lower than we usually are. So I don't think that event is a measurement of how well we can play. So I mean, I guess this event is a good test for us to see where we are again. I thought we were on a very good way after the fall finals, but then IM Rio hit. So this event is very important for us to reset, get back to our level, and start getting wins and more confidence for the major.
Can't get any worse than Rio, as Nico says, and I think that is indeed correct. Something that we do have to shift to look at, though, obviously, when G2 lifted the trophy back in Copenhagen, there was a bit of an anomaly in terms of individual form. Obviously, we don't look at the in-game leader to be putting up big numbers necessarily, but for Snacks, it's been a minute since we've seen a positive KD, hasn't it, Stiko? I've got to keep our voice down because he's right behind us.
I do believe, yeah, we have the stat 33 maps with non-positive KD, but it really doesn't matter in a team of caliber like G2, because yes, they still are able to lift the trophy despite this. And Snacks, you know, he has to either put up his fragging output or calling wise. And well, if anything can do it, it's going to be IGL in G2.
Well, let's talk about the IGL on the other side of the server in Twist, because we know him, you know, formerly being a man that can put up such firepower. Obviously, it's taken a slight bit of a hit when he's moved to that in-game leader position in Team Liquid, but maybe not as big of as one as I would have expected taking up this mantle.
Yes, he's definitely one of the best fragging IGLs right now in Tier 1 scene, and he's picked up a lot of great call-wise habits from Kerrigan, obviously, but to the point where it felt like for FaZe to be playing against Kerrigan, so it's like really easy to read for them. But other way, you have to respect Twist and Liquid, what they're doing with their team. It's young, and they have ultimate that is up and coming, and you have to really make sure that these guys are on point, and Liquid are honestly doing a pretty good job at it.
Tell me your thoughts about Ultimate at the moment, because I feel like we kind of all slept on him. Most people didn't even know who he was when he was coming into Team Liquid. Then obviously he hit some incredible highs. What do you think of his most recent form, though?
I think he dipped really hard, and it comes to the fact that he was really this one-trick pony when it comes to opening and really aggressive style, and people really figured it out after a couple of events. Now this is first the real adaptation that he has to do at the Tier 1 level, and he doesn't need to do it alone. He has a backup behind him in terms of coach, in terms of Twist as an IGL, in terms of supportive staff in Liquid, but he has to do it, and he has to do it in a short time possible. And probably IM Rio would be a wake-up call where he really needs to step it up when it comes to rating to bring that form at the beginning of the Liquid that he had.
I think that's a lovely point that you brought up when we were discussing this idea in the green room, though. Obviously, you know, you can rely on the support staff around you. Obviously, the coach, super experienced, but Twist, not so experienced as an in-game leader. How much energy does that take as an IGL to kind of help develop players who maybe are in kind of strugglesome periods?
First of all, I definitely think that Twist is able to help. It's just he needs that experience, because this is real first talent, young talent that he has to kind of develop himself as an IGL. Obviously, they brought JKS in already, but JKS is an experienced one. He played majors, he played for a decade in Tier 1. So Ultimate is the real test, not only for himself, but also for Twist to really mold that, because Kerrigan didn't really need to do that when Twist was in the lineup. So he doesn't have that something that he can copy out of him other than IGL style. So developing the talent, this is definitely going to be a task for Twist.
Where would you point Ultimate in the right direction then? You said, you know, he's got this play style which people may now have figured out a little bit. Where should he be moving towards?
I think the definitely obvious answer will be the adaptability. So playing a little bit more reserved, passive, looking down those angles, maybe playing more on those anchor positions with the knob, and let the JKS maybe, or NAV for that matter, to be enabled with the rifle elsewhere on the map. But, well, it depends. There are really multiple solutions. You have to pick one, you have to commit to it, and you have to do it right.
I think somebody else is looking to, you know, find some potential solutions. Yakinda, I mean, we were talking about him back in Copenhagen. Obviously, he was very ill there, so I think we can put a little asterisk on his form. But then we go to Rio, same happens, arguably worse, right? And we expect this guy to be coming out, you know, fired up, being able to get those openers, an immediate impact in rounds.
Yakindar is a guy that is kind of, I love that he's acknowledging the fact that he's in this terrible position right now. A lot of people would just fake it till they make it and they're like, no, I'm not slumping, but he is the one acknowledging it. He's working on it, he's aware, his teammates are aware. They put up a really good documentary on their YouTube channel as well, where it's a beautiful insight on how the mind of the player really works. So go check that out if you want, guys. But you know, it really is the struggle. And you have to question yourself how much time does he really have on Team Liquid? The roster mania is probably around the corner right after the major, and he's aware of the mistakes. He's aware that he's not putting up performance needed to be on this roster. Something has to change, and hopefully this will be, I'm saying this every event, but hopefully this will be the one where he kind of overcomes.
I'm going to be cheeky. How much time do you think Yakinda has? Do you think, you know, if he's not up to par at this event and subsequently at the RMR and potential major, do you think that's it? Do you think that's his time is done?
I hate to say this, but it might be the time, yeah.
Well, you know what other time it is? It is time for the game. We've got Liquid taking on G2. We've got Ancient, Inferno, Mirage, if we do so need it. And we do have Launders and Scrawny to guide you through all the action.
Yes, thank you so much, Freya and Martin. I am Connor, this is Mohan, and guess what, folks? It's time to get going with another potential Liquid banger versus G2. Last played about a month ago, a little more than a month, Mohan, 40 days or so. And honestly, the last time these two teams went head-to-head, we had blowouts. Not in the series, in fact, 3 maps, of course, but just score lines, right? Just total blowouts, all 3 maps, never more than 7 rounds for the losing team. And our GGBet odds favor G2 coming into this one. Hopefully, seemingly, G2's thinking the same thing as GGBet, and that is forget about.
And they were quick maps, but yes, in favor of G2 in the end. G2, I think they feel pretty confident versus Liquid. Now, we started off the season with this new Liquid lineup, and Stiko brought up such a great point and way of a perspective, thinking about the comparison between Twist on this team versus Twist on FaZe. And the first thought is, yes, he's learned everything about IGLing from Kerrigan, and that's got to be one of the biggest boons you could have in your career. But he never had to develop, the players on the team, because when he joined FaZe, he was the last one in.
Correct.
He was the one who already had a series of trophies, one behind him. So he might not have learned as much about that aspect. But we do know that he himself found Ultimate. That was huge. That's a nice feather in his cap.
Yep.
And so far, it feels like he's put together a competent team. Now, we have had players like Kerrigan compliment him, but at the same time, they can't beat FaZe.
No.
So that it might be something where it's, nice to see my ex-teammate playing well and everything. That's cute, but they're not a real threat for us right now. And so I think that's, at the moment, we're in a position where Liquid are starting to lose a higher percentage of their games versus Vitality, versus NAVI, who got their revenge after groups, versus FaZe, who they can never beat. And at some point, they've got to turn that around. G2 are also one of the teams that are playing pretty well versus them.
It's one of those moments whereby, you look back at the run in Liquid for Rio as well. If we're kind of criticizing G2 for Rio, well, yeah, you had Liquid departing in 9th, 12th position as well, but what are the teams they lose to? A close best of 3 versus Navi, right? And then getting eliminated, as you were saying, to their Kryptonite in FaZe. Like, that's not a run that I think you should be too disappointed about, and yet at the same time, eventually you're going to have to crack through it, like you're saying. Is it going to be World Finals? Is it going to be the event right ahead of the major? Because we're running out of runway for this tail end of 2024. These are the final 2 events, right? These are the 2 big ones. This is where you're going to leave a mark on this season of Counter-Strike. And I think that Liquid, their ambitions, certainly, again, not on a stage, should be to just maybe take a huge chunk out of G2 tonight. I think this game has the potential to kind of set the tone for either of these teams to go forward into potentially a playoff run this weekend.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect Liquid to be able to win this event based on recent results, but they have had maximum exposure to Tier 1 teams, and that's why they've been losing a high percent. If they were playing in Tier 2 for the past few months, they would be winning a lot more games, but almost every single one of their matches have been played versus a top 8 opponent in the since groups. So that's good practice. It hasn't resulted in wins just yet, but it's all about ramping towards the major.
Whew. Well, let's ride this ramp into map 1, shall we? G2 and Team Liquid beginning out on Ancient. And a boot camp, of course, for G2. We didn't touch on that, but Nico definitely went heavy in on it in the pregame interview. Let's see if G2 bring anything new to the table as they will be getting this endeavor on the T side. Is MOUZ going to carry the Kovac brothers yet again?
Counter, look at this. 3 players on A site.
Deep into the peak. Yakindar, they pop up. Beautiful timing, keeping their heads down for a second, but it's actually NAF to get the opening kill of the series. And so they expected it, they get it. The contact's there for them. A little pause to create some uncertainty, perhaps. We get no deep vision in middle for Liquid, barring ultimate up towards red. And We're going to stay committed to this 3-player A-stack. Liquid not falling for the silence. NAF buying time. 2 players going past and not clearing him, so he's going to find the 3rd one in easy. Yakinder doubles back from, of course, Donut, and this pistol couldn't have gone any better for Team Liquid.
Yeah, there were already mind games right there, and you can see the prep right into round 1. You get a double push from Liquid with a player back on the A side in case the rush comes through, so they know G2 are going to use this strat. And then G2 come up, and they crouch underneath the stairs waiting for a push, so there's counter. But obviously, it comes down to the kills. First one's clean for Liquid, and they get away. And G2, I think since they see the anti-strat, they're uncomfortable that there's a push happening on the other side of the map. They don't want to reset. They could still win on the rush if they get the headshots, but they don't.
Yeah, not one. There's a clean sweep of them. There's that pop-up. Difficult angle, too, right? When all of those heads just come up simultaneously, but no shots as sharp as those of Liquid. And NAF goes unchecked in the corner, so couldn't have asked again for a better pistol. If you're Liquid, and or a Liquid stan. 4 MP9s come out from the Canadian-led Team Liquid. Nico with the Deagle anticipating the peak. And it's there. Ooh. Smoke spreads, denies him his vision. We have Monacy priming what is 2 flashbangs for him. Still plenty of util for a full-blown exec, but NAF looks to interrupt it by going down through smoke, and what that does is opens up the ramp push. The entire team goes by him. He then strikes from behind. They'll find an open bomb site and a plant off of that. Can they find more? Nico thinks so. Denies NAF after just the 1. There's going to be this late lurk from the 5th tee. Outside of the door still. Yakinder's back, offered up soon enough. Nico tries to get into it, but...
He didn't really need to.
Ends up dying. Hunter goes deep. And as he does, he misses his shots off the Tech-9. That clears this one up for Team Liquid. Oh, what could have been. A little smoke to try and get MOUZ into the action. He will find his headshot, ultimate on the defuse, and the coverage. Things were sketchy for both teams at multiple moments in that round.
Yeah, for sure. It was a nice recovery. A little bit sketchy when NAF pushes the smoke and then hears everyone running by him, but it works out okay. There's a moment, I think, where Nico, if obviously he doesn't chase that kill, he can let MOUZ take it, but he's, I guess, worried about the retake coming in. But that's where, like, Hunter's already pushed back lines. When you slowed them down a bit, people aren't really checking their mini-maps, I feel like. There's, like, I think you give that one to MOUZ. Nico already scares the player push and pushes him back a bit. Then you delay. Hunter has to hit his shot as well. So even though it's around G2 come in with Tech-9s, they actually, I want to say they probably should have won in that spot.
Definitely could have. Opening was there. Nico, same angle as he kicks off last round with the Deeg. And NAF already showing us in that previous round, he's not going to be too shy to go down ramp when needed. Interrupted that 4-player push well. This time, no contact outside of Cave. Yakinder will take up the mantle, just lean back into the first door frame.
That Astralis game earlier today showed us, like, peak Astralis really in terms of how their aim, how good their aim was, how good their trading was, and their spacing. That was, you know, quite a surprise. Astralis are sort of the team that barely made it here to the World Final.
Yep.
But they kind of showed form as if they were coming off some kind of player break. You know what I mean? It felt like they had boot camped a lot, and we've got G2 doing a similar thing.
Well, it's the benefit of getting eliminated at Fall Finals first. You know, you had all the time to practice. You're going to get this quick rush coming out. Met by an incendiary, though, so you got to hold off for a moment. This is a well-equipped buy. Don't forget, G2 out of utility now, but still Galil's all around, and the M4 from JKS. Oh, nice clean triple from the Aussie. Twist is here to clean up shop, and Liquid gonna love that as they sweep away the rifles.
Oh, they look extremely nice. And you said, you know, G2 had the early exit, but so did Liquid. So that's at Rio, I should say.
Yes.
So that's there's a lot of teams, I guess, that are here that have a chance to sort of look in the mirror before we close the season out. And it's been a great second season in the sense of getting to see this new Liquid lineup, getting to see G2 win a trophy with this lineup as well. There have been a lot of surprises.
I'll take one more.
One more.
You know?
Man, that 3 on the year, and then, you know, maybe team of the year.
Doors open.
You're in the running.
Doors open. The flash goes over with the 2 smokes already down. Little disruptive here. Ultimate, ooh, gets dinked. And Yakindar's gonna hang on to the cave control. Ultimate finds the lineup. Bomb has not gone down. It actually gets dropped here as Yakindar gobbles up the triple kill versus Pistols. Dual Berettas for MOUZ, 1v5. Yeah, he'll take one down sure enough, but Ultimate, even though he was smoked off, makes the most of his angles. And that is 4 players up for Liquid as they, at the very least, deny a bomb plant.
Yeah, that's definitely good. What kind of odds do you have in your head for this match? Knowing G2 won the last one.
Yeah. To me, it was those round counts last time they met that like makes it almost, to me, 50-50. I don't know. It felt like something special happened at Fall Finals, and I'm gonna say I had Liquid 60-40.
We don't have the Mirage. Well, we have Mirage 3rd this time. That was the great map for Liquid in their last series.
Yeah, well, they ain't going 3.
That's a problem then, because G2 stomped the other 2 maps.
Uh-oh. Tonight the turns tables. Deep ramp control again. No hesitation coming out of the B players. Ultimate, what do you got? Not an op, that's one thing. Utility starts pelting him. He keeps himself perfectly in cover. Doesn't offer up anything to pull on. And that nade hits all 5 players at G2. Just enough for this M4 to shred them.
That was a full commit. I mean, they have 2 mollies and 1 smoke. No flashes here, but they wanted to go through that. That was a perfect block from Liquid. They had a player watching the molly and the smoke while they were throwing grenades safely. No one could squeeze through. Another moment where Liquid know exactly what G2 want to do.
That's Mither's binder, man. Thing's thick.
It's a big binder.
Still a couple of Molotovs. Oh, they actually catch Ultimate out of position. Just out in the open. Easy entry for MOUZ. Twist position known. JKS awaits them, and it's just what you'd expect from JKS. Waiting the perfect amount of time on the right angle. NAV comes out through the CT smoke. Spotted, definitely. MOUZ not able to get his next one. Nico 1v3 attempt. Let's see it. First one's easy. He scoops up that bomb to 34 health. He'll hunt. Yakindar and JKS nearly shoulder to shoulder, but just wide enough to trade. And Yakindar's not going to make it happen. 5 in a row for Team Liquid out the gates.
You look at the X's on the map, and you see why it's so hard to scale for the T side right there. 1 smoke on the re-exec means that you can only smoke CT. You got no lurks. You got no one pushing out. You got no one going with the first exec. You have no donut control, no mid. And the CTs, that's where they have the most advantages. So hard to plant the bomb on the A site if you don't end up connecting with donut or taking temple control fast or something so you can put pressure on CT. So they really went for the most sort of like brute forced style instead of going back and thinking about the rest of the map. Doesn't mean it's the wrong decision. It's still hard to go back to the rest of the map when you're low on grenades. But, you know, that A site, on the first time they wanted to try to exec, that was the golden opportunity.
That incendiary spread, we see it betrays Ultimate. That's why he gets caught out. MOUZ should have been in that corner as far as he was concerned.
Can't trust CT mollies, though.
No, you can't.
Yeah.
No, you can't. MOUZ feels like there's got a good timing, and he does. Yep. Oh, CT was distracted with more nades, but Twist comes in at the perfect moment to help out. And that is, of course, the 1 rifle held by MOUZ at the start of the round. Not even scooped up by the Kovac, who both try to get their hands up ramp. And the pressure is on, dare I say it.
Yeah, no kidding. Liquid looks solid. They've had a good game plan so far. Aim looks super good. We'll have to see about T side, but so far, so good.
And nobody has missed yet. Nobody's had kind of like an egregious moment for Liquid. It feels like everybody's shooting sharp.
And G2 are like playing really simple, right? They're playing really simple. Sometimes we go A, sometimes we go B.
I'm going to have to spice it up a bit to try and get past Van Dalken.
Yeah, maybe this round with a lot more utility. They go for mid first.
Kinder hasn't had to go too hard out through cave, but this time the cross is allowed for a moment. Pressured by the incendiary.
Oh, beautiful.
Oh, the last shot right to the back of the head. Snacks gonna have to keep calling, but this time from the sidelines. And Yakinder peels back.
I mean, it's great to see Yakinder hitting shots, but it's also great to see moments like that.
Where it's not just a raw duel?
Yeah, just a good zoning trap right there. Just looked super collected in that moment, knew exactly what was going to happen.
Sprinkles a little brains on that bronze. And speaking of the full package, there's NAF to help him now in cave. It's a setup that banks on that ramp smoke being respected for the time being, but we've already seen Twists rotate into the B site at the right moment to alleviate that pressure, to fill those gaps. He comes over, throws down another smoke, this one at the top of it. So sure enough, yeah, G2 gonna start to think about disrespecting this. MOUZ wants to go through.
Liquid should know they're gonna try to do something.
MOUZ is in sight, gets a chance, but NAV hangs on to the control of cave. Him and Yakinder still side by side. They're not able to stop that cross, but m0NESY finally gets one. Bomb's not planted. It's on m0NESY, but damn it, he'll get the kills if he needs to.
And NAF has to reload, so he actually runs away. This gives a chance for m0NESY, but the spam comes forward. 5 health left over for m0NESY.
And Nico's gonna go deep. Does he overstep the boundary? Ultimate's gonna play it patiently. m0NESY peels back on towards long. m0NESY has done everything he's had to get into this position. Both the kills with his name stamped across it, plus the plant. We get that deep util. m0NESY gets 3 and then goes down, pushing Nico into the 1v2. And as the smoke plumes on site, they don't have that angle on him. They don't know his position, and he can't stop this defuse, man. NAF's back is going to be just completely covered by the pillar, and so Liquid keep the winning ways going. 7-0 straight. That wall bang for 95 damage, dude. That almost got him. Top mid smoke, and we're gonna get the move towards B. Ooh, little route for Snacks, not half bad. Again, it gets exposed, and Yakinder tries to push himself against it with NAF to support him. Uh-oh, Team Molly. Yakinder's position gets unraveled. Oh, but he doesn't even get punished, even with a teammate's Molotov underneath him. NAF's here, trade's good, 2 frags out of NAF. And another one that just falls apart at a blistering rate. The top mid players get found out. Dare I say it, man, feels like Liquid can just do no wrong. Snacks gets found out right after, 8 straight. Ooh. What do we have on our hands tonight? What do we have on our hands tonight?
A different beast. We've got a team that looks like they are coming in well prepped, and they look like they understand G2. They're ready to play Ancient. I don't know the game plan for G2. It is like a moment where G2 have played to the extremities in the first part of the game. They get countered on the pistol, they get countered on the B rush, they get countered on the A rush, and then, you know, even I'm saying they should go to mid. What do you think Liquid are thinking? Right. You know, like obviously they're going to try to go back to that, but that's sometimes why you start off a game plan with a default just to build a base, figure out what the other team is going to play like, and then go forward with defaults. But if they thought there was some weakness on the extremities, they were wrong about that. And now it's maybe become too late to go back to a standard game plan. So where do you go for here if you're G2? They're back to a half buy with Hunter, the only one with an AK.
Yeah, I feel like just try to maybe brute force something. If Snacks has any kind of gimmick plays up his sleeve, pull it out now. Give yourself 2-3 rounds and just hope you do something in the second half. We'll see if things get unorthodox, if things get crazy, but for the time being, it's a 2K back and forth. Nico didn't pull the trigger. Oh man, is Yakinder gonna step back into that opening? Yeah, okay, easy. Nico executes, isn't able to capitalize on the next one. Twists yet again there to plug any gaps. He's been doing it all half long as Liquid do the same, winning every step of the way, 9-0.
I've got to say, it's a lot to do with Yukinder playing well here is such an important position. He's had a couple of rough maps on Ancient in the last couple of months, and versus a team like G2, well, that's going to be everything. It's a better day now.
Only 2 bomb plants in this 9-round streak from Team Liquid. Surely they pull off 1. We haven't seen Ancient in this specific head-to-head since IEM Chengdu. A whole 6 months ago.
Yeah, now they've got the CTs. They're not even worried about the extremities right now, and they're correct that G2 are all here. Now, will they be able to stop this is the other question. There was a double push on Donut. MOUZ is watching it.
Interruption from top middle gets caught. JKS holds his own. It's the only of the 3 pieces towards mid that's gone well for Liquid. And he even catches that lurk out from Snax.
Snax was out on the site.
And m0NESY might fall victim to this. Off angle from Yukinder. Oh, yeah, easy. Puts him down. And we're about similar here. 100 health Yukinder, 100 health for Nico, and the low players as the other 2. Everybody's starting to size up this B site. Yukinder would have seen that split getting into position.
He's made a bit of noise, but Nico thinks he might have crossed.
Whoa, Nico's able to get back into cover. JKS starts to encroach quietly. Oh, the timing! I thought Nico would have it covered instead. JKS gets his with just little health, and now that's just Hunter. 15 HP left over, and down he goes.
Yukinder did such a great job getting info right there. He even sort of made a fast step to make it feel like he crossed, then walked back, and Nico exposed himself. Did a lot by not even shooting right there, on top of getting the kill. So very nicely played round from Yukinder. Liquid, 10 straight, well earned. And here is a game plan that now involves both mid and the lurks. But when Snax dies on the A site, that's their best chance to close this out. m0NESY tries his hardest to win this round.
Nice highlight reel moment.
But they're like Liquid are not allowing any X factor to bleed through. The close moments at the end, they're winning. Their early game, they're winning.
A 2v4 sprinkled in round 10. No easy feat. JKS given a chance to shine and does. Oh, twists. Getting out of there and doing a ton of damage with that frag grenade, but Snax still finds the opening kill of the round.
Oh, come on. When it rains, it pours.
Through the smoke, just optimum timing. And then Yukinder, like we're saying, right, they don't have to be worried about the extremities. You just mentioned it 1 round prior when they kind of rode off Snax into the A play. This time, it's them that takes the initiative. Yukinder gets a whole entire map to himself, essentially. It is all eyes on B site. They should know it. A slight potential timing for top middle. But now 3 players for Liquid surrounding this B site. Backs nearly turned. Good couple of kills come out from G2 regardless. But it's going to have to be a m0NESY clutch with a minute to the clock. He juggles that util to the bottom of the ramp. Will he follow up behind it, or does he head elsewhere?
He's thinking.
And with that smoke in front of him, he's just going to decide to take the risk. Charges in, tries to isolate the fight, but NAV's going to get the duel done. And that is Team Liquid 1 away from a flawless CT side.
Maybe G2 like their boot camp so much they want to go back. Half a game played and it's pretty much already done here. It's Liquid.
That's just gross.
Well, they've gotten close and haven't closed out matches before, but this one, I don't know.
Listen, I've seen comebacks happen versus Liquid this year, if I may say so.
Yeah. Sure, they had a couple of long talks after Cologne.
Didn't
help with FaZe, but maybe helped in general.
Yeah, I mean, versus FaZe, there could just be that something special in the head-to-head. Right now, NAV's not missing. Neither is Yukinder. He is having himself a phenomenal Ancient map. Hunter and Snax to attempt the 2v5. MP7 for Hunter. Snax grabs the Galil. They pause for a moment here. Doesn't have to be the immediate follow-up. They're trying to catch somebody flanking from behind. It's not the case. Ultimate just sits top middle. And, you know, there was a lot of conversation on the pregame about Ultimate and him trying to find his original form that he brought to the table for this exact roster of Team Liquid. Has not been needed this half whatsoever.
Just chilling, 5 and 3.
Yeah, we saw his impact at the start of the map over towards A site. We saw him get clipped by m0NESY that one time where they almost swarmed through site, but no, sir. Not with this mobile twists. I mean, we've seen twists everywhere. At times taking up the mantle, solo middle, plugging the gaps at B to perfection. And that winning formula for Team Liquid coming forward tonight in the way of the Canadian duo plus Yakinder. A little depth to Team Liquid looks nice. But still, 2v5. 2 kills in. And then those footsteps give way. All the knowledge given over towards Twists, and he's just going to blindside him. No chance, dude. No shot. Team Liquid post a 12-0 half.
Okay.
And G2 yet to land in Singapore. Well, coming into this series, we alluded to the lopsidedness of this head-to-head the last time these teams met, but 13-0, Mohan? 13-0.
I think it's too late for me to say anything because it could happen, obviously, now with just a pistol round.
It could literally happen right now.
Yeah, I'm just surprised, I guess.
The first
didn't see this one coming.
At the Blast Premier World Final in Singapore.
Right off of Rio, right off of a boot camp. G2 yet to win a round.
Yeah, they thought Rio had a sting. Well, Welcome back to the server, gentlemen.
Okay.
Oh my.
Ultimate chilling 5-3 and a 13-0.
This could be MOUZ's worst map in the G2 colors. Or it's a glorious comeback.
Oh.
Kinder able to find that first one. He's been playing lights out. Will continue the pressure. MOUZ dead. And so 5v3 queued up for Team Liquid. 13-0 queued up for Team Liquid.
No.
Oh, it gets from bad to worse for G2. Taps from Snack will change nothing. And this first map couldn't have gone any better. From the pistol, this felt like a hot-handed Team Liquid. And we'll see if they can keep it going all series long.
A complete whitewash on Ancient. Liquid 13-0 G2. And I feel like Nico might have jinxed it. He said in the pre-game interview with Banks, things couldn't get any worse than Rio. Stico, they didn't get 13-0'd in Rio though, did they?
I mean, what the game? I'm here to analyze, but what is there to analyze? Obviously, Liquid played incredible, and G2, we're struggling pretty much with everything in this game. But I didn't expect this.
No, me neither. I mean, we can look at the scoreboard and sing the praises of the side of Team Liquid. Let's start off with NAV. Obviously, we talk about him as being such a reliable, supportive player, taking some of those positions that aren't necessarily, where the superstar is going to be shining, but he's always so reliable on this team.
Of course. And you highlighted him as a passive player, but I think he never lost entry duel this game. I think he has like 3-0 in the map. And for the positions that he's playing, I think also very, very solid, very little amount of mistakes that he did. He was never caught off guard, and honestly, everything was working in their favor. It was like trades going their favor. It was flashes going perfect, pops at the same time. So it's really hard to do something about it when you're G2, and I've been on the receiving end of 13-0 as well, and I don't want to talk about it. So I think G2 are in the same mindset.
Well, my follow-up question was going to be, what are the vibes like when you've just been 13-0? Surely it's just like a mental reset for you. Obviously, this was Liquid's map pick as well. I'm sure G2 were hoping to get, more than 0 rounds, but surely you've just got to reset as a team after this.
I honestly think this will sound pretty weird, but I think you have to laugh it off. Like, this just didn't work out at all. Your preparation was off, your individual prowess was off, nothing worked, and you can't be too sad about it because that will translate into the second map as well. And if that happens, I'm giving another bomb out performance for G2 because I don't think they will recover from this BO3 for the tomorrow if that happens.
Yeah, let's just wrap up the Ancient conversation before we do dive into Inferno. As we can see, 0 rounds on the board for G2. Just to hammer it in one more time. Somebody that we were kind of putting the microscope on, though, before coming into the series was Shakinder, because he's been looking lackluster, to say the least. Obviously, he was ill back in Copenhagen at full finals, so I think we gave him a little bit of a pass there. Rio wasn't looking too hot, but here, he has certainly turned up today.
Oh yeah, he locked in, at least for this map right now, and he is not losing really a lot of individual duels. He's always in these 50-50 fights. I feel like he's winning them a lot, and a lot of things went really his way when it comes to timings, and he was holding the smokes at the right time, at the right place. So great individual, not only aiming wise, but also decision wise.
I'm loving the fluidity we got to see on those highlights as well. So many different positions around that particular bomb site as well. And that's what we want to see, kind of getting that confidence, right? I think that's something that he really needs to be finding. You mentioned the documentary that Team Liquid recently released about him. And I think that was kind of one of the main focuses, right? Is when you're down in this slump, how do you get out of it? And he was being super candid by saying, hey, this is something that potentially all players will go through. I need to actually acknowledge it and, be authentic to what's happening right now.
And 13-0 is the perfect way how to bounce back from bad period or slump or bad period overall when it comes to team or individual performance. So this can only go well and better as the tournament progresses. So let's start with putting it to work against G2.
So what you're saying is the Yekenda slump is over. That's it.
Let's
no more negative rating.
Let's overreact a little bit more after one map that clearly was their pick. They prepared better. G2 didn't turn on their monitors, I think. But Yekenda is back.
Where did you... I mean, there's obviously, a list as long as your arm if you're looking on the side of G2 to say what the mistakes were. Was there anything that was really standing out to you as being uncharacteristic from G2?
I will have to say that the openings were just not going their way at all. I feel like only MOUZ was really having some kind of a success when it comes to opening duels. Snacks had 1 in total, but obviously we have to talk about Marco MOUZ, and he had a terrible game. There were, honestly, from his POV, a lot of unfortunate timings. He got team killed, he got team flashed a couple of times. It was not great, but you have to expect more.
Yeah, and I think, particularly with the boot camp that G2 were coming into this particular tournament with, obviously they didn't necessarily plan it after their failures in Rio. It was already on the cards anyway. From your perspective, when you're a team and you've experienced such a blowout as at IM Rio for G2, and then you've got that boot camp time, how much of it do you think was focused on the mental side and kind of recuperating and getting over those frustrations versus, maybe the statistics side?
That's a good question. I obviously don't see into the team of G2, but I feel like when you look at the performance at IM Rio, I think the individuals just didn't turn up. So the bootcamp was probably focused more on the mental side of things rather than in-game stuff, because what they were doing in fall finals, that worked. They lifted the trophy there, and maybe they were trying to reinvent too much to not be readable, and that can actually backfire, where you yourself are suddenly, all of a sudden, not on the same page as a team. So reinventing the wheel is a nice way, but you can't overdo it, because then you will lose that kind of identity as a team. You don't want to do that.
Well, hopefully G2 got their fingers crossed that things only looking onwards and upwards as we do look on forwards to their map pick. That is going to be going down on Inferno after the break. Don't go anywhere.
Now, you're a player who has won a lot and wants to win a lot more, right? But what have you thought about how the team's performed compared to your expectations coming into it so far?
I mean, better. Expectations are great compared to what people projected.
Yeah, okay.
But obviously, like, there was a basis of how much I was working in the player break, that I put a lot of expectations on myself, because if I put this amount of time into it, it cannot be for nothing. I cannot be for last places or not having a good showing. And that first week and for the fall groups and qualifying and beating top teams there. That was a big momentum. And obviously the first week that we played with like Roland, everyone knew that the right decision was made. And he's such a funny kid, and it's been great. And I'm hoping this event can be great for him. He's had a couple of rough back-to-back events. He still has to progress on his game and making sure that people cannot read him. And he's been working very well. Everyone on the team has been working hard.
I like what you're saying there about Roland, right? Because he has had a couple of games where it wasn't what we've seen in the past from him. But we know, and we know you were right, we know what he can do. Is this something where you're trying to mentally help him, like what Edward does and the rest of the team does, in order to make sure he can perform to his best?
I mean, one thing you got to make sure for players is that the game never feels impossible, right? I mean, there's some situations that you just can't help, like your lurkers left in a 1-on-3, 1-on-4 because execute fell apart, or they push down mid on whatever map, and now your extremity players are left in like a 2-on-4. So like, there's some situations that are impossible, but it's important for an opper to never feel like the game is hard for him or impossible. So you want every opper on your that you have really to feel as comfortable and that you're playing for him.
Hard work certainly paying off for Twist, at least on map number 1. Let's talk about Ultimate, though, because Twist was giving a few words to, the up-and-coming AWPer that nobody really knew anything about before he joined Team Liquid. How do you feel about, his performance recently? We kind of touched upon it already, Stico, in the pre-match. We didn't really see him popping off too much on Ancient because it was some of the other stars that were showing up. But yeah, Ultimate as an AWPer right now, what's your take?
Yeah, we touched upon it. The adaptability needs to be a little bit higher and adjusted because, well, what he's been doing for the past months on Liquid has been incredible, but last 2 events, he's been falling a little bit flat. People figured out the way how to play against him. They figured out that he's an aggressive AWPer, what he likes to do, how he likes to move around the map, the rotations, all that kind of is nice that he's leaning into his signature move and play style, but sometimes overdoing it is actually going to cost your team a lot more.
Let's talk a little bit about Inferno. It's the map choice of G2 coming into this series, which is definitely a good thing when you're looking at that 13-0. Okay, maybe they can just sweep it under the rug, forget about it. Obviously, going to be quite difficult to do that, but Inferno, we're talking about, 6 wins, 3 losses for G2 in the past 3 months. For Liquid, it's been a bit more 50-50. They got 5 losses, 6 wins as of late. But interestingly, between the head-to-head between these two teams, they've only faced off in a best-of-3 once. And G2, they absolutely demolished Liquid on Inferno last time. It was 13-3. Why do we look at G2 as being, a strong Inferno team?
I really think that's the main reason why they really picked it in this matchup. And also, you said that Liquid are kind of 50-50, but the fact is that some of those wins that they're getting are against lower tier oppositions in NA qualifiers. So that's another thing to really take into account, that their stats might be a little bit inflated compared to the G2 that are always kind of playing tier 1/tier 2 in Europe. It might be one of the factors. Also, they had incredible pistol round win ratio on G2 side, so this is one of the things that I think will be a winning factor for them coming into, because they really need to start off strong. They need to get around on the board as soon as possible.
Liquid choosing to start on the CT side of things, which means G2 will be starting on the aforementioned T side. What do you think they should be pulling out in that pistol round? And if they're on that offensive half, what do we expect from G2?
This is really something that's coming out of prep, and obviously I've not been that deep into what Liquid likes to do or G2 likes to do in practice. Obviously the bootcamp is partly to create new strats, and new pistol rounds is one of the main topics of every bootcamp. So having 5 days to prepare for this event, I'm pretty sure they're going to pull off something really new, something they prepare, something they're comfortable with, confident with. Looking at the side of Liquid, I think they might just do what they were doing so far. They were clearly out-aiming them, out-braining them in the situations. All the post-plan positions that they were having on the first map, it was just not possible to win for G2 overall. So just keep doing what you were.
I'm going to play a record that we always love to spin when we talk about Inferno, particularly when we see this man on the server. Of course, it's going to be the fights towards that banana position, one of Nico's favorite places to be playing. But after getting, 4 kills on the first map, I hope he's found some fire within him, right? Because I love to see this head-to-heads, particularly when you're at your Kinder, potentially on the other side of things as well.
Exactly. I mean, before the best of 3, Nico must have felt really comfortable. Obviously, they're not having that great of a performance lately, but he's going to be facing off Nico on banana, and he needs to step up. But when you look at the first map, it's actually the Nico one that should be kind of worried what will happen, because, as I said, the banana is such an important part of the map that you will always hear fights about it when it comes to utility, dry peeking, double peeking, triple pushing. All that kind of stuff is going to happen, and the man that we're seeing right now on the screen is actually looking more prepared for it after the first game.
we got to see some really nice images just before of Mytha talking to Twist. They're going through strategies right now, just behind us. Obviously, you've been at that position with Mytha. What is he kind of like in these moments where you've come with, you know, such a dominant first map victory? Obviously, they're very well prepared. They've got a hell of a lot of notes on that table. What's he like as a coach in this situation?
I like what he said after the 12-0 half. We were already kind of around their tables, and he said, job's not done. Everyone refocus. Let's keep the hunger. Let's keep it going. And, well, they were exactly doing that. They demolished them in the pistol round, and now he's managing to, you know, get everyone on the same page. Don't bring any emotions in. We did not win 13-0. The game is best of 3, and we just are one step further to winning the match, but the first map doesn't matter. We have to refocus.
Certainly a marathon, not a sprint. We also got to hear some really nice words from him, a little content piece in that halftime break, where he was saying, you know, memorable timeout that he's had. You were part of that, Stico, right?
I was, yes.
What happened after that timeout?
I don't remember the exact map he was bringing up, but I remember the third map that we played against MIBR, and I think we got 13-0'd, and that was the last map I have ever played for Team Apex, and sweet memories. Yeah, thank you for bringing it up.
Good memories, man. Good memories. For G2, do you see them having hope? I mean, it is their map pick, it is Inferno. We know the heat that they can bring, but are the individuals here today?
Hard to say. Don't let the first map affect you mentally. This is the new playground. This is Inferno, your map pick. You have clearly practiced this well enough to make it comfortable map pick against Team Liquid. Please show us a little bit better G2 FaZe than we've seen on Ancient.
So sounds like you're maybe swaying just a little bit towards Liquid, maybe, potentially?
It's hard to not sway towards Liquid after what we've seen so far. And I'm analyzing the past, obviously, but I'm obviously hopeful for the future that this will be a competitive game. And I really don't see it happening right now with the state of the teams that are in, but, well, let's see.
Well, we are ready to be diving into the game. G2's map pick of Inferno. Launders, Scrawny, do we see another 13-0 on the horizon?
Well, I don't know about that, Freya. I can't believe Martin, aka Stico, as some know him, he's pulling back the curtains, man. Just because Team Liquid goes back to North America to play versus lesser competition and inflate their Inferno stats doesn't mean you have to bring it up when the world is watching, Stico. That's what we all do. We all go home.
You might be right, but you're still...
Stop it.
Rude. Okay, so remember that. Don't
exactly.
be rude.
Out of the 3 games they did play back in NA, they did win 2 of the 3, so he's got a point. I still have hopes for Team Liquid. To answer Freya, your question, I do believe that it's theirs for the taking. Even though it's not going to be a 13-0, I just feel like tonight is a night where Team Liquid are going to walk through and very much, I would say, like Astralis versus NAVI at the start of the day, where we were just assuming, of course, Mirage would change things and tip the scales back.
Connor, the last time they played, and the stomps happened on every single map, like you said?
I did. Yes, that is true. They were able to set themselves apart map by map. Is that possible? Maybe. But, well, G2 would have to offer us some kind of a T-side.
That wasn't a great T-side on Ancient. Inferno could be something else. We'll see. But right now, we've got 2 teams that are pretty inconsistent, and especially inconsistent versus each other. I think it's, you know, got a special ring to it when you get 13-0'd. People talk about it a bit more, but at the end of the day, it could have been a 13-1, 13-2. It was mostly about the fact that G2 had a really, really bad T Ancient.
We saw a lot of counterplay to kick off Ancient. We'll see if that can come through here on G2's pick.
Looks like it.
Indeed. Again, the right site is stacked with majority players, much like how Ancient went down. Smoke in response to the execute that comes over the top. Naf spams away and doesn't quite connect lethally. He'll be falling back on 50 health. Yakinder comes through, another double. He's been keying these pistols. Naf gets his, but Nico's gonna make the difference this time around and shove us down to the 2v2 as the remnants of Liquid come scrambling up Banana, but then want to approach still quietly.
G2 looking for their first round so far in this matchup, and it comes down to the 2v2. The last trade on Twist was the most important one. Now it's a T-favored situation, but only slightly.
JKS and Ultimate versus the Kovac. Nice setup, back sight, primes Nico perfectly to finish off the pistol. 4 kills to his name. It took him 14 rounds, but he made a difference.
Yes, that was a nice round out of Nico. Again, that second last trade was great, but the defense was super good for a second. The flash was perfect, the push was great. Yakinder having another good round after a first good map. And MOUZ, who ended Ancient with 1 kill, got a key 1 here on this pistol.
Nice close from Nico. Blood in the water and fire in his eyes as he shuts down that one. And this is what we're looking for, a G2 map-to-map rebound. Good grenade damage, though. That'll send Nico back, reeling for a moment.
You know, we had an oversimplistic G2 T-side on Ancient. Like, that was part of the problem. And it was pretty stubborn as well with the extremity sight hits. It just became very legible towards the end of the game. But in the games where Liquid have lost, they have something similar. We didn't really get to see them play their T-side. But they like to 4-1 a lot. They like to sort of simplify very quickly in a lot of games. And sometimes that doesn't work. But again, we literally didn't get to see them play a T rifle round last map. And they start to get on CT here. So maybe it's just about having a good start.
Saw the impact of good calls on force buys earlier today with Shuhei and MOUZ. 5-7 has reared its head all day long. And NAF going to be trying to offer something up here towards the B side. His ultimate goes into the mid pick and is the first casualty. Is that enough to draw them back? I don't think so. Snack's already so deep up in that B site that Hunter gets active. Adds a little extra weight to the situation. And is able to escape with his life as well. So G2, easy conversion.
Yeah, that'll be Snacks finding that information. And a little cluster of CTs inside of middle, looking for a fight, but Hunter's nowhere to be found. He's actually like rerouting to create a better fight. He knows that they were nearby.
They're gonna try to gun him down, get somebody else an SMG. Make a little money if you must. It's there for NAF to scoop one up. So 2-0. How about that 13-0 back the other way?
I'm saying, like, that's what we learned from their last matchup. Not that simply Liquid would win 2-0. We learned that no matter who stomps the first game, the other team could stomp the other. That's what we should have learned, Connor. It was your own analysis.
I know, but I am but a play-by-play caster.
Got these new blacklight tables. They are Nico-proof.
That's true. We had to find a table sponsor after the fall finals in order to prevent any further damage to our property.
They nerfed G2 with blacklight.
Yeah.
That was, they're sturdy, man. So
try it.
Also, did we get an update on Nico's hand after, you know, if we had any micro fractures, any healing after the fact?
Rumors on the street, he actually grew a 6th finger.
Just in time for Rio.
New mouse grip unlocked. Oh, Yakindar. I thought he would go back, but he tries to double down on it. Modesty. Oh, he just got a kill through it. A second through that smoke. No way. Poor ultimate just gets completely obliterated. Never saw it coming. You'd think that alone would be enough to win the round, but Twists has other ideas.
This round should be easy here for G2. They're going to walk in. We don't have good enough guns here on the CT side. They're a bit far away, but NAF somehow through smoke. He makes it a 3-on-2. And now the CTs are going to speed up. Surely they've heard all the footsteps.
I mean, I guess that's sweet justice for the way that Roland goes down, but they do interrupt the plant. The follow-up's going to come out. MOUZ will be covered by Nico, and there isn't that immediate coffin peek. We get pressure out of CT. A second player confirmed towards the coffin attempt.
They're really playing like they're coming in very slowly. They have no kit.
They've got a smoke on JKS. He chucks that forward. They're going to block off Banana, but there's nobody there. And Nico's still just hanging on to the back box. All is good for G2 here. Twists at a distance, has to concede. And so G2 go up 3-0.
I think they could have gone for, you know, double con or something like that and try to put pressure on Quad that way. But all right. They'll have G2 win that round. Wanted to keep the gun more than anything else. But I do think, as was brought up on the desk with Freya and Stico about Ultimate in the last 2 events and his performance coming down.
Look at this.
Twist interview. Wow. That's, when you look at like Monacy's original time on G2 with Alexaby and Hooksy, he developed a lot individually, you know, and on Inferno was one of the maps where you could see when he was getting red the most. He was playing the same spots over and over again. And Stigo brought up that JKS just had a decade in Tier 1. Ultimate hasn't. And, you know, if you want to compare Ultimate to m0NESY, that is an elite level rookie. You can't compare every rookie to like ZywOo or something like that that's going to be #1 in his first year. But look how good m0NESY has gotten. Ultimate, no surprise that someone who's come in to play just straight Tier 1 matches for the last few months is going to get red and has to have multiple ways to start rounds versus different teams and realize when he's being red and when he's not. He could still be a very good player underneath it all. He just has to prove that he can adapt now, as Twist brought up. I think we got all the good early signs with such a fantastic start, so much confidence, such quiet confidence. And now it's just this next stage already in his career. It's a very rapid progression that you're expecting of Ultimate, but it's just necessary when you're playing on a team like Liquid.
It starts with the evidence, and that's what we all got. And that's what all the team, Liquid players got too. Evidence they could believe in this formula. But more recently, evidence it's not always going to be smooth sailing. You know, evidence they can beat top-tier teams like Twist also mentioned in that interview, beating NAVI in their first couple of weeks of competition at groups. Twist ready for the follow-up. Snax comes charging in, and Twist goes barging back. Ultimate's able to hold off short side. Twist queued up for the quad, denied by Nico. But man, oh man, Snax makes one step too much and gives Twist just enough to capitalize on killer instinct.
That is filthy rifling, man. Twist.
So nice. Nico getting the vision over the smoke. Just gets the gun back out in time. And is that an instance of Snax maybe charging forward a little too fast?
When you get one bulleted like that, I just feel bad, you know? Anything for the trade. They needed to try to scale. Already had a massive upset with Astralis beating NAVI.
Correct.
The biggest part of that is them winning Mirage, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's one thing to win that series, but just also winning Mirage and doing it in 2-0, that's what takes it to the next level. But then to follow up with this 13-0 from Liquid on map 1. And this could be a good revenge series for Liquid here at the World Final.
Yoy. Recovered there. Oh, Ultimates.
Not bad.
Nasty. Anticipating a jump up, but nobody there. Well, players there, but nobody gives him what he's looking for. Mob's trying to capitalize. Oh, it's an important duel here for Twist. He's ready on the off angle, prepared, but that smoke's not forever. Twist looks to get active. He was ready for that, but doesn't end up getting the kill. One more bullet will do the job. And that's just enough pressure to keep G2 at bay. Gives enough time over to JKS. He'll shuffle into the pit. And now G2 chasing ghosts. Twist and Naf both on Arch side. The numbers are here for Liquid. But all of G2 ready to go once that smoke fades. They're going to do it quietly, trying to get up short. JKS out of the pit. Didn't notice. Now that timing could catch him off. Oh, but he still gets the frag. Twist comes wide with another. And it is Naf up next. Nothing to be offered from him. Oh, what? m0NESY.
Oh, the pre-fire. That's disgusting from m0NESY. It's Ultimate now. He has an op and a 1-on-2. Moving at a snail's pace. They know where he's retaking from. m0NESY's already putting on a show.
Yes, please end it. Oh! What's this round?
Damn.
Oh, like it's nothing.
That was nice. This?
Oh. I mean, can you even be mad?
I would like to know if Twist could even see him. Yeah, you really can't. You can't be mad. You can't be mad.
Rifling like that sat next to Nico, and he praises your shot with the AK. That's, yeah. That's what happens when you're sat next to and watching the best. And that's what we need, right? The best of the best for G2 to come alive. 8-2 is Nico, 5-3 in m0NESY after that one. And a chance to keep the momentum going here. Completely sweep away the money for Liquid if G2 can go up 5-1. And at that point, we are, again, going to have to reiterate that this head-to-head is blowouts back and forth.
There's a stat that Nero put out about m0NESY's and all the m0NESY and ZywOo and the other oppers and who was best on the rifle. Obviously, that was m0NESY.
Yep.
The surprising part about that is he's, you know, of the top guys, the guy who's opping the most, you know? So even he beats out ZywOo in some ways. But his efficacy on a rifle is just as remarkable considering he is like full-time operator. Even near T-side Inferno, you're going to see it very often, which is where you'd see it the least for primaries.
There you go, Snacks. Go ahead, plant that bomb. m0NESY's gonna go hunting. I've been waiting for a good MP7 clip lately.
Waiting for an MP7 clip?
Yep, and Hunter's gonna bring it to the table.
Oh, all right.
We're a dying breed. You know, I used to be on that hype train. It's all over now.
Yeah.
MP9,
well,
too broken.
I don't think you win many fans hoping for an extinction, but I don't think my life would change if you guys disappeared. No MP7 clip.
None. None. You know, the loss of biodiversity, Launders, is a very serious subject. You're going to want MP7 kills moving forward.
I think we need to get less robots, so...
You hear that, JKS? They're coming for you. Myther given a chance to get into the action here. How do we get this one going if we are Team Liquid? How do you tap back into the pizzazz that brought you the 13-0 over on Ancient?
A lot of surprise pickups for the second season, whether it was Snacks or it was Myther or it was Ultimate. Most of them, and across Tier 1, happen on, but you know, these two teams in particular. And they both panned out in really interesting and surprising ways as well.
Yep. Nobody saw Stewie 2K coming.
Bulbs.
Huh? Nico, you've got two pinned in the corner, and you've got a better weapon than both, but NAF will find the headshot and the retreat. They didn't confirm a second player back there either. But it doesn't look like that's going to catch anybody else on G2 off guard. They just depart instead. Ooh, yoy. Nice nade from the site defender. CZ in the hands of Yakindar. He's jumping up and caught out, but he's got support right next to him in the form of two additional players over on short. Eats that flashbang, but luckily for him, nobody pounces on the exit.
I like the move here, just leaning towards short side for Liquid. I think G2 saw an opportunity with the weak guns.
Good damage. JKS queues up the double. Oh, and he gets himself the third as well. m0NESY peeking in with that op, can't get it done. Molotov towards pit. It's just the CZ up close. Snacks doesn't see it coming, and he'll fall to the sidearm as Team Liquid off the Myther pause rob away a second round win.
I mean, that's a good example of like where you can take a risk, but it doesn't really feel like one. Like they lose arch side, but I think that as soon as this went down on the B side, G2 could sense that there was a lack of opulence on Liquid. They were running out of money a bit, and they could try to peek out of halls, take a fight on the other end of the map. The rotations would be a little bit harder, so Liquid decided to like reinforce it on a read, and they were there just in time. Push back the halls player, pushed into mid, made the fights closer.
Ooh, look what we have here on a gun round. Yakinder goes deep. Isn't able to get the second to Nico. Still finds his. Oh, Nico able to return the favor. Catching Twists on the smoke. And so man advantage just evaporates for Liquid and results in a G2 4v3. We get the Op and Ultimate pushing forward. He will find MOUZ' smoke started to cycle, but his back's exposed to the Hunter push, and he's got no support here on A. This would be a tough shot, but he could do it.
Oh, it's spotted. Oh, it works.
Just buys his time, takes 54 damage, and still he lands the shot. The one-man army of an A-site defense.
Look where the round goes. It was going to be an A-site with the end of halls already taken. Now it's 2v3. G2 have no map control. They're split up.
Ultimate's still hunting here, but what's the route offered up by Modesty? Again, Modesty's not working with the bomb.
He's going to pull Nico back to him after this, I'm sure. I think...
Yeah, Nico just making a little sound right up on that smoke, trying to keep them as dedicated to the B side as possible. But Nico still hasn't actually committed to the comeback.
But this is a good move here from Ultimate. It's pretty simple for him. Wait, no, he's actually...
What?
Oh, okay, he's just dead.
Nah.
Never mind.
Nope. Unlucky.
Just hoping that Liquid overthought it, but they didn't see bomb. I mean...
It's like, dude, they'll never see this coming. Tries to plant. And this one fizzles out. Was there a chance that they go back to A? Yeah, definitely. I feel like Modesty felt it, but...
Trust me, guys. These guys suck.
Yeah. Whatever he was feeling at A site, Nico was feeling more so at B. Nice attempt this round from Nico. Can't take it away from him. Still had 2 kills on it, but it's Ultimate that makes the difference.
Nico's having a great map overall.
Hunter's not having fun.
Yeah. That was an awkward spot for Hunter. I think he felt that it was Ultimate in the awkward position when he was jumping up. If he had come away from that fight, then just let the A site hit form, it would have put pressure on Ultimate to do something else. Call someone over for a rotation or push even farther, which would have been hard. So basically Hunter's like, I can win and lose the round right here. If I kill Ultimate, it's over. He's in an uncomfortable spot, but Ultimate just looks so chill.
Yeah, also when Ultimate jumps up, he sees the shoulder, of Hunter in the corner, and I feel like that half second of extra info makes it way less uncomfortable. And Hunter just kind of gets caught in between. That's going to be Hunter down to 1 and 6 after that death. So, as someone who tries to crack open the apartments, door's been shut too often on him. And Team Liquid given a chance as the runway can be spotted from here on out, right? Still trailing by 3. Yes, G2, 5 T rounds on Inferno, but you got to buy to flex over them. We'll see if G2 can pull off some antics here. Awkward position for Nap. He's going to try to fight his way out, and Nico hits him with the drive-by Tech 9 headshot. The chase is on, but Twist is able to stop it right then and there. It is low HP for Yakinder on 15, but they don't anticipate more pressure, and Twist gets a triple out of the round. Hangs on to the positioning as he gets tagged down by the pistol. So be it.
Another 4. They just keep on coming.
Russell feasts on Banana. And that is Team Liquid with the easy conversion.
The game, as we see, is obviously not over. The comeback is already somewhat taken place. And this map can get pretty T-sided, so G2 will have to play out the rest of this half carefully.
What's Snacks looking at?
I actually have no idea.
He's looking at the guy in the corner.
I have no idea.
Keep your eyes on the road, folks. Keep your eyes on the road. Or the prize. Kinder wants into the fray. Nico's ready to answer. Go ahead, try it. Jump again. Smoke fades and Yakinder climbs up to the top of sandbags. Hopper into the peak. Ultimate, nicely done. Catching Nico in a weird spot where he's exposed to both sides of wall.
You can see they've tried to attack Banana at the beginning of every round to try to kill Nico. Now they find m0NESY with it.
It's a nice
just
little
a
bonus
gift.
Ooh. Twist shaves off Hunter's head. His half has not been fun at the least. NAF will be caught out by MOUZ. The double kill out of the Guatemalan, but now down to 27 HP. He will get onto the site with bomb. This is one of those moments that could get weird. Oh! Just like that!
Ooh, with just the spare ammo. Now the 1v2. MOUZ, can you do something special?
Ultimate kicked this off with the 2 kills on Banana. We said it could get weird, and oh, it continues!
No.
MOUZ a single shot away, but JKS has other ideas, and he nearly mauls them all.
Damn. Damn, that was cool. That was a nice try. It was like 5-4-3 on the pit, then 2-1 on the guy on Arch. Too many nice shots out of Twist as well today.
Beautiful round from MOUZ, but JKS, dude, just ice cold as always. Yeah. You better sing his praise. It's a nice moment for MOUZ. It's kind of his biggest X Factor moment so far in the series for somebody who had 1 kill entirely back on Ancient in the middle of that 13-0, but this half has been turned around by Team Liquid. That has to be stated. Tying up at 5 with a chance at the lead, but 5v4 looking good for G2. They try to keep the pressure up. Ultimate's able to take 1, but MOUZ right back to where he left the last one. A double entry into the A site to get G2 back into the lead.
Back at it. I mean, this round comes down to they try to kill Nico again on Banana, but this time they lose. Right. Nico died a couple of rounds in a row. That's how Liquid got this comeback started. But now with Nico winning his duels again and MOUZ having a round like that, and as you said, Hunter's still not having that much fun.
Feels like MOUZ is starting to, though.
Yeah, he ended Ancient with 1 kill.
And I could double check before I say this, but I'm actually just confident in saying, like, I think that's his worst map in G2. That had to have been his worst map in G2, because MOUZ is always good for a few.
Not my MOUZ.
Right? Yeah, what an anomaly. Jet lag doesn't count.
Yeah, where does MOUZ live?
I know he's from Guatemala. I don't think he goes back all the time.
I don't think he was playing from Guatemala on M80. I don't know how to break it to you.
Oh, what? Walk away. Well, they wanted Nico in many of these rounds out of the gate. It's not the Banana fight that costs him this time, but popping open top mid smoke for ultimate. Different approach, same result. Team looking to tie this game up 6 apiece at the end of the first half. And NAF gonna have his hands full in a moment. If G2 opt to pounce.
Liquid are moving nice, man. Every time we get a full group up from G2, Liquid know exactly how to get into place. They got the support flashes in the back, all the counter utility ready. Smoke comes out early so they can throw extra, and they have to go through the smoke again.
NAF uncomfortable, but regains vision and delivers a kill.
No second flash, though. Oh!
Getting a little awkward here, fumbling over on top of each other. Flash comes out, blinds them in the middle of the boost, but they still capitalize at the right time. Twist! The double headshot. And m0NESY into the 1v4 clutch. He's got to get the bomb, which was thrown forward on the death. He swaps out to the AK. Beautiful shot. As he baits Yakinder into the peak, the dink comes out from smoke, and it's enough to get him off the plant attempt. Now he's got cover and twists with the USP to finalize. It's 3 kills for Van Dalken, and it's a 6th round for Team Liquid. Finally, we get a taste of a little back and forth between G2 and Team Liquid. It looked like it was going to be another stomp, but Liquid recover the half. We go 6 rounds a pop. And while some individuals have left something to be desired in the server, Mohan, we've had pop-offs at least in this second map, right? A little X factor, a little pizzazz from both sides of the server to make for a very exciting first half.
Yeah, like people might like to hate on players or, you know, fraud watch for fun, but nothing makes us happier than seeing people play well, ultimately, right? Like that's great. Seeing Twist with that kind of form in the first half, it's unreal. What's his HSP at?
A lot.
A lot. Those MOUZ entry rounds, like
a lot.
A lot.
And Nico's impact, even though so much was thrown at Nico throughout that half. How many times did they go Nico headhunting at the start of the round, Team Liquid? And he still ends up going 13-7 on the half.
That's right.
He was 4 kills deep in the first pistol. He's the reason G2 had that early momentum, and you could argue the reason they had such a good half. We'll see if he can do it again on the defense. You can't question it. 2 on the angle in the smoke. 4 kills in pistol 1, 3 kills already in this. And there is more to be had for Nico. Twist able to offer a response. Hunter comes out with a single frag, and it is a MOUZ to end it. Nico, 7 kills across both pistols.
Yeah, he said, this is not Rio, guys. This is not Rio. Stay focused.
How is a USP spamming a smoke better than a rifle?
He was like literally looking at his teammates' screens at one point, just lined it up perfectly.
Well, maybe we shouldn't stand on this angle, actually.
Yeah, and 16 and 7, like you just said, with the whole first half dedicated to a game plan of try to kill Nico and Banana. And now G2 have a lead. Liquid admittedly did a pretty good job overall. Like, they eventually killed him a few times. They got back on the board. Still a close game.
He was just playing so well that you couldn't hold him back entirely.
I mean, I would take Liquid to win this map, being this close and still having a T-side ahead of them. So we'll just kind of have to see how good their T-side's going to be. Because, again, I said, like, we saw a really rough T-side from G2 just now on Ancient.
Yes.
That can happen with Liquid in a similar way with the, I think that the game plan they come into sometimes I don't think they throw things out of the window, but they sometimes go like super simplistic, 4-1s, and just try to trade out. And I think that they look a little better when they play it slower. They let the map breathe a bit more. They use some of their individual level. They try to get close rounds because I think they actually have a lot of X factor, and they've really shown good moments in 1v2s, 2v2s for a new team, especially. There's no pit play here, so Hall's Pop could be good. Snacks is leaning towards it.
Placing the smoke, though, at the perfect moment. B player is not moving yet for G2. Snacks down beneath the lip. And, of course, the T's playing with a flashbang, but it's on Yakinder in middle.
Liquid just, I mean, Twist just trying to give him a footstep or two.
Now he's got the pin to pull. So we'll get that flash up above the apartments. We'll see if it ends up dealing anything problematic to Snacks. Him and Hunter here, 2 players looking to hold it all back. Flash comes, didn't look away. But luckily for him, Hunter just pulls away the attention, and all is good. Snacks gonna end it. It's a flawless conversion here for G2. No hiccups, no issues, no problems.
I was gonna say, there are certain angles where like you can block the flash perfectly so that if it pops, you can still see everything. And then there's angles like Snacks played where the advantage is you can see the entire flash coming over the roof. So you're out in the open, but you have the chance to dodge it. Obviously right there, he's fine because he has a teammate on the site holding the crossfire.
What about when you see the flash coming the whole entire way and then don't dodge it?
That's the ocean.
Okay. Yes, it is wide and lonely. Well, it's off to the Banana Peak. Not going to happen. First gun round comes out from Liquid. Again, strong start from G2 back in the first half. We get it yet again. Who's going to step up alongside Twists for Liquid? Deep nade. Softens Yakinder slightly. And there's a cache of utility here as Nico's going to keep that pressure up.
Power of Nico said, leave me alone. Yeah, I only have a rifle. I don't care.
Yeah. Snacks ahead of the utility here. Oh, yes, gun's almost empty and the pressure's on. Twist's gonna find him along the wall. MOUZ here to pick up the slack. Clean couple of kills and no immediate follow through from the third player there for Liquid. MOUZ goes back into the action with MOUZ by his side. Oh, JKS takes his head off and doubles down onto MOUZ.
As an entry, JKS, do you have any more in you? Now we've got one player on each site, so we do have some trepidations here for Liquid just to overcommit to anything.
Oh, man, Hunter, wow. Able to recover that despite being caught in the no man's land on cross. Nico waits for them to arrive.
Oh, man.
And Yakinder going maybe ahead of NAF, who's only got the 9 health left to work.
These could have been 2 minor mistakes, if they happened by themselves. But together, they're a major mistake. You've got NAF now on 9 HP. This was such a great opportunity here for Liquid.
Plant money and silver lining. Oh, wow. Hold on. NAF able to reposition.
He actually gets away. I mean, it's not being fully spotted, so Nico will have to assume that he could have crossed.
Hunter should have this in the bag, though. When he peeks up from Banana, that should be the end of NAF. Nav fully exposed, low HP, and not able to snap that shot over. So, yeah. Catching one on short, and then Yakinder ahead of the smoke before Nafly is able to trade.
That's, again, like I say, minor mistakes, because it's like JKS could have got a kill, won the round. It's still 3v2. It's not done. But if he dies, okay. But that means on the other side of the map, now you've got to desperately hold on to what is a 2v1 for a second. Because they know, at least, even though JKS just died, that was by one of the two players on the map. So they at least have a chance to isolate. But then Yakinder comes through the smoke a little bit too early, trying to be sneaky. But Nafly needed him. He could have been the bait in that situation for Yakinder's trade, and instead, they lost that opportunity.
Yeah, you know, we mentioned kind of like the late round potential and X factor of Team Liquid. There's 4 players I trust to clutch. Yakinder would have had to be the second still alive, and he's not given a chance to clutch.
Those are moments where, I mean, the 2v3, you use your instincts more. In the 3v2, you use your fundamentals, right?
Costs them as well, Liquid. That gap grows. And their economy slim. Tech9's and Utility coming in. We've seen them pull off round wins like this, though, off timeouts in the series. They've got the real estate as 5 players get closer towards top banana. Nico playing around with Util. It's him and MOUZ. It's a deadly rifle duo in the sight. Utility here to interrupt the push. The Tech9s come charging in, and it's covered. Oh! Nico and MOUZ.
Lawnmower's out.
A massacre.
Jeez. That site's closed.
Yeah.
It's not the guy you want to go to right now.
Beautiful counter Utility.
Yeah.
Flashes, and then the commitment to the spray down, and it really felt like Nico and MOUZ. You know, this one almost felt rehearsed.
Nice, Mario! Let's go! Come on! Let's go, guys.
I'm sure it was. So again, as I mentioned, you know, T-Half can get away from Liquid. They've got a good chance here with lots of money, lots of utility. Shows what they can do, but
Oi! Smoke fight goes both ways, but he tries to fall back and won't escape. Nap hot on the trot. Meanwhile, kill goes down elsewhere. JKS is dead. And so's twists. Hunter starts to get his. And if Ultimate can stuff MOUZ on the smoke, that'd be one thing, but who wins this duel?
MOUZ knows that he took too long
It's
to
all
go through
good.
the smoke.
G2, that's 11, and they go on fire too.
Love artificially hyping up moments that we know the conclusion to.
Yeah, we got the script right in front of us.
Yeah.
They got real cozy in that smoke, though.
They did. CS3, Source 3, is going to have the haptic feedback. So when you bump someone up in a smoke, you can feel it. Your mouth's going to vibrate.
Yeah, I remember being
DualShock.
I remember being a kid and thinking that, like, I wish my IRL stats would transition into the video game. You know, like I could run as fast as I could run. I could jump as high as I could jump. But now I'm getting older and out of shape, and I realize, you know what? Like, man, if I was playing a fighting game versus Snags,
yeah,
I don't think I want that kind of technology.
Right. Yeah.
I don't think I'd stand a chance.
How are your flash assists, IRL?
Not very good.
Not very good.
No. But put me up against Donk.
You ever run out into the street naked? Get those stats up.
He's
farming flashes again.
Oh, MOUZ.
Oh, MOUZ a heavy hitter right now.
A little fadeaway headshot, and m0NESY finds his up in the apartment. So in that first half, it felt like Liquid had a little rebound going, but this CT side has been impenetrable. This is a flawless CT side. Hell, if G2 had started on the defense, well, maybe they could have also gotten a 13-0. See
what I'm saying? It's these guys' T-sides.
Nico's got support right behind him. If things go suddenly south on the B site between Nico and MOUZ, then maybe bomb goes down, etc. But honestly, they're such a well-oiled duo. And I feel like the skill ceiling for MOUZ and Nico as a 2-player defense, like, bro, don't go B. Just,
I will say I haven't seen the overly simplified T side that I thought we might get from Liquid.
Right.
It's not really been that. They have been defaulting and taking the round slowly, but they aren't actually playing tight enough in those late round situations. Like, again, we look at that 3v2. There's mass momentum that comes with that. They stop the streak from G2. They get their money up. They come closer to tying.
Coulda, shoulda, woulda.
Now they're in this spot fighting against 12 with 2 Tech-9s.
Hunter able to rotate in, catching Twist, who tried to get a little cheeky with the commitment here. This 3v5 attempt turns into a 2v5, and, well, it starts to get going, but so much damage has been done. JKS, 13 to the clock, 3 kills into this round already. Smoke's gonna fade. Off has been spotted. He peeks deep. 5 seconds, just enough to put the bomb down. No way. JKS, it's another attempt. And as the banana player comes in, it's got to be Snax to shut it down. He will. Again, the ace denied. Just like when MOUZ had his queued up.
Wow.
JKS can't end it.
He looked like he was making a movie, but it ended up being No Country for Old Men. Main character dies before it ends, and JKS can't put together what could have been one of the best rounds of the year. That was his Nico moment.
He is there when you need him. JKS.
Ooh.
And Monacy almost making a costly mistake with that wide swing out, but thought he must have been still, I'm assuming, stuck. Little did he realize he'd have that narrow angle. JKS, so clean.
It's definitely an apt timeout, I think. Considering the situation, let everyone cool off for a second. They were believing they were going to win that round, but they should still believe they can win the game. Those are 2 different things. And I think it's a reset and focus moment. See if Myther can help out. Liquid need to believe in their X factor and their game plan and everything like that. But so far, no T rounds.
Certainly a tale of 2 different halves. I'd love to see Liquid just kind of fall victim to this G2 close and take it in the 3rd. Gloves off for map 3 between 2 teams that love a back and forth. Tons of damage done, so this banana control is not looking possible. Monacy's able to hold back JKS towards top mid, so all is good. G2, this CT side, rock solid. Ooh, Monacy almost caught and clipped by NAF, but even that shot, it's a simultaneous death on Yakindar, so false confidence here that Liquid are going to make it happen. Snax inside of the bomb sites got this one all wrapped up, and Monacy can sense it every step of the way. Sure, that first half left a little to be desired if you were G2. They could have kept their T side cleaner, but so be it. Defense is impenetrable, and G2 take map 2. So, Ancient picked by Liquid, 1. G2 take Inferno, win. And we go to map 3 for this one, Mirage, to decide our winner.
Oh yes, indeed. A recovery in the first half, but unfortunately not possible in the second for Liquid. G2 righting their wrongs from that absolutely despicable first map of Ancient. They had totally fired up Nerstico, and they're here for this best of 3 series.
Yeah, I think this is the G2 that we were expecting here to arrive. They arrived 1 map late to the tournament, but they're here, and well, they were clearly better team on pretty much all fronts compared to Liquid on Inferno.
It's fine. It's just a jet lag, you know? They just needed to wake up a little bit, get their heads in the game, and they certainly did. I thought we were in for a bit more of a competitive affair after, you know, that Liquid recovery in that first half. I thought, you know, maybe we were going to get one of the closer maps that we've seen between these 2 teams, but as Connor said during the cast, I mean, history really does write that it's dominant one side or the other when you see G2 taking on Liquid.
Yeah, and I have to attribute it mostly to the individual, again, from G2, where both Nico and MOUZ had absolutely stellar performances over at that banana for CT side and then across the map for that T side. It was just beautiful to play, beautiful to hear as well, because Nico was the one kind of that brought so much impact, not only when it comes to statistics, but also when it comes to calls. I was actually listening in for the most of the map, and the guy is making so many mid-round calls actually that it's kind of incredible. Obviously, Snags in the beginning of the round, he's kind of giving advice and giving like kind of solutions, but Nico really takes over once he establishes that banana control on T side, and he's just able to piece the information together across the map to make a correct call. Yes, he misstepped here and there, but that's just a lot of assumptions that he's making, and a lot of them are actually correct because I can see the game and I can piece the information that he has from his teammates. I think it's just beautiful to watch how he's like kind of tweaking the gameplay towards whatever is needed for Liquid.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Obviously, you know, you can't disclose exact calls that were made on this G2 side, but when would you see that switch up happening with Snags and Nico in terms of, you know, the vocal output on the server?
I think it was really, really clear to me that once they established the banana control, that's when Nico kind of takes over and he's ready to give cues for A players in terms of Hunter and sometimes even m0NESY when he had op, to make sure that they take the mid, the way they take mid, and the way they approach map control over their side, because he knows how many people roughly are towards this B side, what's open, what's not. And Nico was really clear with his comms and giving solutions pretty much to people that didn't even know they're in trouble.
128 ADR for Nico to be closing out this map with. That is absolute insanity, but he wasn't the only individual that was stepping up. MOUZ, you know, he had a abysmal showing on map number 1, only 1 solitary frag on that map of Ancient, but here, almost 20. I think he ended up in, what, 18, 19 kills and some great impact on the server.
He was looking really, really sharp. He had multiple rounds where it felt like he was pure MVP star joining the server. In the end, he didn't collect that ace in the
oh, that would have been so good.
That was really insane, but he was looking for a lot of space, especially from this boiler and mid area, and this is connected again to the things that Nico was calling. It was kind of enabling him. He was telling him where the op is, how many people are towards middle, the mid is clear. There were multiple calls where Nico was just right, and I don't know how. Maybe wallhack?
Just got that intuition,
yeah, right?
You know, the second nature when it comes to Counter-Strike. Yeah, yeah. Do you think, like, okay, this might be getting a bit deep, but like, are some players just gifted that? Is game sense to the level of Nico like something that you feel like you can learn as a player, or like the Zywus, the Donks, the Nikos of the world? Is that something that where, you know, your average Joe is just never going to get to that level?
You learn it with experience, but having experience is not given that you are going to be great at reading the game. Some players are playing for, let's say, 8 years, and they are okay with game sense, but they're kind of, it's hard to communicate to others, to teach others, your teammates, how to play those positions accordingly. But Nico is doing it not only off the server, but he's doing it on the server when there's time pressure there. He has to focus on his crosshair, he's shooting headshots, and he's still talking to the teammates, giving him cues what to do.
It's so impressive. Let's flip on over to talk a little bit about Team Liquid. Obviously, wasn't their map pick. You know, they got dismantled last time they faced G2, 13-3. So they got double the round count at the very least. But in all seriousness, looking at Yakinda, he was a name that we wanted to see, you know, going toe-to-toe with Nico in terms of the output. Didn't exactly happen in this map.
You can see that only 6 kills, 15 does, but opening doors, he was involved in a lot of them. And that's what you want to see from Yakinda. On that CD side, he had 4 openers that kind of are... It's pretty much majority of his frags all together, but those openings actually really gave the headwind into the Liquid sales in the beginning, because they were leading, I believe, 6-1 or something, or 5-1, and then it was really him trying to step up really clearly. And I love the idea that he was not only pushing banana but also pushing middle, and he was getting those entries pretty surprisingly.
But surely you want him to win more than 40% of those. We saw him winning, you know, 4 out of the possible 10 that he did go for. Surely you want to see him getting a bit more success in that department.
I think it started well, but then he kind of cooled off, especially it was rough on T side and the banana, but obviously you're standing against Nico and MOUZ on your part of the map. That's always going to be tough, and sometimes sometimes it was even m0NESY joining them up on the B side, so it was kind of hard for him.
That's kind of crazy that, you know, 6 of the kills, or 4 of the kills rather, that he did get were openers, and he got 6 in total. Want to see more in the fragging department coming out of Yakinda on this 3rd map. Let's talk about that T side though from Liquid, because we can't just put it down to Yakinda, you know, having issues opening up the bomb sites. Was there anything else that really stood out in terms of, you know, Liquid lacking in that offensive department?
I think they were pretty well read, I would say. I think that the plays they were trying to go for, I think were kind of foretelling, I would say. Okay. And I could feel it because I was listening to G2 a lot, and they were just ready for things. And I'm not sure whether it would be from game plan perspective or just pure analysis and preparation, but they were kind of like always step ahead. Whenever they saw the smoke landing, they were always already kind of combing, like, be careful, they can do this, they can do that. So it was maybe to the degree that it was kind of obvious what they were doing. It's hard to say, obviously, but it felt to me like that.
Kind of unfortunate from Twist's perspective as well, because, man, he had some crazy rounds, particularly in that first half. Obviously, didn't win any when we moved on to that offensive side. But yeah, some great impact from an in-game leader, which kind of illustrates what we were talking about before the game, you know, the difference between a Snax and Twist. You can rely on Twist to be pulling off some, you know, big rounds and impressive plays.
Said it multiple times. I mean, Twist as an IGL is the man who is fragging, and that is rare to see in Tier 1 Counter-Strike right now, and maybe that's the future of the role as well, where you kind of become this more versatile and more maybe selfless person on the server, where you actually are requesting resources from your teammates because you're reading the game a little bit better. And this is exactly what Nico kind of reminds me of, because he becomes that IGL of G2 in the mid rounds, I feel like, and he is still resourceful. He's asking for things, he's reading the game, he's making sure that teammates are on the same page, and he's combing a lot. So this is kind of what Twist kind of is bringing to the Liquid as well.
This isn't even a rumor that has circulated at all. I'm just putting this out into the ether. What if Nico would have become the in-game leader of G2? Would you like that?
I think he had his share of in-game leading before.
Definitely.
I'm not sure how well it went. It was kind of a long time ago. It wasn't that best. It felt like it hindered his individual performance. I think Nico is always going to be this man that is going to co-lead or in-game lead. It's just in his nature. He's just so good at Counter-Strike that it's hard for him to not plague that knowledge into the teammates. And, you know, it's just beautiful teammate to play with.
Have you ever had experience of a player like that, where you really just have to respect, rather, the experience and that they have a vision of the game that they want to be deploying, even if they're not like in that in-game leader role? Like, surely that's got to be something that as an IGL you have to give a bit of leeway for, right?
Yeah, I think I have a fair share of teammates where they were great leaders overall, but I think honestly nothing comes close even to something like Nico on the server. I think it is just a gift. This is like 1 in a million kind of talent that he's working with, and I mean, man, like, I'm speechless. Yeah.
Now, we talked about it, you know, after the 13-0 slacking that Liquid did put up to G2 on that first map of Ancient. You know, Mytha was giving the guys some really good advice during that halftime break, where he was saying, you know, the job isn't done yet. We can't get ahead of ourselves. What do you think the mentality is now when, you know, you get from such a high of a 13-0 to, okay, we've kind of been brought back down to reality a little bit. This is a G2 that maybe should have showed up to map 1 as well.
They were outplayed, there is no understanding that, but I think they understand themselves that the Mirage is the playground that is supposed to be decider and is going to decide this game. And as they didn't show up, as G2 didn't show up on the first map, I think Liquid did not show up on the second one. Third map is a perfect way to kind of end this whole thing and just bring back the mentality what G2 did after first map. Team Liquid needs to do after second.
Before we do throw things to a quick break, any wisdom you want to impart on the viewers? Anything you want to preface this Mirage with?
I said for Inferno that the pistol rounds were actually a big contributor to the G2's win, and they won both of them, and therefore confidently close out the map. I think Mirage is going to be very similar fashion, where the pistol rounds are just in MR12 are just way too impactful when you get that economy rolling, and I think we're going to be seeing vastly different playstyle on T-side from both of these teams, and adaptation is going to be the key here. A timeout on Inferno that they took was actually clutch. It was so good timeout from Liquid to actually bring back the first half, but adaptations need to be made, and I'm expecting pretty close game on Mirage actually.
Well, Stico has looked into his crystal ball and theorized exactly what is going to happen on Mirage, but we're going to have to wait until after the break to find out exactly what is going to go down. Is G2 taking on Liquid on Mirage after this? Night has fallen here in Singapore at the Blast Premier World Finals, but the games do indeed still continue. That game at hand is G2 versus Liquid, and we find ourselves on the precipice of that third and final decider. That will come down to MOUZ, which I am so excited for, because if we look at the history between these two teams, it's kind of been blowouts every single time they faced on different maps, but it's always gone to 3. And last time around, it was Liquids to blow G2 out 13-5 on this map. Do you expect the same tale to go down today, Stico?
As I said, I think that was EPL, right? Where
Yes.
they're 13-5. It was quite a long time ago. That was in September, I believe. So definitely there's adjustments that were made for the both teams. And as I said for the Inferno previously, I think Team Liquid is maybe in disfavor of the map because of the stats being kind of inflated from the competition back in NA. But I think this is going to be much closer fair than we've had seen for past 3 games that they played.
Yeah, if we're looking at win percentages just for either side of the server, G2 play this map hell of a lot more, and it's quite a 50-50 just in terms of who they've taken down. They've obviously had to face NAVI, the best team in the world, the best team on this very map in that grand final back in Copenhagen. But yeah, I think if we look at the history between these two teams, there's definitely a name that stood out last time around. That was Twist. He dropped a 1.86 rating on this particular map, which is super impressive, but I kind of want to put a caveat to that, as he is the in-game leader, right? I would hope that some of the other stars could show up maybe a little bit more and, maybe overshadow Twist in his form.
It is true that like some players are still kind of looking for themselves on the map. Like they're not feeling that well in terms of, I don't want to even say roles, because on the paper the roles kind of make sense, but the positions that they are not utilized well enough, or maybe they're uncomfortable, in some positions that they're playing, and it could be attributed to the anchors as well not feeling that well. And just on MOUZ on CD side, it's just ridiculously hard to hold B side and A side when you're these anchor positions.
Something that we've obviously got to talk about when you come onto MOUZ is the AWPing conversation. Ultimate versus m0NESY. How do you expect Ultimate firstly to be tackling this map?
So for Ultimate, I actually feel for him in this best of 3 because he had to play Ancient and Inferno, which are incredibly hard maps for Oper to play on T side. There's not much generally you can do, and it's not that great overall. But for those CT sides, it's going to be much better, especially here on MOUZ. You can make aggressive peaks on T side towards the edges of the map, towards middle of the map. You're just the playmaking ability for the Oper like himself. You will find yourself in more like suitable and I would say favorable duels. And for CD side, even for m0NESY, like it's a lot of this stationary opening and locking down sides and locking down really, really long angles. It's all about themselves getting op really quickly into the game, and it all comes down to, well, I'm gonna say it again, pistols, which goes 75% win rate per pistols for G2 on this map is actually pretty nuts.
Damn, that's kind of crazy. I think Launders brought up a good point. I think it was during that second map of Inferno that, the comparison between Ultimate and m0NESY, we have to keep it maybe just to the roles and the positioning, because I don't think it's fair to really compare an AWPer in his rookie year, even though he has looked incredible at some tournaments kind of prior to the past couple, to compare him to m0NESY, who we are putting as potentially could be the #1 player coming out of 2024.
You look at the roles, yes, there are Opers, but you look at the in-game and the eye test and looking at the demos and statistics, there's very much different approach to how both of these guys are playing, and you can't really put it into statistics when it comes to KD or rating. It all are untangibles, I would say, and yeah, it's just proving that the flexibility in a role such as Oper is actually very, very important. And MOUZ is a kind of playground of 2 different playstyles, and maybe we're going to see a lot of head-to-heads, but also maybe we're going to see basically 0 of them, because yeah, it just depends how the game plan is going to be working for each of these teams.
G2, as we saw a couple of minutes ago, successfully winning the knife. They did choose to start on the CT side of things, so how does that kind of weigh up your expectations of how this first half is going to go?
I'm gonna stick to my prediction that it's gonna be incredibly close. Let's say 6-6 half. I'm down for that.
Okay, one close map, Stico predicts, finally, between Liquid and G2. Scrawny, Launders, you agreeing with the man?
Well, I gotta say, Freya, you asked for a map prediction and he said 6-6. The man only predicted.
He only got halfway through a prediction.
And we're gonna give him credit for that, man? Stico, I know you're new, dude. That's not how the job works, brother. Jokes aside, Mo, I think this one's going to be close. I'm with Stico. I think this is where we change. This is the map that is going to boil down to a middle ground, an actual middle ground. Maybe.
We had the most classic G2 scoreboard on the last map. It was, it was Nico, then it was MOUZ, then it was MOUZ. But it was a better map from MOUZ. We went from 1 kill to getting like 16 or however many with double entry rounds and everything sprinkled on top. We had, conversely, Yakinder with a bad map following a great map. Obviously, Ancient was so good, and Inferno was, I think, something like 6 kills. So the stories flipped over. The T-sides weren't there. Mirage,
you're right,
is where we are going to find a common ground and settle this once and for all and see who will win this series, because after the last map, it's going to be hard one to call. I think that's why Stiko was so sort of careful to be like, yeah, I think Liquid are just going to win 2-0. He could see that they haven't been consistent enough to prove that, and G2 are still a little bit stronger than they showed, not getting a single round on the first map. So let's have at it. Mirage to decide.
One thing that has been unfortunately consistent in terms of players is Ultimate's having another rough series. 14 and 17 after Ancient and Inferno. It's not like there was obviously
it's a weird
because to kind of highlight it.
Yeah, he's weird because of Ancient, because he just didn't see anything.
But
wow.
Okay, Nico and MOUZ now in a bomb site. Pick your poison. You want Nico and MOUZ? You want Nico and MOUZ? Because right now, Nico, this is another multi-frag pistol round out of him. 3 consecutive multi-frag pistols between Inferno and now Mirage.
So he's hitting another level at the moment.
JK has to be given a chance to reposition. He's got lots of time to pull this bad boy off. Almost had a hell of a clutch back on Inferno. A candidate for clutch of the season, that would have been.
And no tables were harmed.
Imagine that.
Yeah. He knows he wasn't going to get through those black lights.
It's all good. Snacks has got this cross covered. Sat back in the marketplace, so even if Snacks misses a shot, Hunter's going to swing in. It's all good. Hate to break it to you, JKS. You're taking the long road, but it's all for naught.
Oh. I was imagining you let him have it. Plant doesn't go down, of course. There were CTs everywhere. G2 up to start off Mirage.
Nico with the lickety-split headshot into connector. MOUZ gets active in Palace to make sure that nobody pressures.
Wow, that was the shit. That was shot, excuse me.
Yo, do you see that shit, man? Yeah. Exactly. And to top mid, MOUZ goes. MP9 in hand. Who's home? Yakinder. With the deagle, lays back in wait. Trying to get into the action as Nico takes up the fight down towards underpass. It's an easy, easy round for G2. All's good. Decoys being utilized as fake smokes to draw out any utility from the A site launchers. That's how hard Liquid are trying.
It's the final frontier.
Is that how...
The last piece of utility that was rediscovered was HEs by Astralis in 2018. After that, there was nothing. So decoys, they've just been there the entire time. No one's really figured out a meta with them. The only one thing I think someone's done that was legit was MOUZ, where he dropped the decoy into Suicide on Dust 2 and then got the Opera to shoot. So he fell on someone's head as a decoy dropped. The decoy made the op sound. Player swung the door, and he was ready with his op. That actually is legit.
That's legit.
So just don't see that often, but it's the final frontier. I feel like they spend the same amount of time in the air.
Yep.
If you look at it, you'll see it's not a smoke. If you pay attention, obviously.
If you sit as close to your monitor as Yakinder does.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why they can't add grenade skins. Because devil's in the details.
Yes. You got Twist looking at your gloves.
But skin pins. That's something.
Yes.
Now that we've got charms for grenades.
Wait, skin pins?
A pin on the grenade. You can change the pin. So the body of the smoke stays the same, but it could be like a happy face sticking out of the top.
Yeah. Take my money.
Take my money. They will one way or another. They're coming for you. Same way Yakinder wants that headshot on Snacks, but he gives him one last little jump before peeling back slightly. And nobody making a mistake here for G2. Liquid are trying to hope that somebody would overstep. They have now used all of their utility. Nice catch, boys. I see you, Jay. Molotov on NAF. That's it.
No utility,
AKs
man.
in hand, dude. It is just these rifles looking to rock the B-bomb site. Oh, they are on the edge of that smoke, and Snacks is going to slaughter too. Twist comes out with a double entry. Snacks is burned forward. There's still something to be recovered here. At 15 seconds, bomb has to be picked up. They've got to kill Snacks. They will. And that bomb could be scooped, thrown down into the site. All's good. Just enough time to pull it off. MOUZ, what are you made of? Not enough health. That's what. JKS does 80 damage, forces MOUZ to peel back, and Liquid, thanks to a double Twist's entry.
Seriously.
And a late burn from NAF to recover that bomb at the feet of Snacks is why Liquid are on the board 3 rounds in.
I thought, too, that we were watching Winner's POV. Snacks handled that situation so perfectly. They drew out all the utility from Liquid. He got his 2 kills with the MP9. He delayed as long as possible. But while he was doing all this, his teammates were just falling apart. Everyone was dying. Ooh. And that's how the second kill comes down.
That's a crazy turn from Hunter.
I don't know what...
Snacks got both kills in apartments, and Hunter turned towards windows, despite m0NESY being the guy who dies in ladder.
Yeah. Doesn't make much sense from our POV, that's for sure.
Does not compute. Unless he saw the death in the kill feed and just thought it was Snacks.
You should know where your teammates... Oh, wait. Thought it was Snacks who died?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh.
Or maybe Snacks' calls were a little too animated. Ah, there's 7 of them in apartments. You know how it is. Who knows? We'll have to ask Hunter. Or we can forget about it because m0NESY's up in apartments and he's going to turn this game around right here, right now. Locked in and ready for Yakinder.
No one off cat this round. This is going to be, honestly, the spotlight punishing what was supposed to be a shoulder peek. Yakinder a little bit too wide.
Was maybe hoping to find Snacks alone up in there. Instead, the big green ready for the peek. Like you said, nothing off of Catwalk. Add to that, just Snacks a little more passive on window. That's going to offer connector over to JKS. He climbs through the smoke with m0NESY on the other end of it.
I mean, it's dangerous for m0NESY. Obviously, JKS is going to be staring right at him. m0NESY's going to try to fall back before the smoke comes up and sit stair side, something like that, but feels like he's going to get caught off guard.
Oh, but the second one's not his for the taking. Nico, it's a single frag. Twist ready to trade from the bottom of Con. m0NESY peeks in off Catwalk. Good kill. And then Snacks gets some damage in off the side of smoke, but won't be able to stop that plant. We get a quick move from m0NESY, adding himself to the tally. Incendiary that pops on stairs, but still, Ultimate can't get off this plant position. He's going to have to just hide back on the corner instead, burn forward slightly. Ultimate dead to m0NESY as he's swapped over to the AK, but here comes NAF. Nice headshot to Snacks. Top stairs. Oh, NAF given another chance, but no, sir. Taken away as m0NESY clutches with 4 frags and a 1v1 to boot.
Another perfect round out of m0NESY. You saw the first kill when he got Twist in connector. Could have died right there. Twist sort of had every right to just try to go for a clip off. m0NESY hit the shot, a hard one, easy. And actually, sorry, there was a kill before that. That was on Yakinder.
Apartments, yep.
And I say it was supposed to be a shoulder peek because it looked like m0NESY was holding actually quite wide for this. See? And Yakinder just goes a little bit too far into that. But if it was a true shoulder peek, he might not have been able to nail that shot. Then the molly comes down perfectly on default to spread firebox as well. Forces every situation.
Yeah, really couldn't have played that any better.
And the stats coming into this year with Donk, m0NESY, and ZywOo was just such an interesting conversation. There's so many different ways to look at it. And you got a rifler, you got ZywOo, who's kind of a hybrid in some ways, and then m0NESY is the only pure rifler of the pure opper, supposedly, of the 3, even though he's got great rifling stats. And they've obviously all got different teams as well with different skill levels. And, you know, G2 might be the weakest at the bottom, but also so strong at the top, like between Nico and MOUZ. But Monesi, man, he carries himself a lot of these games. He's got such an amazing individual come up in the last couple of years. It was, you know, he was like prodigious at one point coming out of NAVI Junior into having a decent start in Tier 1, which people thought maybe he'd just be ZywOo again and get the -- 1 right away. But he's kind of like quickly climbed to that point. It did take like over a full year. But now we're just wondering, like, how high is the ceiling really for this kid?
I mean, the only thing that delayed him and his kind of presence in Tier 1... Oh, okay. Nico. All's good here? Yeah. All right. They're going to control the situation. You know, I feel like Monesi could have burst on even sooner when it comes to the Tier 1 scene, but it's just that, of course, Navi had Simple in the op slot of the main roster. So when he sat back on NAVI Junior and they know the potential, right? We know the price tag that he came with. Not many organizations could afford to get Monesi out of Navi.
I mean, he still got a, like, Navi at the time, obviously, I guess it would have been ideal, but he got on like a really good team to start.
Hell yeah.
You know, I mean, I guess you could say the same thing for ZywOo. He was on Vitality to start.
Yep.
So, but I don't know. ZywOo's rookie year, I don't know if you will ever see something like that again. Straight off. Donk will try to make an argument for it. We'll see.
Shot up in the apartments. MOUZ pushing forward as Monesi peels back slightly, and even MOUZ has a little second hesitation. Very big reposition here for Monesi going over towards B. Little does he realize, nothing quite there. But still active. And so fast that he'll take over presence in Catwalk, which could very well serve an issue to Team Liquid. Ultimate lands his window smoke while he still sits 0 and 5, so hasn't quite had a chance to shine yet in this series. Nico in the smoke takes over position on stairs right before the double connector pack is ready to push through. And that little gap is where one of these players is going to put their head, but Nico tracks Twist as he tries to get wild, and he saw that.
Yeah,
he opened the smoke and saw him, but still Hunter's dead, and so's Nico. Luckily, Monesi off the catwalk stops the cross, stops the bomb. And while it gets scooped back up by NAF, it's 2v2 and health advantage. Oh, he misses as JKS takes up this awkward position in connector, working with 12 health. The Aussie makes the difference. And Snacks is going to have to come through with a clutch. Stuck between the two. JKS at the bottom of middle, backing up unsuspectingly, dies to the MP9. And of course, NAF has now fired bullets, so his position's known. He keeps his head down and wins this out. Team Liquid take over the A site, and things get a little weird on that smoke.
They do. That was a very nice move from JKS to get into connector after Monesi tried to zone him with the molly. He saw Monesi, and then he moved into that spot right away, so Monesi couldn't be ready. He was holding the right side of the top of connector. Those micro movements. So JKS has made some good plays for sure this game, and this kill is crazy. I knew Twist was going to start spraying with the MAC-10, but I didn't think that Nico would be able to find him like that.
Nice! Nice! Good shot. Good fucking kills, Justin.
As they were.
Yeah, it's a hype round there for Liquid. If they're getting into the mix, I feel like that's another good, well-timed moment for a pause here. Quite a hectic round.
I like Mither as a coach.
Yeah, I mean, seems like he's doing pretty good, though. The T sides, though, there's still some suspicious stuff going on these T sides.
No binder today. A single sheet of paper.
The binder wasn't sustainable. Can we be honest about that?
Binders are very sustainable.
That's actually fair. But, okay. No time for jokes. We've got Monesi dead ultimate. Hey, welcome to the game. First kill on the map, and you take out a high-value target. That's nice.
Let's hope for Liquid's sake there's impact behind that. We've got Snacks stuck on just the 5/7 armor. And they're going to go hunting towards any kind of jungle presence, but that is not the case. We get 3 defenders for G2, very much pressed forward on the A site. The gap is indeed mid.
Hunter is solo, but well, look at the team right now. They've got to make do with what they have, but what's next? Running by. Kinder thinks, okay, well, I can just take space in window. Nothing here.
The vents up. The hell's he going to do now?
That's a little awkward, but he doesn't get spotted. Okay. It's fine. He has window control. They're coming up the A side, but the rotations can come around.
Yeah, but Snacks grabbed the AWP. Snacks grabbed the AWP and got it back over to Ticket to now join this stack originally set up. And unfortunately for him, Twist has now torn everybody apart. So the pieces were in place.
And Ultimate had to kill 2 operas this round. Respect. It's crazy how a lot of rounds haven't had to do with Ultimate. Like when, like a couple months ago, games were being won or lost
by Ultimate,
even regardless of if Ultimate played. He was like playing consistently well, and the team was either still winning or losing. But yeah, definitely it looks like he's in a period of reinvention here, I think, is
a period of reinvention. That is the most politically correct way to say a slump. A period.
He's in a reformation process. All right.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just trying to, I'm looking to find myself. Yeah.
Terrorists win.
Would you call that a process of reinvention?
He's in a reflective siesta.
A reflective siesta. You stink.
Get off the airways.
No, I think the beauty of it is that because he burst into the scene as well as and as convincingly as he did, we all believe it's still in there. Just gotta shake it out of him. So, you know what they say? Believe in the period of reinvention. Kinder knows best. Pistols aren't going to get much done off of the catwalk peak. Kinder left Twists alone, top, middle, so be it. They storm through the A site, find 0 resistance. Snacks does have that M4. Things could get wild. JKS extends into him. And now Twist's weapon will be retrieved by MOUZ. You can write off the round and save the 2 M4s if you choose.
That's worth. That's worth.
And enter the metamorphosis of development. The chrysalis of change.
He's been thinking lately. He's been thinking lately.
Yeah, long and hard.
So I guess the positives of that are that Liquid can still, like we saw the 13-0 that just took place, they can still win and be really good without him taking over the maps. That's a good sign. But it's not like some players where it's like Glavela's like, grand finals carry in Elisa.
Yeah.
That's not going to happen every time. You don't even want that to happen every time. That doesn't really make sense. It's amazing that it did, but it's, but with Ultimate, you do, if that happened every time, that would be a welcome sign. He's the opper. He's been a star. He's got a lot of potential that you can see, obviously. They're going to need him, so. It was a sight for sore eyes seeing him take out m0NESY for once. So it feels like he hasn't had that much impact so far.
Beauty of Ultimate and what we've already seen from him in the past, of course, is, in my eyes, like we've seen some really just kind of late game turnarounds from him, right? Moments where Ultimate has 0 kills, what felt like 10 rounds into the game, but then by round 30, or 24 to 30.
Sometimes it goes OT.
You just really feel like, oh yeah, without Ultimate, they would have lost. And yet maybe the reason the game is so close is because they had no op presence in the first half entirely. But, Ultimate is one of these guys who's difficult to write off even in a rough map or series. So as he sits 2-6 as the lowest rated player for Team Liquid coming into map 3, don't write him off just yet. He got that kill versus m0NESY.
He's kind of figured out how to play against players, but now he's got to figure out how to play against analysts, coaches, and anti-strat and tier 1 thinking.
Those damn data analysts. Kinder huffing and puffing. NAV sticks around in Palace, burned out, so we get that response out of the utility of G2. We've seen rounds where there's very much aggressive resistance offered by G2, not this round. Passive connector and ladder player. Twists again, calls his pieces, rotates them around him as he'll stay as that center commitment. We go 45 seconds as Snax just continues to jump spot over and over and over again, all round long, waiting for somebody to show skin. Nice double nade.
It's great. He's kept the smoke the whole time. They haven't baited it out, so this is totally valid for him. And yeah, 30-second mark, throws it. Liquid could try to group up behind that. Oh, they gotta go.
Oh, Snax able to get the gun back out in time. Catwalk player killed. m0NESY holds his own. NAV tries to pounce out from Apps. m0NESY along the wall, gives them just enough room to wiggle their way out, and then the riflers strike. m0NESY, Mobs, and Nico all a kill a pop, and that is G2 back to the lead.
Yeah, this one's too stressed, a little bit too obvious, a little bit too simple, and again speaks to the T sides that have been bad, not just on Liquid. G2's T side on the first map was similar. And then Liquid got to show, you know, them lacking a little bit. Didn't get a single round last map on T side. And here's a round with the lurks come into place, but everything falls into place, but a little bit too late to be novel. At this moment, G2 know what's happening across the map. Snax's confidence is perfect. His timing's right. He's got the smoke down. They don't think they can lose.
JKS gets past first contact. Hunter sees that as a reason to turn attention away from the apartment's push. Again, Snax confident. Just doing the same thing. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, and if they don't check you, then, you know, like we had m0NESY kill Yakinder the last time he tried to shoulder spot this. So if now Snax can be there and Yakinder doesn't want to die anymore.
Oh, missed a chance. Bad. That would have been a wrench. Oh, God, in the works. But we get a missed window smoke from Twists, I believe.
And actually, with the last update, some people's smokes are actually getting messed up. They were already messed up, but now even worse.
I don't think we're on that patch.
Oh, we're not?
No.
Oh, okay.
No. I believe Thor CS2 as frozen.
Okay.
m0NESY in window. Speaking of jumping, hops right out into the fray. Will be clipped by Yakinder top mid. Swapping into the op. We hit 30 seconds and Yakinder has that bomb. Oh, he gets up into connector past Hunter. And there's so many teammates around this bomb that it's all covered. Util or not. Oh my God, they go for the bomb plant out in the open. Could have all gotten stopped by Snax, but a single kill for him is all he finds. And poor Hunter, he's been going back and forth, rope-a-doped around to what is essentially no contact. Oh, and then Twist just sends one bullet over the windowsill. So that is Liquid breaking back through.
Really nice. Now their best moments have been in connector, that's for sure. So here's another classy performance from Liquid. Someone back here and then
what?
Yeah, I didn't even. I saw this totally through the smoke. I didn't know what the clue was. He decided to check the right side. I mean, you gotta hand it to Twist today, though. He's hitting heads, even if he can't see him.
I mean, highest performing player across the series now. This is 3 maps of consistency out of Twist. And a big round when push has come to shove. He keeps this game tied up at 5 a pop, and we've got pistols back in the hands of G2, so... You know, we can talk about the shortcomings of Team Liquid versus some of the better teams in their world, but feels like Twist is sick of losing to top 8. He'll do it all himself if he has to.
Yeah, I mean, between Liquid and FaZe, he's got all the trophies.
It's been fun to kind of put him back underneath a new microscope with obviously in-game leadership kind of hanging above his head now.
Got to be the most impressive part that he's like individually this good as well. But
give him credit for the scouting process of Ultimate. Now it's just about the development. I think Stiko's point pre-series was really cool. Kinder blind, but able to get away from it. Pistols can't pounce fast enough. That one MP9 will hold them back for a moment, but it's a multi-pronged assault, and Twist is not missing.
Nice.
6 rounds Liquid, my God. They've managed to take a lead.
they really have, yeah. Clean connector splits. They struggled a little bit, I think, with some ideas in this half so far, but overall, some of the harder rounds, more impressive rounds, and the slower A splits, which are your bread and butter on this map, they have been looking perfectly spaced. So one last chance here is actually for G2, who started out 4-1 in this game. What a good day one could do a lot for you here at the World Final. Got some spooky results.
It is nearly Halloween.
What are you going as?
Henry G. I'm dressing up as Henry G this year.
I'm glad I asked. I feel like you were so ready to answer that question.
Yeah, I've been thinking about it.
You gonna find jeans tight enough, or?
I've actually stolen a pair of his.
Oh, okay. That's a smart way to do it. Has he noticed?
I got them from Anders.
Anders had them. That's
weird, right?
So surprising, yeah.
Watch this. Missed shot from Ultimate. He goes in for the repeat, and that's just going to be Modesty on high alert. We could talk about having a strong start to the event being key, but man.
Weird. I mean, they don't have the bomb. They're going to go back and get it, but the connector walk right now, underpass, I mean, it's a little bit like this. Oh, it works.
It works. Instant headshot. The timing is just there. He gets up into connector where Nico's going to meet him with some resistance, and look at Nico go.
Oh my God.
Diving down into the sandwich. Instant transition underneath the palace. He knows that this is going to be the A hit. He's got that right read. Can his teammates provide? MOUZ certainly will. Sure, connector's compromised, but it's going to have to be a Kinder to get the job done, and his head gets taken clean off. Let's go, Nico.
Damn, amazing stuff.
2 beautiful kills here to get G2 to tie the half up. We go 6 rounds apiece, 6-6, just like Stiko called. Well, lo and behold, the time has come for this head-to-head to finally get close. 6 rounds down the middle at the end of that first half. It was a 4-1 start for G2 after, again, a convincing NiKo pistol performance. 3 pistol round multi-frags in a row between these last 2 maps for NiKo specifically.
Isn't it amazing to have the 2 IGLs playing so well?
It is, isn't it? Time for Ultimate to deliver. It's his chance to shine. Late in the series, the time has come. First kill's his. Gets deleted by m0NESY though. We do have that underpass player. What's he gonna do? Twist comes out, tries to get into the action, dodges the presence on.
Okay, that's not a real shot.
And then we get the NAF dual Beretta peek. So Hunter and NiKo, that is all that's left of the G2 pistol. We've been trying to sing NiKo's praise. Time to shine again. Tries to give chase to the player top steps, who falls down into sandwich. Last bullet headshot out of NiKo, but he gets blindsided by Yakindar.
Help him out.
And so his cousin's gonna have to clutch it.
At least a plant is pretty nice.
Hunter has been on the struggle throughout the series. Gonna have to turn it around right here, right now. And as he gets off site, he hears the approach. They are not trying to hide the attempt. 2 players stomping their way forward as he just takes up position in sandwich. It's a perfectly timed gush and a clutch to close.
Oh, that's redemption right there. 3rd map now. It's not been a great series so far, but a pistol round at this moment, that's worth its weight in gold. Nice one, Hunter. It's a strong 1v2, and I was thinking, oh, they're not going top stairs, actually. This might be a hard trade to get. And he gets the gush. This is just, you don't practice for this kind of tracking. You don't practice. There's no real
also
situations for it. Like, there's only 2 players on the server that can hit a shot like that consistently. And that's NiKo and Twist.
There we go. G2 take a lead off pistol.
Because like you flick up, then your mouse locks because you're
cheating.
Totally vertical.
Oh, right.
Then you turn and then you can flick down.
Oh, yeah. Stinking Mac 10. Oh my god. No, please, G2. It's all good. It's all good. It's all good.
All good.
Everybody's out onto the A site. You got a bomb plant. Nice smoke, by the way. Who threw that one? I don't know that lineup. Do you?
Yeah. On my worst day, I can hit it.
So USP's upgraded into a Mac 10 and Galil, a bit of damage done to the mid play, but conversion, G2. Ain't falling for your tomfoolery, Yakinder. 3 players alive for G2. No resistance on the A site, spelled disaster for Liquid.
Well, it would have been a great gun to save for Liquid, that's for sure.
If you wanted to save it, you shouldn't have given it to Yakinder.
So this game could be dictated by basically a good or bad T side at this point, right?
Yep.
G2 have already survived theirs. Or Liquid, excuse me. And now it'll be on G2 to try to make up for what they couldn't do on Ancient. That was win a T round.
Wow. First gun round, and we get G2 heavy numbers, top middle, an all-in 5-player top mid swing.
I like that. They just cut right to the chase. Got the kill, down to a 4-on-4. Lots of time to reset and look around.
Sure.
I think that strat actually is just nice. People are doing it more often, for sure. Funny because like early CSGO people did it a lot, and then later on you'd only do it with like your pistol round or Tech 9s, for example. But it's back in vogue.
Honestly, on the entry here versus a Mac 10, that is all that's between G2 and a B site. Is NAF's Mac 10. Smokes, flashes, mollies all over the place. He takes up position in sight. Oh, and he finds a great timing to at least sweep m0NESY out of the round. But you've got Malbs, gun in hand, hunting for another victim. And you've got to smoke towards the catwalk to keep ultimate at bay. JKS can boost him and then set him up with the utility. That's the plan. You've got a player stuck on Arch. You've got one back in apps, and MOUZ again on the hunt. The single kit down on the ground, but contact made. They found him out. JKS gets tapped down by MOUZ, and that's going to be enough to convince Ultimate to give it up. G2 swarmed the B site, finding that measly MAC-10.
I like the idea, again, to kick off the round and then the reset, and that just makes it a little bit easier to go for the next bit of their game plan, but it's just a lot of great entries, and I think it was really surprising to see, like, you know, G2's T side just be like non-existent. That was partially because Liquid's CT side was so amazing in terms of overstacking all the right sides and hitting their shots, and Twist and Yakinder, who was playing so well in the first map, having the game that they did. But I think G2 inevitably getting a good T side in the series, or it is inevitable, considering this is how they closed out the fall final, right? It's this entry pack of these three players with MOUZ, who wasn't on the screen, being able to get through anyone.
Yes.
Doesn't matter what the strat even. You know, they just are a Protoss death ball coming forward.
And they're doing it again. 4 players out middle already. Oh! Ultimate has the edge,
Not too
but
fast.
Monacy's able to capitalize. MOUZ instantly into the follow-up frag, and then Hunter's got his, and that death ball you speak of is rolling forward, full momentum. It hits a bit of a speed bump in Yakinder. He drops the bomb, and we go 2v2 because Nav just clips snacks on Cat. But back turn to Nico could end up spelling disaster. Nafly, it's a long road over towards that A site, and it's a very star-studded resistance in what's left of G2. Monacy and Nico in sight, planting on the backside of triple.
It's unlikely, but they kind of need the clutch. I mean, I don't know if Nafly's going to walk away from this, but I think he should try. I mean, there it is, the first shot in.
He sees the util, that gives way to the peak. Full information. Now Monacy versus Naf, both on ops.
Oh, he's got the right idea. He sees it.
Yes,
oh, the shot comes in both ways.
And now that Naf goes in for the deeper peak, he's worried that he's close. Molly on the bomb, and Monacy survives.
The Molly is just big enough that he has to peek slightly, and with the shots going through the wall both ways, Nafly doesn't come out ahead. That's close. That's a nice try. No utility. Op in hand, 1v2. Most wouldn't even got that close, but unfortunately for Liquid, I'm not even saying he should have tried it because it would have been cool. They need that round.
Yeah, agreed.
They're trying to stop 10.
You got to stop the momentum,
that
too.
Looked like it really wasn't even a wall bang. That was close. He must have flicked a little bit.
Yeah, agreed.
That's 10. That's a save here for Liquid. So much was on the line.
Down goes the lesser weapon. Dude, that's the round. That's it right there. That op shot from Naf could have kept the lead manageable, would have kept the economy alive. Instead, G2 with the perfect opportunity to pounce forward on a T side. And unfortunately, it goes without saying, the op dominance this series is just entirely the way of Monacy. Liquid have not had op impact 3 maps deep into this series.
That's true. That's true. And
that's
you gave Ultimate credit for like waking up late some games and like being the X factor that changes it, but he's in a period of reinvention, so
that's true.
Yeah.
That's true. The chrysalis of change. Twist talked about it in the pregame interview, right? Trying to get Roland back into what he does best. JKS, what more do you have to offer? 2 kills, hang on. Okay, die. Goes down. 3 survive. G2, but we are talking now about an ultimate. You know, we could try to sing the praise where it's like, yeah, he brought back those series though. Well, that was during his debuts. That was earlier on. He is now on a 3-event streak with less than a 1.0 rating. And this opening game is going to do no favors in stopping that unfortunate trend. And if, you know, with 2 main...
The world final now. So.
Yeah. And with 2 main events left in this season between this and the Shanghai Major, I mean, we could be talking about a 5-event streak of just negative ratings if he's not careful. And at that point,
and the last 2 events being the most serious, so it's about ramping up, obviously. But there had to be a moment, a period of time where he is getting watched and studied and playing opponents over and over again who are just naturally learning, and that's his job. You know, getting to the top or being able to compete at the top is one thing. Staying there, and being able to be consistent is the thing that very few ever do.
It's the difference between the good and the great. Speaking of the greats, here's m0NESY out top middle yet again. Not afraid of the pressure from the utility, and m0NESY's got Yakindar. They're trying to throw forward that double op setup, trying to get some kind of op rolling for Liquid, but it's found no more success in Yakindars than it has ultimates. 5v4 to get them closer. Twist just trying to catch them off guard, trying to be disruptive to the mid play, but honestly, you have not been able to disrupt G2's T side. There's ultimate in with 1, but of course opened the door for the other players to start crossing over. JKS is still here to help him. NAF and JKS find 1 apiece, and we've got m0NESY still in the mix. JKS down, missed shot out of ultimate. He's gonna try to fixate elsewhere, but nope.
No shot.
Hunter also survives. And we go back to the 2v2. It's the Canadians in the clutch to try and stop. And m0NESY is not fearful. He takes up the position, and that is the difference.
He just knows his gaps. That is the difference, 100%.
3 kills to m0NESY's name in this round.
He could have played that passively and not made a mistake, but instead he knew where he could take a little extra and make the difference. Back to 2-on-1. All the pressure on Twist now.
It's a thing of beauty to watch m0NESY op 21 and 12 here on the 3rd map of the series. Another flawless second half between Inferno and now Mirage. That is what G2 have brought to the table, and this time it's all about the T side. Twists, deep nade, nobody's home. It's a double up instead to his left, and nobody gives him anything to pull on, so unfortunately he senses the save is needed, and that is 12 secured G2. m0NESY, 3 kills in this one. Absolute difference maker.
Yeah, I mean, he's just consistently been amazing. So much impact, all the shots being hit. And when on the other side, you have Ultimate, who in this round, he misses a flick, but that hasn't really been the big issue for him. It's mostly finding the opportunities, the setups like m0NESY just found, setting up the easy shots. That's where now, you know, we actually looked at Ultimate as very aggressive at first. But now I think in this moment where he's trying to find himself again, he's not being as aggressive, and now suddenly he's just not getting the impact at all. m0NESY's got a bit of everything, so it's going to take all your tricks, all your consistency, and everything to keep up.
Oh my god, he gets there. Yakindar. I thought he was going to catch Snacks off guard the way Snacks just kind of runs around the corner, but it goes 5v4 G2. And in what was feeling like finally a close map in this head-to-head, what do you know? It's a blowout after the T side. G2 looking for, again, a flawless second half. They pulled it off on Inferno. They are 3 kills away from doing it yet again on Mirage. Ultimate. It's got to be here. It's got to be now. It's already too late, and it's definitely seemingly too little. Nico traded out instantly by NAF. The Oppers got him, though, you'd think. m0NESY does not miss. Struck down by G2 in this opening game. Team Liquid come up short after a 13-0 start in this series. G2 reverse sweep.
Yeah, despite a blowout on map number 1, G2 managed to turn the tides and take this series 2-1. And that was a pretty convincing fashion to be doing it on Inferno and subsequently Mirage, Stico.
I predicted it will be close, and the first half was indeed close.
Yeah, Connor, right, you got to put some respect on Martin's name. He called the 6-6. It was a 6-6, and then no more for Liquid as we moved on to that second half.
It was pretty flawless up until then, but yeah, as you said, landslide victory on the last 2 maps for G2, and this is a nice bounce back from the Ancient that we've saw.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy because once again, I mean, similar story to Inferno. We look at that first half, end 6-6. Liquid start to have quite a bounce back when Ultimate finally gets his hands on the AWP, right? I think we can bring up round number 7 to kind of illustrate exactly what happened. And after this moment, it felt like maybe Liquid had a bit more control, and I was expecting them to continue that into that second half.
Yes, and it all started because of the pistol round that G2 actually won. They are pistol round merchants here, and really AWP into the hands of m0NESY as early as possible was absolutely necessary. First time Ultimate had an AWP himself was when he was 0-5, and this is the exact head-to-head duel where Ultimate actually won, and this was pretty clutch entry on m0NESY because it opened up the map so much, and this was pure impact entry from Ultimate. Yekindar sneaks into the window actually and abuses all the rotations because of the fact that he finds that this vent lil here in front of him is not broken, and therefore all the rotations from CTs that they're forced to do are coming through CT spawn, and they collapse on this A side because they know exact position of everyone. This is second frag of Ultimate that he had, and I think overall in this map he had 5 in total, so this was pretty much the only round where he found any solid impact.
And that's very painful when we're looking at him as, you know, a man that, sure, it's obviously his rookie year, it's his debut in Tier 1, but he's impressed us in, you know, events previously. It's only been the past couple where we've gone, okay, maybe the opponents have kind of figured out exactly how you want to play. We're looking for that adaptation. Didn't happen here in this series versus G2.
I attribute it to the slow start, and basically G2 won both of these pistol rounds in the Mirage, and that's why AWP is just not going to be present at the first gun rounds for Ultimate, and well, m0NESY had it, and he was just clearly out-dueling him, out-AWPing him, and it is basically a trademark right now for G2. The pistol rounds are just their domain, and Nico was pretty much the most important effect of that. He had 10 and 1 KD in pistol rounds on last 2 maps, and you know, it kind of always steamrolled that kind of economy, and it's just so nice to play the game of Counter-Strike if you're leading always 3-0, 4-0, 5-0, just like G2 were doing across the maps here.
It's crazy. I mean, the stats itself are so impressive, 10-1 in terms of those pistols, but it's that subsequent impact that you were talking about, right? And the fact that m0NESY could get his hands on an AWP so early on Mirage, he gets the ball rolling so quickly, ends up being, you know, the top fragger in terms of the kills on that particular map. It pays off in dividends, right, to have these hot starts, particularly when we come into MR12 as well.
Yeah, I mean, MR12 just underlines the factor that pistol rounds are going to be there and are always going to be the most impactful part of the map pool.
Well, G2 guaranteed to be making it to the quarterfinals here at the Blast Premier World Finals, but one more game to be rounding out this evening's action. It's going to be Spirit taking on Vitality for the 3rd time this year, but interestingly enough, the first time in a group stage. We're going to be going down after this break.
We're ready to make a difference here in Singapore.
Flamesy on his own! Just like that!
We're not just here to play, we're here to win.
We play to win every single round.
Your Blast London Grand Champions! Team Spirit!
Don't underestimate us.
The final opening game of the Blast Premier World Finals of Spirit take on Team Vitality. Now for Spirit, funnily enough, this is the first time we're seeing them in an official in just over a month after they lost out to G2 back in Copenhagen. Whereas for Vitality, we obviously saw them at the Intel Extreme Masters Rio, but they're coming in with a slightly more quirky face, aren't they, Stico? You might have heard us giggling a little bit at the beginning of the segment because, of course, we have Jax behind us, replacing MOUZ just for the moment at this tournament.
He's spreading the vibes even amongst the talent. Like,
For
it's
real.
good to be around a guy that is so funny and so charismatic as Jax is.
Vibe check, always positive. Just to contextualize, obviously, MOUZ, he had a child, so he spent some time at home with his family. Congratulations, MOUZ. If you're watching, I'm sure you have your hands quite full right now. But for the replacement, for Jax, you know, stepping in to the shoes of MOUZ, how do you rate this as, I guess from the perspective of, okay, if it was a player like Spinks, a player like Flames, I'm going to remove Zywoo and Apex from this conversation. How much of an impact do you think it is to have MOUZ, you know, out of the server and Jax stepping in?
Honestly, I don't hate it. Whenever some team brings in a stand-in, it's usually considered as a huge, huge weakness, and therefore it's going to be pretty much the dark horse of the tournament, or underdog of the tournament, so to speak. But for Jax replacing MOUZ, I think it actually makes perfect kind of sense, because they were obviously ready for this kind of change. It's not like MOUZ got sick or anything. They were prepared for this, and they actually deliberately looked for a replacement that is viable enough to pick up the slack when it comes to in-game performance, but mostly outside of the game performance, because that vibe and that kind of hunger that he's showing right now, and he's trying to prove himself and, you know, bringing back the French Counter-Strike a little bit together, it is actually pretty good advantage that you could play without pressure like this.
Yeah, I guess they've officially got that French flag for the moment on HLTV. And this is no shade to MOUZ, right? We expect Jax to be bringing the good vibes, which I'm sure he's bringing to James Banks in this interview.
Welcome back, Jax. It is good to see you, and once again standing in for Vitality. How good does it feel for you to be asked by Vitality to stand in once again?
I have no words. I'm just happy to be here and to live my present moment, and let's see what happens.
Now, the team's currently playing with MOUZ when it comes to the RMR. I read the interview that said you played just 2 games, so how ready are you?
Compared to EPL, not so much, because in EPL we have 2 weeks of practice, and now we have only 2 practice. And it's not my role, so let's see. The first thing we want is to enjoy the game, enjoy being together, and I'm going to do the best.
Now, you do enjoy being with these guys, especially some people you've played with before, right? You know these guys very well. So do you feel like you can add something that was maybe will help things here, add something different to the team, go a little step further than what people expect?
I don't think I can add something, but they have a noyau solid. But no, just giving my vibes and following the captain, following the team, and just taking pleasure.
And you always bring positive vibes, that's what I know for sure. Do you see this opportunity as a good way, though, to tell the world, like, look, Jax is still here, come pick me up?
Yes, it's a bit a test for me, because I know people, I'm old for some people, but everything is like responsibility, and the game, what I give to the game. And I think I have 1 or 2 years to compete to the top level, or even tier 2, I don't know, but I still want to have a good year in CS.
Now I have to ask something about some of the photos I saw. I saw you guys in bed together, then I saw you guys with middle fingers to each other. What's going on?
It's a team building of Vitality, guys, I just follow.
You just follow what you're told to do, and you got taken into this madness. But do you feel like it worked? Are you more bonded?
Guys, let's see on the server.
Let's see, indeed, Jax. I want to get like a giggle counter for this Team Vitality, because already just during that interview, like, I could barely hear what Jax was saying. They were laughing so loud.
Yeah, 100%. It's not like he was a liability back in the EPL S17 as well, where he had impact. He had ADR, he had basically all the resources that he could use to prove himself. And right now, there's another stage for him to take the lead.
He was obviously touching upon, you know, the roles that he's used to versus the ones that MOUZ play, and we need to, you know, give some props to Mezzi because he doesn't play like the sexiest positions in Counter-Strike, right? They aren't the roles where you typically see the superstar shining in. So sometimes I feel like he's a little bit slept on in terms of how important he is for Vitality in some particular rounds and series.
And this one might be actually the biggest point that we have to attribute to Jax. This will be a real test because the positions he's going to play, as he said, he's not familiar with them, and they are the hardest roles in the game, in my opinion, and in opinion of, you know, a lot of people, because you look at the statistics and there's just not much you can do when you look at, for example, Newbie's B-side or Mirage B-side. So all these kind of things will play a factor in terms of how Jax is going to actually deal with maybe a bad performance, or how he's going to spread that good vibe across the server to other guys, even if he doesn't have the good game.
Let's talk about the man that we just saw, you know, before Jax comes on the camera and just dances his way into this Vitality lineup. But in all seriousness, this is a really hype matchup because we do have ZywOo taking on Donk. This is going to be one of the conversations, you know, in terms of the best player of the year, alongside m0NESY. Those are the three names that are in the conversation for the top three. Who do you think is edging out at the moment, Stiko, if you had to bet?
I'm gonna give it still to Dong, even though rating is proving me otherwise, but I want to paint clear picture for audience that this matchup we're going to witness right now might be the one that is going to decide between #1 and #2 for 2024. It might not be very well, but again, we still have a major upcoming, but this might be the game that is actually going to decide who is going to take home that precious medal of being #1.
Very interesting. In terms of Donk and his recent form, obviously we saw them dodging IM Rio. They're one of the teams that are kind of doing what many teams might have to be doing next year. They obviously chose to skip out IM Chengdu at the beginning of the year. They chose to skip out on EPL season 19, I believe it was, and IM Rio. What do you make of that? Do you think it's a smart idea, or is it kind of stupid for them to skip out tournaments?
Obviously, I can say for Team Spirit, they obviously made an internal decision, but I don't hate it. Again, I think this is something that teams will adopt for season 2025, which will be stacked with a lot more tournaments compared to this one. And Spirit is already doing it. They're already making mistakes or learning from these mistakes, whilst future teams are going to start doing that only in 2025, coming with the mindset that not every tournament is going to be feasible for us to attend. Maybe Spirit are doing this in hindsight, where they want to avoid the burnout, which is a very real thing in Counter-Strike, and the schedule that we're pulling off. It might be one of those things, but obviously after the performance in Blast Fall Finals Copenhagen, it was very much needed, and I think the skipping of IM Rio was actually a pretty nice call.
I would say that puts even more pressure on their heads, right? Obviously, with the stand-in situation aside for Vitality, after, you know, they lost out at Fall Finals, Zontix gave a really nice interview to James Banks where he had some Shakespeare lines in there, but he was also saying about there's so many things they have to work on. They've had a month now. Surely this is the ground where they have to prove it, right?
It must be, and Zontix will say it obviously in the interview as well, where he just needs to be aware of the mental state of the team, and everyone needs to be aware of this because it's one of the main factors why they're not performing so well.
Well, you're totally right, Stiko. We've got Zontix catching up with James Banks.
Zontix, back at the full finals, you were very honest with me about the team's communication, the team's confidence as well, and kind of not being on the same page. You've had a bit more time, right? You took a bigger break in here. How did you guys try and work on that? How did you try to fix it?
First of all, we needed some time off because we had to chill a bit and to rest. And we had 10 days of vacation. And I think it helped us a lot. And we talk with each other and we communicate a lot better, and we are not that high on emotions. I think we are more rational about some things inside or outside the game, and I think that helped us. So it was necessary and it worked. And I think this is the main thing, because there was not much of a problems inside the game, like about structure or tactics or whatever. We just had to be better emotionally, and we had to play better individually. And I think right now both of these aspects are way better.
In terms of being way better, is it also important you guys as a full team try and keep working on the mental strength for you guys, especially being the young team as well?
You know, we had success before, so it's not that hard for us to come back, because we know what we are capable of, because we have shown that. And of course, we're a young team, but because of the success we had before, we can easily come back, just knowing that we are in good individual shape, we are good emotionally, we talk a lot, we play a lot, and so I don't see some major problem like right now that we have in our team, in our game, and I think everyone understands that, and we'll play a lot better than we played last few months.
I love hearing those words from Zontix, not least talking about the emotional angle, because Stico, we saw a hell of a lot of frustrations on the player camps back in Copenhagen.
Yeah, and it was pretty clear that they were just angry at each other, or maybe at themselves as well as the players, but they were kind of like taking it on each other as a teammate. I don't really know. I'm really hoping that we will see a new side of Team Spirit because, yeah.
Certainly high for the side of Vitality, but I'm curious, how are you doing, Connor and Mo?
Certainly high over here too, Freya.
Angry.
Yeah, angry at each other, just like Team Spirit.
I think it's good. I think it's good. I think it's fine if they get angry at each other. I think that is actually could be good. I think our criticism for Spirit early on was it always felt like they were too demure, wasn't taking things too seriously.
Sure.
Right? Just kind of everything lackadaisical, letting results happen. Maybe they did need to liven up a bit, get on each other about things, get things sorted out, because all their problems are mental. Like when they're playing their best, I think they're the best team. With Donk and Shiro and everything, I think they're the best team.
Okay.
I think they have the highest peaks this entire year. I think they're the best team. When they're at their lows, it's just because they fall apart. Doesn't really seem to have to do with like they're lacking a game plan, or they don't have the individual players, or like a player who's in contention for best player of the world. Like they have all the things they need. We've seen their highs. They're just sort of a paper tiger at times.
Ooh.
And they have a recent loss to MIBR, okay? And you know what? MIBR actually played quite well.
True.
But that's a bit too far down for Spirit for it to be comfortable. So now they have to go up against Jax.
Yes.
That is the king of mood.
It is.
You're going to beat Jax, then you're really, you're solving half your problems here.
You know, he was answering James Banks' questions in French. You know, he said,
was so excited.
He said, Vitality, I don't have to do too much. They already have a noyau solide, a solid nut, aka a good foundation.
I'm sure James knew that.
I have a hunch maybe he did. And if he didn't, he acts like he did.
Yeah.
And that's what makes James a good interviewer.
He's a good nut.
Smile and nod. A noyau solide.
Egg.
That is Vitality. Come on, Jax, let's see it. Obviously, when he stood in for Vitality at Pro League last time, it was phenomenal to watch. He slotted right into the entry role. It was a good old hootenanny. But now, we'll see what he can do. Has had much less practice than his last stand-in endeavor, but Le Noyau Solide is right behind him. Everybody ready to go. Meanwhile, Zontix, classic A defender on Anubis, is tethering nicely with Shiro and Chopper, and ooh boy, it all gets shut down real quick. Donk finds his. It's nearly a team ace coming out from Team Spirit. Only Magic's yet to get his, but he's coming running over towards heaven, spamming shots through. ZywOo tapped one. This is a live wire. ZywOo's got a player up close. Chopper hits the headshot from Bricks, and that is Hallie, giving fist bumps all around.
Yeah, Hallie's been a cool coach to watch because he's also like very dense with the amount of information that he brings into tack pauses.
Call him dense? That's rude, man.
He might be, who knows? I hope he's a little stubborn because he's got to get his troops in line.
That's
okay?
fair. Nice save.
But he has a lot to say in those tack pauses.
Yep.
And it's similar to Blade in terms of like how much information it seems that he's rattling off. And he's just plays a very active role in terms of like not just standing behind the team, but it feels like he's leading in the exact same way that Blade is.
Yeah. Yeah, he's definitely comparable. I wish, honestly, it's like I wish he spoke English so I could understand him. But that's obviously self-centered. That's the beauty of having seen Blade's development. Oh, Donk.
Wow.
Oh my God, cracking nuts outside of that site. Everybody's head has been popped. How dare you test Donk so early on?
We've been under a rock this year. Haven't watched CS2. Still been watching the CS2 VODs. Donk is fairly good at rifling right now.
You know, we had this, you started this conversation somewhat earlier today between like the Donk, m0NESY, and ZywOo kind of #1, right?
Yeah.
Like how is top 3 in 2024 going to happen? Speaking to Maui Snake, when we arrived in Singapore, I think Maui raised a good point where it's like, you know, of those 3 players.
Did he ace?
Oh,
Wow,
yes.
he just aced. Oh my God.
This is Donk post-Donk nerf, right?
Yeah.
Because rifles have been affected by the game's updates throughout the year. And you could argue that, you know, maybe that did kind of hold him back a little bit. With Peeker's advantage going away and
everything, yeah, everything in terms of updates. It's like Kenny S in terms of the off nerf. They try to do it to Donk right in the middle of Katowice. That was like unprecedented.
Yep.
They dropped the update, and then Donk still had a 1.70.
Couldn't stop him
from the play-in stage.
Yes,
the
sir.
entire event. So he survived that update.
Yep.
But yeah, there's been a number of changes to the game that specifically made it his job harder.
It's like rifling has gotten harder throughout the year.
But regardless, even when it was, you know, pre-nerf or whatever, he was still so far ahead of every other rifler, the exact same setup. A man on his own. He led the way. Everyone started watching his demos. Malbs was saying he learned everything from Donk. People were just saying they studied the hell out of it. People at Katowice were copying his settings. Pro players were copying his sensitivity.
Yeah, changing their settings mid-map at times.
It's like... it was real. It's real.
Since Katowice, have never changed off of Donk's crosshair.
Oh, you're on Donk's crosshair?
Yeah,
The little tiny
guy.
Little tiny crosshair.
My eyes, I don't think are as sharp. But no, Donk.
You just got to Yakinder it then.
Yeah. Smell the pixels.
Yeah.
No, Donk since Katowice has just been, like you said, you would have had to have been living under a rock to not know Donk.
Yeah. So.
I have friends who haven't been following
That is the case
Counter-Strike.
sometimes, though, right? Sometimes people take a break, they come back, and they're like, wait, so who's this guy?
Well, I had people who said like, "Oh, I heard that there's some new phenom."
Yeah,
like
okay.
it's like they you know one of the reasons they got back into following Counter-Strike is because this Donk guy broke records at Katowice. Zywoo, stop. Ooh. We're talking about something else. You can't go out acing and clutching like that, buddy. Settle down. Flamesy gets 1, Zywoo gets 2. Shiro gets 3. And Team Spirit off to winning ways. But yeah,
Donk was like AI for the stock market. It just pumped everyone. Like, it pumped everyone's bags for like the whole year. Like, people were just watching Counter-Strike just to see him. Like, in the same way people were watching like Simple and Zywoo and just out of nowhere.
Yeah, so, you know, it's been fun to watch. And obviously the conversation goes on about who is the best of 2024. And we are at the last 2 big events of the year with the major waiting in the wings. And this, I mean, playoffs now, that's where I'm looking for a Team Spirit heading into a major. This Singapore sets a tone for some of these top-tier teams. And we've got nothing but top-tier teams in Singapore.
Yes.
So right now, start your endeavor at the World Final with an easy cleanup of a Vitality who's lost Mezzy. You've got Jax coming in, you know, has not had nearly as much Tier 1 play as everybody else in this server this year. They have not had a lot of time to gel.
Unfortunately, the entering job is not going to be that easy. But at least of all the roles that you'd want him to fill in for, I'd say that would be one of the top.
Sure.
That's his comfort zone as well.
Chopper goes down along the wall. Flamesy
flashes.
Had that one isolated pretty easy. Turn of events here for Vitality. Apex going to punch in the digits. And so guns look real good in the hands of Vitality. That defense, not so much. Poor Chopper got zoned.
Flimsy. We got Jax out there with the kill.
But we got Magix on the double op, Mohan. So moving forward here, keep both these ops alive, and let's see what Magix can do. Loves a secondary op on Anubis.
Yeah, he's definitely solid with it on Anubis. And with Mezzy, obviously Jack's not the same player, but the problems go far beyond like how they match up 1-to-1. Like their roles aren't going to match up 1-to-1. CT side, we'll have to see what that's going to look like. And Jax hasn't had that much time to play with Vitality, but yeah, it's his time out of Tier 1. That's the biggest thing.
Terrorists win.
Obviously, you know Jax. He's probably been living a great life, flourishing in his lane and everything. But when it comes to CS2 and Tier 1 and the new tricks people are doing and players like Donk that he's seeing for the first time in a server, yeah, that's...
it's like playing
a lot
versus...
on his plate. He's playing for Spirit right now, the opening game.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, it's the first time you go up against Jame and any of his teams is kind of like, you're probably going to lose.
Yeah, probably.
And it feels like the first time you have to peek into Donk or the first time you have to hold back a Donk peek.
Yeah.
Welcome to 2024, Jax.
Yeah. On the upside, at the last time that he played as a stand-in for Vitality, he was amazing. So amazing, in fact, that it felt like he should have just played out the rest of the event.
It did.
Because he was actually such a just plug and play.
Like people were
guy.
upset that he didn't get to earn more time on Vitality.
Yeah, yeah. He was just filling, so it was sort of hard to say.
He's stand-in extraordinaire.
What's that?
Extraordinaire.
Oh, okay.
But with French. Because this is now a majority French roster, officially. Apex says, I'm done playing with Englishmen. Bring me Jax. Spinks, entry, double, down, onto Chopper yet again. Chopper's not having a fun time trying to hold him back, and Sontix dies to Jax. So simultaneous mid and A attack, and it looks real good for Vitality.
These A flashes are so efficacious here. They're getting everyone blind. They're chaining them so well. The A attacks are just looking so strong. It's another time where Spirit cannot just sit in their own sight, get a kill. Magic's full kitty utility, op in hand, 0 and 0 on round 5. Hasn't seen a damn thing.
You say efficacious?
Yes.
Is that like bootylicious?
It's kind of depends, like if it's a really nice booty, then
okay.
Efficacious booty because it's doing a good job. But efficacious, high efficacy, just working really well.
Efficacious flashes make the boys go loco. Magics. Oh, we can't hang on to that op. So the double op, the costly double op.
Like you can have an efficacious milkshake if it. Well, it's a weird thing to do with food. I don't know if you or ass.
As long as it brings the boys to the yard.
Yeah. So he's trying to do a Kellis rep. Khalees. Like that was an efficacious yell.
Okay. Blood curdling. Smokes all around. You know, a part of me wants to write off Vitality at this event because they have Jax as a stand-in, but you know, he said it himself. The core of this team, it's got a good foundation.
It's a good nut.
That ain't an op. Jax on the attack. Ooh, loses vision, has to forfeit control. And good thing he did, I think. Zontix was about to come clearing in, would have had an advantage if he found him close smoke.
That's like one of those moments where it is good to take a fast step because you want them to know like how close you are to or have re-cleared something that they've taken from you. Spinks is so good in spots like this at getting his kill or just using the sound to his benefit, and they are starting to walk away from it now. So Spinks could find a timing. He's certainly turn the corner.
Looks like he's ahead of it too, right? Auto shotty on the pillar. Jax finds the headshot to him. Donk just kind of letting him go. Donk hangs on to back plat with a kill towards Spinks, and Shiro's support comes through in time.
This is his spot.
Nicely done by Donk, just changing his position for these engagements. Apex takes one down from beyond the grave as Flames goes in for the plant, comes back and nearly clears out that MP9, but Donk does enough. The rotation from Shiro is clean, and Team Spirit able to respond after a couple of pickups from Vitality.
That was a pretty handsome looking split. They did have everything they wanted. Spinks waited the perfect amount of time to like catch someone off guard as he came in. The guard was down, but who was still here in the site in a great spot? It's Donk in one of his kind of prime locations. Perfectly played by him, coming in front of the molly as well. When you expect that molly to push someone out, you want to swing into it. He knows he's going to get another good duel for that, so that was very good forward thinking by him in that moment. Nice micro movement. So this is pretty peak right now. You got Vitality, I think, coming forward with a very strong T-side idea. The execution looks pretty good, but the sheer power of Donk and how good he looks straight off the bat today, I think, gives us the ingredients for a great match.
Good display of individual level throughout the day today.
Yeah, Twist now last year is actually at 1.48, I think, across 3 maps despite losing.
Stound kicked it all off.
Yeah.
Some shining stars on day one of the World Final here in Singapore. Last Premier in Asia for the first time ever.
And I heard ticket sales were great.
Oh, you'll see. Flamesy on the chase. Oh, yep. He's got him against the wall, and he's able to zone Chopper yet again in the middle of it all.
These A attacks, man, they've been so solid. I love what we're seeing out of Vitality right now. Like, as a team, with these full-on pops, it feels like back in the day when you get Astralis versus Liquid on Overpass, and how they could just hit B-side over and over again. Right. It's the perfect exec. And in the game, they like couldn't figure out how to stop them from doing it. So they could even reset to the same thing. You knew they're all standing out there, but if you can't do anything about the utility, you're just going to end up dying in the same ways over and over again. So Spirit's got to find an answer for that.
I mean, this is where Vitality found their success at the start of the half, and after a couple of shutdowns by Donk elsewhere, why not go back? I like that Apex didn't waste much time before reverting back to the A commitments.
Now, fundamentally speaking, if there is going to be a full exec, like let's say it was Mirage and doing A execs, one of the best ways to stop that is not by playing outside of the exec and coming back in, it's playing as close as possible to the choke points themselves. Because, for example, if you're playing close to A ramp, you're not going to get flashed if T's have to come out of A ramp. So in this example, they could be pushed up on A before they're getting out onto the side and crossing. And that was a great angle to show exactly how easy it's been for them to scale and look around. If they kill them up at baskets, right? If they kill them on the main push first, or doubled down, or had Shiro and Zontix working together to like fight harder there, then they don't have to worry about the flashes if the site hit comes in later.
Then you don't find Zontix looking the wrong direction, exposed in a smoke by a frag grenade. And Chopper, same thing, right? Utility kind of popped, and two deer caught in the headlights last round as far as Spirit's defense goes. This is an early turning point for Vitality. We could be looking at a tied game at 4 rounds of pop and then bottomed out economies. It's already a lesser buy for Spirit. Pistol here for Chopper. No util basically already. So Vitality have found the door ajar. Go ahead and shove Jax through it first. We'll see if, God forbid, Vitality can find some momentum with a stand-in on this T side. Flamesy on the prowl. I'm going to find Shiro holding the angle, or he could have, but...
Thing is, they set up in the exact same way. This time, I think their excuse was they're a little broke here. But this does mean that Zontix and Chopper are just in fairly, vanilla spots with, like, their weaker guns.
Yep, pressure in from both sides. It's going to expose Zontix to the camera peek. He does a good job of at least bringing one down, but Chopper, 5'7", dies empty-handed, and what do you know? Lo and behold, A site there for the taking yet again.
I think this would have been a good moment to say, let's try Shiro Zontix on the aggressive. I'm sure they thought about it, but if they tried it this one, they could have reasonably expected Vitality to try something similar. It's just working so well for them. They've got something here. And somehow this still doesn't bring them into the lead, but the quality of rounds is there for sure. Teams are looking fresh so far, today. Like, new ideas, like individual skill. You can really feel the thought coming into the end of this season.
Henry G promised us there were no bad games at Fall Finals. He was correct.
Yes.
And he extended that earlier today to say that the same can be said about World Finals.
No, last few Blast events in terms of the Fall Final, Spring Final, just been massively stacked, obviously. Yeah, like today's matchups were ridiculous. There was a full day of games. Like, you really couldn't improve it much.
I'm excited.
And then, like, Astralis might have been the team you say, well, that could have been Eternal Fire.
Right.
But then they literally beat NAVI.
So are we really that mad?
Spots earned.
You done did it. And don't even get me started on the Blast Showdown. Oh, that's Counter-Strike.
Rest in peace. Casted the final one.
Gone but not forgotten. Where else can you watch Metasport beat Falcons?
Literally nowhere. Where can you watch Pain beat Furia?
Where can you watch 9Z beat Vitality?
The good ones are there. Those are the best.
Where else can you watch? Was it Starry?
Oh,
G5,
BG2. Was it? Should have been. It would have been, right? Yeah.
At least one map.
Yeah. Ace G2 on Vertigo.
Ooh.
Nice one, yeah.
Where else can you watch Nip versus Amcal?
Oh my god. Oh my gosh. No.
I'd Shireen about that.
Oh my god.
If you'd like to relive that experience, be sure to go watch FaZe on YouTube. He made an incredible breakdown of
one of the matches of all time.
Yeah. Had me crying in the club for real. Shiro goes for the boost on long, makes no contact, and so they almost peel entirely back, but instead Shiro's just going to kind of float in the open ground, hanging on to his angle. I like that, again, you know, you feel this fixation from Vitality on the A site. I'll throw the op out there. Let's see what you can make of it. A fun little chance for Shiro to shine. Flashes have been problematic. Flick shot is missed. Flamesy doubles down. At that point, Shiro had no teammates and had already missed his chance of getting the solid multi-frag hole.
Everyone's got their hand over face. Everyone's got their hand over face every single time this A site gets hit. This time, again, they are trying to stop it. They already had like 2 players towards camera. Not really committing, though, out in both directions. Like into mid, stopping the problem before it gets there, pushing baskets as far as you can. I think they need to go all out with the aggression on these early tactics, because Dunk's sitting over here on the other side of the map, having a fine time. As the score starts to climb in favor of Vitality, just because the A site, they just got something special going on. You're not going to bring Dunk over to the site to help out. That doesn't really make sense. So I think this is like a, you know, it's a no-brainer for Vitality. I would just keep trying this until we see Spirit come up with a solution, because why would you want to go fight Donk right now? He's having his best game.
I wouldn't. Nearly a triple kill right there for Flamesy, but he's got Spinks to help him out. Jack's just enjoying the ride. Well, not just enjoying it. He's contributed with a few kills on those A attacks. We go 5 of the last 6 rounds all the way of Vitality. That pistol and 3-0 start nearly forgotten. And Spinks right back into his passive angle.
And speaking of Flames, it's going to be great to see how, you know, the peak that he achieves this year in the top 20 as well. He's like MOUZ, he sort of had his best year to date. And while he won't be, you know, in the running for top 1, he's done more for Vitality lately than he ever has.
Feels like the next generation has truly arrived in 2024.
They're really blossoming, yeah.
I feel like Counter-Strike is in such good hands.
They're like about to turn into legends, or you will figure out which ones will be or not, like at this point, because the consistency is starting to come up there. They're like match performance in stages are starting to be there. Their X factor, the highlight clutches moments, all-time clutches are coming out. They're no longer just kids.
It's enough to make a grown man cry. Deep peek out B. Magix dives back. It does draw them in, though. Can they draw them into Donk? He's ready to peek off backside, but gets clipped by Spinks. Magix, well done. Double kill. Jax returns the favor with the entry, and the frag grenade's going to expose Shiro, but Zontix actually clips the wings of Jax in time.
Whoa.
And then Chopper connects with a headshot on his counterpart. We've got Spinks pinning one in behind Pillar, but he peeks too deep, and Shiro finds him. Spirit in the fray and frantic hit. I mean, that was a turbocharged attack out of Vitality, and Spirit hang on.
Yes, they do, and they had additional support there to make it happen. I think this is maybe a moment where Vitality like, all right, it's about time they try to answer the problems on the other side of the map, but it's still Shiro here. It's still enough players, and they took out Donk right away, so it was a good chance for Vitality, but Spirit endured.
Chopper a little cerebral with that one. It's the kind of round that could have deterred you from the B hit, but instead, Vitality looked to sink their teeth into it again. You got a player back pillar, and Flamesy feeling like he had a chance to jump, but instead Magic's opening kill. Donk takes up position on pillar.
They were so incredibly ready for that exact move.
Right, Chopper just instantly on that flank finds one for him, and you can see Vitality try to turn it back. They've got so much time, why not?
Yeah, this was just a matter of it being the wrong idea at the wrong time. I mean, they were both very wealthy coming into this round, and I think it's just, if Spirit obviously were not careful, that choke point, if you get like 2 steps forward into it, or you start to fan out to the right or left, it can be hard to keep track of you because that big default pillar, depending on which side you're holding from. So it can all go wrong if the first player gets his kill. But in this spot, Spirit were just very, very good about early rounds. Let's just make sure we're watching our smokes. Let's make sure we have everything covered. And they were ready for that quick pop. It's an interesting call because Vitality have so much, they all both have so much money. Normally, you know, you think you do this when you have low util because you're dropping players who've got full kits, but that's what can make it unlikely. But it looks like they can actually walk into a plant now because of the timing. Even though Chopper's walked up water, he'll be there in a second. Shiro doesn't have to move too much.
ZywOo. Oh, he gets his gun back out in time. And then, however, Shiro that much further will find ZywOo off guard. So 3v2 cut down to the even kill. Jax a chance to shine. He's 2 kills deep. He's got Spinks to work with. Jax looking for the clutch against Shiro. He's out in the open. Awkward. Oh, Jax not gonna let you swap guns twice.
Wow, he actually stayed out for the fight and still won it. That is crazy. Nicely done from Jackson. That was just perfect. Like what we saw in that last fight as well, with the molly down. I mean, I would have looked at that fight and be like, this guy's been in Tier 1 for some time. He takes the fight exactly perfectly. That one comes down to the minutia. He's clearly comfortable here, even if he says that he hasn't played a lot. Right here, that one's everything. Like
clean, man.
At this level, you're seeing that happen in almost every single post plant, and it just is going to come down to who is exactly perfect in that moment, and he was.
You know, Jax being honest in his pregame interview, he said, you know, I'm an older guy. I've got maybe 1 or 2 years left where I could play at this level of Counter-Strike. I'm just going to try my best to prove it yet again. Even with
there's just nothing old about him, though, is there?
No, he's, I mean, age is a mindset.
Yeah.
And if you've ever met Jax, I mean, you don't even need to meet him. You can see it when he walks in the room.
Yeah.
Jax in with the double entry, cleaning it up alongside ZywOo, so we get a Vitality switch back to the A site in the final round of the half. Why go give Donk a chance to shine? Force him into the retake in a 2v4 alongside Magic's.
I know young guys that are older than Jax.
Magic's not even allowed in, and Jax can sense Donk on the other side of the smoke. Damn, Jax fitting in with that Noyo solid. slotting in like he had never missed a beat. Jax, a part of the pack as it came down to dismantling that A defense. Yes, Donk had moments to shine, but it's Vitality shining brighter so far in this map.
Well, I don't say much brighter. Just slightly, I guess.
Just slightly.
Yeah, like scoreline shows. I think it's pretty fair. I think Spirit they were stronger on the B site than they were on the A site. Vitality did some cool stuff. I think they have good exec in their back pocket, and Jax is literally topping the board with the entries. Can't ask for much more. It's the game that we hoped it was going to be. Donk on top, Jax on top. Literally, right?
It's what we wanted.
Yeah,
players. It's not what we thought we'd get, but it's what we wanted.
Yeah.
If you thought with your heart. Oh, sorry, Jax. There's a reality check. Shiro from downtown. I love when they just stack Shiro to the brim with Kevlar P250, full belt of util. That's my favorite pistol from Spirit. And we get it here with that first headshot. Zontix then leads a charge into the A play, showing that Spirit can take an A site too. Flamesy dies with nothing. ZywOo tiptoeing over top Jax's corpse. And he almost gets blindsided, but instead Magix kind of gives up his position top middle. Could this still go south for Spirit?
Uh-oh.
Shiro dies, still.
Time, and they're so far.
There's
so far
no
away.
kit.
Yeah.
So you'd think it's all good for Spirit nonetheless, but a tap. Oh, almost. They're going to have to concede this one. So Spirit very quickly chew into that little bit of a lead that Vitality had established on the T side.
I bet based on Jax's genetics, he looks young. He's always happy. I feel like he could play 10 more years. What do you think?
At least 4 more years.
Okay. That's still pretty good. That's pretty solid.
Somebody died in the last second there. I can't even keep up. Oh, his little 2-tap dirt nap.
Also, in reality, like, you don't have to be that fast. And if you look at, like, studies, your reaction time is not going to even slow down the older you get. Not really. There's like parents who have, like, faster reaction times than their kids. It's just whatever you got, you're probably going to stick around, roughly. And if you're someone like Jax who is, like, super fast, even if it slows down a bit, it's still going to be relevant. It just comes down to, like, maybe the old wrists and stuff, you know?
Oh,
things get creaky.
My carpal tunnel.
Yeah.
I don't know, Mohan. You sound like a 33-year-old coping.
Oh, so I sound younger.
Are you 34?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm a horrible friend.
So.
Oh, you got me. Point in case.
My memory's better than these youngins, too.
Flamesy, careful now. Oh, a little separation between the T's that are over here. ZywOo's going to double down. They were meant to be working together, but a little gap between them. Nice pressure out through middle. Apex, speaking of the old dogs, gets caught off by Chopper. Right now, Spinks is on his own deep B. Got like this weird positioning from Jax out in the river, kind of clearing out A main as ZywOo turns his attention back towards middle. So they'll exchange responsibilities, and ZywOo's able to follow this, flanking in behind the B commitment that is surely about to come through. Can ZywOo find this timing? Are they going to get out in time? No! Oh, they line up, but it's a nice turn from Shiro. He keeps it alive.
And they can plan for back CT now.
All's good, seemingly. Jax has got a long road to run, and Spinks tries to play it before he gets there, but will they stack up in dark?
One of the best stats about Jax is that is he going to run away from this?
Yeah.
He should just go for it. They're so low, actually. It'd be worth a try, even though, I don't know, is there kit down somewhere?
It would have to be on Spinks, and I don't think so.
Looking to punish exits. But Jax, for some reason, I think it was 20... What year would it have been? Whatever the last year he was playing on G2 for, he had the best... He had the highest amount of clutches on the lineup. Even over Nico, like at the first half of the year. It was weird because he was used as an entry, but like every time he stayed alive towards the end of the round, he like always won his 1v1 or
close him.
Yeah, it was nuts.
He's got that something special. Oh, this could have been, I mean, I'd like to see that from Shiro's perspective, because he started shooting before he even finished the flick over to ZywOo. And that kill makes all the difference in Spirit being able to follow up with the B hit, with the bomb plant, and with the round win to tie this game at 7. I believe full-heartedly that Spirit could just dominate this T side.
Yeah. That's definitely a potential reality here.
Because even back again on their defense, it was just one half of the map that was a problem. This is the one rifle that Vitality have to work with. ZywOo capitalizing on Apex's early damage. Desert Eagle finds nothing. And Jax dies right before Spinks. So B defense gets nothing done.
Yeah, this is definitely the hard part, I think, for Jax. It's the T side somehow can actually be a bit easier. It's Anubis. Then playing versus Spirit's T side on their attack, like on this map. Oh, man. I mean, NES is slotted to Mezzi's spots. I'm not sure if he was on his other teams playing this, but even then, he's not playing against the same teams. Like, he doesn't have any experience versus Spirit. It's a lot to ask, but he's had a great match so far, so we'll see.
ZywOo officially surpassing Jax as the top performing player of Vitality, as he should be.
And for people wondering, like, yes, that is a big part of the game plan. If someone's playing with a stand-in or a coach or replacing, or just someone's having a really bad game, you go to that site. You literally base the game plan around it. Why wouldn't you? On CT side, that is sort of the game, right? You're kind of only as strong as your weakest component. If that can be taken advantage of, and not even because of individual skill, because he's got that, but just because of discomfort, lack of experience, whatever it is, that can be the thread that pulls apart the ball of yarn.
I'd go as far as to say, like, Mezzi is also an impactful B defender on Anubis, right? We saw kind of his best play of the year from that flat position. So while Jax can shine in his own strengths on an entry fragging role, it's a little different here for the defense. Spinks gets clipped, Jax dead too, and Magic's just waiting for them to make a move like that. Absolutely punished for trying to get proactive.
Not bad. Didn't waste too many bullets on those two.
Zontic's trying to sniff out this A defense. You've already gotten a double kill over towards B. You'd assume there'd be a rotate, but that's not the case for Vitality. Luckily for Spirit, the entries don't stop regardless of where they move forward. 2 instant kills both in A and top mid. Poor Apex, who's having a rough game, has been found out, and this is no doubt Spirit taking a 9th round win.
They're just coming back to him. They got the split coming in.
Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Someone's going to trade out Chopper, and sure enough, 4 standing for Spirit as they secure yet another.
Let's see what happens. Great round from Magic's. Full punish. Still playing wired.
Who is, sorry?
Magic's. He's got
a wired mouse.
Yeah.
Oh, so 2019.
Yeah.
G2 put it on full display, switching sides and not losing a single round in 2 of those maps in their series. Right now, Spirit still yet to falter on the offense of Anubis. Not once. And with a buy like this, you wouldn't believe it's in the cards this time, but a jumping MP9 sets up ZywOo's Deeg, and it's a quick steal of an AK.
They're finding crazy openings.
And they're gone.
And they're out of there. This is, I think, what Spirit should have been doing in the first half. We'll see if it'll matter. Spirit with a small lead. And overall, not great guns here for the CT side. There's Magic's surgeon. Bomb still going towards A. He makes presence. But he's just trying to attract their attention. And Chopper's here to catch him inside of mid, or just go for some kind of peek or fight or something.
He'll get it, but he won't follow up to the double. Flamesy, nice work with the SMG. Oh, trying to pounce as the smoke came out from Apex, and he just kind of throws himself out into the open. It sets up Shiro for the deep camera angle, and this round gets taken back.
That was fair, like, in terms of Apex going for that because Donk is still in the smoke. And if not for CS2 smokes, that probably would have been great. But Donk can shoot his way sort of out of it. I think there's enough bullets there. You can maybe see Apex. And that was key because that was the only thing stopping them from getting in. Smoke comes out 1 second earlier. They probably don't even push it. Close call, but Spirit had the right idea. They had a full default, the lean towards A. They lost an opening player, but they still attracted the attention of the CTs. They found out where they were going to reaggress. They punished them on the weaker site.
Terrorists win.
5 straight for Spirit.
Yes, sir. Well collected at the moment, Spirit. Nobody seemingly frazzled despite this game being close at one point. Shiro delivering on multiple fronts.
Why was he like truly mad, but that looked like something he was doing that was funny? Like he was in...
It's Apex style, man. Nobody else can be so charming while they're also upset.
Yeah.
But his disappointment will continue to mount unless they're able to turn this around. Momentum for Spirit, 5 straight. The lead that once was. Now Vitality trail by 3.
It's a real feel-out round here. They want some information here before they make a move. Spirit are not looking to impose their will on Vitality. A certain type of round. Not going for anything fast this game. A lot of these games so far have just been slowly building up, but let's see if we get an explosion at the end or not.
Could use the util here to make Chopper's job all the easier.
And they got the gap on middle.
And he's left alone. Making his play forward. The only thing that's going to stop him is potentially ZywOo through camera. He'll just disrupt him with the utility for now. Flashbang, well timed. It's allowing this 3-player stack inside B, but he gets past Chopper. He's going to go compromise the back of B.
That's huge.
And at the same time, Zontix gets the trade frag already. Magic's able to catch Jax on the pillar, but into sight goes Apex empty-handed.
Another double.
It is just perfection out of Spirit, and that's all before Chopper even arrives.
Yeah, he knew he didn't even have to get a fight. He just had to have ZywOo tell his teammates, you got to watch your flank now. That screws everything up. You know, you're compromised in a matter of seconds, and if the players who are coming in E-box or out A main are going to slow it down, then what do? You have nowhere to leave to, and you know you're about to be found out. It's a nerve-wracking situation, just completely dislodges you mentally. So perfect move from Chopper. And that preys on the fact that if he knows the setup, he knows ZywOo's holding an angle that he can't flick in.
Sure.
He's holding a cross that if it gets walked through, it's fine. So it looks like it could be risky for Chopper, but if he knows he's holding it that tight, he's good.
Oh, ZywOo almost survives, but he peeks back into Chopper, who gets cleared and the op still saved. Yeah. Perfectly set up and also perfectly executed, right? Like Chopper, if he was ever needed, could have come through as the insurance policy deep behind B site.
And they had time.
We see all the kills come out. Zontix first in dark.
Like, look how much time they have at this point.
Sliver of Jax taken off. And just fixated on that corner, ready for the peek out of Apex.
And people will start peeking if they don't feel like they have the resource of time on their hands, right? Like, that's the pressure. But at 30 seconds, they would have normally if Chopper didn't threaten the big flank at any moment. So there will be 11 after a slow start to the round. A pretty explosive finish. Now another buy coming out for Vitality, but it could be the last full one.
Jax's ability to contribute back in the first half, but he has gone without a frag so far as Vitality go without a round win. CT side has just spelled disaster, unfortunately. A little change up with the Spinks boosts. Trying to shake it up because clearly it has not worked out of the gate. Consistent in their mid pressure. Chopper gonna set the doors ablaze. Get that deep smoke coming through from Spirit. Good flash. Flamesy sets up Apex. ZywOo, he'll strike one down, and we go 5v3 for Vitality, so maybe not a flawless T-side in the end. Unless they get the recovery. You've still got Donk alive, looking for the headshots. Shiro's op has stayed true, but ZywOo is able to post a multi-frag. Here comes Donk, it's a one and done, and now Shiro 1v4. Oh, the AK connects. He gets dropped to 40 health, and he doesn't have the bomb, but as he slides back out, he scoops it up, and he can go, he can run.
Yes, he can. 25 seconds. That was a big fight to give a huge clutch player. Shiro coming back.
Fakes it.
And they have to respect it.
They start to make sound. And as they peel off of this bomb site, Shiro's timing could come down to a T. The peek into the bricks. Nobody's holding for the moment, but they'll rush him now as he has to plant. His hands guaranteed to be busy. It's a wide swing. He comes off, and Flamesy kills him nonetheless.
He could have, I think, got the plant off, and he specifically planted in case someone ran out from there, but
doubted it.
Nice try anyway here for Shiro. Shouldn't have been able to get that close at all. And overall, we got to give the CT setup some credit. This is nice. This flash setup was unbelievably perfect, frame perfect, I dare say, for Apex to come out at that moment. ZywOo was ready to catch the aggression as they executed after losing that kill right away. They knew it was coming. They had the pieces in place to stop it, and they all hit their shots.
Best op hold of the A bomb site between both these two teams, offered up by ZywOo last round. It was one of those moments they just couldn't get out of Shiro when we saw Spirits struggling CT side. Deeper position on Fountain, kicks it off. This time, very little resistance out middle. Apex had that affinity for playing towards door. We see him flash forward in the one round prior, but what's he gonna do with this?
He's going to miss out on this now.
Doesn't
It's too
even
late for him.
throw it. Oh, Flamesy's going to get the cover. Apex one and done. It's the numbers that come down through middle, and they just split through into the A site for the post plant. Way too easy.
Oh man, that's a crazy call here for Spirit. They do contact play very quickly. They take over bridge, and Vitality have been showing up at the bridge to stop them from taking over mid control over and over again. So this is brave for Spirit. They say, let's skip some steps and walk through, and they're right. Oh,
instant headshot from Zontix.
And there goes the odds of the retake. Surely opt to save here for ZywOo. They were already very poor last round. Now in their last dime. So the brave call pays off. I love that from Spirit. Vitality wanted to believe that they had at least conditioned them to take it slow in mid. And Spirit said, we don't believe you. We know you think you've done your job here. Let's go quickly and do it.
Try not to smirk, Chopper.
Yeah.
That call was clean.
He's done a couple of cool things so far this half in his positioning and his calls.
Apex didn't even get a chance to throw down his incendiary with that flashbang in his face. The pounce made all too easy, so little change up from Vitality as they'll go back to the forward presence, at least with the smoke. Apex playing behind it on the window. No resistance offered up, but look at this. Donk.
You just can't take too much time if you're
looking for it. Oh, the flash.
Yeah.
Nicely done from Jack to support Spinks down in the lane, and Apex gets one through smoke. It is revenge for Apex. That's got to feel good. Overtime still a possibility here, no doubt. And a critically timed flashbang from Jax was his contribution in this round. Down he goes to the op of Shiro. ZywOo's not far away, though. We could get a battle of the oppers if needed. For the time being, Magic's left in the open. He doesn't get the contact. Spinks goes looking for second servings as Zontix is wary of long A, but this could be a Zontix versus Spinks fight in a second. Spinks gets into the corner, locks in a solid spot very deep in the back line of Spirit. Could certainly catch somebody off on their rotation. Could even be Shiro now with that bomb.
becomes unlikely that he's out here at this point of the round, so Spinks might get away with even more if Zontix doesn't come in for the clear.
Oh, the trades there, but so much damage, right? You'd think that's all you need out of Spinks.
Yeah.
Man advantage, health advantage, and a smoke in front of Magix. Vitality going to be trying to bank on this two-man defense. Molly for ZywOo's
He didn't shoot.
That'll get him out of position, but Shiro met by fire means he can't really get into the mix. Great damage back out of Magix regardless. 15 to the clock. You got a low player Obelisk. But then ZywOo slips back into the plat position, and they're going to have to let the time dictate this time. No chance at the bomb plant. Shiro will burn Apex. And a little wall bang, but so be it. Will they clear them all? No, sir. ZywOo hanging on.
This is crazy. The fact that they were fighting towards the end.
It's just nonsense.
Both sides, yeah. Love to see it, though. This is all about Spinks, but you know what? Jack's throwing a well-placed, well-timed flash in a pick-play moment like that where it must hit, even if it's simple, is a better sign to me than just hitting any random shot. So, yeah, he hasn't got to kill this half. He did a really good job in the first half. But if he can support with moments like that and set up Spinks, that's also doing your job.
Not feeling like it's too late for Vitality. They've come out with a different look, right? We hadn't seen Spinks get that aggressive out through the river. Maybe because of potentially Jax's limitations and his ability to support, they didn't want to take those kinds of risks, but it worked. So hopefully for Jax and Vitality, a little confidence earned off that last one. But now you've got Shiro making sure nobody does get aggressive out dark, and you've got two players from Spirit ready to take it, and Spinks with the nade. Oh, the double as Zontix over Dont's shoulder delivers. Apex's struggles continue, and Team Spirit will waste not any more moments towards this B-bomb site. It is with conviction that Team Spirit end up chewing through the defense. Team Vitality come out with a 2-round lead after their T side. Jack's a big part of that, but as you'd expect, to slot into the CT side when Mezzi is such a key piece of this B defense, maybe a task too tall. Flamesy tries his damnedest. Magix locks it in, and the young rifles of Team Spirit charge through that B site for their 13th round and an Anubis win to kick off this series.
Yeah, fast and furious final round coming out from Team Spirit. They close Anubis out 13-9. And sure, that first half, very competitive affair. Great stuff from Jax coming out on the T side of things. CT side, though, Stico, it was always going to be a tougher mountain to summit.
Yeah, and he's tasked to hold that B side, which is statistically speaking one of the worst positions to ever hold in Counter-Strike, competitive Counter-Strike actually. So it's always going to be tough, but he had great T health. I have to give props to him. I think he top fragged actually.
Yeah, no, he came out on top with 11 kills, I believe, on the side of Vitality. Let's take a look at the round distribution just to kind of illustrate exactly how Vitality, you know, kept their heads in this particular map. Because then we switch on over to the second half, and that is where things get a lot more complicated. But I am impressed with what we saw from Jax on that T side. And I heard from production, you know, I requested a vibes package from Jax. Apparently he was being very serious. He was very locked in during that game, and it really paid off in terms of that first half at the very least.
I mean, you have to be focused on so many things in a new environment and new team. You have to run certain strats, run certain lineups, and make sure that communication is on point. Maybe the demeanor of the, like, you know, gimmicks that you're doing outside of the server, you can't afford to waste too much energy on that.
Yes.
Maybe that plays a role, but for T-side, he's been doing extremely well. He was always involved in some kind of entry duel, or he was winning a lot of them as well, and he was always kind of like being trade fragged if something went wrong. So they were clearly using him as kind of a package deal to delivering shots towards the A side especially, or middle, and then he was always kind of being able to back up by teammates.
Yeah, only managing to get 1 kill on the CG side of things, but we don't want to, you know, harp on Jax. It was obviously a team issue for Vitality when we moved on to that second half. But just wrapping up the conversation about vibes, what was the vibe check on Spirit? Because you were out here, Stico, you were listening to the communications, how they were acting during this map. Was it growth from what we saw back in Copenhagen?
Yeah, so for reference, I understand a little bit of Russian, so I understand the calls and what they're saying actually in the freeze time during the game. It's very bare bones, but I have to say that I have not seen a lot of emotions out of them, which is a good thing. Like, they were winning, and obviously they were not hype, but the info was always coming in, the calls were always coming in, the ideas were flowing inside of the camp, especially from Shiro. He was overcoming like a lot, but he was really detailed, and I really love it out of Oprah because everyone around him is suddenly on the same page.
You were saying particularly on the T side as well, right? Chopper's calling, it seemed like he was really well researched. Obviously that month off, getting a bit of holiday time, and then having a bit of prep coming into this tournament. Feel like it's paying off already for Spirit.
Yeah, he was clearing great T side, and it was pretty much flawless up until the point where they were about to close the game. Then they lost 2 rounds, but up until that, I think Chopper was having a masterful T side. He was running circles around Vitality.
Now, to round off the conversation that we began in the pre-match for this, obviously we've got 2 of the top 3 best players in the world, as we so think, to be rounding out 2024. Donk versus Zywoo. Let's begin with the Donk side of the conversation. I mean, it's an anomaly when Donk doesn't pop off inside the server, but what was your, out of 10, like 10 being Donk out of Donk, 1 being not so much Donk, what level was he on this map?
I think it was like 8, I would say. He was playing really, really good as well. Like, they were actually memeing guys here that, I peeked him with the donk slide. They're actually calling the peak donk slide, and they're talking about it internally inside the Spirit. So they clearly know that he's doing something right, and he's just owning everyone. And Zywoo, on the other hand, he had a little bit of a struggle, but obviously he is the one going to be taking much more resources with the AWP, and he was delivering. However, it was just not enough. I feel like Vitality was really outplayed, especially in the second half, which Anubis, yeah, it is T-side that is always going to be hard on this.
Yes. Tell me what stood out about Spirit's T-side. Was there anything specific that maybe we saw new coming into the fray? Anything that particularly impressed you?
For Spirit T-side?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think overall the way they kind of approached the game, I think there were a lot of calls that they were just doing from spawn. It looked like they had like a set approach or a game plan or analysis on what Vitality is doing, and Chopper was just calling masterfully when it comes to like deciding rounds there and then. And they were attacking both parts of the map kind of equally, where I think Vitality is actually, they were abusing that A side on that first half, where Zontix was playing in Chopper, and they were just doing pretty well on these A splits. But once the sides flipped, it just kind of went downhill.
Obviously, I'm going to push you for all the info I can get because I don't speak a word of Russian. So was it just Chopper calling the shots on that T side? Was anybody else kind of helping him? And maybe, I mean, they didn't really experience too many difficult moments in that second half, right?
I don't want to reveal myself too much as well, but yeah. I have to say Chopper is clearly an in-game leader here. He's doing he's calling the shots, and others are having inputs. But I have to give credits to Halle as well, because during the timeouts, I believe they took all 3. He was extremely vocal, and everyone, it felt like a school. Like he was in teacher, and all 5 players were just straight up zoned in, locked in on what he's saying. And he was not giving overall picture that is like macro of Counter-Strike. He was also giving micro. He was giving tools to players how they should peek certain areas, which is very resourceful, I would say, as well. But it's incredible that the coach that is not playing competitively is going to give this detailed of an information, and it helps players so much.
And it's such a different look from back in Copenhagen, because during a lot of those timeouts that Halle was calling back then a month ago as well, a lot of the players would have their heads in their hands, they'd just be looking away, they'd be visibly frustrated. Completely different story today, right?
Yeah, they were. I did not see any sign of disappointment or any frustration or any anger or cussing. We've seen that actually in Copenhagen. So it happens, and teams like this can be emotional, especially when things go not so well, or not so predictable. But you have to give it here that in the first half they were almost losing as well. It was pretty close, but they kept their cool. They were just giving information. Everyone was kind of like high-fiving each other or like fist bumping each other, and it was all nice to see how Spirit kind of evolved. This was definitely a different team from what I've seen a month ago.
Certainly. For the side of Vitality, obviously they come in with the asterisks of they have a stand-in, their full 5-man roster isn't here. How much does that change your takeaways from map number 1? Were you expecting them? I think in all fairness, the CT side is going to be where they're going to have the most holes, right? Because this is kind of the antithesis of what Jax is used to deploying on the server.
Yeah, I don't have clear takeaways. I think we were seeing... if you didn't tell me that Jax was playing instead of Messi, I wouldn't probably notice. Like the system was still there. The positions he was taking were still there. It was still, he's kind of slotting into the system that they were trying to prepare.
Well, it's not over until it's over, as we do have Vitality's map choice of Mirage coming up next. The first time that Vitality and Spirit have faced off in a group stage in 2024. Let's see if Spirit can come out on top after this. A chance for Vitality to be bouncing back here in Singapore at the Blast Premier World Finals, as their map pick of Mirage is up next. We know that they are proficient on this map, but of course, there is a slight twist. Jack's here, Mezzy not here. How does that affect the CT side of things, which we will be seeing in the second half? Spirit will be starting on that CT side.
Yeah, I think it cannot be too bad. You know, it's the fact that he's going to be probably slotting in for Mezzy on B side of things, and I think that might not be big of an issue because Jax is going to gather a lot of information without having too much of an impact. You know, he's not going to break the system that Vitality already has, and he's just going to, you know, jump check for the B apps information, surviving, allowing the rotations to come in, and that is something that honestly a lot of players can do without even ever playing B-side Mirage. I know it's going to be annoying and you're going to maybe looking for duels that you shouldn't be taking, but I think Jax is very adaptable when it comes to this, and I think that's why Mirage is actually going to work pretty well for them on CT side.
Okay, interesting. Just to play devil's advocate for a moment, we know Jax, he likes to get aggressive. Do you think there's a chance maybe he's over-peaking, maybe he's pushing apps at times, or do you think Apex is going to have him on a bit of a leash and just go, no, just give us info, don't push too much?
I think playing for information might be actually the play here. Okay. Save the aggression for the third map.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough. You have experience playing on the B side of Mirage. If you were to give advice to the people at home who, unfortunately, have been given that position, it's one of my least favorite positions to play, what would you say to them?
I would say don't be afraid to jump check, because on lower level, no one will be able to kill you. In CEST, it's just so hard to hit a jumping duel. And smoke is your best friend. Smoke is the most important utility. Even if you have just, I don't know, MP9, the smoke is going to make all the difference. So anchor positions, buy those nades, man.
MP9 fans, go wild in the chat. For Spirit, obviously, you know, 43% win ratio. They've played some top-tier teams on this map. NAVI, not at the very least as well. Where do you think they're going to be lying on that CT side? What setup should we expect from the first half?
I would honestly love to see some aggression, but this is just signature donk move, I would say, where he's just going to dominate that mid side of the map, and he's going to fight for the mid control every single time, together with help from short, with help from connector. Shiro is always going to be flexible when it comes to, you know, either playing or starting mid window or top connector, or then getting defensive on the anchor side positions by ticket, by B side. So I can see all different ways of how to play this side, and a lot of them make a lot of sense. So it's going to be up to Vitality to not really allow, I would say, Shiro to get an AWP. So I would really, really love to see some early head start with pistols coming out of Vitality.
We didn't really give Shiro his flowers properly in that first map, because he had so much impact on that first map of Anubis, and that's what we love to see from Shiro, you know, getting his foot in really early, getting that momentum and, you know, feeling himself, because there's been times where he's got a bit overly emotional. We don't want that Shiro, we want the confident Shiro.
Yeah, so far I've been seeing the Shiro that is confident, that is really easy to talk to. He's giving a lot of information, a lot of ideas to Chopper. So let's keep it up, man. Like, I mean, the Mirage is our playground here.
Yeah, Shiro versus ZywOo on this very map. How's that going to play out? Who do you think is going to be the slightly more aggressive player? Who's going to be making the moves?
It's always hard to predict these kind of things, because it all comes down to the game plan, and it differs from game to game pretty much. I do believe that ZywOo is a little bit more flexible with an AWP. I think he has the highest KPR, kill per round, when he actually wielding the AWP. So I'm going to give him an edge. I saw the stat line, I think, yesterday, so it kind of stuck with me that ZywOo is most proficient when he has an AWP out of all AWPers.
Now, we talked about the T side of Anubis, where, you know, Vitality did manage to come out on top. They managed to get 7 rounds to just be edging out that half. Didn't end up winning the map, but how will the T side be going down for them here? Do you think, you know, Jax instead of Mezzy has much of an impact on the T side versus the CT side?
I think it will be much easier for Jax, for example, to entry on those sides if they are using him this aggressively, to be able to trade him. So he's kind of like gathering information. If he wins the duel, that's a great bonus. But if he doesn't, there's always going to be someone behind him trading. And on Mirage, I feel like that is a little bit easier to do variations of executes, where you send him for information, for kill. And yeah, Jax is therefore going to be utilized maybe in a brutal way. But yeah, he's here to fill in the slots, so he has to do it.
We are ready to be diving into the game now. Connor, Mo, I can't remember. It's getting a bit late here. I can't remember whether it was you that noticed that Magix is using a wired mouse. I asked him why, and he said, wireless mice are for noobs. What do you make of that?
Yeah, that's such a Magix answer.
Well, he's a much better Counter-Strike player than I am, so maybe he's onto something. Wonders?
He also had a great map justifying the wired mouse usage. He was plugged in.
The live odds are in the favor of Team Spirit, Mohan. You know why?
Because Why?
Because they're up a map and the other team has a stand-in. It's pretty straightforward.
I was like,
stuff,
how are you
man.
going to say Jax without saying Jax? Because he was so good in the first half. Didn't get any kills on the CT side, but you know what? No one even caught up to him on his team. You know what I mean?
ZywOo passed him.
No, I mean, oh, is that the only person? I was thinking like,
let me check.
Like Apex didn't and Spinks didn't. Like
Apex did not.
They just struggled the whole game. You know, at least he had a good half.
That's fair.
At least he had one half.
Let's see. Flamesy surpassed him with 13 kills. ZywOo got to the top on 17. Spinks and Apex. Hello.
Hello.
Bonjour.
Anubis has started.
C'est votre moment.
Nutty Nougat.
Yeah, or something like that. Oi, Jax with the attack.
So if you look at the stats, Vitality, they win more. They have better CTs. They have better 4v5. They have better 5v4 conversion.
Hold on, Donkey at 4K.
Yes, but...
no, just 3. ZywOo has something to say about it.
Wait a second.
Is 3 kills from Donk enough?
This is so winnable.
Oh, you're running him down. You think you're going to run down ZywOo? You think you're going to chase him down? Do you know who you're talking about? This is Lilu. This is the chosen one. And so as they continue to give him little peeks top mid, he'll take that as a ticket to leave, or so they think.
Oh my God. And they put themselves in the top mid. Now they give it up both sides. Now they have to either game plan and
they're
eat up at A.
frazzled, dude.
Yeah, they're definitely terrified. It's ZywOo this entire time. He never wanted to go B. He always wanted to try to go back to A, and he takes the bullet, stays alive. Somehow he lives. The legend of Lance. He's gonna put the bomb down. It's a fake. He baits out another peek. This guy is a threat at all times.
Man, at any moment, he's gonna close this. Zontix continues to jiggle next to Bricks. Contact back towards Khan. Zontix didn't kill him yet. A second chance, and ZywOo still stands. There's the headshot. And here's the close. Because Zontix out in the open. Oh, that could have been the shot, but instead ZywOo also misses. He's mortal indeed. And Zontix cold as ice.
Oh, time to kill time. Back to firebox. Shot goes in and he gets it. He gets what he wants.
As he always does.
He actually won.
Did you ever doubt it?
I really saw him winning. Like, I really did see him winning. I don't know.
Man, the amount of times I'm trying to cast this guy and he's outplaying me with his ability to just turn directions, come back, and survive. The jump up to sandwich could have been his death. He was standing in the open with a knife out for a second, and Zontix didn't get the chance to kill him. Man, it felt like Zontix would have had an edge at least twice on that bomb site. And yet, alas, ZywOo does it again. Donk's 3 kills in the pistol are indeed not enough.
It's a race for number one, and they both did a pretty good job.
When USP is the contact on A site, that's all you're going to get. That's all you're going to find. Nobody's home, gentlemen. You can go ahead and plant that bomb. ZywOo even plants bombs. What a humble king.
He wants the Valve score. He'll kill everybody. Don't get in his way.
They grab that MAC-10. Hold on.
They do. Wow, they really fight in these moments.
There is no kits.
Okay, give him a gun to upgrade.
And the bomb, of course, is planted over here for the stairs.
Or
but
dinks.
Jax gets dinked. No kit. Luckily for Vitality, there are no kits on the play. The bomb cannot and will not be defused. It'll blow up and kill someone, no doubt. Let's make it 2.
Yeah, so they keep Donk with the AK. Apex is the only T alive with a MAC-10 in hand.
That's crazy cost.
A pretty successful round here for Spirit.
Why is ZywOo killing his teammates?
They've done a good job there of, like, in this last couple maps, like, finding when they need to, like, stick around a little extra and fight. Cost some guns.
Would have liked for that to have been less expensive, but at least they still come into this one. Majority AKs. Utility looks fine. That's assuming Vitality can get 3 in a row. Then I think you can kind of forget about the last one. I don't know, ZywOo just feels a little feisty at the moment.
He's on it.
Swinging out of the gates here on Mirage. 2 rounds up, Vitality. And Zontic's going to put a quick end to Flamesy over on B. He was working on his own, a solo show.
Yeah, that was interesting.
That's one word.
3 guys over here on that site. Mid gets cleared out. Like the movements here from Spirit. Now they can actually leave B a bit. I mean, oh, well, thought so actually. Still one threat here in mid. And ZywOo, will he get caught off guard? He will.
Yeah, nicely done by Chopper. Just doesn't kind of panic.
Yeah.
Keeps a slow pace, keeps the pressure constant, but quiet. And blindsides ZywOo.
No one hears this. So they sneak into under Balk. The nades will come out. Tees have scaled.
That's the rest of their utility down. Just enough to cover for the bomb plant. Shiro makes the most of that as Jax is kind of jumping around a little haphazardly.
Jumpy Jax.
Now with it, we get the 4v2 for Spirit to unfold. Still looking for their first round to win. Tons of cost in the last one with the single MAC-10, all that survived.
Oh, missed the nade.
And now Apex trying to keep his head down. Time ticking, bomb at the halfway point. Apex dead, and what do you know? It gets cleared out with Spirit keeping majority alive.
Very clean stuff. Vitality get the bomb down, but it's full control here. Full control here for Spirit from beginning to end, if you look at that. I mean, even Chopper going walking towards the top mid. Looks a little scary, but he has it under control. He's not really panicking. They have a lot of map control that round. They're watching B with 3 players when the lurk comes out. They have their bases covered.
Good on Chopper not to panic in that situation, because, you know, you could start to get a little scared that ZywOo is going to be in that kind of twitchy flow state where he hard clears close, but nope. Chopper's confidence is a quiet type. Right now, his calls have been clean, man. We saw a couple moments back on Anubis. Had to praise his decision-making. Right now, you've got the players in the appropriate site. Donk is floating around jungle towards mid, but I don't know, can you really commit on this? Tech9's gonna try to barge through. They will catch the player underneath off guard, but Chopper's got that perfect cover to provide. And he's still alive and kicking, or so he was. It's Donk and Shiro to clean up the last 3, but nicely done from Chopper, putting the right numbers in the right place at the right time.
Melted down like a cheese string in the microwave right there. I think that if you look at the last map, you could definitely draw some parallels between Chopper and Alexi in terms of the way that they were taking over mid control. Remember what Alexi was doing? Sometimes working solo. It's definitely a Spirit version of it, but it looks like a very strong way to play the map right now. But its confidence definitely has poured over onto Mirage as well. Everyone looking very jubilant on the team. Vitality will not be investing much here. It starts with mid control, which I love, because that's where Donk was great. Like right now, it's a low win rate map for Spirit. My opinion, why are they not being overly aggressive in mid all the time?
Donk and Zontix, right? That was the duo in Katowice that dominated Mirage. They just flew around top middle every single round.
Every single round. I mean, if you're going to lose 60% of the time, you might as well do that every game anyway. So yes, they're holding on to top mid control. There will be a clash soon enough, of course. It's just an eco.
There it is. Lines up 2. ZywOo's Glock will connect. That's fine. You've got Chopper and you've got Zontix here to pick up the slack to make sure you control that gun. It's actually Shiro running around top middle. Shiro with little pizzazz. And Magic leans all the way back.
Yeah, give a couple ecos to Magics, man. Playing B site, sitting here, whole round. Oh, don't steal them all, Zontix.
Yeah. Go ahead. Magics won't mind a bit. There we go. One for the road for Magics as Team Spirit take over the lead with a comfortable 3-2 start.
Not too bad.
I got you.
Almost fell out of my chair. He grabbed it.
Yeah. AKs in abundance for Vitality yet again. Let's hope this isn't just, a pistol conversion and then a total CT-sided sweep. I wonder what Team Liquid are thinking about this game. Obviously, they will play the loser of this match for elimination. Again, you kind of want the team with the stand-in, but there have been moments of brilliance, and here's another. Look at that. Vitality comes swinging top mid. We said Spirit were going to be the ones to get aggressive off of Donk and Zontix. Well, Vitality fighting fire with fire here in round 6. Chopper finding good timing, but Zywoo, as the smoke clears, sweeps him away. A triple kill from one of the best.
Well, that's a statement for sure, and maybe that's why Spirit didn't want to go from it every single time, but it was starting off really well. Nicely done here for Vitality to say, like, I'm down to play that game too. Let's go for it. First kill is just through the smoke. Perfect spam. And it looks like the flashes weren't efficacious enough. Hallie's getting involved.
Let's go, Jax. Wireless micer for noobs. What the hell are you talking about, Magix? What the hell are you talking about?
That's funny. Retro gear. All right, mid again, quick and fast your Vitality. This time, it's given.
Yeah, we see that smoke in Shiro's face, so instantly has to forfeit any cat control. He decides to go all the way back. Doesn't want to run the risk of them just kind of pile driving through it.
It's interesting, though, because they didn't, off of this pause, do anything aggressive in response. They didn't take any mid-control. They didn't push any extremities. They're sitting and waiting, but they're perfectly loading up on the right positions. It's going to be a connector split. They have a double up right here with Donk. Everybody's in the right spot. So, Hallie, whatever he said during the attack, he was right about it, man.
On the money. And then, so are Donk and Zontix. 2 headshots come out of them. No response yet for Vitality to punish with. The ticket player keeps his head down long enough. Will eventually die, but that's fine. Zontix picking up the slack. Apex has taken over a bit of sight control. Good damage over towards stairs. That's enough to prime Spinx's nade for the frag. Zontix finally goes down after 2, but Magix has turned this one into a 1v3, and Spinx hits the ground.
Wow. I mean, they kind of like circled the drain a bit. Not the right analogy there, but like they kind of went out of B, into connector, specifically following exactly how Vitality would follow up on their mid control, which was getting into connector on both sides. And then they answered beautifully with the setup on top of hitting the shots, of course. But they even on the other side, inside of A site, had Chopper move into the site even further. So they just were given way too many clues, or it was just quite obvious what Vitality were going to do next. Either way, gotta think it had something to do with what Hallie said.
Just a nice little evolution there, those 3 rounds in a row, right? Spirit make a move, Vitality respond perfectly. Now, Team Spirit come out with a different look and end up being correct and being 1 step ahead. So then instantaneous Xtaz pause. What does he bring to the Let's see if Vitality can keep this dance going. And that
Shiro's good.
Is
a big voice too.
It's what we're talking about when earlier tonight you mentioned, like, at the end of the day, we just want the best Counter-Strike. And I think that's 3 rounds of high-level interpretive dance.
Yeah. Maybe some water polo.
thought Donk was going to get punished for that, but he just ends up besting Flamesy in the duel. Definitely ran a risk there. There was zero trade potential there for Donk, but he thought he had an edge, and he flexed it.
He makes one.
That's why he is indeed 11-3. Putting Team Spirit up man advantage. Again, the numbers are in the right position here for Spirit. This unnerving silence, though, that's kind of blanketed the map in the last 20 seconds. It's just these momentary pops in the smoke. Other than that, not any other sound made. Flashes start to come out. No blindness. But Chopper actually gets caught out by Jax. Shiro is able to answer. He's worried about Palace, but he's got the stairs player to help. Oh, Spinx activates bottom middle. Shiro's losing his assistance, but still he holds on to a key position. Donk will come through, just swinging for these kills, but he ends up stepping into ZywOo's scope.
Don't miss him.
Shiro this whole time sat on default. ZywOo closes the distance, gets the frag, and then gets onto the plant.
That nade has to do it.
Nade with his name on it. It's a done deal. Magix with the homing missile wins the 1v1.
That was almost another moment right there. That nade didn't land, I would have said ZywOo's odds go through the roof just because of how scary he was coming up to that moment. Getting Shiro. Tread lightly around this guy. Match would have got him anyway.
What? Oh, okay.
Look how big this win is. Yeah, it comes with the 2-for-1 as well.
The old 2-for, bud.
Oh, for a rip there, bud.
Hell yeah, dude. All I got's 2 10s and a 5er, keys in a car and a sober driver, BWRUN, beer run.
Smoking a pancake.
The good old boys back home will know. If you know, you know. Ain't that right, bud? God damn, 2 kills so fast, we barely had a chance to see. The replays barely caught him. But alas, it's an easy cleanup. It's the reward for Magix's homing missile in the round prior. 6-3, Team Spirits. God.
They're good.
They are good. Yeah, that's that, and that's good.
Yeah. Oh, wait. B side is totally open. No one's dedicated. No one's playing off the cat. Shiro's got his eyes peeled on mid. They might be slow to this. If the site gets taken over, they could literally win this 5v5 if Spirit aren't careful. If they aren't seeing anything right now.
How long do they wait to move?
Oh, man. They seem like they're just so sure it's going to be A.
Right?
Yikes.
They've been leaning into the A stacks predominantly. They have been correct. So this time, just maybe leaving a bit too much of an opening elsewhere.
Vitality have to make a mistake. They can molly down the site on default. There's a few places to plant.
ZywOo's got that bomb down, no problem.
This could be a 5v5 win. We're almost out of utility. We'll see.
Do it. Come on, Spirit. Try to pull this off. We got Flamesy over towards the arch. We got 2 players up on bench, and that deepest anchor in Apex holds the apartment's flank. Now, they pull the plug, man.
It's a big risk to have nobody in the site. At least if you go down 4v4, there's a much better chance you go for the retake. But playing one off of the cat, you just don't believe that they're going to be this round. Not at least without doing other things first. That was the whole thing. Yeah. The only reason it looks like that is because Vitality didn't. This is Acme Explosives? What is this, Looney Tunes?
Meep, meep. What was that? What was that,
dude? They won the round with 5 alive, no fights at all. Died only to their bomb. It's never happened before. It's never happened before.
It's never happened. Oh, God, 2024, baby. This game never gets old.
That's an ace for ZywOo he planted for Cat.
My goat. Magic's a stark contrast to the round prior. We got defenders.
Oh, man, they're going to be broke as hell if they lose this round.
And guess what? It's going to make a difference if they can continue to hold on. Magic's tries to slide wide. Zontix, he's able to pick up another, and Shiro's already in position. That bank position from Jax gets cleared, and that is Spirit sweeping the board as they go up 7-4. Nobody threw a nade or anything. There was no assist. It wasn't right. I'm like, my eyes can't believe it. What did I miss? But no. No, that's crazy.
Nice! Умница, блядь. Красава, борь, важный, блядь. Выживание важно, пиздец.
Well, half can get rounded out, and Vitality have got like $2,500 each player. Can't even buy life insurance with that money.
It's true. Oh, man. What are they going to even be able to bring to the table here? It ain't pretty, folks, but it's something. Enough utility for a volley, and maybe because, you know, they smelled blood in the water on that B site, they'll try it again. They won't get as lucky as they did 2 rounds ago, though. There will certainly be defenders. Magic's trying to make a quick break for the bench. He was spotted on the fallback. That's information at least. But what are you going to do about it? Zontix, oof, him and Magic's both fall after posting 1 kill between the two of them. We go man advantage Vitality with the bomb plant. Just don't die to the bomb.
Good nade.
In fact, so be it. Round 12, last of the half. So retake this time forced forward soon enough. Maybe just waiting for that backdoor smoke to fade because they have another one of their own back sight. Once this is fading, you're gonna get Jax pinned against the wall. There was no vision for ZywOo, but he's still able to help out. Shiro clips him through smoke, but they all get cleared. And so the B site does end up being where Vitality take another 5 rounds of a T side. Well, we got a little something for you guys. We want to get to the bottom of this. How exactly did 5 players die to the bomb? 100 health on 3, 98 for Jax, 65 on Zion. Spirit can't believe it.
Didn't
That's us.
That was the scope and all the bodies
Dude,
hitting
I know,
the wall.
I know.
It's comedy. That's peak comedy, man. It ended up not mattering too much because the round they saved actually won at the end.
Yep, true.
So at least we can all laugh about it.
If you don't laugh, you'll cry.
Yeah.
My favorite part of that is how dumbfounded Shiro is.
Yeah.
Like,
because they didn't see any of them the entire round.
No. Oh, man.
Good stuff.
I love Counter-Strike.
Zawu planted that bomb. Just saying. Keep your enemies close.
And he also team killed Flamesy like 7 rounds earlier.
Hey.
So he's up to now 5 team kills this map alone. I think Zawu is finally turning on Vitality. And right now he's not able to contribute in the pistol, where last pistol he had to do 4 kills to outperform Donk and pull off the clutch. Jack's going to keep his head down default, but he has lost all assistance. And lo and behold, Zontix comes through with the instant kill. This is looking like a Team Spirit pistol round win, unless Spinks and Flames can do something about it. Shiro sits inside connector comfortably with that bomb planted for him. But he's going to have to be careful here. Could have just given something up.
Ooh.
Magic's.
A little bit too much mustard on that one.
Spirit get their revenge. End up picking up second pistol. 8-5 lead off the back of this one. And Magic's going to make sure that Spinks goes down.
Could be a very simple repeat of what we saw last map, especially given the T-side Mirage coming up. That, yeah, Jax. And I definitely feel bad here, you know, playing the T-side as a team like Spirit, who are so organized.
Yeah.
They're like, some people might look, to the untrained eye, you'd say it's like a team carried by a lot of individual talent. But systems on teams like this are actually just so thorough that, like, the way I've heard James describe it was like, Donk turns his brain off and literally just goes through every protocol that Chopper has in place for him through all these defaults. So, like, everything happens in a certain order, and it's just something you've got to be used to seeing. Like, for Jax, it'd be really difficult, I think, to have to overcome all of the basically details in their defaults to be able to find some valuable impact. And the first step of that is obviously the fact that they've got really thought out passive positions that are hard to breach in the first place. So it's like that hard balance to strike between respecting their space but also finding a way to have impact.
It's not a job that I envy. And it's a job that he kicked off well enough back on Anubis, but it's been a tough reality check for him and all of Vitality for the most part. Zywu's obviously doing Zywoo things, but Jax ain't alone in the struggle. Slow burn of a round. We hit 45 seconds and we're 4v4. A little damage out from the USPs, but that pack of players in sight's been found out. Zywoo gonna try his damnedest with the P2000, but he's now the last piece that's left over, and it all gets swept away. Team Spirit on the highway to a 2-0 win. And I mean, the duality of this head-to-head for me is, it's like, I wish the best for Vitality. Obviously, a stand-in situation at World Finals is one thing, but it's not even like, you know, we got to be happy. Like, Mezzi has had a child. This is something we celebrate. Yeah. It's just a tough circumstance for Vitality to deal with. But at the same time, man, we can celebrate the fact that Spirit, after taking an event off, right? This kind of like, this formula and approach that we weren't sure if we should be criticizing or not.
I don't know.
Let them out.
I feel like people really haven't thought about it enough when they criticize it, because like, we can all agree that it's a very dense circuit.
100%.
Next year, people will be skipping events, you know?
Hopefully.
So, like, why shouldn't you be allowed to?
Yep.
It's
just, I mean,
it's hard.
It's not so much about, like, whether you're allowed to or not. To me, it's just like, is it better for you or not?
Yeah, like will help you win more.
And I think
general.
for some teams it might be better, and for some teams it might not be.
Agreed. I see what you're saying.
So we got to figure out where Spirit fall into that category, right? And then when they kind of pop into Cologne and absolutely bomb out, oh God.
You wonder about the breaks in
Right?
between.
But now this
like,
month may have been really productive, and I like what we're seeing from the Spirit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Shame it comes at a cost of vitality, but that's competition, folks.
Yeah, but again, when we look at next year and people do start skipping and picking and choosing, I'd rather be the team that's already used to it.
That's fair. Yeah, good point. Yeah, acclimatize now. If Spinks can kill Magix, that bomb is his for the taking.
Yeah.
But Donk's looking to set up into the A play. We've got Zontic starting to prowl out through top palace. Spinks is going to get drawn back soon. Oh, Magix gets around the corner. Apex out in the open. Oh, he will find Zontix. Nice. Trying to lurk out from Palace. It gets caught. And on top of that, you get the additional kill from Spinks. So this goes perfectly for Vitality.
Yeah, that's
both players on A getting away from it and never having to even deal with Donk.
No, not at all. And Donk, and Magix having the bomb here alone without clearing out A ramp means they were relying on the Palace player, connector player, to get all the kills on the A site and help him clear out ramp before he could even plant. So not the best place to be.
Oh, hell yeah. Good call there from Apex. I feel like just making the most of that timing, getting his own kill, supporting Spinks so that he could follow with the push into Magix and there still be potential for a trade frag. And of course, opening up shop ZywOo top middle. But look how close this could have been to instead Apex dying and then Spinks getting 2v1'd. That one's a thin margin, but Vitality come out on top.
Apex has been pretty chill so far. Haven't had a lead to hold on to, I guess. Not really getting there.
What was that? Who is chill? Top middle, Donk swings, and Flamesy's there to stop Shiro at least. But you've still got Donk for a moment. Top middle, Apex deals with him. Death from above. Apex doubles down.
Man, Donk spray long range. It's like Forest tier from back in the days. Like, I don't even know how he gets away with these kills sometimes. Just so clean with it.
Oh, Chopper, hold on. Player down beneath you. He'll die out. I see what you're doing, trying to praise Forrest after ruining his day.
Yeah, I spoiled. Actually, that's a coincidence, but I did spoil a movie that I thought, I guess, I don't know, I wasn't thinking. I thought everyone watched it.
You should have seen it, but it's okay. I forgive you.
Thank you.
On Forrest's behalf.
Still worth watching, by the way.
Of course, man.
It's
worth
about
rewatching.
It's about the journey, not the destination.
There you go.
Plus, there's a cool weapon in it.
Hell yeah.
So,
pick a side. Right now.
Oh! Oh my gosh!
God damn.
Welcome to Donkville.
Luckily for Vitality, Spinks is there. Emergency protocols in place. I hear all chat.
He said nice shot.
Oh, he said something.
Streets know. What if you said, yeah, okay?
Lucky kid.
Lucky kid, yeah.
Woohoo. Well,
I'm 2 times your age, buddy.
Ouch. Apex adamant about killing Magix, and he'll get it. Not to mention the follow-up to Chopper, so very nice here. This is Vitality getting back into the game.
That's true.
Apex dies to a Glock.
They weren't ready to like follow up on that B hit, but they actually could have.
Oh, yeah.
If they were running up with everyone, they just let Donk swing. But how could you know he's going to hit
It's like a too good to be true situation, too.
Yeah.
ZywOo and Spinks to close this one out, and Vitality one step closer. They're smiling, they're clapping, they're not panicking, it feels like. And again, trying to make the most of a situation that is not ideal.
Indeed. I think that's maybe the one advantage of having a stand-in situation is taking it a little bit more easy.
Just doing 2K in Dallas, baby.
Yeah, exactly. The rounds you win are better. The rounds you lose, it happens.
C'est la vie. No sweat, no stress. Apex keeping it level-headed. And in doing so, he's kept the economy alive. He's kept the chances alive, right? This is, again, Vitality's map pick of Mirage, so... Like Jack said, he had 2 maps of practice with Vitality coming into this. Could have been both on Mirage. Boy.
Oh, nice nade.
Love that. You'll take Dong down to half health.
Dong?
Dong.
Ding dong.
And it's a quick dash between ZywOo and the top of stairs if he needs to help out.
FlameZ really relying on ZywOo here is going to clear out his flank, and then I think he's... God.
I think he'd turn, but...
Oh, there's no one CT as well. FlameZ is...
Oh, you think his time is limited?
Sort of on his own. Let's see what he can do.
Especially as Chopper gets the kill to Apex. Now that connector player's not going to turn around. FlameZ has to do it on his own. He's burning, and sure enough, his time was always going to be limited. ZywOo, can you do it alone? Oh, chance at the player who comes out Palace. There's now 2 up there. He keeps giving it to Jiggle, but he's going to strike down Magix. Finally, he gets dropped as Shiro hits him between the eyes, and there's so much space as Jax goes for that long ramp flank.
All right, let's see it. The Jax clutch, man. He's good in the clutch.
It is his moment. It is certainly his chance, or it is double-digit Spirit. We get 1 positioning in Sandwich, but there is a bit of disjointedness here between what's left of Team Spirit, and Jax is so close, you know he's going to go for this. Shiro should be the free one.
He's not thinking about Sandwich. Oh, he isn't.
Not at all? Oh, he's done now. Jax, you done did the mistake, bud. Looks the wrong way. You could see the frustration. He knows he would have had a chance, but Shiro catches him off guard, and Team Spirit go up double digits.
This is an unlikely spot sometimes to play.
Man, that A site looked compromised the whole round, eh?
It did, and I wonder... It's one of those moments where when... By the way, this looked like some kind of carnival game. Like every time he peeked, there was a guy strafing on balcony waiting for him to commit. He was just trying to knock down targets. There had to be a better way to fight that, but when Spirit had left the B side open, then you kind of just have to see what happens. That's sort of what it felt like here on A, where FlameZ doesn't have enough support to... He didn't have a smoke for himself. So no one was there to smoke for him under balcony. No one was covering his top balcony because ZywOo was really occupied within connector. And that would be fine if there's a 3rd player there maybe to help you. But, normally you have under balcony CT, for example, to cover ramp and cover anyone who crosses out. You could trade off each other. But instead, it feels like they just kind of threw FlameZ into a spot and said, all right, let's see if this will work out later. But it wasn't a really well-connected setup.
Throwing somebody into a tough spot like that while they're 4 and 14.
Yeah. Wasn't set up to succeed.
No, it was a tough ask. You had Apex stuck in mid-window, unable to really help with middle. That's why ZywOo kind of picked it all up himself. But this time we get Apex instead changing position towards Ticket, so FlameZ will get a set of helping hands. Unfortunately, those helping hands, nothing but a deagle and a few pieces of util. So once again, the kind of forward perimeter of that A site, very clear for the taking. Right now, it's just a Zontix Palace lurk that we'll see. Instead, a bit of a fixation from Vitality again in middle. Underpass smoked off. That'll cut off 1 of the 3 players looking to take over control of mid. Or will it? Excuse me. Oof, FlameZ.
Nice hold.
Just shuts down Doc straight up. So for someone struggling, it's a clean kill for the 5v4.
That's a big raw duel to win. Top fragger versus FlameZ. 5 frags. Definitely did his part right there. Shiro could trade. Oh, he'll miss the timing. FlameZ's literally looking for this fight to try to give it to him. FlameZ doesn't know what he's missed, but he's still here fighting.
No way.
He misses another chance. And oh, now he'll turn around. Now it's maybe in favor of Spirit. We'll see.
These timings are insane. Not only does Shiro not get his, but FlameZ also not able to punish. He will come back at it. Apex kills one with the Deeg.
It's not over, though. Look at this. Look at this
what
lurk.
was 2 pistols goes 4v2, but you're right, it's not over. Chopper strikes down from jungle. Double kill with his name on it. And that leaves what was the pistol players to try and pick up guns at 15 to the clock. Apex with, again, a Deeg.
10 seconds.
And as
No
he lets
bomb.
that T get closer! What is that? Oh, Apex!
With the fadeaway. Apex, the
From
headshot through
where?
the wall. No bomb picked up. Had to be the frag. Chopper came in for it, but they end up losing.
Who is this? C-Boy.
He didn't even yell at them, huh?
Apex has been...
He's been, like, just watching his screen.
It's because Jax is here, so he's got to act cooler, you know?
Wow. Okay.
Wow.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Game's live.
I'm sorry, was that Apex or Zywoo? And with that...
Oh, careful, Jax.
Triple Deagle round. Oh, Jax can't afford to lose the sight, but luckily for him, he's banking on Spinks to assist. And the MP9 still has an edge. Cat player gets cut down. Jax the jumping MP9 headshot. Vitality tie this game at 10 apiece.
Yes, sir. After that, clutch with the Deagle from Apex. It is Spirit who have no money. This game is very much live. Could they actually close out Mirage?
I wouldn't have believed it.
Mm-hmm. 5 of the last 6 here.
Yeah, these T-sides actually mirroring one another. Pistol and 2-0 start for each T-side. A one-off round after 3 CT round wins. They are mirrored images up until this point. Defense, the name of the game. But I do feel nervous at times with Jax over on that B site. We saw him get clipped once by the Donk Desert Eagle. Last round as well, he's playing that dangerous jump-up game. Luckily for him, this time around, Team Spirit not looking to fix themselves on that bomb site. This will boil down to another hold from Flamesy, but as much as I can say Jax makes me nervous, Flamesy is actually underperforming worse.
And they have 2 MP9s between them.
Luckily for the CTs, we do get this movement from Apex. It's a double up inside connector for the defense.
They put Jax in this really great spot, but he won't be, much use on the flank with an MP9 depending on the timing. As it stands, however, he can help reinforce the other side of the map. They grow with confidence by the second, knowing that no one has cleared him out yet.
You see the confidence as it frees up Spinks to move around market.
This could be mistakes here for Spirit. They let this map control get taken early. They haven't done anything about it, and now Vitality, no, it will be A.
Shiro's just kind of stuck down an underpass on the op.
It depends on if they do right side smokes or just...
Plus miss smoke, dude. Plus miss smoke on the rooftops.
Oh.
You're already limited utility and limited time, and there's a stack, and then you miss the smoke. Can they recover off skill? Zontix and Donk with a kill a pop. Donk gets the double. Zywoo on the staircase, though. He goes unnoticed. Oh, but the trade from Shiro just in time. And Jax has to give this clutch a chance. He's got to give it a look.
Oh, and just that MP9. Are there guns down for him?
He's been found out. He's been heard. Shiro's going to turn attention to close it. It's a double from Shiro. It's a double from Donk with 7 seconds on the clock and missed smokes in the exec. It's the skill that makes the difference.
That was a nervous-looking round for Spirit with the amount of time they took, with the very small tactic that Vitality used to learn later that they would reinforce this side of the map. It's not the greatest buy coming in for Vitality. Even though they had money to spend, they still kept 2 MP9s, and it came down to 7 seconds. They had to frag their way out. They set up Donk well to get those kills, but missing utility, playing down the clock. They played like they were the team with less money that wasn't the favorite in the round. So lucky to skate by that one, though. Now they've picked it up. That's their second T round this half. And Vitality know that they've got them on the ropes a little bit. And they saved enough money to have a full buy here, too. But I'd say this is a new lease on life for Spirit. Little wake-up call.
XS trying to rile the troops. Snap them out of a lull. The money's still flowing. You got Zywoo on an op. Win conditions could still be put in place here for Vitality. I mean, like you said, was not the most convincing round from Spirit. Big impact out of Shiro with that late lurk from mid.
No shot.
Zywoo has to give up his angle. This is a quick positioning from Donk. Isn't able to capitalize with the stairs kill. There's 2 CTs to peek. Chopper's only able to handle the one.
That's worth T side if they have the split almost in place already.
Tough position for Flames. He's worried about Palace. It gets smoked out by a teammate. That'll help. He has to give back a position as he peels away.
He got spotted maybe.
Dude, he could have died straight up. Now Shiro's going to put the Molotov at his feet, and he's got Magix to hold the angle. Jax starting to feel real alone in this bomb site.
And look at Donk. He's playing it very safe here. He's waiting for a walk up into connector.
Perfect.
Oh, clean pick off. Doesn't accelerate too quickly.
Jax is going to have to go above and beyond. Can he do enough to set up ZywOo for a late performance? He tries to punish, and he will. As Magic sprays away the box, ZywOo 1v3 demanded of him, but Amali's going to force the reposition, and that's the opening for Shiro to move that bomb onto site.
I love the play. I mean, Donk running up Cat in the beginning, something aggressive to start off with, mid control as well. While they have money, I think it was the right tempo. Trades came down pretty well. Again, I think you'd love to get into 4v4 just as soon as possible. It was the antithesis of the last round, which, you know, just took way too long to do anything. And that gives Spirit their 12th, again off the tack pause. And I definitely feel the self-awareness instead of the sort of self-denial of like, it's going to be fine and we just keep going and then they sort of maybe crumble. I think they've lately shown, you know, with Hallie always coming forward with the perfect time tacks, talking about things. I think they're accessing their emotions or being aware of them, and they're like literally just saying like, okay, we need to like change something now. We all know it, so they're learning more about themselves. Right?
It's what Zontix emphasized in the pregame, right? He said that after the 10-day break from the game, we have focused in on being more rational.
Right,
that was it. Less emotional, more rational. That's the fixation that they've kind of tried to employ with this time off, and I agree with you. I see it.
Yeah, Donk looking super good right now.
Proactive and irrational. That is a scary formula for Spirit. Now, again, not flawless. We saw some of that A hit come down to the wire, but if you still come out on top in those ones and then follow up with a nice convincing round, no reason to beat yourself up. This is still looking like a win for Spirit. 2 chances to close versus MP9's. Majority SMG for Vitality, barring ZywOo's op. But again, it's numbers in the right position.
And he doesn't, Zontix doesn't need the smoke here, so they can't actually scale up the ramp because he's not taking the fight top balcony.
Lots of control here for Spinks. Not to mention, Jack's also deep inside of apartments, so...
They kept utility, though, the right amount. They can still smoke wall the right side, and Mad just starts running just to try to bait him. They'll come and try to re-clear this.
Flash isn't perfect, but Flamesy's not punished.
The CTs are, you know, they're...
Nice position. Spinks, almost catches the double kill. It's a good reaction from Magix. Apex, that's great damage. He's gonna try to gun down Zontix with the assist from Flamesy. But Donk, of course, gonna capitalize on any opening he senses. And a Molotov will guarantee that Apex can't get back in just yet.
And Magix is coming underpass.
But
wait.
Yeah.
He's aware of that. Did Jax fall?
Maybe. Must have been. Magix seems confident as he turns back around. There's a crossfire here for Apex. Oh, and ZywOo. Yes, he finds Shiro on the crossover. 15 to the clock. And ZywOo posts 11 for Vitality. 2v3.
Okay, that's big. That's big. I think it starts off with the fact that, you know, they go with another push on the map that helps them stack the A site. And then the smoke in Palace isn't disrespected. They could have tried to fight out of it. I think instead Zontix was, you know, he fell for the fact that Flamesy smoked him all the underbelt. Then he tried to nade it too. Instead he could have just cleared it out and gone for with the A hit, but they were right, it was stacked. So really strong round here for Vitality. And it'll be a full buy both sides, kind of. Zontix on a P250 here in round 24.
ZywOo making a world of difference here on Mirage. Being the difference maker as he should be. No forward A play this time. Look at this little adaptation. Vitality very much prepared for the mid play.
That shot was huge.
Donk gonna try to make it happen. Dead. Spinks, good cap play. Flamesy. Risky business, but it's suddenly quiet. Team Spirit, no immediate follow-up. Their pressure just kind of fizzles out with that one death.
They got to do it without Donk now.
Zontix gonna grab his gun, presumably. It's right here on bench for the taking. Get off that P250 ASAP. But down to a single flash for Magix. Down to 50 seconds on this clock. What's the move?
Yeah, well, with no smokes, they can't take the A site at all. There's just no chance.
They're going to leave Shiro in connector. Trying to keep maybe a bit of presence here. He's got three
Jax
players.
going too far. Jax is going too far. They're actually walking up Cat. It's a total gap right now. If Jax goes underpass, he's going to be slow to get here. Like, he gets spotted. That's nice, actually, but...
Going to be 3 players on site. Spinks comes back from the windows. He gets caught off by that forward positioning. So, yeah, okay, Jax at least makes up for it somewhat, but it's a door left open that Spirit have put themselves into the post plant.
Yeah, let's see if we get overtime now.
All without Donk from the get-go. Zontic's back market. We get this heavy emphasis on the catwalk. Magix with the Galil. Player top brick sees nothing just yet. Jack's gonna try to move it forward off of the head of his teammate. Gets the dink. Chopper gets the trade. We go even 2v2 and perfect timing here for Zontix. Or is it? It's a quick sprint to the bomb site. Chopper traded. And Team Spirit, the open door to B, punishes 13-11. A hell of an effort from Vitality considering the stand-in, but it's a rational Team Spirit tonight.
24 rounds required to separate Vitality and Spirit on that second map of Mirage, and they do it without Donk in that final round. Impressive stuff from Spirit to be swinging things back in their favor and not crumbling under the pressure, because that overtime looked like it was almost inevitable for Vitality to push it there.
I can't believe they won that last round. There were so many timings happening, and Jax was actually pushing B-Abs. It backfired because it forced Spings' rotation back to the kitchen. Spings was completely unaware and surprised because Jax got the kill underpass on Shiro on middle, and Shiro immediately called, be careful guys, one guy's B-Abs, one guy's kitchen. They knew everything despite being in 3v5. They were in advantage. That's crazy part of Counter-Strike.
There were so many head-to-heads going on there. Like, I feel like we could observe any one of the players and we would have seen so many different perspectives. I don't want to put you on the spot here, but I heard Shiro, you know, he was shouting a lot of info when he died. Did you listen into any of that? Could you hear what Shiro was saying?
It was basically what I just described. He was reading the situation. His death, Loki gave all the information to Spirit that they needed, and he was unaware that one pushed B-Abs, therefore the other B player rotated away, and he suggested his teammates to keep walking into kitchen, and that's where they caught Spings off guard. So that was Loki Shiro's moment of impact there.
Incredible stuff coming out of Team Spirit, and just great to see from a mentality, an emotional point of view. You know, they weren't getting frustrated in those moments. They were really just really locked in. I feel like throughout this series, they look really focused, and I love to see that angle coming out of Team Spirit.
Yeah, and the game got close. I've never seen a frustration. I've never seen a bad word talk to other teammates. And as I said, like, Team Spirit evolved, and this is maybe a new standard that we were going to be seeing. They're playing well, they're communicating well, and the vibes are good.
And they've guaranteed themselves a quarterfinal spot at the very least, so they will be playing at least one game here in front of the crowds in Singapore. For Vitality, on the other side of things, I think it's fair to say they would have come in with slightly more limited expectations. It's not their full 5-man roster. No shade to Jax in the situation, of course. Great for him to be, you know, stepping in and standing up and doing a decent job on some particular moments. The Apps position, though, you were talking about it. It's a difficult position to be playing on that B side. What was your check in terms of how Jax handled that?
He was actually getting a lot of information for his team. He was pushing a lot. He was playing aggressively. He was playing behind the smokes. He was not playing bad. I don't think he was a liability in this game. And overall Vitality, despite losing 2-0, I think this was a competitive game, and this could have very much gone either way.
Yeah, do you feel like your expectations do differ with them coming in with a stand-in? Would this be a different conversation if this was Mezzi in the roster and they did lose 2-0?
Yes, that would be a different conversation, but at the same time, I still put Vitality as kind of a team that could go really deep into the tournament, because I think that the swap between Messi and Spinks makes sense on the paper. So I don't know, after this performance, maybe they're not too much of a finalist for me.
We get to see the scoreboard here. ZywOo and Donk neck and neck in terms of the fragging output on the server. That's what we expect from two of the top 3 best players of 2024. Great to get to see Donk, you know, after a month off with these officials. Nothing's really changed for him, still putting up some great impact.
Yeah, and we've seen, we highlighted it before the game, that this game might be actually a big factor when it comes to determining who's going to be #1 of the year.
Yes.
And yeah, I mean, they put up, again, insane head-to-head performance. Donk winning on top of that. That might slightly affect it. That was essential.
So what you're saying
you
is...
can't even do that.
What you're saying is we learned nothing from this top 3 conversation. We were meant to learn something.
Absolutely.
Nothing changed. They're still essentially neck and neck.
Yeah, they are still essentially neck and neck, and they're so close to each other. It's like impossible
it's insane, isn't it? Well, let's check in with the winning side. It is Team Spirit and Magic's, courtesy of James Banks.
Spirit start off the campaign the way they would want, with a nice win here against Vitality. But the thing I want to first ask you, Magics, is the fact that we've heard a lot about you guys thinking you fix things, like Donk said in an interview, Zontix has as well. Now you've played an official. Is it the positive signs you wanted?
Well, there's definitely some positive things out of stuff that we have been fixing through late time we had like 1 month ago, because some of the situations which are happening once again, which are kind of the same as you had, and you're having like the different way how to win this, different scenarios, because you have discussed about it, or you have went through it. It does show something, but there's still like a lot of shit. So I hope we can play good.
Yeah, there's always improvements to be made with it for sure. I also want to just ask that when it was getting close there on Mirage, right, against Vitality, did any of those stressful situations or the bad mentality situations happen, and how did you guys deal with it?
Oh, I can tell you as a secret.
Okay.
It was not that smooth.
Yeah.
Because it went close, it went into the clutches, it went to the close clutches we could have won, but it happens, and of course you can be kind of get affected by it, but at least we didn't choke it.
Yes, exactly. You didn't choke, and are you more confident now for the rest of the tournament?
Well, you can't be not confident after like an opening match on a tournament, because it's always a great thing to start a tournament with a victory, and we just need to get better. We have played an official in some time, so now we're kind of a little bit more of used to it, so I hope we're playing better Counter-Strike tomorrow.
Well, I look forward to seeing it. Magic and Spirit find themselves going through tomorrow in a very positive way. Let's see if it continues.
I feel like I'm on Magic's close friend story after that interview. You know what? He said it's a secret, but he shared it anyway. The frustrations from the outside, at the very least, didn't really seem to be affecting Spirit at all, right?
Now I'm kind of recapping the in-game moments that happened when it could have been stressful. I think there was close to one of the closest to last rounds. They missed the top con smoke, and it could have went very badly. There are definitely some things where you could see shakiness, but not as Old Spirit would do it.
That's understandable. Not a finished project just as of yet, but I think it's time to wrap up day number 1 with our traded play of the day. We've got 3 plays for you guys to be voting over on the Blast Premier Instagram. First up, we got MOUZ with the 3K, Stico.
Yeah, MOUZ with the 3K, and this is right off the back of 13-0 loss on the Nation, so we see the Inferno going pretty strong for G2, and this one tap on Twist is just ridiculous. It's just a pre-fire that he's not even attempting to kind of do it. He's like clearing it lazily, but man, it's just MOUZ.
Donk up next as your second possible play, and it doesn't take long for him to start off on the right foot. We're talking round number 2 on map number 1, and he gets an ace with the A1S. So clean, so comfortable, just great positioning from Donk. That's exactly what you expect coming out of a player that could be crowned world number 1 in 2024. We'll have to see how that one goes down. But another player rounding out the trio of the 3 best players in the world, it's ZywOo with a 4K final option.
It's iconic that these 3 guys are fighting for player today first. Yeah, so this is a 4K that we're seeing from him, and it starts all in the pistol round with the 2 entries towards the top con. In the end, it's such a close round that it kind of dictates the pace of the Mirage for a second, but the reposition towards this like around default and around ninja boxes are just so good against Zontix, and he just hits all the shots immediately. There's just nothing to do against that.
I can't believe the bomb ace on Vitality didn't make it to the list. Maybe we can have that as a bonus play coming into tomorrow. But predictions time amongst the talent to see how everybody's faring in terms of their lives after day number 1. Now, I'm going to throw my excuse out there. You know, I arrived late last night. I went straight to sleep. I did forget to submit my predictions, which is why I'm only on 6 lives. You buying that?
Oh no, I'm not buying it. I'm on the 6 lives as well.
Oh, yeah, you are. A lot of 6s across the board. What do we start off with? 9? Can I count? 10?
I think it was.
I don't know.
9. I think it was 9.
It's
Yeah, because I have three wrong.
Anders can't be joint winning with Jacob. That's not a simulation that I want to be living in at all, actually. I want to get out right now. Can I get off this train?
I feel like Anders is trying to actively throw these predictions and he's somehow winning, and that makes me uncomfortable.
And he's also got 2 steals because he predicted Astralis and Team Spirit. So Anders, I'm actually really sorry. Remember, I'm your best mate. Yeah, cool. Let's check in with bracket A to see exactly how that did wrap up, because that was what Maui and Pimp were guiding you through on this morning, where we did see Astralis taking down NAVI 2-0. I was keeping an eye on that game. Sure, okay, nuke happened. I was like, hey, fair enough. Then we got to the second map and they managed to completely wipe out NAVI. That's insane.
Yeah, I mean, NAVI is the one that was clearest favorite out of all the opening duels, and it backfired, and it kind of set the tone for the whole day, and it was full of kind of not expected results, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, elimination between NAVI and FaZe is going to be going down tomorrow. On the Group B side of things, we just saw Spirit obviously besting Vitality, which does mean Vitality will be going up against Team Liquid in that elimination matchup as well. Not to, you know, get ahead of your predictions, Tico, but do you have a favorite in that Liquid Vitality matchup?
For Liquid Vitality, I'm going to give the edge still to Vitality. I think they are not a team that deserve to go 0-2 despite having a stand in here. But this is my completely subjective opinion.
Yeah, and maybe not what he's going to put in the chat when we're posting our picks tomorrow, or your private messaging. I don't know. People don't really share them in the chat anymore publicly, which I think is kind of sweaty. But nevertheless, let's check in with the schedule for tomorrow, because we do have 4 more best of 3s going down tomorrow, 2 elimination matches, as we did mention, and 2 winners matches. So Astralis, MOUZ, G2, and Spirit, they've already guaranteed to be making it through to at least 1 game inside the arena here in Singapore. The winner will be going straight through to the semi-final. Any bold preds on that one, Tico? Do you see Astralis making it through?
I mean, after today, anything is possible. I would love to see them kind of rebound back after that awful Copenhagen Blastful finals. But I'm actually excited for the most part for G2 and Spirit, because Donk and Nico head-to-head, it is a story that keeps on giving, and it will give at least one more time.
And then you get MOUZ in the mix as well. Like, it is going to be absolutely insane. Thank you so much for your time today, Tico. And thank you so much for tuning in for day 1 of the Blast Premier World Finals. We'll see you for day 2 tomorrow.